The weather in Harrisonport is notoriously unpredictable in this tropical city. It's not unusual for a bright morning to give way to torrential rain by afternoon. Interestingly, the people of Harrisonport echo this volatility. Before falling asleep, Ian was merely a clever, astute child upon waking. He had become a reincarnated soul, one who had broken the mysteries of his previous life and retrieved his former memories. My head aches dreadfully. Ian opened his eyes on a modest wooden bed that was neither new nor entirely worn. His azure gaze was initially dazed and unfocused, but soon fixed on the rotting wooden beams above him. The July sun should have illuminated the room, but thick curtains blocked its light, leaving the cramped space suffocating and stale. A sharp pain shot through his head with every breath he took, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. The salty air from the coast mixed with the scent of decaying wood filled his nostrils. It felt as though a traveler suffering from motion sickness had endured a 4-hour journey, sandwiched next to a middle-aged woman drenched in cheap perfume and reeking of body odor, incessantly chatting into his ear. A violent jolt surged through his brain, intertwining with the sensory overload, eliciting a wave of nausea that clawed at his throat. Ian wanted to vomit, but his stomach was empty, not even containing bile. The cracked state of his lips and the parched dryness of his eyes indicated he had gone a lengthy period without food or water. His frail limbs and weary body suggested that his condition was perilously critical, teetering on the brink of collapse. But he had to rise. Food could wait, but without water, this body would soon lose the ability to move, and he would be left to perish without aid. With great effort, Ian propped himself up from the bed. The delicate wrists of the child felt uncomfortably thin, and his pallid skin had an almost sickly hue, an unsettling reminder of his state. At that moment, he acutely sensed that the headache he felt was more than just the dizziness of thirst. It stemmed significantly from external injury. A bandage encircled his head, dried blood crusted over the wound, and the lingering sensation of dull, throbbing emanated from that very spot. Interesting, did someone kidnap me and knock me out? Still bewildered from his awakening, Ian muttered to himself, surely not at this rate. They do better hiring a subpar AI for construction work. His identity was that of an aerospace engineer in the Vacuum Propulsion Research Division of East Asia Heavy Industries, charged with the testing and maintenance of the third lunar exploratory rocket in the East Asian region. To put it another way, he was merely a technician serving the crew. In the presence of maintenance AI, his Hansen repair duties were rarely needed, and his role was considered less significant than that of a water cooler. He often jested with colleagues about being just a filler. Yet for Ian, who had harbored a profound curiosity about space since childhood and yearned for the stars and oceans, the prospect of going to space was a dream come true. A water cooler was a water cooler who cared? While conducting a routine inspection of the thrusters, Ian had mused about the possibility of an opportunity to work at the 7th Space Machinery Industry Bureau, located on Mars after further training at the lunar base. They were constructing humanity's first faster-than-light spaceship there, and to be involved in such a groundbreaking endeavor would be nothing short of a fulfillment of his life's aspirations. Then he found himself awakening here. Wait a minute, I've already been reincarnated. I just didn't remember it until now. He raised his hand, gently pressing around the bandaged area on his head. After confirming that the wound showed no signs of infection or swelling, he couldn't help but frown slightly. A child's brain cannot withstand my memories. It can only gradually resurrect little by little through dreams and inspirations with age. Until I took that blow to the head, it all came rushing back. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he closed his eyes, reviewing the memories cascading through his mind. Birth, drowning in a shipwreck, a father he never met, a loving yet burdensome mother who passed away from illness too early, a young brother alongside a cold-hearted stepfather who abandoned them, an uncle, terrifying and vile, akin to a demon. And lastly, the blow from that uncle that jolted him back to reality, the pain indelibly etched in his mind. He sighed softly. 8 years as fleeting as a dream. Ian opened his eyes again, and in the dimness, his bright azure gaze gleamed like a gem. The boy murmured calmly, "But I am awake now." For a reincarnated soul, the hardest part is accepting the memories of a past life. The experiences of 2 lives collide like a crashing tide, overwhelming a child's tender psyche. Yet perhaps Ian's physical form possessed an exceptional aptitude, as even at 8 years old, his mind could bear the weight of 2 lifetimes at worst. He only felt a slight headache from the injury. That blow had indeed been forceful. Now, Ian's head felt somewhat woozy, indicating a mild concussion. Terra continent, Empire, Harrisonport. The white people, psionics, natives, and immigrants fascinating. Is this a different world or a different planet? I suppose it's a different world. Coolly evaluating his current predicament, Ian distilled keywords from his memories, exhaling deeply before cracking a smile. An orphan in a foreign land, with an abusive and half-mad uncle, what an excellent way to start. Regardless, the problems piled high are what make it interesting. Unfortunately, this smile brought complications. The dry skin at the corners of his mouth split, causing him to wince in pain. He got out of bed, struggling against his weakness as he slowly moved forward in the dim, cramped room, relying on memory to guide him to the water barrel near the stone trough by the window. After gulping down water gratefully, Ian felt his mind clearing, thoughts becoming sharper again. It was still morning, and most people were at work, his uncle included, who likely wouldn't return until evening. Ian pulled back the curtain, the daylight beyond bright, revealing a deserted street outside. The surrounding buildings were built from gray-white stone, sturdy and rugged, with walls covered in climbing vines. The stones had become fissured from years of battering by the sea winds, exuding an air of weariness. Following the road, he could see the azure sea in the distance, fishing boats bobbing about, presenting a picturesque coastal town tableau. What a lovely view! Ian's attention shifted back from the window. He lowered his gaze and caught sight of his own reflection in the water, exclaiming in surprise, "But I actually look rather attractive." Despite being wrapped in a blood-stained bandage that had turned black on his head, Ian could be considered quite handsome. With white hair and azure eyes, the boy bore a youthful charm, enough to suggest he would evolve into a striking figure in the future. Not bad at all. Most adjusters don't reach this level of appeal. Accustomed to seeing good-looking people, Ian nodded appreciatively. Despite the cleanliness and adorableness of his appearance, he looked exceptionally haggard, clearly indicating malnutrition and fatigue had taken their toll. Upon closer inspection, he rolled up his sleeves to reveal numerous scars crisscrossing his pale arms, both old and new, barely countable. "My uncle truly lays into it after all. I'm still not even 10 years old." Ian furrowed his brow, tilting his head slightly. He tugged at his collar to reveal the purplish bruises gripping his neck just above the collarbone. Memories flashed in his mind of his uncle gripping him by the neck, forcefully slamming him to the ground, all sparked by Ian failing to clean the house before his return. No one could keep this decrepit house clean, given the state its interior down and start over, or it would always reek of rot. He mentally scoffed. His hair, slightly longer, obscured the scars, so Ian swept it back, feeling a moment of relief as the cool air touched his neck, allowing him to see the full extent of the bruising. Was my uncle actually attempting to kill me back then? His gaze turned pensive as he stared into the water, sliding his fingers along the bruised area on his collarbone. The pain shot through him. Though concealed beneath clothing, the boy's emaciated body was covered in bruises of varying severity, interspersed with lash marks. With every touch of a wound, memories flooded back, beaten for returning late after buying alcohol, for stuttering during speech, for using his left hand to hold a hatchet, or for being the first to step into the house with his right foot. Though the injury on his head was the most severe, it was clear that his life had been far from pleasant. Daily beatings seemed the norm. Finally, his hand rested on his abdomen. A sudden pallor washed over Ian's face as he gasped for breath. A sharp, intense pain coursed through him, breaking out in a cold sweat. The combination of extreme hunger and the tearing pain in his spine was clearly the result of overexertion without rest, leaving him with hidden injuries. "This is nothing short of cruelty," he muttered softly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ian couldn't help but chuckle. Abuse and oppression, senseless beatings, this was almost tantamount to torment. Had he not awakened, perhaps Ian would have truly slipped into an eternal slumber, never to awaken again. However, were it only this, it would hardly mean much. He was still alive, wasn't he? Although Ian had been an engineer in his previous life, history was not lost on him. Synthesizing the memories of his current 8 years, he recognized that this potentially industrialized world was fraught with children enduring similar fates. Even if not in Harrison Port, what apprentice in any place wouldn't face such treatment? Having lost their parents and living under the roof of others, enduring hardships was simply a part of their reality. At the very least, his uncle provided them with food. One must understand that many child workers from pre-industrial eras were fortunate to reach adulthood. Certainly, the white people's kinship rules helped tremendously. Were it not for his uncle's madness, the two brothers could have grown up safely. The most significant issue resided in that wretched uncle. He was indeed a despicable scoundrel. Though child Ian likely couldn't fully comprehend it, aided by his memories, Ian knew that the crippled man was a local insider, or perhaps a mere pawn under someone else's control, addicted to a black mushroom extract native to the Basin Mountains. This addictive natural substance was well known. Those who immersed themselves in it were deemed insane and reduced to animalistic states. Hence, several days each month, the uncle, preoccupied with seeking trouble, would retreat to his room to indulge in mushroom use, reveling in his hazy of brief respite for Ian amid the turmoil. In the past, to fuel his addiction, the man squandered all his spare coins and frequently borrowed money from Ian's parents without a second thought. After Ian's parents passed away, due to blood ties and the white people's custom of prioritizing family, he had to take in both brothers. Not only was it a monumental waste of his time, but it also drained the meager funds he had to purchase black mushroom extracts for his own enjoyment. The relatives bore witness he couldn't shake off this burden. Coupled with personal reasons, this fueled the man's rage against Ian and his brother, unleashing his resentment through violence. Who could endure such treatment? As he recalled these things, Ian couldn't help but grumble. Before retrieving his memories, young Ian had long been unable to tolerate this unprovoked violence and lived in perpetual fear of death. The boy had even secretly stashed away a taller coin at the corner, preparing for an opportunity to flee. Though somewhat childish, it was still a choice and an act of courage. As for the present Ian, he would likely consider similar actions if not more thorough. Only a fool would choose to live under the same roof as such a madman. Yet, the true crux of the matter did not reside here. As he pondered, fragments of even more critical memories surfaced in Ian's mind. What the hell? His brow furrowed deeply. Ian straightened up, casting a glance toward the other room. That was his 2-year-old brother's space. Even in the face of his own abuse, Ian could manage to chuckle derisively. After all, a person so low as to lay hands on a child had to be viewed as devoid of humanity. He could bide his time, gather evidence, then report to the clan elders or the city guards if the situation escalated. He could run away. After all, his uncle would be too occupied with his mushroom trips to notice. Ian wasn't truly just a child. With 2 lifetimes behind him, he merely faced a violent child abuser. He had plenty of means to cope, hence the indifference. But now, native, trafficking, young children, blood sacrifices, offerings? As more details unfurled in his memory, Ian's tone shifted to one of anger. That son of a bitch is actually planning to sacrifice children? Chapter 2. Psychic Powers, Sacrifices, Blood Sacrifices. Even the most malevolent and twisted noble of the Empire would not wish to associate with blood sacrifices, at least not overtly. Harrison Port, where Ian resided, lay at the far edge of the Empire's southern ridge province, adjacent to the sprawling Baishan mountain range and the towering redwood forest. Besides the Empire's immigrants, numerous indigenous villages thrived within the redwood forest and along the coast. These natives predominantly adhered to primitive totems and spiritual entities or revered various natural phenomena. Additionally, some tribes worshipped intelligent magical beasts, as well as bizarre and malevolent abominations. Regardless of whom these indigenous tribes venerated, they were accustomed to blood rituals and, under certain circumstances, were not averse to cannibalism. Although rumored to be exceedingly hospitable, their deep settlement in the heart of the Baishan Mountains left many immigrants unaware of the reasons behind their hospitality, leading to a reluctance to engage with them, who could discern whether they were the guests or simply the recipients of hospitality. Ian's uncle, however, had established connections with these people, or rather, had become ensnared by the black mushroom extract they provided, transforming into their informant at the docks. Despite his uncle's belief that he was operating covertly, the pre-awakening Ian was astute enough to recall the peculiar behaviors and eccentric appearances of those individuals. In his mind's eye, the indigenous person conversing with his uncle was diminutive, reminiscent of a child. Their exposed skin adorned with intricate totemic markings, merely recalling those patterns, imbued with uncanny power, made Ian feel dizzy and nauseous, while the obsidian dagger at the individual's waist was grotesquely sinister, reeking of blood. With a little deduction, piecing together the key words from his memories, Ian surmised the nature of his uncle's dealings with these dangerous natives. It was a pure sacrificial offering, he was certain. Although the white people were not a particularly rare ethnic group, their bloodline possessed unique attributes, being closely linked to psychic energies. Furthermore, the spiritual purity of a child made them the ideal sacrificial offering, likely due to the recent inability of a native tribe seeking divine favor to find suitable victims, leading them to negotiate with his uncle. Scum, pure scum. Exhaling deeply to suppress his anger, Ian began to think rationally. From the perspective of that scoundrel, he was already 8 years old, capable of doing some chores and odd jobs. As he grew older, he could work at the docks, lifting cargo and sorting fish, thus becoming a laborer. This indicated that there was still room for exploitation. However, his younger brother, at just 2 years old, was nothing but a liability, unable to work and prone to incessant crying. For someone already intoxicated by black mushrooms, even discarding the child would be considered a gain, let alone selling him to others. This reasoning was easily understood, as for the fate of sacrificial offerings. That scoundrel clearly did not care. He deserved to die. Ian's threshold for outrage had always been low. He could even empathize with the mindsets of various felons, which had nearly caused him to fail the political examination before boarding a ship in his previous life, being labeled as an abnormal thinker. Yet this matter was too much. It truly ignited his anger. However, more than his rage, the thought of his brother caused a heaviness in his heart. Everyone knew how noisy a 2-year-old could be, and the silence in the room was distinctly abnormal. Ian turned to glance at the door. Could it be that his brother had already been taken away to meet a tragic fate? Not to mention that this was his brother in this life, the one he had personally sung lullabies to sleep. Even if it were just a 2-year-old stranger facing such a fate, it would be enough to incite fury. If his brother had truly been taken away, it could only mean that that scoundrel had descended into madness. And his own situation was exceedingly perilous. He might turn his aggression toward Ian at any moment, rendering all previous conjectures void. Ian's expression grew grave. He murmured, "Even if I were a fool, I would undoubtedly realize if my brother suddenly vanished. It wouldn't remain hidden for long, and with his uncle in such a state of mushroom-induced stupor, rationality could not be relied upon to gauge his actions. This was the most terrifying aspect of madness. Their actions were utterly unpredictable. Originally, Ian had planned to endure his uncle's abuse for a few more days, to ascertain the surrounding circumstances before formulating a plan. Yet if that mushroom-addled scoundrel had indeed become entangled with the natives and their blood rituals, he needed to devise an escape plan immediately. Farewell. This home could not be tolerated for even a second longer. With a brief exclamation, Ian swiftly made his way to the corner of the kitchen, where he had hidden the spare change for his escape. Although he might have a tendency to procrastinate when his life was at stake, immediate action was imperative. However, as Ian removed the pile of wood shavings stacked in the corner, dust billowing into his face, he realized with a sinking heart that the silver coins he had saved were nowhere to be found. Disaster. Ian stared at the dust and moss in the corner, murmuring to himself, he had discovered it. Had he mistaken the location? Impossible. Presently, Ian's recollection of his past memories was as clear as reading a book. He was 100% certain that he had hidden the money there. The only explanation for the disappearance of the hidden silver coins was that his scoundrel uncle had become aware of his intention to conceal money and flee. And it must have happened recently. No wonder that scoundrel had been increasingly harsh in his treatment. His body seemed to instinctively panic, fearing the impending beatings, but Ian inwardly scoffed. It seemed that the escape plan had been exposed. That vile scoundrel was likely relishing the thought of witnessing his despair and confusion upon discovering the missing coins. In any case, the plan to hide money and escape had been uncovered, blocking one avenue of escape. Moreover, upon further reflection, from an adult's perspective, Ian had no concrete plan for where to escape to, nor did he understand the terrain surrounding Harrison Port or the paths to nearby villages. Additionally, his uncle undoubtedly had native allies familiar with the area. A simple escape was utterly impossible. Reporting his uncle's collusion with the natives to the elders of the white people was unrealistic. In this ignorant and feudal age, it was entirely normal for parents to beat their children and uncles to strike their nephews. If someone were to die from the beatings, it would merely be the subject of gossip. Ian could not produce evidence of his uncle's collusion with the natives for sacrificial offerings, and attempting to alert the elders would likely result in him being labeled as insane, as long as he could not apprehend his uncle on the spot. It would merely serve to alert the snake, and facing an exposed uncle, the likelihood of his own demise was exceedingly high. Even the slightest chance of failure was unacceptable. Who would gamble their life? However, waiting was not an option. Knowing that his uncle was aware of his plan to hide money and escape, the punishment would undoubtedly escalate. It was entirely possible that today he might suffer a sudden fit and beat Ian to death in a frenzy. At that point, it would be simple to find a time to dispose of Ian's body in the mountains, claiming he had gone missing while playing. Though losing a sister's child would earn him scorn from the tribe, he would not care. Thinking from his uncle's perspective, Ian shook his head. It was not merely possible. He was practically foreseeing the future. He needed to devise another plan to swiftly resolve this crisis. He must find evidence of his uncle's collusion with the natives and support for the blood sacrifice. But this was exceedingly difficult. That worthless uncle was mad, not foolish, and such a significant matter would undoubtedly leave no trace. Contemplating earnestly, despite the dire circumstances, Ian's expression belied his gravity. Instead, he squinted and began to chuckle softly. How interesting. If escape and conventional reporting were not options, did that mean he could only find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack and kill him? It was exceedingly dangerous, yet preparation was essential. Although hesitant, Ian was seriously contemplating this possibility, harboring no aversion to the thought of killing, in fact, considering that the target was a scoundrel who deserved death. He felt a certain eagerness. He would suppress his aversion. After all, it was not as if he had nearly failed the political examination because of it. Ian's threshold for outrage was perilously low when it came to his core interests. In his previous life, no one had touched his interests, hence the lack of noticeable response. That said, when contemplating the perilous plan, Ian continued to murmur to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips as he opened the door. Do the vital points of people from other worlds resemble those of Earthlings? Just now, I felt my bones, the position of my ribs, the distribution of my heartbeat and internal organs should be quite similar. But I mustn't be too careless. A decisive strike aimed at vital points cannot afford to fail, or I would be the one to perish. Opening the door, to his surprise, instead of encountering an empty bed, Ian found his 2-year-old brother peacefully asleep, his cherubic face serene. The door creaked as it opened, but it did not rouse the child. The little boy with short white hair even smacked his lips, his cheeks plump and full, clearly living a far more comfortable life than Ian. Why is that? Initially, Ian was puzzled, but upon reflection, it made sense. The natives would require offerings, and there was no way they would desire a frail, emaciated child. Even pigs need to be fattened before slaughter. If he hadn't been taken away, then that was a relief. Perhaps there was still some time for him to prepare. Sighing in relief, Ian shook his head, intending to close the door and leave without disturbing his brother's slumber. Yet, just before he could shut the door, he noticed something unusual on his brother's tranquil sleeping face. Tendrils of deep black mist, suffused with crimson light. The black mist swirled above his forehead, exuding an ominous aura, corresponding to Ian's earlier deductions about pure sacrificial offerings. His younger brother, as a prospective sacrificial victim, was manifesting the ominous saying from Ian's previous home. Darkening of the brow foretells calamity. What is this this moment? Ian found himself momentarily stunned by the surreal scene unfolding before him. He gazed intently at the swirling, black-red mist that emanated from the crown of his brother's head, which eerily resembled the shape of an obsidian dagger. His eyes widened in astonishment. The design of this obsidian knife was strikingly similar to that of the primitive blade his cheap uncle had bartered for with the indigenous people. Could it be? A sudden jolt of pain struck his brain, akin to a thunderclap, and Ian let out a short gasp. He collapsed to the ground, pressing his hands against his head, his eyes tightly shut, blood seeping from his bandages and trickling down his cheeks. The agony was not confined merely to the injury on his head. Deep within his mind, or perhaps in an organ that was not of flesh yet still belonged to Ian, a pain intense enough to induce shock in an ordinary person coursed through him. It was the tremor of the soul, the shudder of will. Had he been an ordinary 8-year-old child, he would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, at this moment, Ian remained unervingly alert, amidst the overwhelming taste of iron-laden blood. He endured the searing pain in its entirety, in stark contrast. His eyes perceived a chilling cold akin to ancient glaciers. The clash between the fiery agony and the icy chill created an extraordinary sensation, as if on the verge of explosion, rendering him momentarily sightless. Yet in that darkness, Ian glimpsed an infinite light. He beheld countless fireflies emerging from the shadows, coalescing like a radiant river, ultimately converging in the center of his mind to form a star, which then twinkled softly as he opened his eyes. The depths of Ian's azure irises shimmered with glimmers reminiscent of fireflies. The spirits and souls of his past and present converged, igniting a spark that had long remained dormant. Ian raised his head, surveying the entire room. In an instant, every object, the tables and chairs, the beams and windows, even the burlap clothing laid upon the table, manifested an array of colors, varying in depth and hue. Among all the colors in the room, 3 stood out as the most profound and luminous. Ian stood tall, his gaze fixed firmly on the black-red mist enveloping his brother, before slowly turning his head. The boy's eyes fell upon a small bowl on the cabinet beside the bed, used for holding rice porridge, which contained remnants of a pale blue mist. This azure halo glimmered with iridescence, its edges flickering with a faint white light, imparting an inexplicable sense of safety, and lastly, he looked at himself. Ian observed his own hands. Though it was but a fleeting moment, in that instant, he beheld the colors enveloping him. It was a sea of pure black mist, so deep and inky that no trace of light could penetrate its depths. Within that profound darkness, ominous entities writhed and churned, akin to thick clouds before an impending storm. Within the mist, flashes of blood-red lightning suddenly cleaved through the obscurity, reflecting a sanguine glow in the boy's eyes, terrifying and grotesque. After a moment of silence, Ian broke into laughter. "So that's how it is." He extended his hand to wipe the blood from his cheeks and eyes, his voice tinged with realization. "This is spiritual energy." Ian slowly clenched his fist, allowing the void-like mist to dissipate. "My spiritual energy." Chapter 3. The Mist. This is spiritual energy. Although Ian had never encountered this term in his past life, he could ascertain from his current memories that the extraordinary phenomenon he had just witnessed was indeed the special ability referred to as spiritual energy in this new world. Ian closed his eyes, and his mind transformed from a nebulous darkness into a gentle radiance, akin to stars twinkling amidst the northern winds, as he perceived this wondrous power, previously unseen and unknown, that had no existence in his former homeland. He couldn't help but smile from the depths of his being. How intriguing! Following his instincts, he adjusted his will, condensing the starlight to project it into his vision. As waves of dizziness washed over him, reminiscent of an overextended intellectual endeavor, Ian opened his eyes, curiously surveying his surroundings. Just as before, under the dim glow of the fireflies reflected in his gaze, everything within his sight appeared adorned with an array of colors, varying in depth and intensity. However, unlike the first instance, he could no longer perceive the blackness surrounding himself. Yet the black-red mist enveloping his brother remained vibrant. The intangible mist coiling around the sleeping child occasionally coalesced into knife-like apparitions. Ian recognized that knife. The edge of the obsidian blade bore a dark red hue, exuding an ancient, blood-soaked aura. The bizarre runic patterns on the hilt further enhanced its eerie and mysterious atmosphere. The redwood natives along the bayou, before the imperial settlers arrived with their iron tools, frequently employed such obsidian knives. They used the stone blades to slice the flesh of their prey, gutting them to select the most tender portions as offerings to their totems or various mountain and sea deities. With this knowledge, Ian could confirm that the mist he had witnessed was indeed some form of ominous spiritual energy, linked to the auspices and misfortunes of his native culture, foretelling the impending calamities that awaited him and his brother, even revealing the very objects through which they might meet their doom. As for the fact that he could not see the black mist surrounding himself this time, Ian surmised it was due to the principle of a doctor cannot treat himself, nor can one divine their own fortune. Previously, he had seen the black mist that belonged to the child he once was, but now, having regained his innate wisdom, it was only natural that he would not be shrouded in any colors of mist, as he would not meet the same fate as the uncle who sought to slay him. The crimson and black represented dire omens. The blue remained unclear but instinctively felt harmless, though it surely possessed its own peculiarities. Turning his head to glance at the bowl on the cabinet, the silver-haired boy promptly closed his eyes, his frail body swaying slightly. Had he not been leaning against the door, he might have truly fainted. Using this ability felt akin to running a marathon with his mind, exhausting his energy. After concluding his perception, he was left with overwhelming fatigue and waves of nausea threatening to overtake him. Ian fought against the encroaching drowsiness, analyzing the effects and consumption of this unknown power. It was as if he had overthought something and lacked the necessary sustenance. This spiritual energy might indeed originate from the realm of mind and soul, but it still relied on the physical brain and body to function. How fascinating! Though his body was in distress, Ian's expression remained one of excitement as he lowered his gaze, observing his hands, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What is the principle behind this? Never mind, it's too early to ponder that. The effect materializes the malice directed toward me and my brother, or is it an instinctual projection? Or perhaps, his mind began to race, and the pain surged anew, prompting the boy to feel dizzy once more, forcing him to lean against the door and slowly sit on the ground, halting his excessive contemplation. Although pain was discomforting, it indeed allowed Ian to sense impending danger ahead of time. Quite remarkable. Though lacking direct combat power, he could glean a wealth of information to aid him in breaking the impasse. After sitting for a while, regaining his composure, Ian turned around to face the door behind him. His gaze was deep. The blood sacrifice had been made, and judging by the color and density of the mist, it seemed likely that I would have met my demise even before my brother. That uncle had evidently planned to dispose of me, once and for all. Through this spiritual energy, Ian validated his suspicions. No longer feeling the urgency and anxiety he had previously experienced, on the contrary, he nodded earnestly, his youthful face adorably serious. If that is the case, then there remains but one choice. Find a way to kill that scoundrel. With the most innocent visage, he would utter the most ruthless and venomous words. An 8-year-old child taking on a tall, robust adult, even one with a disability. Such a notion seemed ludicrous. Yet, if a child filled with malice and possessing a mature mind were to secretly plot against an unwitting adult, then the story would take on a different shape. Not to mention, typical children often fail to recognize every item in their home, unaware of various objects that could be employed as traps. And regardless of the circumstances, the human body is inherently vulnerable. Sometimes, a mere fall could spell disaster. Ian was not without opportunity. Of course, even if the rationale held true, Ian felt little confidence as he made this decision. In fact, it was largely a gamble. However, the sooner a threatening madman could be dealt with, the better. Who knew if next time his uncle would come accompanied by several indigenous people? This was an unfamiliar world. Despite having lived for 8 years, his understanding remained exceedingly superficial. He had to take a chance. One path led to certain death, while the other bore the possibility of failure and death. Why not take the risk? When would he eliminate that scoundrel of an uncle? Today. His gaze, once tinged with anxiety, gradually settled into determination. At this moment, Ian resolved that, regardless of the cost, even if it meant setting this house ablaze, he would rid himself of that uncle. First, he needed to inspect the house for any tools that could be of use. Ordinary knives and meat cleavers would serve no purpose. Based on Ian's recollections, children in this world possess strength that far surpassed their counterparts in his previous life. They could easily wield axes to chop wood. Adults, too, exhibited similar prowess. Ian's mind conjured images of fishermen effortlessly hauling an enormous fish, comparable to his own size, into the city to flaunt their catch. This was not normal. In his past life, humans had generally undergone genetic enhancements, making them exceptionally robust. Yet in this world, humanity seemed even more extraordinary. By proportional estimation, the hulking strongman requires no modification and is likely capable of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a grizzly bear, potentially delivering a lethal blow to a wild boar. Of course, I refer to the earthly versions of these beasts. Is it possible that this world is characterized by widespread genetic modification among its inhabitants? Ian, having never encountered the beasts of this realm, mused that, if all goes as expected, they too must be quite absurd. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Perhaps, psychic abilities could also enhance the physical form. In any case, one cannot rely solely on human data for calculations in this domain. This alternate world is undeniably intriguing, albeit perilously dangerous. Ultimately, it is entirely implausible for an 8-year-old child to ambush an adult with a knife. Even a pitchfork would seem more reasonable. At least a piercing wound to a vital area could be fatal to an ordinary person. Not to mention potential chemical and biological harm. Yet, Ian felt a twinge of concern, for in a world imbued with psychic energy, whether a punctured organ could truly slay an adult male remains an unknown. That individual, after all, likely lacked such prowess. Otherwise, he would not have remained so obscure, merely preying upon children. After searching within the room for a while, stirring up clouds of dust, Ian indeed found the tools he sought: ropes, vines, a grass fork, a bag of slightly moldy flour, wooden skewers for grilling fish, and various knives for skinning and butchering. Additionally, there were several remarkably hard, pointed salted fish that Ian believed could easily crush or even pierce a person. Could this truly be edible? He touched the surface, still speckled with salt and exhibiting a reddish-brown hue. Sensing its steel-like texture, and Ian's expression shifted. Could this withstand a bullet? The boy could distinctly sense that this salted fish, even in death, harbored an unwillingness to surrender. possessing an unfriendly desire to battle against human teeth. Setting aside this weaponized fish filled with animosity, the rope could be fashioned into a tripwire, and although the prongs of the grass fork were duller than anticipated, they could still be deadly. The flour, with slight processing, could serve as lime powder. A few additions of wall ash and charcoal would suffice, for when dealing with a madman intent on taking one's life. There is no need for chivalry. Were it not for the current inability to find it, Ian would have preferred to resort to poison directly. The knives, however, were less useful. Given their short length, they necessitated close proximity, and in a situation where he was at a physical disadvantage, they could easily be wrested away. Yet, they could be repurposed as materials for traps. This must be the very stick that struck me? It felt rather comfortable in hand. Ian even discovered the very stick that had rendered the young Ian unconscious, allowing him to unravel the mystery of his own birth. Its straight, hard birch would end still bore dried blood. As the boy grasped it, he instinctively swung it in a chopping motion. Indeed, the human body in this world still possesses the instinct to wield a stick, suggesting that they are, after all, terrifyingly upright apes. Ian chuckled. The instinct to use a wooden implement is imprinted in our genes. Although he could not confirm it entirely, the humans of Terra Continent must have undergone a lengthy period of utilizing wooden and stone tools, not unlike their earthly counterparts. Regrettably, this stick proved of little use. A child wielding it could at most only wreak havoc upon the flowers and plants by the roadside. Striking a person would still be somewhat lacking in efficacy. As he gathered supplies, he returned to the room shared with his brother. Ian also noticed the porridge bowl placed on the cabinet. He recalled that within the room, only 3 sources emitted light, his and his brother's. Naturally, and the remaining one, the porridge bowl, was enveloped in a mist of blue luminescence. The black-red hue signified danger and misfortune. What did the pale blue signify? Ian was uncertain. Thus, he approached to investigate further. Chapter 4. Sleep powder. The porridge bowl likely remained where it was after his uncle fed his brother that morning. The bottom still retained a hint of pale yellow porridge, markedly superior to the yellow rice porridge made from wheat mixed with bran that his uncle typically prepared for himself and Ian. The bowl itself was inconsequential. It was merely a wooden vessel. What mattered was the contents within. That it remained uneaten was peculiar. This should not be. Setting aside the fact that Elon, his brother, could not possibly have such a small appetite, his uncle's miserly nature would never allow for waste. If a child could not finish it, would he himself be unable to? Elon was the name given to his brother by their mother during her pregnancy, meaning warrior. That scoundrel stepfather of theirs, who abandoned his wife, hailed from Canaan Moor, a rather formidable ascended mercenary with a half-elf lineage, and their mother had hoped that her child would inherit his strength. Whether Elon was indeed a warrior or not, Ian was uncertain, but his brother certainly was a voracious eater, typically consuming all that was before him without leaving anything behind. Somewhat perplexed, Ian lifted the bowl, leaning in closer to inspect it, then frowned. What was that scent? The aroma of wheat mingled with a peculiar floral note, exuding a gentle warmth reminiscent of osmanthus, albeit more intense. This fragrance stirred memories within Ian, transporting him back to the streets of his hometown on a languid afternoon, soft light cascading from the horizon, casting a hazy glow upon the flowering trees lining the streets, where dust floated in the sun's golden rays. And the scent of osmanthus was both comforting and tranquil, beckoning one into peaceful slumber. Just as his eyelids grew heavy, and he was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, Ian abruptly raised his left hand and bit down hard on his left thumb. Though his baby teeth were soft, it was not difficult to pierce the skin with determination. The sharp pain shot through him, jolting the drowsy white-haired boy awake, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his brow. The refined sleep powder from the Sioux Boer flowered, a potent anesthetic used by native hunters. Ian clenched his fists, staring intently at the porridge bowl before him, as well as at the white-haired infant slumbering soundly on the bed. Undisturbed by Ian's movements, his lips still bore the taste of his own blood. The metallic tang shocked him back to reality, filling him with disbelief and outrage. That wretched scoundrel Asna? How could he dare to feed this to a child? He is unworthy of humanity. No wonder Elon had been so quiet and obedient, so unlike a typical 2-year-old that, of course, what child could cry or fuss after being administered such a drug? Rather, it could be argued that only by being fed such a substance could Elon remain placid, destined to become a sacrificial offering to the natives. After the fury subsided, silence enveloped him. Holding the porridge bowl, Ian's brow furrowed as he stood in contemplation, speechless. Although his anger towards his uncle Asna was nearly uncontainable, he could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity in this world. Was there truly such a remnant of floral fragrance capable of inducing rapid slumber? In his past life, there were indeed substances that could achieve such effects, but none that were purely natural. This must surely be magic, or perhaps it is a type of psychic plant. Ian recalled how his old classmates from the biological sciences had always asserted that each living being is an extraordinarily unique and intricately detailed carbon-based factory, capable of producing many complex compounds that modern biological industries struggle to replicate. However, to extract a fast-acting sleeping aid from them would be utterly impossible in such a short time frame. A true biological factory could ignite the next technological revolution, a direction humanity on Earth had not yet pursued. This sleep powder undoubtedly counts as a rare commodity, coveted by hunters at the mountain's edge. Had it not been for his uncle's collusion with the natives, trading his life as an intermediary, he would never have had access to it indeed. Relaxing his brow, Ian came to a realization, setting aside the notion of allowing Elon to be quietly sacrificed. The fact that black mushroom extract must be consumed and induce quick slumber to take effect. This substance must be for Asna's personal use. Furthermore, he could not be bothered to tend to Elon. Nor did he wish for his brother to waste precious time that could be spent making money, so he simply allowed this bothersome little brat to fall asleep. Wait, personal use, yes, as he spoke to himself. Ian's eyes suddenly brightened. There must still be a reserve of sleep powder within the house. Since this was a necessity for his uncle, it could not be carried on one's person. Thus there must be some stored at home. Naturally, even Asna, this scoundrel, would not dare display such things openly on the table. He would surely hide the sleep powder well, at least in a location where a child like Ian could not easily discover it. Even though Ian was no longer the Ian of the past, finding a target without any clues would still be incredibly challenging. However, this time was different. Ian stepped outside, his eyes once again aglow with luminescence. A wave of dizziness washed over him as the boy beheld a faint blue light emerging from the corner of his uncle's room, beneath the cabinet and the jar. Leaning against the wall, a smile spread across his face. Scattered clouds allowed beams of sunlight to filter through, and the humid air swelled with the breeze. On the outskirts of the Harrison Port Immigrant District, a half-new, half-old wooden stone cottage stood, and the streets of the old district were imbued with the earthy scent of rain. The summer rains along the coast came swiftly and violently, transforming the skies into a dense gray in mere minutes, only to return to clarity shortly thereafter. These brief downpours washed the streets clean, rendering the grass a vibrant green and the dusty windows clear. The time was now approaching late afternoon, and some dockworkers had already finished their shifts, either heading home or preparing for their next tasks. Beneath the setting sun, a tall, lanky man with a pronounced limp walked silently down the street, shadows stretching long behind him in the dim light. His cheeks were sunken, adorned with a long beard, and his eyes were narrow and slitted, deeply set in their sockets, with dark rings encircling them, casting a sickly shadow that obscured any glimpse of his gaze. Yet, even so, he could be considered handsome, albeit overly somber, bearing no resemblance to a benevolent figure. Though he limped, the man's pace was not slow, at most slightly uneven. It was not a disability, but rather a result of a congenital deformity. Below the right calf of the man, the form has long ceased to resemble that of a human. A dark, bluish-black tumor, encased in a thick shell, has supplanted the original foot, with engorged veins and arteries protruding from the shell, pulsating rhythmically with each heartbeat, as if yearning to give birth to something extraordinary. However, due to the flaws within this embryonic form, the gestation has failed, resulting in this grotesque mass that exists in a state of limbo. Such aberrations frequently occur among the white folk, and both kin and outsiders have grown accustomed to them. While discrimination is rare, they are universally forbidden from marrying or procreating. Asna is indeed a dull and cold man, one who has always shunned the display of any emotion. His face perpetually wears a dry, poker-faced mask, resembling a mere faade, and thus few are inclined to approach him. Yet, he is not one to provoke trouble nor to mock others with cutting remarks. He treats his superiors with utmost respect and humility, which, in the eyes of the dock overseers, is undoubtedly the highest virtue. Consequently, he leads a relatively stable life, with no one perceiving a need for change. Yet, this is precisely what he detests. The Dak's accounting? If not for his deformity, if not for his family being exiled to the fringes far from the imperial capital, if he possessed any psychic talent, if regardless, he should not be languishing in this dreary existence. He deserves a better life. With this thought, a morose fury rises within him, a loathing and resentment that even the most vivid dreams induced by black mushrooms cannot dispel. All he desires now is an outlet for this pent-up frustration. Resolutely, Asna raises his head and gazes toward his dwelling. Squinting, he notices a diminutive white figure peering at him from the window. A boy with bandaged white hair stands at the window's edge, cautiously observing the street outside. The boy, with his white hair and azure eyes, possesses a certain clean-cut charm, yet blood seeps slowly from his head, staining the pristine bandages a dark crimson. Upon catching sight of his uncle, he gasps and retreats behind the window like a startled creature. Himph! Witnessing this scene, Asna lowers his head and lets out a low, sardonic chuckle. At this moment, he is filled with a morbid sense of accomplishment. There are those who fear him, those who dread him, and those who tremble at his thoughts. This is the only time he feels truly alive. His nephew he finds himself impatient to return home, wanting nothing more than for the boy to stand before him in silence, awaiting the acknowledgement of his own mistakes. Whether it be the silver coins hidden in the kitchen corner, the uncleaned lavatory, or the firewood left unchopped from yesterday, there are countless excuses to be found. That little brat will undoubtedly confess his wrongs, and Asna will say nothing, grant no forgiveness, for those who err deserve punishment. Not to the death, for he can still fetch a price. The organs of a minor are highly coveted by the forest dwellers. He must not kill him. Muttering indistinctly to himself, his mood lifts, even his steps quicken. With a sense of satisfaction, the gloomy man smiles as he opens the door to his home. There stands Ian at the threshold, fidgeting anxiously in anticipation of his arrival. Excellent. Asna swiftly shuts the door behind him. He had intended to speak, but suddenly, a bundle strikes his face, momentarily blinding him as a choking cloud of dust, infused with a familiar and pungent aroma, envelopes his mouth and nose. Cough, cough. Asna is momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. He never imagined that his usually docile and fragile nephew would dare to do such a thing, and the scent evidently belongs to the super flower powder he typically uses with black mushrooms. How could he have found it? As he swiftly descends into the depths of slumber, Asna catches a glimpse of Ian approaching, armed with the rope he usually employs for binding smoked meat, along with a sharpened pitchfork. But a wave of profound unease and terror washes over him, compelling him to scream. Yet, Asna has no opportunity to ponder further. Enveloped in the potent fragrance, he succumbs to an extended slumber. Chapter 5. The blade, the lifeblood, and economic foundation of Harrison Port lie in fishing. When the fish tide arrives in April, a significant portion of the labor force in the port is mobilized to assist in processing the copious quantities of freshly caught fish at long tables. Working in an assembly line manner, the first person lops off the fish's head and passes it to the second, who then guts the fish, removing the entrails. The third person follows suit, extracting the bones, leaving only the fleshy carcass to be tossed into a large barrel filled with brine, blessed by the priest of Huaguang, where it is marinated for an entire day. Subsequently, the cured fish will be dried in the open air over the following days and sold to various merchant guilds. Asna is well acquainted with this process. During the days when his sister and brother-in-law were alive, he often lent a hand for a bit of reward money. Though his sister would admonish him to save more for his future self, he rarely paid heed, spending the money on black mushrooms, which would soon vanish. Now, the mingling stench of fish blood and sea salt fills his nostrils, while the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes rings in his ears. Upon awakening, Asna finds himself firmly bound to the long table designated for processing salted fish, his hands, feet, and even eyes ensnared by ropes and cloth strips, rendering him utterly immobile. Realizing the latter, he instinctively attempts to swat away a bothersome mosquito buzzing near his ear. A natural human reflex. Yet, this motion is impossible, as the damp and resilient ropes bind him tightly to the table, leaving him to listen helplessly to the incessant buzzing of the flying pest. A torment of the highest order, the long table, having processed an untold number of fish, still bears the pungent odor of fish and a faint hint of decay. Bound upon it, Asna nearly retches. But with his mouth firmly gagged, he can only emit muffled cries, a barely audible sound. At this moment, he feels akin to the sea fish he once processed, laid bare upon this table, awaiting slaughter. What is happening? What has befallen me? Initially, Asna struggles to comprehend his predicament, yet soon, the lingering scent of flowers triggers a recollection of events. Yes, it was his nephew, Ian. That wretched boy ambushed him with his sleeping powder, incapacitating him with a cloud of lime. He has bound him to the table, though for what purpose remains a mystery upon confirming it is indeed Ian. Asna finds himself increasingly perplexed. How did he manage to locate his sleeping powder? It is known that this powder possesses significant utility in various circumstances, classified as a controlled substance by the Empire, making it exceedingly rare. Ordinary hunters would have no need for it. In fact, the value of a single use might surpass that of an entire hunt, intended only for the most exquisite beasts, whose pelts must remain unblemished by any blade. He had acquired a substantial amount through connections with the natives, and had kept it well hidden, fearing discovery. That secret cabinet, not even the best hunters in town could hope to uncover it. Unbeknownst to him, in Ian's precognitive vision, the large bag of sleeping powder was as though marked and transparent, making it effortlessly discernible. Ugh. At this juncture, Asna continues to struggle, feeling the ropes around his wrists begin to loosen. After all, he is aware that the ropes in his home are aged, having been used for 7 or 8 years. In truth, he had always relied on second-hand items from his sister, Ian's mother, and had never purchased any himself. Following the decline of Ian's family, Asna had refrained from renewing these seldom-used items. How dare he scheme against me? A seething hatred grips Asna. For he had always bullied Ian, knowing the child posed no threat. Even if he resisted, he could easily be subdued, which brought him a sense of comfort. Now, however, the nephew he regarded as harmless has unexpectedly bared his fangs. Biting back, a feeling that stirs both shame and fear within him. If Ian merely wished to avoid punishment, he could have acquiesced. After all, he is just a child, easily deceived. Asna grinds his wrists against the ropes, attempting to break free, though it is evident this will take time. Nevertheless, he is resolute. Regardless of whether he can sever the ropes, once he deceives Ian into loosening them, he will undoubtedly kill him. He will sell the body to the forest dwellers, claiming that Ian wandered off from the port to play and subsequently vanished. After all, since the day 8 years ago when Ian's father and his entire guard unit disappeared in that torrential storm. The security system of Harrison Port has yet to be fully restored. The collapsed walls remain unrepaired, while only the towers in various districts stand relatively intact. Yet, the towers serve to protect from within, not without. In such circumstances, it is hardly unusual for a child to sneak away, as evidenced by past incidents where children were snatched by wild beasts along the riverbank, despite all prohibitions. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoes from the aged wooden boards. Asna instinctively widened his eyes. He had intended to roar in fury or utter some words, but at that moment, he realized that his mouth had been completely sealed, rendering him utterly voiceless. He was incapable of agreeing to the conditions, deceiving, or pleading for mercy. Only then did a chilling realization dawn upon him. Had Ian blocked his mouth with no intention of communicating at all? With a desperate whimper, Asna began to thrash violently, writhing like a worm as he exerted every ounce of strength to escape the ropes binding his wrists. Although it was a formidable challenge, it was not insurmountable. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from the center of his palm. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of a hammer striking a wooden nail echoed, as the nail pierced flesh and bone, driving his already restrained hands into the wooden table. Asna's eyes bulged in horror. Had his mouth not been stuffed with cotton, the excruciating pain might have compelled him to bite off his own tongue. Even so, his breathing became erratic, and with a roll of his eyes, he briefly succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he was met with an even more maddening sound. The sound of a blade being sharpened. Snick, snick, snick. The fish filleting knife was being honed, and in an instant, visions of sea fish having their heads swiftly severed and their bodies gutted flashed through Asna's mind. Overcome with terror, he lost control of his bladder. It was only then that Asna heard a youthful sigh. You should not have awakened? Uncle.it would have been better to remain in a daze. Merely a sigh, yet the sound of sharpening continued. Having broken the silence, Ian seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation. He expressed surprise that Osner was so easily subdued, assuring him that there was ample time to spare and no need for concern. As he sharpened the knife, the boy spoke in a somewhat cheerful tone, laced with a hint of trepidation and reflection. To be honest, I was quite anxious before binding you. It was a stroke of luck, and far smoother than I had anticipated. 1,000 times more successful than I imagined. After all, no matter how meticulously prepared, the chance of success is never 100%, and a slight misstep could mean death. I had prepared for the possibility that you would not inhale the sleeping powder, and I specifically modified the corridor to create a wooden trap. A wooden trap! Even amidst the agony in his palms, Osner's mind involuntarily conjured the scene of his home as corridor. Indeed, there was a wooden plank in the center that had rotted from water exposure, beneath which lay a sunken pit of mud. He, with his leg disability, would surely take a terrible fall if he were to trip. He had intended to find a time for Ian to repair it. If he failed, he would have given him a good beating for amusement. In addition, over in the kitchen, I set a tripwire, which would suffice to deal with you. Interrupting his uncle's thoughts, Ian's voice wafted through again, though Osner could hardly hear it over his racing heart. If you are clever enough to see through the sleeping powder, the mud pit, and the tripwire, then I would have no choice but to attempt to stab you with a pitchfork. Taking advantage of your limited mobility in turning, I worry that the skin of adults in this world is too resilient, so I made sure to sharpen it a bit. The pitchfork. Osner recalled tales recounted by relatives from his childhood in the imperial capital, including one about a demon hunter who met his end at the hands of farmers wielding pitchforks. Though merely a tale, it illustrated the powerlessness of human flesh against such a weapon. In truth, even if all my preparations could not kill you, I have also devised a means for mutual destruction. Lastly, the boy remarked softly, "Do you smell the scent of the algae oil lamp? There's also a fire pit for storing embers in the living room. If you manage to evade all the traps, and the pitchfork fails to slay you, I will ignite this house and perish alongside you." With that, Ian ceased the sound of sharpening. The boy rose to his feet. Osner truly caught a whiff of the seawater-scented algae oil, and the warmth of the fire pit followed suit, engulfing him in an abyss of terror as he suddenly comprehended his fate. A man who had prepared so many schemes, willing to kill his own nephew even in mutual destruction, would surely not grant him a single chance to escape or survive. All his words had merely served to test Osner's reactions. To ascertain whether he had allies or a backup plan, he had confirmed that his demise would not pose any significant inconvenience. Thus, the man began to struggle violently, the wooden table creaking as if he wished to speak. "I am still of use. I know many things. Why are those natives so eager for blood sacrifices? Why has the garrison force in Harrison Port grown so weak of late? Why are merchant caravans arriving less frequently? Why has the Lord been so sullen recently? That storm from 8 years ago. He truly possessed valuable knowledge. Yet it was of no consequence. You are frightened, are you not? Feel free to be afraid." The boy's soft laughter drew nearer, carrying an air of gentle reassurance. "Do not worry, uncle. I will not grant you any opportunity to cry out for help. You need not utter a single secret. I shall unearth them myself." Even with his eyes covered, Osner felt as though he could still see a pair of indifferent azure eyes calmly scrutinizing his body, akin to a butcher gazing upon a pig destined for slaughter, or a scholar observing their experimental subject. The cerulean gaze flickered in the darkness, followed by the glint of a blade. "I will show you no mercy." Bift, bift. The sound of steel tearing through flesh resonated. Chapter 6. The Realm of Vision in the dimly lit room. The glow of the algae oil lamp traced the contours of the space, revealing the weary breaths of the white-haired boy. Blood did not flow excessively across the oilcloth-covered long table, for the fatal wounds on the corpse were not substantial. The sleeping powder had acted as a sedative, constricting the blood vessels prior to death. Fortunately, due to the calming effects of the sleeping powder, had Osner struggled and screamed in his final moments, he might have broken free from his bindings and alerted the neighbors. That would have been disastrous. Yet now, Osner had succumbed to death. No one could survive after their throat had been slit and suffocated for over 10 minutes. At least, Osner could not. The body could not remain in the house. But that could wait. Gazing at the corpse, Ian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the grotesque expression Osner wore in his final moments. Scum and beasts deserved a scum and beast's end. Rather than concern himself with a perverse child abuser who had long since deserved death, he found it more prudent to contemplate the essence of his own abilities. At this moment, Ian began to grasp the effects of the psychic ability he had named Foreseeing Vision. When he activated Foreseeing Vision, it consumed a portion of his stamina, blood rushing to his head. Meanwhile, everything in his view became enveloped in fogs of various colors. Ordinary objects such as wooden tables, chairs, and ropes were shrouded in white, gray, or even translucent mists. These did not obstruct his vision and could be easily disregarded. However, should blue appear within his field of vision, it indicated that the area contained something extraordinary, something with peculiar effects. Blue represented the extraordinary. In simple terms, it denoted rarity within the spectrum of rare. The Su-Bo air flower sleeping powder was one such example, and currently the only one. The effects of the sleeping powder were evident. It could swiftly induce slumber in those without relevant resistance. Even for someone like Osner, who frequently ingested it and developed a tolerance, it merely meant waking earlier. Yet sleep was inevitable. This demonstrated how Foreseeing Vision could identify extraordinary items. As for the future, whether there would be very rare, extraordinarily rare, remarkably rare, or even legendary levels, that would depend on his luck and whether he encountered such rare treasures. It was not insurmountable. Ian expanded his thoughts, carefully deliberating. Many areas surrounding Harrison Port had yet to be developed and still retained numerous rare medicinal herbs and resources hidden within jungles and deep mountains, which explained why there were still many herbalists at the port. The Su-Bo air flower and the black mushroom his uncle consumed were both examples of such special herbs and resources. Gathering even a small amount could earn him a considerable sum from the town hall and merchant guild. However, he did not need to rely on the experience of those old herbalists who merely sought their fortune through luck. Ian only needed to occasionally open his eyes and use Foreseeing Vision to uncover ample wealth. Moreover, this was merely a portion of the ability of Foreseeing Vision. If he had to draw an analogy, he felt that his psychic power was akin to gazing at fate. After all, this power not only detects the rarity of objects but also observes the future. Predicting the trajectory of the future was the true core of this power. With a thought, Ian entered the room where his younger brother resided. Elon, having consumed porridge laced with sleeping powder, was still peacefully slumbering and would likely remain so for some time. Activating his Foreseeing Vision, Ian suppressed the feeling of trepidation as he surveyed the scene, thinking, just as I suspected. The black-red aura of death had vanished, leaving only a faint swirl of blood. This indicated that danger still lingered. But it was no longer an imminent crisis. The demise of Uncle Osner has alleviated the crisis for Ian and Elon, yet the situation is far from resolved. Initially, Osner's death, or rather, his disappearance, will inevitably be uncovered by the denizens of Harrison Port and the tribes of the white people. Although few would suspect an 8-year-old child, Ian could easily attribute his uncle's vanishing to his own reckless venture into the redwood forest to trade black mushrooms with the indigenous people. After all, many hunters have gone missing in the woods, especially a limping one. The kinfolk who vaguely grasp this matter are unlikely to pursue it further. However, this is not a foolproof plan. Ian and Elon are still but children, and Osner was their last living relative. Without the protection of blood ties, they would merely become the wards or apprentices of others in this rural enclave, with the best outcome being that they end up assisting the priests of the Radiant Church, who may not even take them in. It is important to note that in Harrison Port, located at the southernmost tip of the continent, the priests sometimes toil in the fields or venture out to fish. No one wishes to care for children. This poses a long-term crisis. While the immediate threat stems from the indigenous people, Osner's death does not signify the end of the dealings he intended to pursue. The indigenous people, who are in dire need of pure sacrificial offerings, have infiltrated the port before, and they are well aware of Osner's residence. Forcing Ian and his brother away would not be a significant challenge. I cannot perceive the fortunes that lie upon me, and I understand very well that in most legendary tales, prophecies and divinations cannot predict one's own future. Ian extended his hand, pinching his younger brother's chubby cheeks. Lost in thought as he murmured softly, however, I can see the fortunes that envelop Elon. Elon is merely a child of just over a year. I am his elder brother, and our fates are intertwined. If I were to perish, he too would be unable to survive. Conversely, any crisis that threatens my brother, even if it does not pose a grave danger to me, must be approached with caution. With this realization, Ian's gaze brightened. He had come to an understanding. As long as I observe Elon's future fortunes, gauging the ebb and flow of his fate, I can indirectly discern my own destiny. Ian excitedly ruffled Elon's face. The soft flesh of the white-haired toddler felt delightful. I may not see my own fate, but I can certainly see my brother's. We are bound together, after all. Should one of us perish, so shall the other. The white-haired child, nestled in his blanket, continued to mumble adorably in his sleep, blissfully unaware that he had become his brother's tool for foresight, a living comparator. Yet, it is not solely this ability that drives Ian's fervent resolve to protect Elon. Ultimately, Elon is his only surviving kin in this world. Their mother, frail and weak, passed away shortly after giving birth to Elon. Having succumbed to the burdens of caring for 2 children alone after their stepfather's departure, Ian had always been the one to tell Elon stories and sing lullabies, and Elon had grown closest to his brother. With a quarter of elven blood and mixed heritage from the white people, Elon theoretically possesses immense potential for awakening spiritual abilities, yet in reality, he has not. This was also the reason their half-elven stepfather from Canaanmore had chosen to leave. The pointed ears of the white-haired toddler are indeed somewhat charming. Gazing at Elon's sleeping visage, the boy exhaled softly, gradually calming himself. Ian reached out, leaning down to pinch the tip of Elon's ear. And the slight malice that had clouded his brow from killing Osner dissipated. The boy regarded his brother gently. Even if you truly are oblivious, I will see you through to adulthood. Regardless, you are my only family in this world. Yet, in order to effectively navigate the perils of this unknown realm, I must meticulously leverage every detail of my abilities to carve out a sliver of hope from this grim beginning. Thus, murmuring softly to himself, Ian rose and departed from his brother's chamber. As he passed the long table, he casually wiped the bloodstains from his hands on his uncle's garments. Approaching the window, Ian cautiously surveyed the outside. In an instant, he thought he glimpsed a golden mist, but in the next moment, it vanished. What was that? Ian rubbed his eyes in confusion, ultimately concluding that it must have been an illusion cast by the flickering street lamp at the end of the road. The streets of this coastal city lay silent in the dead of night, with only a few dim streetlights flickering around the city center. The everlasting lamps, fueled by oil extracted from bioluminescent algae, are said to shine perpetually, yet they typically last no longer than a month. Forcing them to burn will only result in the flickering state they currently exhibit. Once assured that no one was present, Ian tightened the curtains once more. His heart brimmed with reflection. Harrisonport, Terra Continent. Although it appears quite archaic and feudal, Ian understood that this world, at first glance, is merely on the cusp of an industrial age. Utterly unlike Earth in his previous life, it is not just a realm of swords and sorcery. There exists spiritual energy, ascendance, and sleep powders, among other extraordinary phenomena. Is it a world of magic and miracles? Ian gazed out into the world beyond the window, the thrill of the unknown coursing through him. How intriguing, Terra! With a sense of wonder, he acknowledged that this was indeed his nature in his past life. Ian's pursuit has always been driven by this exhilarating feeling, this promising future. Thus, he yearned to traverse the starry seas, to journey into the unfathomable abyss beyond. While ordinary people might fear such silence and darkness, for Ian, transforming the unknown shadows into familiar territories and satisfying his curiosity is the very essence of life. An alternate world, filled with spiritual energy, sleep powders, and an array of unheard-of wonders. How splendid! Swiftly binding the corpse with oilcloth, Ian was entirely certain that his brutal uncle was thoroughly dead. Even if necromancy existed in this world, a corpse would still show signs of decay, and thus he felt no fear. Tonight, the body of his uncle must be dealt with. Beneath the flickering glow in the living room, Ian sighed deeply, feeling the gnawing hunger in his stomach approaching the point of pain. After the tension had subsided, a sense of lethargy began to wash over his limbs. However, at this moment, having just dealt with the body, the boy concluded correctly. First, he must eat. Chapter 7. A meal after a long day of toil. One naturally develops a hearty appetite. Ian made his way to the kitchen. There remained some leftover provisions in the kitchen and pantry. Among them was a piece of what appeared to be dried venison and a considerable amount of salted fish. A small jar of reddish-brown sea salt, a tiny bowl of berries that smelled distinctly sour, and a small bag of wheat tucked away deep within the cupboard. When his uncle returned home, he had also brought back a fresh fish, likely intended for his own dinner in a feudal society. Simply having an abundance of meat is already considered quite lavish, even bordering on extravagant upon reflection. This is hardly surprising. After all, the human physique on Terra is far superior to that of the average medieval person on Earth. Every adult could be deemed a strong man, and with higher productivity, their standard of living must surely be better. Indeed, it seems I can whip up something delicious. Ian wasted no time. Although his uncle had perished, the fish must not be wasted. This pike was still relatively fresh, having been gutted already, so he set a pot over the stove, filled it with water, and ignited the kindling and dry wood shavings. Once the fire blazed, he added some of the firewood he had chopped himself, tossing the cleaned venison into the pot to boil along with the water, before moving aside to handle the fish scales. As the water began to bubble and boil, he crushed a few berries that tasted like lemons, spreading their juice over the fish both inside and out, then coating it with a layer of meat juices and salt, skewering it with wooden sticks to roast before the fire. Gradually, the aroma wafted through the air. The exterior of the pike turned crispy while the interior remained tender. The mingling flavors of sour berries and meat juices were quite appetizing, and the broth bubbled vigorously, emanating a rich and primal scent. On this joyous night, having rid himself of a bane, a steaming pot of meat broth and roasted fish was an absolute delight. Ian had always believed that while many things could be done casually, meals ought to be prepared with a touch of finesse. It should be nearly done. Observing the fish was sufficiently cooked, Ian removed it from the fire and took a bite, immediately burning his tongue. Yet he soon squinted his eyes and mumbled through a mouthful. Quite tasty. Although lacking in spices and the salt was not finely refined, resulting in a slightly bitter flavor, the texture was undeniably crisp and distinct. Pure protein was savored as it filled his belly, the satisfaction incomparable to anything else. After a few bites of the roasted fish, Ian scooped a spoonful of broth and gulped it down. To be honest, the venison in the broth had a coarse texture, slightly tough, and was not particularly fatty, but it was quite chewy, serving as an important source of nutrition. The scalding meat juice filled his mouth with a primitive energy, complemented by the caramelized flavors produced by the Maillard reaction. As he diligently swallowed the precious nutrients, Ian even experienced the illusion that his body was rapidly absorbing all the nourishment, transforming it into physical strength and growth energy. Perhaps it is not merely an illusion. Ian pondered as he took another bite of fish. After all, the humans of Terra are not like those of Earth. Their bodies are remarkably robust, and it is entirely understandable for them to have heightened digestive and absorption capabilities. Yet for him, perhaps due to the awakening of spiritual energy, he now felt as though his body was eagerly accepting all forms of nutrition, thoroughly absorbing everything. Instinct and common sense, however, told him that even the most robust Terrans could not possibly experience such rapid recovery of strength merely moments after consuming food. Ian could now almost distinctly feel that his very cells were rejoicing, every tissue and organ in his body absorbing nourishment, and this insatiable thirst bordered on hunger, quickening his heartbeat and hastening his breath. As blood surged beneath his skin, delivering oxygen and nutrients to the farthest reaches of his veins, in the past, he would have been unable to consume such copious amounts of meat, yet now, he merely sought to quell his hunger, far from achieving satiation. As he savored the nourishment his body was absorbing, chewing the food in his mouth, Ian pondered deeply. He recalled Osner's deformed right leg and furrowed his brow. It was indeed peculiar. Do tumors typically manifest in such a manner? This degree of physical aberration, even resulting from genetic modification failures, was exceedingly rare. Could it perhaps be related to psychic energies or other forces? In any case, the true power of the Terrans must extend far beyond the superficial knowledge I possess. Regarding the anomalies in his own body, Ian could surmise a few possibilities. Setting aside elements such as Terran psychic energy, there had been instances of similar conditions among genetic modifiers on Earth. During the Stellar Age on Earth, every individual underwent genetic alteration, rendering them akin to minor superheroes compared to their predecessors, immensely strong, tireless, capable of freely controlling their bodily hormone secretions, and able to enter peak states at will. However, various potent genetic organs, which reinforced muscles and fortified bones, required nutrients, and even specific types of nourishment to develop fully. Tests indicated that a perfect genetic modifier, if unable to consume ample protein and carbohydrates during childhood, would experience stunted development of all genetic organs, or even halt growth altogether. Consequently, the once superhuman would regress to mere humanity. Naturally, even undeveloped genetic modifiers remained stronger than average humans, yet they still fell within the realm of the ordinary. Ian speculated that many of the ordinary Terrans might find themselves in a similar predicament. They harbored immense latent potential, yet due to societal structures or insufficient productive capacity, the average Terran could not fully tap into the capabilities of their own bodies. The Terrans of yore must have been a species far more powerful than those of the present. Perhaps through genetic modification, or as some form of magical or psychic beings, terms interchangeable, yet the underlying meaning remained consistent. However, due to the severance of psychic energies, the cessation of magical tides, world-scale nuclear wars, climate changes, or even the impact of a meteorite, the once great civilization lost its productive capacity. Although the Terrans still retained the traits of their former superior race, they had lost the corresponding powers. A casual speculation from Ian, he did not dwell too deeply, merely applying his past experiences on Earth to this otherworldly context. Having read numerous novels and watched many films, he naturally entertained various possibilities in this regard. Yet none of it seemed particularly significant. Eating to satisfaction was undoubtedly preferable to going hungry, regardless of whether it was magic, psychic energies, or something entirely different. This much was indisputable, as he diligently chewed the venison. Gazing at the bubbling meat broth and frothing bubbles within the pot, Ian's heart was as clear as a mirror. Childhood nutritional intake would profoundly impact future growth. Consuming more food was always advantageous. For even ordinary individuals required adequate nourishment to become robust. Psychic energy can locate the vast majority of hidden special resources and materials in this world. This is the source of future wealth, the assurance of livelihood. With this thought, he bit forcefully into the already crisp fish bones, crunching them between his teeth and swallowing them down. His expression turned solemn. The prerequisite was that I could grow up steadily. Acquiring sufficient nourishment. Each meal was crucial, each one precious. This realization further emboldened him to eat heartily. Soon, having eaten his fill and replenished his strength, Ian stood up. He activated his precognitive vision once more. Chapter 8. Golden. As the precognitive vision unfolded, a world shrouded in countless misty vapors materialized before Ian, shrouded in mystery. Yet this time, he did not experience any headache or dizziness. The boy merely felt a slight tightness in his chest, which dissipated after a deep breath. Indeed, psychic energy was not merely a capability residing within the soul. It also required physical stamina. Only a sound body and a healthy mind could sustain formidable psychic power. Confirming his hypothesis, Ian couldn't help but chuckle. Awakening his psychic energy had amplified his body's craving for nourishment. Perhaps this was a mutually reinforcing cycle, where the soul and body influenced and propelled one another. He clenched his fist and swung his arm, feeling a genuine increase in strength. Having dispatched his uncle and filled his belly, the next task was to deal with the corpse. Although Ian was unaware of where a safe zone might be to quietly and securely dispose of an adult's body, he possessed psychic abilities, enabling him to glimpse the future of others. Earlier, while simmering the meat broth, Ian had already begun cooking a porridge. Now that he had finished eating, the porridge had cooled to an appropriate temperature. He picked up the bowl of porridge and, adding a bit more, made his way to his brother's room. At that moment, Elon had just awakened, the white-haired child neither crying nor fussing, but staring blankly at the ceiling with his amethyst eyes. As if lost in thought, Ian felt he had been too lenient with that scoundrel Osner. Observing this, Ian's expression darkened. Elon's current state was clearly a result of being forcibly sedated with super sleep powder too many times, leading to dulled neural responses. Regardless of who it was, experiencing complete anesthesia would impart some degree of permanent impact on cognitive abilities and nerve function, and the calming effect of super sleep powder far exceeded that of all natural anesthetics, resulting in a greater overall effect. While Terrans were undeniably stronger than ordinary humans, it was likely that such effects would gradually diminish with growth, yet there was no possibility of escaping unscathed. Would Elon be able to grow up normally? Ian could only wait and harbor hope. It's all right. He is already dead. He lifted the bowl of porridge, feeding Elon spoonful by spoonful. Good boy. Open your mouth, drink your porridge. Although Elon appeared somewhat dazed, he consumed the porridge without hesitation, and each time Ian had to exert a bit of effort to pry the wooden spoon from his brother's mouth, during which Elon's little eyes seemed slightly aggrieved. As long as he could feel aggrieved, it was a good sign. At least he was not numb. Witnessing this scene, Ian felt a measure of relief. Wanting to eat was a sign of normalcy. At least he was a hearty eater. What he feared most was that Elon would lose the desire to eat altogether, which would truly signify a loss of spirit. After feeding him, he set down the bowl of porridge and lulled his brother back to sleep. Once Elon had drifted into a deep slumber again, Ian activated his precognitive vision once more, contemplating earnestly. This moment, Ian thought about going to the riverside forest west of the port to dispose of the body. The riverside forest was the area he had known best throughout his 8 years, and although it was in close proximity to Harrison Port, it was also home to many wild beasts from the Bison Mountain Range due to its riverside location. As long as he tossed the body into the forest by morning, no one would know how Osner had met his end, and not even bones would remain, as he considered this. The faint crimson mist that had been swirling around the white-haired child suddenly transformed. The previously thin and translucent blood mist deepened to a richer, more vibrant REDIT was thick, as if it were on the verge of dripping. Ian inhaled sharply, raising his gaze slightly, peering through the red mist that obscured Elon. It seemed that disposing of the body to the west would yield no favorable outcome. Compared to the previously certain demise, it was merely a shade of dark energy. The dark energy appeared to symbolize some inevitable result. If he did not strive to alter it, it would surely come to pass. While the blood energy represented mere danger, the intense crimson blood energy, in terms of pure crisis, was likely even more perilous than dealing with Osner. Yet Ian had the choice to avoid heading to the West Riverside. Unlike the necessity of killing Osner to escape death, which left no room for evasion, Elon's fate was inextricably linked to Ian's. Should Ian encounter danger, the likelihood of the unprotected child perishing was exceedingly high. Especially since Elon, having received excessive sleep powder, was somewhat dazed. The intertwining of their fates was profound. The worse Elon's fate appeared in Ian's precognitive vision, the graver the outcome of Ian's actions became. If the West Riverside was untenable, then Ian would consider an alternative. He closed his eyes, envisioning himself disposing of the body beside the official road north of the port. The official road served as the sole passage for trade and transportation between Harrison Port and numerous inland cities in the southern provinces. The downside was the high volume of foot traffic, while the upside was the relative scarcity of beasts, making it safer. Even with many people, they moved hurriedly. If he found a secluded corner to dig a pit and bury the body, as long as there were no major rainfalls for a few months, no trace would be revealed. Over time, a mere corpse would be of little concern to anyone. As he contemplated this, the deep red blood mist surrounding Elon began to dissipate. Yet it did not fade significantly, indicating that danger still lingered. Excellent, very effective. Confirming that the flow of mist in his precognitive vision was real-time, Ian felt immense satisfaction. This proved that his psychic abilities were far more useful than he had anticipated. As long as Elon was present as a reference, he could nearly predict the outcomes of all his actions. In other words, as long as he had sufficient stamina, he would undoubtedly glimpse the most favorable inclination among all possible outcomes. Though merely an inclination, to glimpse the threads of the future was a precious gift. Finally, Ian shifted his thoughts once more. He envisioned himself disposing of the body around the lake forest west of the port. The lake forest on the western side of the port was not an ancient feature, but rather a new lake formed 8 years ago during the great storm that swept through the southern ridge, causing the Ivok River upstream to overflow and carve out a new branch, creating a low-lying lake to the east of the port. Thanks to its unique geography, Harrison Port is essentially encircled by rivers, dense forests, and mountains. It is precisely for this reason that, despite some sections of the city walls being toppled by storms, the entire port remains remarkably secure. The woods and lakes are home to numerous beasts, yet none pose a particularly grave threat. After all, this is a newly emerging terrain, and the formation of a dangerous ecological niche will take time. Moreover, the local inhabitants of Harrison Port are vigilant and do not allow excessively perilous creatures to settle near the city, organizing hunting parties each autumn to eliminate any threats. Ian had initially believed that, regardless of the circumstances, the woods posed a greater danger than the main roads. He had firmly resolved to dig a grave in a secluded corner by the main road to bury a corpse. However, an unforeseen premonition heralded an unimaginable outcome. Under the watchful gaze of the boy's cerulean eyes, a faint crimson mist began to swirl, glow, and brighten around Island, who had succumbed to slumber, his lips moving as if chewing. This radiant brilliance was so dazzling that it resembled the nascent sun. Before Ian could fully comprehend the situation, the resplendent light, imbued with an unexpected hue, materialized before him. What? With wide eyes, Ian gasped, staring at his younger brother in disbelief as he rose to his feet. Gold. Golden red? Chapter 9. Anticipation. The golden red mist flowed in delicate wisps from Island, dissipating into the surroundings while continually emanating from the white-haired boy. Its hue, a dangerous shade of crimson, was interspersed with glimmers of gold. The two colors intertwining to create a breathtaking spectacle. As time progressed, within the realm of premonition, the entire small dwelling appeared to be illuminated by this golden red light. Gulped I in the silence. Ian couldn't help but swallow hard. Even with his mature intellect, he found the situation almost unbelievable. Gold? Golden? He observed the crimson mist but dismissed it, considering that at his current age and strength, danger was inevitable anywhere. The absence of blood would be the anomaly. All that mattered was the depth of the hue. Let me take a closer look. Ian stepped forward, meticulously examining the mist swirling around his brother. The sanguine essence was slightly less intense than that by the banks of the West River, yet still heavier than that of the main road, indicating that burying a corpse in the woods would certainly entail risks. Would he encounter coyotes? Or perhaps wild boars and bears? In Ian's recollection, there were no particularly dangerous beasts around the outskirts of the Bison Mountains surrounding Harrison Port. If there had been, the pioneers and immigrant groups of old would not have chosen this location to establish a city and port. If one were to consider lethality, various poisonous insects and miasmas posed a greater threat than these beasts. It is well known that mosquitoes are the deadliest of non-human entities. Although the elders in his tribe spoke of numerous magical creatures and aberrations across the continent of Terra, possessing a variety of strange powers, those formidable beings tended to have vast hunting grounds, only emerging from the depths of the mountains and forests where their ecological requirements could be met. Thus, they rarely ventured to disturb human settlements in the woods. Encountering such monsters was simply impossible. Should such a thing occur, Island's emitted sanguine mist would need to coalesce into rivers, resulting in a tsunami, and Harrison Port would brace for casualties in the dozens or hundreds. Ian estimated the density of the crimson mist, surmising he might only encounter a wild boar or a wolf. While that posed some danger, he reasoned that if he used his uncle's corpse as bait, he wouldn't necessarily meet his demise. Moreover, he still had a considerable amount of sleep powder left. A well-placed pouch of powder might determine who the hunter truly was. Most importantly, there was that touch of gold. What did the golden mist signify? Ian was uncertain, yet instinctively sensed it was an auspicious omen. Indeed, an exceedingly positive one, verging on extraordinary luck. Though he hadn't seen all colors, his experiences from countless games had afforded him a personal classification of rarity. Blue was rare, above which lay extraordinary, and then legendary. Even legendary might not equate to gold. Gold was likely mythical. What on earth had transpired to bring forth such fortune? Was his ability to foresee reliable? Ian couldn't help but lift his gaze toward the woods, murmuring to himself, a treasure unparalleled, worthy of being called legendary, or perhaps an opportunity. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I understand that well. Yet, he quickly shook his head, resolute. Very well, if I cannot avoid this peril, it would be senseless not to choose the path of potential good fortune. After all, his premonitions seemed quite reliable. Even if they weren't, he still had to proceed. Given the circumstances he found himself in, he had no right to hesitate. Having resolved himself, Ian closed his eyes, shutting off the powers of foresight. When he opened them again, the crystalline blue of his irises had dulled. This was another characteristic of his abilities he had discovered. Whenever he, or indeed any practitioner of spiritual energy on Terra, utilized their powers, a faint glow would emit from their eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and spiritual energy is akin to the fire of one's spirit. Thus, transmitting light through the window seemed quite reasonable. Yet, such a phenomenon would likely reveal the fact that he possessed spiritual energy, making it more challenging to conceal his abilities while secretly probing others. However, this wasn't necessarily a disadvantage. Should any other practitioners attempt to spy on him, they would be detected. Ian maintained an optimistic outlook on this matter. His uncle Asna's body was tightly wrapped in canvas, as the shallow and small wound had resulted in minimal blood loss. Given Ian's original strength, moving an adult was somewhat formidable, even for an average inhabitant of Terra. However, after awakening his spiritual energy and having a hearty meal, he felt invigorated, clear-headed. Even the injury on his head, once inflicted by his uncle, was nearly healed, the tingling and soreness indicating rapid recovery in that moment. His strength surged, leaving even Ian a bit astonished. Now, he could half-drag, half-carry his uncle's body without much difficulty, a feat typical of a boy in his teens. As night deepened, when Ian finally departed the dilapidated house. It felt as though he had stepped into another world. He turned back amidst the chirping of insects, gazing at the unremarkable old house, its exterior rotten and crumbling, then pivoted to behold the dimly lit street illuminated by lanterns. And the distant port where the cerulean sea churned under the moonlight, a new world lay before him, and the boy reborn could not help but smile. Indeed, whether by traversing dimensions or reincarnation, he had left his homeland behind. Ian raised his head, gazing at the starry sky of Terra. The tranquil black expanse was devoid of clouds, and the stars were few and far between. Only the solitary silver moon hung in the center of the heavens, casting a veil of light. The sea roared, insects sang like a chorus, and flecks of light danced between the sea and sky, resembling a dream painted on a dark canvas. The stars were sparse. What a pity. Was it a unique celestial phenomenon of this world? He distinctly remembered a time in his childhood when the stars were abundant. Gazing toward the horizon, the boy mused to himself, "Yet, it is not without its merits. I may have lost the starry sky of Earth, but I have gained the vaulted heavens of Terra, along with an entirely new world. Just wait, homeland. Since I have arrived, I shall surely return. But before that, allow me to witness the myriad sights that I have never encountered before, sights that Earth has never known." In the stillness of the midnight town, the young boy, filled with anticipation, trudged onward, dragging the corpse with some difficulty toward the woods. A wisp of golden mist followed closely behind him, imbued with curiosity and shared expectation. Chapter 10. Espial. The midnight woods were far from dim. The moonlight filtered through the trunks and broad-leaved branches, casting a mysterious and chilly glow that trickled through the dense canopy, dotting the dark, rich soil with silver specks. The white-haired boy dragged the body, wrapped in oilcloth, deeper into the woods, away from the path. The heavy corpse sank into the layer of decaying leaves and soft earth, necessitating considerable effort to pull it forward, leaving a distinctly visible trail. The primal jungle was quite absurd. The coastal tropical forest was exceedingly damp at night, and Ian's thin linen garments clung to his skin, soaked with sweat and moisture, rendering him most uncomfortable. He had to be wary of the deep green moss underfoot, a slick and wet substance covering every inch of the forest. Roots, stones, and decayed wood alike. A misstep could easily lead to a fall. After dragging the body for a while, Ian had to pause and catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, exclaiming, "This layer of decaying leaves must be at least a foot deep. I suspect I wouldn't even need to dig a hole. I could simply bury him beneath the leaves." That said, Ian still carried a shovel. He had no intention of skimping on this effort. He was acutely aware that the trail left by dragging Asna's body would be difficult to conceal, but the woods here changed rapidly. Within a few days, everything would return to normal. He was not concerned about the traces being discovered. Even if they were, people would likely assume they were merely made by a rampaging wild boar. Initially, Ian had contemplated carrying the body, but disregarding the physical strain, the weight of the corpse would only cause him to sink deeper into the forest's soft soil and decaying leaves, making each step feel like he was trudging through snow. However, it is remarkable that even though Ian requires frequent rests after a while of walking, he has yet to experience the incapacitating fatigue. On the contrary, the more he engages in physical activity, the more he feels an inexhaustible source of energy emanating from within his body, flowing into his limbs and extremities. Ian placed his hand on his abdomen, lost in contemplation. The roasted fish and venison he had consumed earlier seemed to serve as a wellspring of strength. A warm current coursing from his core, allowing him to pause merely for a few breaths and once again feel invigorated. as he repeatedly exerted himself and awaited the restoration of his stamina. Ian noticed that even his weariness had vanished, leaving him refreshed with a sharper mind. Undoubtedly, this was the result of his extraordinary digestive capacity and the efficiency of energy conversion. The food he consumed rapidly replenished his vigor, enabling him to muster the strength necessary to venture deep into the lakes and forests. Yet, he would soon find himself hungry again. Acutely aware of the energy surging within him, Ian contemplated with some concern the future. How much food remained at home? It seemed he could barely manage a few more meals. To ensure his normal development and growth moving forward, he would undoubtedly require more sustenance. Fortunately, this coastal port is abundant with rivers and lakes nearby, making fishing a feasible endeavor. However, even so, finding a sufficient source of food would prove to be a significant challenge for Ian. After all, he could not rely on purchasing fish from the market every time. His destination on this journey was the edge of one of the small lakes deep within the forest. One reason was the remoteness of the area, but most importantly, Ian needed a substantial amount of water to accomplish something of great significance to him. To this end, he had even packed several tools and bags meant for wheat, persisting in this endeavor despite the arduous journey. That, of course, even amidst the difficulties and fatigue, Ian remained vigilant. This was why he was the first to detect the unusual sounds of breathing emanating from the nearby thicket. A shadow lurked within the canopy of a broad-leaved tree, remarkably concealed and moving with utter silence, not even disturbing a single leaf. Had it not been for Ian's heightened senses after awakening his latent abilities, he might not have noticed the subtle movement in the moonlight nearby. Without hesitation, Ian stepped back, reaching for the pitchfork behind him. How could he venture into the woods unarmed, foreseeing danger, aware that he had been discovered? The shadow ceased its concealment and pounced directly from the tree, unleashing a foul, fishy wind. Ian heard a low, guttural growl and, without a moment's thought, hurled the corpse of Osuna forward to strike the shadow. Naturally, the shadow did not wish to be struck by the body of a grown man, deftly leaping off the corpse mid-air to land safely aside, but having lost the advantage of a surprise attack. It glared fiercely at Ian. Gripping the pitchfork tightly, the boy focused intently on the forest leopard before him. He could tell that the female leopard was wary of him. Otherwise, it would have attacked again by now, and he understood that he could only defend himself. For facing a feline predator, he had no right to initiate an assault. Unless Ian took a step forward, prompting the leopard to arch its back in anticipation of an impending attack, but contrary to expectations, the boy kicked Osuna's corpse forward. The body rolled, the oilcloth covering it unfurling, releasing the stench of blood and flesh, momentarily distracting the leopard, whose hunger intensified at the scent. Seizing the opportunity, Ian stepped forward, his grip firm on the pitchfork as a glimmer of golden light followed closely behind him. The golden light had been trailing him for some time, that moment, while the sky was not yet dark. The summer breeze blew beneath the radiant glow of the setting sun, and the slate-gray clouds drifted westward, while the horizon marked the boundary between land and sea, scattered stars twinkling on either side. The dimming twilight hung over the skies of Harrison Port, the orange-red glow enveloping the sea and extending along the streets. The old knight strolled along the deserted streets, his gray-brown eyes fixed on the distant sea and sunset. The man appeared weary from travel, as though he had not rested in one place for a considerable time. He looked robust, his features not particularly aged, yet his hair was streaked with gray, bearing signs of premature aging. He had returned to Harrison Port some time ago. Thanks to the storm 8 years prior, many buildings in the port lay in ruins, and certain areas had been abandoned entirely, remaining unreconstructed to this day. Though it no longer boasted the strength of years past, he was still able to conceal his presence within the town and live among the inhabitants unnoticed. Simply blending into their lives, the city, now somewhat dilapidated and lacking the grandeur of its former glory, evoked a sense of nostalgia within the old knight, prompting reflections of the past. Harrison Port, once a small outpost established during the Age of Exploration, had transformed into the southernmost gateway of the empire, connecting the maritime trade routes of Firestorm and Canaanmore. Had it not been for their rebellion decades ago and the storm 8 years prior, it might have become the most resplendent jewel of the Southern Empire. Once, the man had harbored expectations for this port far exceeding those of others. Yet, as time flowed on, Harrison Port inevitably fell into stagnation like other cities in this land. Sighing softly, the old knight shook his head. He was indeed growing older, and even the mere sunset could evoke a flood of memories. Suppressing his thoughts, he continued his leisurely stroll. The eastern part of the port had borne the brunt of the storm's fury. Few remained to inhabit it, and now, the streets were devoid of life, only offering glimpses of lights at night that extinguished swiftly. Concealed here, one was least likely to be discovered. However, today, the old knight noticed a peculiar scent in the air. A faint whiff of blood wafted from an old, dilapidated house, accompanied by the sounds of two children, one large and one small. Raising his brow, he approached silently to the window. The glass was foggy and rough, obscuring the view within, yet the man's keen eyes pierced through the haze, revealing the reality behind. There stood a boy, pitchfork in hand and a fabric bundle clutched to his chest, quietly waiting by the other window. The boy gazed intently at the street outside, his expression calm, though he bore numerous wounds, and the bandage on his head was still seeping blood. The source of the metallic scent, a mere glance was enough for the old knight to discern the situation. The child was evidently a victim of domestic violence, now unwilling to endure further mistreatment from his abusive parent. Such a scene was all too common. He could not help but shake his head. The horrors he had witnessed during his years as a fugitive and the grim realities seen on the northern front far surpassed what he encountered today. Similar scenes of retaliation were not unfamiliar to him from the factory cities along the western coast. This encapsulated the essence of the era, a tangible manifestation of the time he once fought against and ultimately failed: domestic violence. Children are the future of the empire. How could they be treated in such a manner? Left to fend for themselves against their abusers, such desperate struggles almost always ended in failure, for how could a child triumph over an adult in violence? Had he been the man he once was? He would have acted without hesitation, confronting the scoundrel of a parent, unsheathing his sword, and demanding local officials or nobles to reflect on why such atrocities occurred within their domains. As for the child, he could have taken him back to the orphanage in the imperial capital or arranged for him to join his knightly order as an apprentice, for a child brave enough to resist adult violence deserved his investment in nurturing. Yet, the man he had become, and the state of the world now. The elder shook his head slightly. Even if he were to slay the abusive parent, the child could not survive in this border port alone. Especially burdened with the stigma of having killed a relative. Given his current status as a fugitive, he could not take a child with him. That would only endanger the boy further a deadlock. The old knight sighed deeply, intending to leave. Yet he found himself lingering. He resolved to lend a hand to the boy discreetly. Above all, he could not bear to witness a child perish today. As for the future, that could wait. Who knew if a miracle might occur? However, what transpired next was clearly beyond the old knight's imagination. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a limping man with a sullen expression stumbled toward the dilapidated house. While the boy by the window tightened his grip on the pitchfork and fabric bag, preparing for what was to come, it was about to begin. The old knight contemplated deeply. Perhaps the moment for him to take action was imminent. Yet, that moment never arrived. What? Concealed outside the window, the old knight was astounded to witness the boy of the White Clan launch a surprise attack, effortlessly incapacitating the man who was evidently addicted to mushrooms with a dose of sleeping powder. The boy then proceeded to bind the man to the fish-slicing table with an inexplicable proficiency. The knight mused that, even with his own skills, he had never achieved such mastery of course. He had never had the need to tie someone up. Breaking limbs and dislocating joints sufficed. After completing these tasks, the boy took a sip of water and rested for a moment. Next came the sharpening of the blade. Sharpening, a process that not only honed the knife's edge but also fortified one's resolve, was something the old knight recognized. The boy, having exhaled in relief from dealing with the man, regained his composure through this very act of sharpening. He had made up his mind. As the man regained consciousness, he struggled incessantly, seemingly attempting to speak. But the cloth stuffed in his mouth rendered him incapable of uttering even a syllable. The boy, however, observed the scene with indifference, then spoke in a manner that drove the man to further madness, inducing a terror so profound that it led to involuntary loss of control, and without hesitation, he drew his knife. Resolute, the old knight could only watch in disbelief as the boy struck the man down. It was at this moment that the knight could not help but exclaim, "What a promising talent!" In times past, he would have been tempted to take such a decisive young individual as an apprentice knight. A talent with such resolve was rare even among military families and frontier nobility. To think he would discover one in this remote port. Yet now he felt a twinge of concern. After taking a life, had the boy already considered how to deal with the aftermath? Killing a man with a momentary surge of courage and cunning could indeed be accomplished, but disposing of a body was always a far more arduous task, one that far surpassed the act of murder itself. Given the boy's strength, transporting the body outside the city to bury it would be a daunting challenge, and should he opt to dismember the corpse, he must be cautious not to leave behind too many traces or blood. There were plenty of hunters in Harrison Port, and excessive evidence could easily attract attention. Not to mention, with no adults at home, this situation could scarcely be better for a 7- or 8-year-old boy than enduring daily abuse. What would you do? The man outside the window held his breath, a mixture of weighty anticipation and hope as he awaited the boy's next move. Such an unexpected turn of events was enough to make him pause and observe before the impending coastal transformation occurred. However, the scene within the room left the old knight once again in a state of shock. He widened his eyes as he beheld the boy, after resting for a time, completely disregarding the corpse that was gradually stiffening. The boy turned around, retrieved a spark from the fire pit to ignite the hearth, poured water into a pot, and took out dried meat and fish. Astonishingly, he began to prepare a meal in front of the freshly deceased, cooking meat and grilling fish with great relish before a body that had only just ceased to breathe. This psychological fortitude might not be remarkable for a seasoned veteran, but for a boy of 8 or 9, it was certainly worthy of attention. A psychic. At that very moment, the old knight discerned the faint glow emanating from the boy's eyes, and he could not help but clap his hands. Such a quality, the boy's aquamarine pupils shimmered with a gentle radiance. Not a mere reflection of moonlight, but a brilliance that stemmed from the depths of his soul, a hallmark characteristic of a psychic. This quality transcended the mere notion of excellence. Even in noble families where both parents were psychics, and prenatal psychic stimulation was administered, such privileged conditions did not guarantee that the child would awaken their powers, with the awakening rate barely exceeding 30%. Ultimately, psychic abilities demanded an exceptionally high level of willpower. Apart from those who awakened at birth, the so-called chosen ones, all postnatal psychics possessed a resilience and willpower that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. This was the crux of the matter. The ability to successfully resist and slay those who had tormented oneself was no mere coincidence. Gazing intently at the boy within the room, the old knight found himself profoundly interested in what actions the boy would undertake next. He observed as the boy, after finishing his meal and regaining some strength, began to tidy up the scene, arranging the corpse, opening windows to air out the room, and dissipating the stench of blood. Soon after, the boy moved inside, caressing the face of his younger brother and feeding him porridge. The old knight could hear the boy's soft murmurs, words imbued with determination and resolve to protect his kind. What a good child, he thought. After ensuring his brother was settled, the silver-haired boy dragged the corpse outside, while the gray-brown-eyed old man donned a dark blue robe, and the two traversed the stark shadows. Following the moonlight, the knight stealthily trailed behind the boy, since being hunted by the Empire over a decade ago. He had lived in hiding, evading countless attempts on his life. Yet this was the first time he found himself tracking a child of less than 10 years. Chapter 12. Benevolence. What strength? Was it the dormant power activated by the awakening of psychic abilities? Truly remarkable. He marveled at the talent of the White Clan child and acknowledged the boy's choice. The riverside thicket to the west of the city was the territory of the local natives, home to numerous ferocious beasts. With the impending transformation, the animals were agitated, and the natives even had a temporary camp there. To dispose of a body in such a location would likely yield a fatal outcome. Although the main road was decent, it was likely that the local Viscount's reinforcements would arrive soon, and hiding the body there would pose a significant risk of discovery by passing soldiers or ascendants. At that point, a 7- or 8-year-old child would have little control over his fate. The only truly safe option was the lakeside woods to the east. While frequented by many, the paths were limited, and the body would quickly be consumed by various beasts and insects. In summary, it was the most secure choice. This must have been a plan formulated before the act of murder. Otherwise, he would not have been able to make such an astute decision so swiftly. The boy's response upon sensing the presence of lurking beasts further impressed the old knight. Beasts lack the concept of weaponry. Pitchforks and swords are merely the teeth and claws of humankind. The boy gripped the pitchfork, one hand clasping the shaft below the prongs, deliberately shortening his attack range, enticing the beast to leap forward, yet he was poised to extend his assault at any moment. Ready to unleash his own lethal claws. Such awareness was beyond that of an ordinary warrior. It was either a result of a well-educated lineage or an exceptional innate talent. At this point, the old knight realized he need not watch any longer. The force behind the boy's thrust would easily exceed 150 to 200 pounds, meeting the strength standards of a pubescent adolescent. Likely due to the activation of his psychic potential, a mere underdeveloped forest leopard was no match for a prepared adversary who possessed combat skills, even if he was an aspiring psychic. And indeed, this turned out to be the case. The silver-haired boy stepped forward, and in the instant the leopard hesitated at the corpse, he suddenly thrust his claws forward. The pitchfork sliced through the air. The beast could hardly comprehend why the claws of the upright ape before it had suddenly elongated. As it was instantaneously pierced through the neck, the sharpened prongs, augmented by the boy's weight, drove the creature forcefully into the ground. The female leopard, robbed of any remaining strength to howl, succumbed to darkness. How simple! He hadn't even needed the sleeping powder. The jungle echoed with his musings. After slaying the leopard, Ian wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh. Was this the danger foreseen in his visions? It felt a bit off that a forest leopard was indeed perilous. Although it posed no threat to an adult capable of grappling with a brown bear in the Terra world, it was undoubtedly lethal for a child. He had only managed to kill it due to his long-handled weapon and skills, as well as the allure of the uncle's corpse to the beast. How fortunate that the corpse had been so helpful. With such a buoyant sentiment, Ian nodded, activating his psychic abilities to survey the surrounding jungle. Yet, merely out of caution, the silver-haired boy widened his eyes. What? In that instant, as he activated his powers, he perceived shades of red and gold. The golden halo stood resolute beside him, towering and steadfast like a mountain, while a dim crimson glow was stealthily approaching, akin to a spectral wraith, swiftly closing in through the shadows and cover of the trees. Thud! His heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, Ian withdrew the pitchfork from the leopard's corpse and, with all his speed and strength, charged toward the ominous red shadow that was still lurking in silence. At this moment, in the lakeside woods, a native preparing to ambush Ian pondered his next move. He could not fathom why a small child was wandering about with a corpse. The merchant caravans in Harrison Port had diminished recently. But surely they had not fallen to the depths of cannibalism, especially since the child did not appear to be in search of a meal in the woods. But it mattered little. His tribe was in urgent need of a child of that age as a sacrificial offering. He had merely intended to tame a forest leopard, and this turn of events seemed fortuitous. Just as he was about to strike, the diminutive native hunter, who was scarcely taller than Ian, was taken aback to see Ian seemingly aware of his presence. And he lunged forward with a pitchfork. Roaring with fury, the hunter instantly broke free from the need to suppress his strength and speed, launching a surprise attack. The indigenous people of the redwood forest are generally malnourished and diminutive in stature. Yet this very condition bestows upon them an agile grace, enabling them to conceal themselves effortlessly, making them the finest hunters of the jungle. The spear of that boy from the white folk, though remarkably swift and far beyond what one might expect at his age, is sufficient to intimidate beasts. However, evading it is not particularly challenging. He has already tightened his grip on his short knife. And in the next moment, he intends to close in beside the boy, severing his tendons as a sacrificial offering to his tribe. But who could have foreseen that the swift thrust was merely a ruse? Just as the hunter prepared to advance, he suddenly found himself blinded, a handful of fragrant flower thrown into his face. In an instant, his vision was lost. Perhaps seasoned combat veterans could maintain their composure in such a situation. But how could an ordinary indigenous person possess such fortitude? The hunter found himself in a flurry, his strength dissipating. Thus, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, blood still oozing. The deliberately sharpened spearhead pierced through his body, while Ian's eyes blazed with determination. He pressed forward, his entire weight bearing down, pinning the hunter firmly to the ground, the spear's tip embedding itself in the earth. Cough. Yet the hunter was not yet deceased. The excruciating pain and the terror of impending death caused his adrenal hormones to surge, and he continued to struggle, swinging his obsidian knife with ferocity, aiming for Ian's neck. The strike came too swiftly. Ian, focused on maintaining his control over the hunter, found himself unable to withdraw in time. Nevertheless, he leaned his body away, rendering the knife unable to pierce his neck. At most, merely grazing his arm. It was impossible to avoid injury entirely. Thus, he resolved to minimize the damage. At that moment, a hand shot out, striking down like lightning. It seized the wrist of the indigenous hunter's knife hand with a grip as firm as steel. The immense strength instantly forcing the hunter to relinquish his grip, allowing the obsidian knife to slip from his fingers. "Well done, child." The voice of praise rang out, accompanied by the anguished wails of the indigenous hunter and the sickening sound of shattering bones. Gasping for breath, Ian lifted his head, filled with confusion and a hint of surprise, directing his gaze towards the source of the sudden voice, towards the owner of that hand. First, the boy did not perceive a weathered, somewhat aged man, nor did he notice the expression of admiration, even surprise, etched on the man's face. Instead, he saw only a swirl of pure, luminous mist, vaguely reminiscent of crystal, glistening with a golden hue, swirling around him, exuding an essence known as benevolence. Chapter 13. The night in the scorching heat of July. During the sweltering summer night, a crescent moon hung high in the sky, but the heavens were scarcely adorned with stars. The once brilliant Milky Way was now diminished, as if a shroud of inky fog obscured the vast celestial sea. Yet the fervent winds rushed forth from the fiery deserts, igniting the starless night. With the absence of starlight, the moonlight shone brighter than ever, akin to another sun. Beneath the moon's glow stood a towering man enshrouded in golden mist, his long, gray-white hair cascading down, perhaps in his 40s or 50s. If not older. His cheeks were gaunt, his eye sockets deep-set, and his weathered face bore the marks of fatigue, as though he had been wandering for far too long, the elements having seeped into his very bones. Yet, even so, he stood as unyielding as an iron tower. Ian observed as the man gently extended a hand, resting it upon the head of the still struggling indigenous hunter. With a twist, the hunter's pained cries were abruptly silenced. The man, who had effortlessly ended a life, turned to appraise the corpse of Osina before glancing at the silver-haired boy he was scrutinizing. Meanwhile, Ian was taking stock of the man's attire, a sword, its blade over a meter long and unsharpened, hung from the man's waist, resembling a ruler more than a sword, with signs of deliberate wear on the hilt, suggesting noble lineage. He was draped in a navy cloak, wrapped tightly from head to toe, clearly suited for nocturnal excursions, rather than being a mere wandering knight or forest hunter. Their mutual observation culminated in locked gazes. Coughed, is this the true form of the golden mist? With a light cough, Ian reined in his excitement upon realizing the golden mist, and the notion of this is my fortuitous encounter. He was astonished. He had not expected this being to be a living person. But perhaps that was for the best. He steadied himself, gripping his spear tightly. This sequence of actions was perceived by the knight as a sudden display of astonishment. "Take heart, child." Thus, the man placed his hands behind his back and stepped back, signaling that he bore no ill intent. For the first time, he was not trailing behind but facing Ian directly, studying the boy who had repeatedly surprised him. Unexpectedly astonishing. This was not in reference to other aspects. The shock this time was quite simple. The child before him was remarkably handsome. Could there truly be such a beautiful child? He resembled the legendary water nymph. Slightly taken aback, the old knight perceived Ian's exquisite features. Though still a child, it was evident that he would grow into a striking figure, distinctly different from the chubby faces of noble children from the imperial capital. However, children from the southern immigrant districts were typically more frail due to resource scarcity. Of course, in terms of skin tone, demeanor, and actions, Ian did not resemble an ordinary fisherman's or farmer's child. Upon reflection, the white folk of Harrison Port did seem somewhat familiar. Were they not the faction exiled decades ago? Returning his thoughts to the present, the man redirected his gaze. The clean and simple child looked back at him, initially displaying a hint of surprise and tension, yet for the most part maintaining a calm demeanor. His reactions remarkably composed, all the while refusing to lower his weapon or relax his guard. Moreover, the old knight noted that this somewhat extraordinary boy from the white folk was even breathing steadily. While he scrutinized the boy, Ian also examined him, taking in the tattered clothing and the indelible stains of dried blood on his face and hands, analyzing with keen interest, if one were to articulate it. His gaze was akin to that of an alchemist evaluating the cost of materials for an experiment, calculating yet detached from the mundane. Very good. The old knight couldn't help but chuckle. Your mind is sharp and clear, rich in logic and planning. Moreover, based on your decisive calmness when detecting the indigenous hunter's stealth and counterattack, all your qualities are exemplary. Thus, the man nodded in approval. Well done, not only in your initial response to the abuser but also in your subsequent decision regarding the handling of the corpse. Your reaction to the panther and the indigenous attack was impeccable. You knew from the very beginning. Ian's heart raced as he recalled the fleeting glimpse of golden light he had seen while observing the street from his window. Understanding dawned upon him. So that was it. Had he been watching since then? Yet if that were true, why had he not seen that golden light when he chose the banks of the river and the official road? There must have been dangers in those directions that he was unaware of, sufficient to distract this kind-hearted elder, preventing him from noticing Ian. Or perhaps the dangers were not of life-threatening severity because the man had already intervened to shield him from part of the calamity. Ian did not delve deeply into such thoughts. These were mere trivialities. The most important matter was the shimmering colors radiating from the old knight. Gold. Such a level of fortune must be seized. And the fact that the man harbored goodwill and offered assistance was alone worthy of gratitude. Thus, in the midst of their shared silence, Ian took the initiative to speak. Thank you for your kind words. Sir, you may call me Ian. The boy, no more than 8 or 9 years old, nodded slightly, his voice youthful and clear, sounding earnest. I am grateful for your prior assistance. May I inquire your name? Name? The old knight raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by the boy's inquiry. Was this an appropriate time to ask for names? He shook his head slightly, finding it amusing. Is this truly the time for such questions? You do know better, don't you? I certainly do. Ian smiled in response. But without your help, I fear I would have been injured if the indigenous hunteress blade had cut my right arm. How would I explain it to the physician? In July's sweltering heat, my wound could very well become infected. Given the weather and medical conditions, would I even survive? These are uncertainties I wish to express my gratitude. Hence I require your name. You are not an ordinary child. Narrowing his eyes, the old knight declared with certainty. Your abilities must involve reading minds or sensing emotions, perhaps even foresight of danger. You knew from the start that I bore no ill will. Which is why you were so bold, and no wonder you were able to detect that indigenous hunter's stealth. However, do not place too much trust in your abilities. At that moment, the man smiled, but his expression soon turned cold and indifferent. The aged knight stepped forward, as if poised to extend his hand and seize Ian by the neck. Just because I bore no ill will before does not mean I am devoid of it now. Chapter 14. The invitation in an instant, an almost palpable malice descended upon them. As the man reached out, Ian felt as though he were witnessing a mountain tremble, a colossal stone hand descending from above. Utterly unavoidable and insurmountable, causing him to hold his breath, darkness enveloping his vision. While not everyone in this world is inherently capable of manifesting spiritual powers, anyone can refine their inner will and spirit through arduous training. Invoking the illusory forms of their imagination to unleash potential and exert an unimaginable force and sense of oppression, even life energy. At this moment, the man employs a technique known as virtual form, emulating the oppressive might of titans from myth and legend. He firmly believes that a child of 8 or 9 years could not possibly conceal any secrets before him. Yet, from beginning to end, Ian shows no sign of retreat. He remains motionless, though there is a hint of unexpected surprise. It is overshadowed by a calmness, an acceptance that once a choice is made, one does not regret it. Thus, this strike does not truly descend but transforms into a heavy wave of the hand. With a forceful gesture in mid-air, the old knight feigns ferocity, declaring, I am a wanted criminal of the Empire. Should you not flee at once? Otherwise, I shall slay you. His words are half jest, half serious. He cannot reveal his name to anyone. Should the Empire discover him, it would not only spell trouble for him, but also endanger the child before him. This child is calm, rational, and courageous. He may very well become a pillar of humanity in the future. And he must not be embroiled in such nefarious conspiracies. Yet, what value does this realization hold? As he contemplates, A sense of sorrow washes over the old knight, and no matter how he thinks or how they think, this world is rife with ugliness. Sons betray fathers, subjects betray rulers, and followers betray their dreams. This is why they failed. It is why he has been wandering, a fugitive for many years, until now. Thank you for your mercy, sir. However, Ian's words abruptly pull the man from his reverie. Regaining his composure from the earlier threat, Ian takes a deep breath and calmly responds, "You say I am no ordinary child. And that is indeed true. However, I must assert that you are not an ordinary man. You would not do such a thing." At this moment, in Ian's eyes, the golden light radiating from the gray-haired man is gentle and intense, devoid of malice, merely tinged with a hint of regretful sorrow. Astutely grasping the other's mindset, Ian, who understands that the man represents his opportunity, speaks without hesitation. "Moreover, what of being a fugitive? Does this not imply that I can assist you even more?" "Assist?" The man raises an eyebrow, looking at Ian. He speaks in a low voice. "You do not even know my name, yet you claim to know how to help me." "Indeed." Ian nods earnestly. "Allow me to reiterate, I am Ian." The boy places one hand on his chest, slightly bows, and formally introduces himself. "A child of the white folk from Harrison Port. My forthcoming proposal can not only aid you but also serve my interests." As he says this, he straightens up, extending his hand to direct the man's attention to his side. There lies the body of Osner. The body. A flicker of realization crosses the man's expression. "Are you suggesting?" "Of course." Grasping the pitchfork in his hand, Ian replies calmly. At this moment, the white-haired boy tilts his head back to gaze at the starry sky, and he speaks softly. "To be frank, I have just slain my despicable uncle. He was addicted to dark mushrooms and even attempted to kill me. Planning to sell my brother as a sacrifice to the natives, I devised a method to eliminate him, but this only resolves a short-term crisis. The troubles arising from his death are equally perilous for me." Lowering his gaze, Ian's azure eyes lock onto the aged man. "Sir, I can discern that based on your attire and demeanor, you are living in hiding." He states earnestly, "You are a wanted criminal? How fortuitous that I surmise that you are in need of a new identity, and I require a new uncle. Though you may find this proposal somewhat abrupt, we both understand that this is a mutually beneficial choice, to invite a fugitive of the Empire to masquerade as the uncle he has just killed. If he had heard such words 30 years ago, the old knight would have laughed heartily. It would not have been mockery, but rather an appreciation for Ian's forthrightness and the resolute courage behind this choice, as well as the calmness to dare to try. He would have readily agreed and looked forward to the day when they could share a drink together as equals. Yet now, the man no longer possesses that freedom and nonchalance. The reason he has been a fugitive for so many years, only to return to Harrison Port, a place he has visited and departed from multiple times, is due to the impending mutation. Neither the Empire nor the natives comprehend the true nature of this mutation. They merely frantically request reinforcements and initiate sacrifices. However, the man knows that the sudden storm 8 years ago, along with the agitation of numerous sea creatures prior to it, was merely the prelude to the true mutation to come. Or perhaps, the initial ripple of a leaked secret. Turning his head, the old knight's gaze seems to penetrate the forest as he looks towards the southern sea. In his eyes, the emerald waters and the shadowy depths below emerge. That shadow being perfectly rectangular with traces of human construction, ancient and towering, resembling mountains submerged in the ocean. This was the original purpose behind the establishment of Harrison Port. Yet all of it is now in the past. Decades have flown by, and those who knew this secret have perished, their descendants having long forgotten their responsibilities. Except for me. The man harbors his own mission. He does not wish for anyone to discover his presence here. Even assisting others would be irresponsible concerning his own safety, as well as the safety of those aware of his existence. The Empire's hounds will indiscriminately tear apart anyone until they receive satisfactory answers. However, if he were to disguise himself and lurk, a splendid idea. Gazing at the smiling Ian, the old knight remains silent for a long while before slowly nodding. He exhales deeply. Indeed, it is a good idea. Why est Tio masquerade as this child's uncle? While there are many troublesome details to resolve, this option is far more advantageous than living in constant fear of pursuit, unable to reveal even a hint of one's identity. He is undoubtedly a fugitive of the Empire. Whatever choice he makes carries immense risk. But does this child not also place himself in peril? To Ian, he is merely a stranger. He only needs to be wary of the child exposing his identity, while the child must concern himself with whether his life remains in his own hands. Ultimately, even if Ian wields divine weaponry and possesses innate awakened spiritual powers, he is still just a child of less than 10 years. His source of life not yet activated, and his spiritual energy not yet potent enough to directly affect reality. How could he possibly pierce through his skin? If he stands there allowing the child to strike him with spiritual weaponry, it would be as if he wasted his entire life. Years of hiding have indeed rendered me weak. In self-reflection, he has made up his mind. In this plan of mutual gain, who bears the greater risk is all too clear. Even the child has the courage to inquire of me. How could I not respond? With nothing to lose, what is there to fear? Embracing such thoughts, a smile curls at the corners of his mouth. The old knight slightly nods at the boy. Ian, representing eternity. A fine name. Your parents must love you dearly. As he speaks, the old knight maintains a calm demeanor, seemingly non-committal to Ian's proposal. I will regard your suggestion as a transaction, but will not provide an immediate answer. Do not rush. For now, go and attend to what you must do next, he states earnestly. Since I have just intervened to assist you, I will continue to aid you until you return to Harrison Port. Chapter 15. Analysis. Thank you very much. On the other side, although he has not received a definitive answer, Ian remains unfazed. I appreciate your concern. In contrast, he can almost feel a great weight lifted from his heart, feeling considerably relieved. Do not rush. He is certainly not anxious. Regardless of whether this proposal comes to fruition, at least his subsequent safety is assured. He must keep in mind that what he is about to undertake in the depths of the night among the forest is perilous. Having such a seemingly formidable old knight radiating golden light as protection is an unexpected stroke of fortune. This moment, Ian turns his head, pulling out rope to bind the corpses of the forest panther and the native to his late uncle. Then testing the weight. After determining it is within his capacity to bear, he strides forward, continuing to drag the bodies onward. Both the panther and the native's attacks were merely anticipated interludes. His destination remains the edge of the lake forest. Meanwhile, the old knight stays in place. He does not immediately follow Ian, but instead closes his eyes in contemplation. Ian. Repeating Ian's name in his mind, the man ponders. A child of the white folk from Harrison Port? To the east of Whale Song Cliff and south of the fiery Flameland lies the Bison Mountains, where countless towering sequoias grow along the narrow coastline, all within a tropical rainforest climate. Over a century ago, pioneers designated this land as imperial territory, and decades ago, imperial settlers constructed several port towns here, with Harrison Port being the largest among them. Thus, humanity's footsteps extended to the southernmost coastal regions of the continent. But apart from these towns, much of the area remains primitive jungle. The man is acutely aware that Harrison Port lies nearby, and the initial settlers of Harrison Port were indeed several families of criminals exiled from the imperial capital or border regions, sent to this edge of the world. Among them, there was indeed a faction known as the White Folk. In such a family, the emergence of a chosen one, awakened to their spiritual abilities in childhood, is not altogether implausible. The people of the White, arising from the cataclysm known as the fall of heaven a millennium ago, are a subset of humanity with a remarkable adaptation to spiritual energy and radiation. They typically inhabit towns situated near the core of energy reactors, areas saturated with radiation, while shunning the pristine forests. Natural environments tend to provoke adverse reactions in them, leading to various deformities in newborns. Yet, even among the White, the awakening of such abilities at a tender age, coupled with an extraordinary intellect and composure. The old knight murmured to himself, his tone laced with complexity. When was the last time he encountered such an astonishing young individual? Perhaps over 50 years ago, during a time when the empire lay in ruins, on the brink of collapse. Why mission? Opening his eyes, the man cast aside the memories of the past. The old knight sensed that Ian had already moved on, his steps never faltering. With a sigh followed by a soft chuckle, he resolved to follow the trail left behind by the boy. After all, those missions and the care of a child are not mutually exclusive. The forest was damp, thick with moss and vines, the ground littered with decaying earth and the faint outlines of tree roots, making it a challenge even for the most seasoned hunters. Yet, this seemingly weary knight with gray hair glided through the underbrush with ease, treading upon the brittle leaves and dead branches as if he were a specter, uttering not a sound. not even disturbing the chirping of insects. Listening to the footsteps and traces ahead, the old knight discerned that the boy had come to a halt, evidently having found a suitable location to attend to the corpse. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted through the air. Blood? Confused, the old knight murmured, "Why? Have I encountered foes again?" Yet I sensed no danger. Within the knight's perceptive range, no creature posed a threat to Ian. However, mere seconds later, from not far off, the sound of flesh being severed echoed through the woods, awakening his realization, yet leaving him perplexed. Is he dismembering a corpse? Having ventured into the woods beyond the city, why would he resort to such a gruesome act of dismemberment? The stench of blood was overwhelming. Even if the lake woods harbored few beasts, it would surely draw them from afar. Even with the promise of protection, such an unnecessary action should not be taken. The old knight felt certain that the calm child would not engage in such absurd behavior. Ian must have his reasons and intentions. Thus, he resolved to draw closer and investigate. Following the trail ahead, the man gazed across an open area towards the lakeshore, where a scene unfolded that left even him profoundly shaken. Beneath the moonlight, the silvery waves shimmered, a gentle breeze stirring the surface, sending wisps of mist skyward. In this lakeside nocturne, the white-haired boy sat upon the rocks, panting wearily, his tattered gray-brown robe failing to conceal his skin, the rips revealing his unusually pale calves. This moment, he gazed skyward, his eyes fixed upon the starry expanse above. The slender boy's eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting the moon's glow. Although the dim canopy of night held few stars, and those that remained grew fainter, his pale blue eyes continued to stare intently. This was but a brief respite. Once his pause concluded, Ian lowered his gaze and resumed his previous task. Like a sprite, the child drew forth a knife, brandishing it over the corpse laid upon the rock, ready to cut. The contradictions and contrasts were striking. His gaze upon the body was calm and earnest, reminiscent of an ordinary person contemplating a stone, or perhaps a researcher examining their specimen, even imbued with a hint of reverence. The sound of flesh being severed echoed. Commencing human analysis. Primary dissection specimen. Male of the white, Osner. Supplementary dissection specimen. Male indigenous hunter. Wild female forest leopard. It can be ascertained that the humans of the Terra world, excluding humanoid beings like elves, are externally indistinguishable from Earth humans, possessing identical physical structures, with facial features and hair follicles being entirely alike. Comparing Osner with the indigenous hunter, it can be inferred that the white are a population exhibiting a fixed genetic trait of albinism, while the indigenous are severely malnourished and have undergone adaptive evolution for jungle survival. All three dissection specimens displayed remarkably resilient skin. Ordinary human skin is thin, soft, and elastic, yet it remains uncertain whether this is due to the peculiar physiology of Terra's inhabitants or if Osner is an exception. His epidermis is notably thick and tough, akin to a smooth cocoon, with a substantial layer of subcutaneous fat, allowing for greater energy reserves and enhanced resilience to colder climates, as well as slower heat loss in water. The indigenous hunter, however, lacked these traits, yet his skin resembled the dry, hard texture of tree bark. In terms of sheer hardness, it was only slightly inferior to genuine bark, on par with that of the forest leopard. While it is understandable for the forest leopard, as a wild beast from another realm, to possess such resilient skin, the similar toughness exhibited by both the indigenous and the white raises questions. Coupled with considerable strength, the humans of this world, even relying solely on their physicality, are extraordinarily perilous, comparable to jaguars or even bears, which aligns with my previous conjectures. No, I must revise my earlier thoughts. Further dissection reveals that the skeletal structure of Terra's humans differs from that of Earth humans. Osner and the indigenous hunter possess several rib bones fused into a robust plate protecting the heart. A self-test confirms that I share this skeletal feature, suggesting it is a common characteristic among Terra's populace. The structure of the heart is also distinct. The hearts of Terra's humans are notably stronger, akin to military-grade genetic modifications on Earth, exhibiting considerable vitality even after a period of death. Why are the muscle fibers so densely packed? And why this particular structure? This does not resemble natural muscle at all. Natural muscle groups lack such simplicity and aesthetic appeal. Rather, they resemble artificial muscle fibers used in space engineering. And no wonder their strength is so formidable. Wait, Why is there another smaller stomach near the abdomen? Wrapped in muscle, it resembles a bird's gizzard, feeling quite firm, but it serves no practical purpose. However, it may have the potential to be activated if the opportunity arises. If activated, it would enhance digestive capabilities, allowing for the consumption of many substances ordinary humans cannot digest. Skin akin to leather armor, an astonishingly active heart, nearly perfect muscle fiber groups, and this second stomach. Are the humans of Terra truly natural beings? Chapter 16. Curiosity. The sounds of flesh being severed and bodily fluids flowing momentarily ceased, as the knife-wielding owner appeared taken aback by the unexpected revelations, deep in thought. Yet soon, the sound of cutting resumed. The analysis of the human body continuing. The physical structure of Terra's humans does not resemble that which has evolved naturally. Most structures in natural beings are exceedingly complex, often superfluous, or even contradictory, and sufficient for survival. To draw an analogy, it resembles a crooked, gnarled tree, unsightly yet capable of enduring, even thriving. In contrast, the flesh of Terra's humans is akin to a straight, towering pine, exuding a vital beauty. Whether it be their more rational lung structure, extraordinarily robust liver, or some unknown organ whose function remains unclear, all appear vibrant and full of life. Speaking of which, what are these protruding cartilaginous structures around the vertebrae and cervical spine? Let me think. Yes, they must serve to reinforce and stabilize the spinal structure. Indeed, their capacity to withstand impact is significantly enhanced, making it difficult for the brains of Terra's humans to suffer concussions from ordinary shocks. They are truly equipped in every aspect. Terra's humans are armed to the teeth. Even on Earth, achieving such results would necessitate genetic modifications commencing from the zygote stage. Speaking of which, that second stomach looks remarkably familiar. It closely resembles the Tau Tai type 3 auxiliary digestive organ, a high-grade genetic organ typically fitted to elite exploratory team members from extraterrestrial colonies, which ordinary individuals cannot utilize. With the existing tools, I lack the capability to perform a surgical dissection of the brain, yet the findings are sufficient to draw a conclusion. Terra's humans are a superior race, comparable to a new breed of humanity. The physical prowess of Terra's humans is astonishingly robust, even in the absence of civilization. Relying solely on instinct and basic animalistic intelligence, they can adapt to nearly all natural environments, rendering extinction exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the enhancement of the body by spiritual energy. The hidden powers in this world may far exceed my imagination. Oh wait, what about those legs? In the dark of night, the lakeside forest was illuminated by the moonlight, rendering the surroundings clear and bright. Surrounding the corpse wrapped in oilcloth, blood flowed in a steady stream, yet it did not spill excessively. Rather, it seemed that due to the dissection of a corpse that had been deliberately placed there for some time. The amount of blood was surprisingly minimal. In the hands of Ian, wielding a fish-slicing knife, his delicate face was obscured by a rudimentary cloth mask, serving as a makeshift mask, as his gem-like azure eyes reflected the grotesque visage of his uncle's corpse. He exhibited no sign of disturbance, remaining as tranquil as an ordinary person descrying a stone by the roadside. Yet now, within those serene eyes, an unusual ripple of emotion emerged, a wisp of mist, tinted with an otherworldly hue, rose from the deformed right leg of the corpse, glowing with a pale blue aura. Setting down his knife and washing his hands in the lake water, Ian nodded thoughtfully. The awakened foresight not only allowed Ian to see clearly under the moonlight, but also to perceive the mist swirling around the deformed, chitinous, and keratin-covered legs. This was no ordinary sight. Even a human afflicted with tumors or cancer would not exhibit such grotesque distortions in their limbs. Moreover, there was an ethereal azure halo. Ian furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was worth noting that the absurd hypnotic agent, super sleep powder, was already remarkable in its own right, being merely blue. Yet this pale blue aura, which was only slightly inferior to the sleep powder, begged the question. What could it be? With curiosity piqued, Ian approached and delicately pried apart the grotesque flesh through the crevices of the chitin. After considerable effort, he extracted a malformed L-shaped bone. This bone was remarkably sturdy, the very essence of the pale blue mist that enveloped it, when Ian attempted to slice it with an iron knife. It felt akin to cutting through steel. Its hardness rivaled that of high-grade iron-nickel alloys. The L-shaped bone measured approximately 15 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width, with a cross-sectional edge of around 4 centimeters. Its shape was exceedingly warped, covered in a multitude of corrosive indentations that formed a peculiar pattern. When Ian held it, it felt significantly weighty, while not as dense as steel of equal volume. It was still considerably heavier than an ordinary bone. This was evidently not a structure that any common organism could naturally develop. At the very least, normal human bones could not withstand being sawn through. If this leg were fully developed, Ian pondered for a long while, unable to fathom what such a deformed bone might grow into, but its remarkable hardness suggested it could very well be a metallic leg, at the very least. It possessed the strength of military-grade prosthetics, capable of stopping bullets. He rubbed his sore hands, nodding toward the mangled remains of Asna. Even if humanity in this world were not the result of genetic modification, there had to be a highly developed realm of spiritual energy or magical civilization behind it. My knowledge offers no other explanation. Regardless, the mysteries of the continent of Terra unfolded in layers. Truly captivating. All brutal pleasures must ultimately culminate in brutality. Asna took delight in tormenting Ian and his brother, and his death provided Ian with invaluable insights, answering many of his lingering questions. Could earthly physiological knowledge be applied to the people of Terra? Are they also flesh and blood? If one must engage in combat, where are the vital points of the Terrans? Now, these questions had been answered, bringing Ian a sense of satisfaction. It was time to deal with the remains. Ian rose to his feet, easing his stiffened spine from bending for too long. Subsequently, he picked up a farming shovel, preparing to dig a pit in a clearing by the lakeside to bury the body. Just then, the old knight, who had closely observed Ian's dissection process, stepped forward. Previously, he had stood guard nearby, preventing other forest beasts from approaching, but now he walked alongside Ian. The two strolled by the moonlit lake. The man gazing at Ian's blood-stained hands, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Why do this?" Though the question lacked specificity, Ian certainly understood what was being asked. While he was uncertain of the ethical standards in the world of Terra or whether his actions constituted desecration of a corpse, the old knight did not intervene. His brow was furrowed, yet he showed no signs of disapproval. In fact, there was a hint of astonishment. This was a critical and necessary undertaking. Therefore, the silver-haired boy simply replied, feeling a bit fatigued from prolonged exertion and the activation of his foresight, "I wish to comprehend the structure of the human body." Raising his head to meet the old knight's solemn gaze, Ian answered candidly, "Or rather, I am curious." Chapter 17. Hope. With the moon high above, the lake waters rippled, reflecting the celestial bodies in the sky. The silver-haired boy and the silent man exchanged glances. Curiosity, this term, while dismissed by others as nonsensical or trivial, and might even render Ian, the dissector, frightening in their eyes, was recognized by the old knight as a perfectly valid reason. Especially for him, a practitioner of the true form and bloodline arts. Harboring curiosity about one's own bodily structure could even be seen as commendable. Dissection is understandable. Nodding slightly, the elderly man continued to inquire, "But why here? Why create such a bloody mess at home?" Ian retorted, shaking his head, "Wouldn't it be obvious that I am the one who killed him? Not to mention the need for water to cleanse the tools in my hands. With such a gruesome scene, the neighbors would surely catch a whiff of the blood." Without pause, the elder followed up with another question. Was it a spur-of-the-moment decision, or was there a premeditated plan? Ian answered without hesitation, "A bit of both. I only conceived this notion after slaying my uncle. After all, such a large mass of flesh would be a waste to discard. I might as well study it." At this point, the old knight appeared quite satisfied. Nevertheless, he raised an eyebrow and posed one final question. "Even if the lakeside is safe, are you not afraid that such dissection might attract wild beasts?" He spoke with a hint of gravity. "If I were not here to drive them away, what would you do?" "Attracting them, they would feast upon this mess first." Casting a sidelong glance at the bloodied remains, Ian turned back and smiled nonchalantly. "Besides, I have my means. Who eats whom is still uncertain." He still had the sleep powder. Ordinary beasts would simply be an easy meal. Even if a pack of wolves or tigers came, he could easily abandon the corpse and flee to safety. The old knight remained silent. At this moment, he had already made a decision. "Why dare to invite me? Yet the elder lowered his gaze and calmly stated, "Ian, even if your spiritual energy can truly perceive my goodwill, you are astute enough to understand that if necessary, I would not hesitate to disregard the life of a child. It is neither gratitude nor mutual benefit. The moment you saw me, you had already formulated a plan for invitation and prepared for its potential failure. Please divulge the reasoning behind this risk." Ian silently raised his head. He gazed at the starry sky above. The heavens of Terra appeared particularly dim compared to Earth. Aside from an overly bright moon, only a small area of the sky bore stars, and they were exceedingly faint. This was clearly not a normal night sky. The secrets of the Terra firmament were as perplexing as those on the Terra surface, equally enigmatic. Similarly, they stirred curiosity within him. Just like a question yearning for an answer, he harbored an inexplicable desire to know. Apart from an uncle, lowering his gaze, Ian earnestly scrutinized the old knight's visage, articulating his thoughts fluently. "I still require a guardian, a mentor who can impart more knowledge to me. Though my uncle was a scoundrel, without him, there would be no one to teach me the language and other knowledge of this world. Furthermore, with no adults at home, it becomes quite troublesome in Harrison Port. Indeed." The old knight nodded in agreement. Having only children at home is quite dire. Such is the custom of the Empire. In border regions, when children are orphaned, their heritage is seized, lands redistributed, and even the children themselves are viewed as property. No one knows what fate awaits them. You could take his place. When I saw you for the first time, I knew this was my best opportunity, a chance that could alter the course of my entire life. The opportunity to acquire more knowledge. Ian smiled at the grave elder, having now identified a suitable area to begin digging. "And this requires your consent." Originally, the boy's plan was merely to bury his uncle, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he now needed to inter an indigenous person and a forest leopard, thus significantly increasing his workload. However, just as Ian had dug a few shovels into the earth, a hand reached out and took the farming shovel from him. The frowning old knight gestured for Ian to step aside and then began to demonstrate the correct technique and skill for using the farming shovel to dig. His movements were clearly far more adept than those of a boy who had never wielded one in either past life or present, indicating his proficiency in agricultural tasks. After 5 or 6 minutes of demonstration, the old knight had shaped the pit to a satisfactory degree. He then returned the farming shovel to Ian, who seamlessly took it and continued the task. Mimicking the elder's earlier motions in the Empire, it is rare to find a child who desires to read and write. They often remain oblivious to the significance of knowledge. Observing Ian's actions and offering guidance on his technique while correcting his mistakes, the old knight spoke solemnly. "Even the children of nobles and scholars are no different. They regard knowledge as tedious and worthless. Rather than learning to read or write their own names, they aspire to hone martial skills, achieve fame, and become influential players in the Empire's affairs. Even so, they do not permit the dissemination and proliferation of knowledge." He mused silently. Understanding a civilization begins with its written word. The pit was now sufficiently large to accommodate several corpses, and the boy placed the remains of his uncle, the indigenous man, and the forest leopard into the grave, then covered them with earth. Burying those who sought to end his life. To learn to read and write is to truly comprehend a civilization, a world. Breathing heavily with a hint of fatigue, Ian spoke softly. "Likewise, the journey into the unknown requires them. Whether for interpretation or documentation, for rediscovery or exploration. What is your name?" "My teacher, if you are willing, my quest for the future must commence with the knowledge you impart." He lifted his gaze to meet the man's, and the elderly figure once again locked eyes with the pair of pale green orbs. He heard the child's innocent and clear voice. "I want to know da." Curiosity. The knight gazed into the light within Ian's eyes. It was pure, a desire to uncover, to explore, to venture into the distant realms and illuminate the unknown. This was a child of infinite possibilities, or perhaps humanity itself. He could become an adventurer, slaying vile beasts and burying monsters as he traverses the wilderness. He might also become an explorer, crossing mountains and rivers, journeying across the entire continent of Terra. He could delve into the mysteries of psychic energy, seeking the truths of the world long lost to the dust. He might also excavate the origins within human genes, unraveling the divine powers bestowed upon life by the civilizations of the pre-epoch. He could rise as a hero, or as an explorer, perhaps even as a pioneer of an age. Or, more likely, remain an unremarkable child on the fringes of ignorance, stained with the blood of kin, with an uncertain future. Even worse, he could become a mad creature, driven solely by his own insatiable curiosity. All these futures and possibilities hinged upon one's choices, just as, 50 years ago, his sovereign entrusted him with such hopes. Hilliard, my knight, take it and go. The farther the better, away from the imperial capital, away from the Quinner Plains. When all is said and done, use it yourself, or hand it to anyone, bury it if you must, as long as that band of rebels does not acquire it. All futures retain hope. Humanity still has hope to return to the stars, hope. Curiosity. And the courage to choose. My name is Hilliard. Hilliard Lessey, teacher, knight. The weary man raised his head, his gray-brown eyes meeting the cerulean ones. Hilliard earnestly locked eyes with Ian, responding to his pupil's inquiry. Rest assured. Once this is all over, I shall teach you whatever you wish to learn. Thank you. He then saw the boy's joyful smile, Ian's expression unmasked, laughing freely in sheer delight, a golden halo reflected in the boy's eyes, a color visible only to Ian. The wind swept across the lakeside earth, stirring the ripples, reflecting the fragmented and dim stars. The heat of the summer breeze continued to swirl among the dense woods. The brilliance of the heavens gradually fading, akin to torches igniting and then abruptly extinguishing upon the earth. Lifting his gaze, Hilliard beheld only the inky night sky and the bright moon, though no clouds obscured the view. A murky shadow still veiled the stars, stripping humanity of the eternal and distant visions. In the year 766 of Terra, the majority of stars observable within the Terra star domain were concealed, leaving only the sun, the moon, and a scant few planets visible to mankind's upward gaze, which met with a void of darkness. The 14 great star sorcerers of the astronomical observatory in the City of Knowledge had leapt from the Clouscape Tower to their demise. The aftershocks from the tyrant's death during the Dark Moon turmoil 2 decades prior had begun to subside. The regional nobles and various factions remained motionless at the borders, yet turbulent currents surged beneath the surface. The exploration team from the Church of Radiance returned from the endless ocean and the New World, bearing ominous omens, while farmers on the Quinner Plains complained of scarce rainfall, and the denizens of Whale Song Cliff awakened from their dreams. Gazing into the profound depths of the ocean with hearts full of vigilance and dread, fishermen at the frontier celebrated a bountiful harvest, while the aged Khan of the Celestial Court began preparations for his 90th birthday feast. The sorrows and joys of the world were disconnected. The prison star abyss had already taken shape. The pathway for humanity to return to the high heavens was gradually being sealed, yet no one was aware. Still, some gazed up at the stars. I do not know if this is right. Taking action, Hilliard began to assist Ian in shoveling the earth to bury the body, closing his eyes. Yet, the image of those eyes lingered in his mind. The flames burning within Ian's watery gaze were more than just the luminescence of psychic energy. They embodied a curiosity more radiant than the sun, a desire more blinding and perilous than anything else. Just like his past self, and that of the late sovereign, that was the light of hope. If he meets the criteria, I shall bestow upon him all my knowledge, along with the key to the future. If I am in error, I shall not utter an apology. Only the starry sky can hear his words. Harrison Port, beside Ian's home. The warm, damp night breeze swept through the streets, the everlasting lamp at the intersection flickering slightly, casting an uncertain glow from its algae-oiled. A diminutive shadow emerged from the cover of the house, stepping forth from the thicket. At his waist hung an obsidian knife, his dark brown skin adorned with obscure patterns, faintly shimmering with an eerie luster. Several indistinct figures trailed closely behind him. They approached the door of Ian's home, silent as shadows. The door creaked open, and the figures stepped inside. Chapter 18. The trap. The night breeze stirred. The foliage rustled, and the small figure stealthily entered Ian's home, having done so many times before, making no sound. But soon, the figure's nose twitched, and he became alert, raising a hand to signal the others behind him to halt their advance. He detected the scent of blood. Unlike the blood of beasts, the aroma of human blood was distinct, a purity familiar to the shaman of the forest kin. Though tainted with many impurities, it remained far cleaner than that of any wild creature. Whose blood could it be? Had Asna finally slaughtered his slightly older nephew? The figure heard no sounds from Asna or the others. His keen senses informed him that only a young child lay within the room, breathing slowly in slumber, precisely the intended sacrifice, a child named Elon Asna. The figure felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, whispering in a peculiar and strange accent, tinged with the rawness of the wilderness, yet unmistakably in the imperial tongue. They had agreed that both nephews would be delivered to them. The sacred rite required the blood and entrails of the purest and most innocent, as well as the flesh and minds of the strongest and most resilient. The spirit of the mountain tide would accept only these two types of offerings. Asna was indeed untrustworthy. Never mind. Standing still, the figure pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. As long as the youngest one was not killed, it would suffice. Children aged 8 or 9 were not uncommon. Even in the heavily guarded Harrison port, they could abduct a few from the nearby fishing villages. With Asna absent from the house, he likely went to dispose of his nephew's corpse to a pity, for even if it wasn't entirely fresh, the child's entrails would make for fine offerings, and the flesh would go to waste. With a sense of regret, the figure felt a gnawing hunger within. Only those who frequently consumed blood and flesh could unravel the primal source of power. Only when well-nourished would the source of power surge from the depths of the body, much like how abundant spring water gushes forth from its source. Yet resources were scarce within the tribe, and flesh-eaters were few. Even those who had just begun their path as shamans could not guarantee daily sustenance. "And the blood of the worthy," the great shaman often said, consuming the flesh and blood of the brave would grant one their strength. While the blood of children bore no power, it shone with purity. Alas, it had already been squandered. He shook his head slightly. Since Asna was not present, he would take the young child away. After all, that mushroom addict only needed black mushrooms, and the tribe would still require him as an intermediary to continue acquiring resources within the port. Thus contemplating, the figure moved towards Elon's room, treading lightly. Suddenly, he stepped into the trap set by Ian for Asna. The coastal region had experienced continuous rainfall for years, rendering the homes of migrants fundamentally unstable. The floor was merely laid with a layer of stone and wood for cushioning, with only the newly constructed houses in recent years employing solid stone foundations and brick walls. Asna's house was not new. The earth beneath had long since collapsed, leaving the wooden planks suspended above a muddy pit, which Ian had slightly modified, causing the plank to shatter upon stepping, revealing a pit full of wooden stakes. With a small fish scaling knife vertically embedded in the ground, intended to pierce a foot. Who would have thought that Asna would never need the trap, having been subdued by sleeping powder, thus missing out on Ian's meticulously prepared design? Now it had inadvertently benefited the figure. Ugh! In an instant, his foot was pierced by the small knife, and the figure nearly cried out in pain. But being a shaman among the redwood natives, he possessed a resilient spirit and swiftly stifled his scream. This was Harrison Port. His ability to infiltrate did not mean he could return unscathed after attracting attention. Moreover, the knife was covered in rust and filth, and the pit was filled with filthy mud. If he did not tend to the wound immediately, not only would his movements be hindered, but he would also risk being cursed by the spirit of rust and earth, leading to spasms and death. Be careful. The house, the trap. He immediately instructed the 3 anxious figures behind him, who had started to draw their weapons and scan the surroundings for threats, to cease their actions. The young shaman did not have time to ponder why there would be a trap. He crouched down to remove the knife from his foot and tend to the wound. No. Why would there be a trap? Was it set by Asna? To deal with whom? Against them? Impossible. That mushroom addict could never hope to deal with them. The sole channel for black mushroom powder. Could it be a precaution against thieves? However, even so, it seems rather far-fetched. How could a thief possibly emerge from such a dilapidated dwelling? It must be said that this house instills a profound unease in the indigenous shaman, and the situation appears to be spiraling out of control. At this very moment, Ian is traversing the vicinity of his home with his newly acquired mentor, Hilliard. Ian, despite maintaining a facade of tranquility, feels a deep sense of satisfaction within. The effects of the psychic energy are indeed clear and pronounced. The golden aura exceeds my expectations. Merely by burying a body by the lakeside and taking a bath, he has fortuitously encountered a teacher who seems shrouded in mystery and possesses great secrets. Although Hilliard has not uttered a word, Ian can surmise that a man who bears the weight of the world on his shoulders has been relentlessly pursued by the Empire for over a decade. must undoubtedly possess genuine skills and a compelling backstory. Furthermore, he displays noble character, adhering to principles even when faced with someone who appears to be merely a child. While returning to Harrison Port with Hilliard, Ian notices that the latter's gait betrays unmistakable military characteristics. Though fundamentally different, Hilliard's aura bears a striking resemblance to the warriors of the Star Court Ian encountered in his previous life. He now seems like an ordinary man, candidly admitting to having sustained severe injuries that have diminished his once formidable strength. Yet, in his prime, he was undoubtedly a powerful knight. Earlier, Hilliard elucidated the reasons for his presence in Harrison Port. Ian has come to understand that an anomaly is about to unfold in the waters of the South Sea, and Hilliard has come to address this impending disruption. It is somewhat amusing. Indeed, that a fugitive wanted by the Empire would concern himself with the welfare of its citizens. It is quite thought-provoking. Why has such a noble and evidently capable knight been reduced to a state of nationwide pursuit and wandering? A compelling question, yet, truth be told, Ian is hardly concerned. Just as he mentioned by the lakeside to Hilliard, he truly needs a new uncle, and Hilliard, in turn, requires a completely new identity. A young child needs an adult to rely upon, even if the adult cannot reveal himself, while the adult also needs the child to serve as a guise for his identity, the win-win situation. Chapter 19. The plan teachered, this moment, Ian addresses Hilliard with a natural ease. He softly articulates his plan. When the time comes, you shall say that while foraging for super flowers in the mountains, you sustained an injury to your face due to mobility issues, resulting in a festering wound that necessitates bandaging, rendering you unable to be seen in a few months. Once the autumn and winter wheat is harvested at the port and during the New Year festivities, we shall make our appearance to be. Why then, it is likely that everyone will have forgotten what my uncle looked like. Even if someone feels something is amiss, they can simply attribute it to the facial injury. Ian elaborates on numerous details, causing the man he refers to as teacher to raise his eyes in surprise at the boy's insight. This is a rather perfect plan. Asna is already known for its super flower sleeping powder, a rather rare material that can fetch a high price, and had it not been for Ian's uncle's obsession with consuming black mushrooms, converting his entire fortune into these powders, he could have completely renovated the house. With the sleeping powder, even a few months without work would suffice for survival, let alone Ian's intention to engage in some labor. He plans to assist a few familiar fishmongers. After all, they are all kin of Harrison Port and the white folk. With his wit and resourcefulness, earning a meal should pose no issue, and he would gain a clearer understanding of the circumstances surrounding his homeland. As for Asna, he has always been a gloomy and reclusive individual. His colleagues dislike him, and the consul may not genuinely appreciate him either. It is hardly troublesome to brush past such matters, especially with the universally applicable excuse of a facial injury. Not to mention, the infamous scarred mark at the port was simply stung by a toxic bee in the mountains, leaving his face riddled with pits and swellings. Why then, the white wig would likely be produced as well. The white folk of Harrison Port typically gather only when summoned by the elders, and only in the first year might a stroke of luck be necessary. As time passes, memories tend to self-correct, with the most one might exclaim being comments on how the teacher has either gained or lost weight. With that, Ian concludes his musings. He is well aware that this plan bears many risks and relies heavily on fortune, certainly not guaranteeing success, and is fraught with potential errors. Yet, by nature, he is remarkably optimistic. After all, things cannot possibly worsen, so why not give it a try? This world often revolves around a competition of failures. And while his plan may be somewhat naive, many others harbor similar naive notions, so it is not a problem. Weighing the pros and cons, as long as the odds exceed 50%, Ian is willing to take the gamble. Especially since the situation is not as dire as it seems, he feels a strong likelihood of success for this plan. Hilliard merely gazes thoughtfully at Ian, who has meticulously crafted his plan. The old knight shakes his head. You are overcomplicating matters, my apprentice. He had once possessed a rather cheerful and vibrant disposition, and having resolved to become Ian's mentor, Hilliard naturally refrains from being overly somber, adopting an expression of profound weariness instead. However, this does not imply that he will forget his past. Rather, it is the very emergence of Ian that may bring forth a glimmer of unforeseen possibilities in his life. Compared to the bleak and despairing future he had prepared himself to face, one that seemed almost impossible to succeed, Nurturing a new seed might allow him to find a splash of color in the final years of his existence. Given that, he might as well display a modicum of strength, revealing to this astute apprentice the true nature of the world. Behold. The former knight raises his hand, gesturing for the boy to observe his head. As Ian, puzzled, looks up, he is astounded to witness Hilliard's grayish-white hair fading visibly before his very eyes, turning pure white. Hilliard's original hair color had been a grayish-brown, and even in aging to white, it retained some discoloration, yet now it has transformed to mirror the white folk. Not only that, but as Hilliard extends his hand to indicate his eyes and face, accompanied by the movement of muscles and the flow of blood, his gaze and countenance suddenly resemble Asna's by 7 or 8 parts. Such a feat is possible? Witnessing Hilliard's sudden transformation, Ian is finally moved, exclaiming, "Is it truly this simple?" Through mere muscular manipulation and the infusion of bodily fluids, one can achieve an imitation that is nearly 70 to 80% accurate, if not better. This must be magic. Swallowing hard, Ian finds himself in disbelief. It is worth noting that his uncle and the old knight possess differing physiques and appearances. Compared to Asna, Hilliard is evidently more robust and slightly taller. Yet, these disparities are matters easily resolved with a slight disguise or a stoop. Human memory is inherently hazy. Few can recall the face of someone they merely met months ago. And even if they sense something is off with the physique, they would likely attribute it to their own faulty recollection, especially considering that even Ian, the nephew, finds his teacher's transformed visage strikingly similar. Given Hilliard's abilities, assuming Asna's identity should be a trivial endeavor. It is no wonder that this seemingly convenient teacher has been able to live freely under the Empire's pursuit for over a decade. Seeing Ian's genuine shock and awe, Hilliard's mood lifts as he remarks, "Mastery over flesh and blood, the ability to manipulate it with ease, is merely a technique employed by any high-tier ascendant of the second level." He shakes his head with a smile. "However, given my current physical condition, I cannot maintain a perfect simulation for long." Though Ian's young apprentice may be inexperienced, he exudes the aura of an adult who diligently addresses his perilous uncle, demonstrating decisive action against the indigenous hunter at the slightest hint of danger. Yet, despite his remarkable qualities, he remains a child utterly oblivious to the intricacies of ascendance. Although he has lost the vast majority of his power due to the plague, he has not relinquished control of his own body. Ian's innate talent is indeed exceptional. The spontaneous awakening of psychic energy signifies an extraordinarily strong will, which is a pivotal element in unlocking the powers of the blood source and becoming an ascendant. While the exact nature of his psychic energy remains unknown, even the most rudimentary form of emotional sensing, when honed to proficiency, can facilitate effortless control over one's emotions, sensing the slightest shifts in an adversary's sentiments and hormonal fluctuations, thereby allowing one to enter a state of utmost professionalism and immersion in learning, whether in daily life or in battle. Moreover, the nature of his psychic energy is surely not that of ordinary emotional sensing. It is far more complex and exalted, requiring a deeper, more sincere desire to construct such power. Chapter 20. The crisis. Hilliard is acutely aware that every psychic energy wielder is, at their core, an individual with an extraordinarily resilient mindset, one whose spirit is as unyielding as stone. Hence, they are naturally born ascendants. Without an exceptionally strong self-will and a tenacious spirit, it is simply impossible to endure the agony of consuming various magical potions and supplements during the ascension or mutation of flesh. Furthermore, one cannot maintain control over their body amid such suffering, absorb the essence of numerous ascendant herbs and magical beasts from the potions, awaken the divine powers of their inner source, and merge them into a sublimated bloodline or true path, thereby transcending ordinary life to become a true ascendant. Hilliard cast an expectant gaze towards Ian, who wore an expression of genuine wonder and longing, reminiscent of his own childhood yearning for the path of transcendence. The boy possessed innate talent, yet lacked guidance. The prospect of him ever embarking on the path of a transcendent seemed utterly improbable, even if he were to be noticed by the local transcendent of Harrison Port. Reaching the second energy level in this lifetime would be an unattainable dream, let alone ascending to higher realms. However, with Hilliard's mentorship, the scenario would shift entirely. Could the technology of Earth truly facilitate such feats? At that moment, Ian found it hard to fathom, perfectly controlling every muscle of his body, even to the extent of mastering the art of disguise. It sounded deceptively simple, yet in reality, it posed immense difficulty. With such a degree of bodily control, even if one were to suffer a wound, they could likely contract their muscles to staunch the bleeding. Genetic modification soldiers from his past life could scarcely achieve such a feat. Well, it might be possible, but would require an additional muscle control system. Yet in the world of Terra, it seemed that merely through cultivation and strengthening one's willpower, such mastery could be attained. A strong self-will could even allow for direct control over the physical form. In a realm where psychic energy exists, the possibilities were indeed extraordinary. Ian couldn't help but murmur to himself. This was undeniably a world of paradoxes, one devoid of such technology back home. He lifted his gaze, studying Hilliard's familiar yet strange visage, and after confirming his difficulty in discerning it, he mumbled, "It seems this identity is not of great significance to you, teacher. Indeed, with such capabilities, the vastness of the world holds no boundaries. Yet I see that simple. Disguising oneself as a stranger lurking in the locality is far riskier than masquerading as someone already known, as the former is susceptible to scrutiny." Yet Hilliard raised his hand, shaking his finger, indicating that Ian was overly optimistic. Perhaps there is still room for maneuver in the border regions. However, in the grand cities of the Empire, identification is imperative. Mere resemblance is insufficient. Blood type and fingerprints must align as well. Moreover, psychics do not require blood or muscle observations to discern individuals. They perceive the field of will, which poses inherent risks. Upon hearing this, the boy reflected carefully, realizing the truth of it. If the world of Terra possesses such disguised technology, it surely also harbors equivalent discernment techniques, and matters were not as straightforward as he had presumed. In this unfamiliar world, one cannot simply rely on the logic of home. At this moment, Ian and Hilliard had arrived at the vicinity of Ian's residence. The boy, who had been walking lightly, suddenly lifted his head to gaze at his house. A flicker of light ignited in his eyes, his expression turning solemn. There in Ian's precognitive vision, a wisp of dense white mist was coiled in a concealed corner of the house, seemingly engaged in addressing something at its feet. Beside this wisp of white mist, 3 figures of grayish-white mist lurked in various corners of the home, appearing to be on alert. The entire house was enveloped in a pale red mist. But the deepest shade of red emanated from the small phantom adjacent to the dense white mist. That was the aura of Eland, a dangerously close scent of impending death. Simultaneously, Hilliard squinted. He had discerned the anomaly within the house even earlier than Ian. This aura? A native of the redwood forest? While burying the body with Ian, he had already heard the mention of Asna's collusion with the natives, and thus found no surprise in this revelation. It was not particularly troublesome. Hilliard subtly sensed the presence of 4 adult auras within the house and intended to step forward. Although he had lost his original transcendent powers due to the great upheaval 30 years prior, even relying on the remnants of his physical strength and skills, dispatching these few natives would be a trivial task. By gauging heartbeats and breaths, the old knight could ascertain that none of the 4 natives possessed first-level power. During the Empire's peak, even an apprentice would have surpassed them, merely trained ordinary individuals. "Wait, teacher." Yet he saw Ian standing before him, the boy's expression grave as he gazed intently at his home. He spoke with gravity. "My brother is currently in their hands." At this moment, Ian's mind began to clarify. It seemed that observing his future through the fluctuations of others' fates indeed held its shortcomings. With Hilliard present, there was no way he could face mortal danger in the lake woods. Conversely, his own fate's fluctuations symbolized nothing but a pure gold. In contrast, had he departed, leaving Elon to confront the natives' peril, that would represent the true crimson. Next time, he must consider the potential of foresight more thoroughly. Varying color combinations yield different interpretations, resulting in entirely distinct answers. Ian frowned. What matters now is how to eliminate these natives without endangering Elon. As the boy pondered. Hilliard raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised to discover that Ian's psychic abilities included a form of X-ray vision capable of perceiving information beyond his own hearing. However, this was not unexpected. The powers of psychics were often multifaceted, and their bearers typically possessed heightened senses. Currently, what he most desired to understand was his apprentice's reaction. "What do you intend to do?" the old knight inquired. "If your brother is indeed in the natives' grasp, then rescuing him will be exceedingly challenging. I cannot guarantee his safety if they intend to exact a ransom." You must contemplate the consequences of your actions. His tone bore a hint of harshness. Yes, I have considered it carefully. Ian focused on the house, his pale blue eyes shifting slightly. Teacher, there are 4 individuals inside. 1 leader is in the living room, while 3 guards are positioned behind the back door window, beside the interior window, and in the corridor between the kitchen and hallway. He decisively pointed out the locations of the 3 native guards to Hilliard, to ventilate and disperse the smell of blood. I opened the kitchen window beforehand. We can enter from there if possible. I hope you can assist me in dealing with those 3 guards. The remaining native, who has my brother, I will handle myself. Chapter 21. The sacrifice. Hilliard did not question how Ian discerned who was the guard and who was the leader. Psychics possessed the ability to grasp information that eludes ordinary comprehension. A fact he had grown accustomed to. I cannot guarantee your brother's safety, the old knight stated plainly. This responsibility rests solely on your shoulders. I hope you are prepared for failure. He perceived that Ian had already devised a strategy to counter the native assault from the outset. Merely surprised by the swiftness of their arrival and their numbers, in that case, let us see how he intends to proceed. That is sufficient, teacher. Thank you. Ian replied calmly, his tone steady. When I dealt with my uncle before, I had numerous preparations within the house, most of which went unused, and now perhaps can be repurposed. Thus saying, he took a deep breath and stepped forward, entering the house. Upon entering, the wooden floorboards creaked beneath him. The scent of blood having dissipated, replaced by the lingering aroma of meat and fish that Ian had previously cooked, wafting through the corridor. The dim light from the living room's algae oil lamp flickered upon the mottled wooden walls, casting shadows reminiscent of his departure. Ian sensed the hidden hunter in the corridor, watching him through the gaps in the wooden wall, their emotions hinting at surprise. The newcomer was not the Asna they had anticipated, but rather his nephew. This was indeed unexpected, yet it bore no relevance to their duties. They merely needed to remain vigilant for any neighbors or guards who might notice the anomaly. Ian feigned ignorance, relaxing his breath as he crossed the corridor. The traps on the floorboards had been expertly repaired, rendering them indistinguishable from the outside. They had prepared for either his or Asna's absence that night, skillfully concealing their presence. Ian could easily deduce that the reason these redwood natives lingered in his home was due to their intention to converse with Osni in his childhood. Ian had often seen his uncle conversing with unfamiliar figures in the dead of night. Even before he had awakened his memories, though he had not revealed his awareness of these discussions, it was precisely from that moment that young Ian began to prepare, planning to conceal a few small silver coins in hopes of escaping this home. His appearance would undoubtedly astonish and perplex the natives, yet it would also sow doubt in their minds, providing Hilliard and himself with a crucial opportunity. Steeling himself, Ian entered the living room. Here, a figure awaited him. "It's you." The rough imperial language echoed as the figure, tending to a wound on its foot, rose to its feet, its eyes featuring a hint of slitted pupils, fixating on the boy. Ian raised his gaze in turn. This young native bore no hair or eyebrows. His skin was a rich brown, and his entire body, including his cheeks, was adorned with intricate, cryptic patterns. He stood only slightly taller than Ian, who was 7 or 8 years old. Yet the collar of feathers around his neck affirmed his shamanic identity. The redwood natives were diminutive in stature. Even the strongest hunters among them barely reached 5 feet 6 inches. They were indeed more slender than the Empire's citizens. Yet their movements were remarkably agile, endowed with a keen sense of night vision, enhanced olfactory capabilities, and greater resistance to toxins than their imperial counterparts, making them natural hunters of the forest. During the Empire's age of expansion, many colonizers perished in conflicts with the locals, which is why parents in the southern hills would often frighten their children with tales of being captured and devoured by the natives. Thus, Ian was well aware of their situation. Elon was wrapped in a blanket, placed upon the chair beside the shaman. The white-haired child slumbered soundly, smacking his lips, utterly oblivious to the impending danger and the blood-red mist that surrounded him. It seemed that Asna had perished. Such a notion was hard to fathom. The shaman's expression was one of astonishment, his lips twitching, causing the peculiar tattoos on his face to contort. He often remarked that his nephew was exceptionally clever. The finest material for a sacrifice, hence the need for additional payment. Yet, he likely never anticipated that the boy would prove to be this astute. Indeed, he was the best offering, he declared with certainty. Ian remained silent in response. The shaman, sensing the significance behind Ian's silence, narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. You dare to return alone. It appears that Asna, before his demise, divulged everything to you. Or have you disclosed this information to the guard? A mere child, capable of slaying his uncle and then witnessing the aftermath with such calmness, led the shaman to speculate that the boy had alerted the local guards. Seeking refuge, perhaps behind Ian, a contingent of the Harrison Port Guard was already in pursuit. However, this conjecture was soon cast aside. Not only was it improbable that the guard would follow a child, allowing him to return home unaccompanied, but also because Ian had begun to speak. No, the boy stood at the opposite end of the living room, speaking calmly. To inform the guard would mean my brother's certain death. I would never do such a thing. He is a sacrifice. Casting a glance at the child beside him, the shaman contemplated before turning his gaze back to Ian. You are too, but perhaps not at this moment, with a grin. The feathered shaman revealed a strange smile. Ian, I remember your name. Have you considered inheriting your uncle's work and becoming our collaborator? You are remarkably clever, Ian. With my assistance, you could live comfortably and freely. You are far more intelligent than your uncle, not prone to the madness of that mushroom-imbibing fool. He extended an invitation. We of the Mountain Bone tribe appreciate collaborating with the astute. The shaman believed Asna had succumbed to the delusions of mushroom consumption, ambushed in slumber by his own nephew. Such a foolish death was within his expectations. The shaman's proposal was not a mere whim, for they indeed required someone to provide information regarding Harrison Port. While a child might be inconvenient, he would also be easier to manage. Numerous indigenous tribes surrounded Harrison Port, and many collaborated with those within it. Yet Asna had been uniquely his ally. Had it not been for Asna's provision of food, tools, and occasional sacrifices, the shaman would not have risen to his position at such a young age. Asna's death was indeed a loss, but the mushroom-besotted madman was too challenging to control. If Ian, this clever child, were to replace him, it might not be a poor choice. At the very least, he could serve as a sacrifice. A wise individual would make the correct choice. Thus, the shaman wore a peculiar smile, convinced that Ian would not opt for suicide. As for Elon's fate, the shaman did not address it. It was unnecessary. He felt no need to bargain with the child. The boy was the key to gaining the attention of the high shaman and a vital asset to the tribe. Chapter 22. Rebirth. Genuine intelligence would never engage in transactions with you. As the shaman concluded, Ian, sensing that enough time had passed, shook his head, tightening his grip on the pitchfork he held. Only a fool would willingly become a slave under your control. Foolishness, the shaman retorted without a hint of anger. Shaking his head, believing Ian may not be as clever as he thought. Your uncle sold you to me long ago for $30. You are already my slaves, my property. In response, Ian, sensing a slight stir behind him and aware that Hilliard had begun to act, succinctly retorted, Idiot. The shaman scoffed, understanding enough of the imperial tongue to comprehend insults. But before he could call upon his guards to seize the boy, he caught a whiff of something peculiar. Instinctively sniffing the air, his expression changing abruptly. Blood? The shaman scanned his surroundings, his voice tinged with fear. Where did the blood come from? At that moment, as the shaman's suspicion grew, Ian raised the pitchfork and toppled a nearby brazier. The charcoal hidden beneath the ash reacted with the air, instantly emitting a crimson glow, sparks flying with a roar. The algae oil-soaked long table, along with the flammable burlap and clothing stacked beside it, ignited, casting a fierce light that illuminated the hall and the shaman's astonished countenance, as well as Ian's impassive face. The ancient house's wood was already dry, and Ian had deliberately spread all the algae oil in critical areas. This was originally intended to incinerate Asna in a moment of desperation. But his uncle proved utterly inept, leaving it unused. Now, it would serve to benefit this indigenous shaman before him. The carefully prepared dry timber and straw quickly turned the aged house into an inferno. The terrifying heat and blinding light momentarily disorienting the shaman. The redwood people excelled in nocturnal endeavors. Even on moonless nights, they could see clearly. However, in contrast, they could not endure bright daylight or excessive flames. A madman, I must flee. The singular thought raced through his mind, his vision obscured by the brightness, as the shaman gripped his staff tightly, wildly swinging it to fend off potential attacks. Who could have anticipated that someone would be prepared to set their own home ablaze? Given the current circumstances, regardless of Ian's ultimate outcome, the fire at Ian's home would surely attract the attention of nearby residents. If they did not leave now, they would be trapped. The shaman could not discern the situation within the room. Ian, too, should have been unable to see, but he didn't need to. At that moment, the boy closed his eyes. Yet, with his awakened spiritual energy, he required no concern for that thin veil of eyelids. He could directly perceive the direction of the dense white mist through the flames. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian stepped forward, employing the technique Hilliard had taught him for digging, exerting force through his waist, thrusting the pitchfork forward. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Even blinded momentarily by the flames, the shaman was not so incapacitated as to fail to block a direct strike. His staff caught in the fork's prongs, it intercepted the blow. Yet, he could not suppress his astonishment. How could this be? This was no ordinary childish strength. With no time to ponder, the shaman intended to retreat and deflect the force. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right foot. He had stepped on one of Ian's traps, losing his balance. The staff, which had firmly held the pitchfork, slipped aside, leaving him vulnerable, but also taking the pitchfork with it. To engage in close combat? At that moment, while the shaman felt a sense of caution, he was not truly alarmed. He was, after all, an adult. How could he possibly be overpowered by an 8-year-old child? Lacking a weapon was not a disadvantage in a prepared confrontation. Smack! A bag of sleeping powder struck the shaman's face. The delicate fragrance, under the high temperature of the flames, became rich and lingering. Truth be told, throwing lime at someone was indeed unbeatable. If that lime were even toxic, it would be utterly unmatched. Following this, the shaman intended to continue resisting. Having undergone training in shamanic rituals, his resistance to sleeping powder was far superior to that of Asna. A mere commoner. Yet, he was already at a disadvantage, and Ian seemed wholly unaffected by the flames, executing his actions without hindrance. After tossing the sleeping powder, Ian leaped forward, tackling the shaman to the ground. He extended his hand, firmly gripping the shaman's neck. How can this be? The shaman gasped, the sleeping powder, the heat, and the lack of oxygen causing his eyes to bulge and his face to flush crimson. Amidst the searing flames, he could only see Ian's eyes finally open, shimmering with a pale aqua glow, resembling a misty light. Was this spiritual energy? As consciousness gradually faded, the young shaman struggled frantically, exerting all his strength to strike, grasp, and shake Ian's arms. But no matter how fiercely he fought, Ian remained silent, merely tightening his grip in response to the pain inflicted upon him. He was nothing more than a sacrifice whose life had long been purchased. Before losing consciousness entirely, the feathered shaman, filled with hatred, jealousy, and fear, let out one last anguished cry, as if expelling all the air from his lungs. Soon, like his unfortunate partner Asna, this ill-fated shaman succumbed to an eternal slumber from which he could never awaken. Breathless, Ian released his hold. The flames were creeping perilously close to his feet, the searing fire licking at the edges of his clothing, sparks flying, creating more holes in his already tattered trousers. Ian gazed upon the third life he had taken that day, exhaling wearily, shaking his head as he muttered to himself. You were merely a sacrifice for the tribe and the totem. How pitiful it is for a sacrifice to wish to offer another sacrifice. It is truly laughable. Then, he turned aside, his mist suddenly transforming into a brilliant white, no longer the vivid red of Elon, whom he lifted into his arms. Ian strode purposefully towards the corridor where the flames had yet to spread. He opened the door to find Hilliard waiting at the threshold, a smile gracing the old knight's face as he nodded, seemingly commending his pupil's performance. Ian returned the smile, then glanced back amidst the roaring flames. Under the starless night sky, the crimson glow resembled a spark upon this dim continent. He fixed his gaze upon the raging inferno behind him, instinctively clutching the still sleeping Elon closer as he could hear the astonished cries of the neighboring residents. He turned to look in Hilliard's direction, the elder's visage and hair now resembling that of Asna. Ian also chuckled softly. It is the end, he declared, but also a new beginning. All that was once familiar lay in ashes. Thus, the boy took a step forward, traversing the moonlit streets towards Hilliard. It is time to embark on a new life. Chapter 23. The fire. The midnight silence of Harrison Port should have been profound. Yet it was abruptly shattered by a fierce blaze, illuminating the tranquil darkness that enveloped the harbor. Flames surged forth, consuming buildings in a tumultuous gust. The firelight cast a glow over a portion of the eastern harbor, reflecting upon the adjacent waters, revealing the fish beneath the rising tide, their shadows darting in a panic below. Many were roused from their slumber by the sudden brightness and acrid smell of smoke. Fathers awakened their children, wives shook their husbands from sleep, and in a haze of confusion and primal fear of the flames, people hastily fled their homes with their most treasured belongings, oblivious to their lack of proper attire or the disarray of their clothing. Was it the Ostner family in distress? Observant onlookers quickly discerned that the fire's reach was limited. In fact, only a single house was affected. The flames appeared formidable, yet due to the rain that had fallen the previous afternoon, only the wooden structures within had ignited. The main beam and roof had yet to collapse, and the wind was not conducive to the fire's spread. This brought a sigh of relief to the nearby neighbors. Ultimately, Harrisonport was a city enveloped by rivers and the sea, and extinguishing a fire of this magnitude was hardly a daunting task. Soon, individuals were preparing to fetch water to combat the flames. However, once assured of their own safety, those familiar with the Ostners recalled the crucial matter at hand. The burly fisherman slapped his thigh in frustration. It's one thing for the cripple to be lost, but Ian and Elon are also there. The Ostner family was not particularly well-liked, as the father seldom engaged with others, his demeanor less than congenial. Even among kin, few showed concern for his well-being. Yet Ian and Elon were different. The brothers, though sharing the same mother, had different fathers. Excluding the foreign Canaanite mercenary, their parents were both esteemed members of the local community. Ian's father had once been part of the harbor's guard, tasked with investigating the nests of sea monsters along the coast. Frequently, he would share his spoils of hunting with neighbors, distributing meat and innards. Their mother was one of the rare literate individuals in the community, often reading letters and announcements for her neighbors, and possessed a remarkable talent for pickling fish, her festive fish dishes being renowned. Tragically, 8 years prior, a ferocious storm, unseen for 3 centuries in the South Sea, had obliterated the guard unit while they were at sea. Ian's father was among the casualties. Most residents still vividly remembered that day. The sky was filled with relentless thunder, branches of lightning tearing through the inky darkness. Illuminating the tumultuous SEIT was amidst this storm that Ian was born, simultaneously losing his father, while many others lost husbands and sons. Numerous homes were demolished, fishing boats capsized and sank, and the city walls on either side crumbled, leaving gaping holes. The aftermath of that abnormal tempest left Harrisonport in mourning, and even now, the harbor had yet to fully recover. While Ostner was not well regarded, the clever and resourceful young Ian was quite the opposite. As this thought crossed his mind, a kind-hearted neighbor, also of the white people, doused himself with a bucket of water and covered his head with a wet cloth. He sought to approach the fire scene and assess the situation within the house. This man was none other than the fisherman who had spoken earlier, named Sane. His skin, darkened by years of labor at sea, bore little resemblance to the white folk, save for his shock of white hair. His resilient, leathery skin was reminiscent of fish scales. Sane had once been saved by Ian's father from a pack of reef otters, and after Ian's father had perished, he often found ways to bring fish to Ian's mother as a gesture of goodwill. Fearless in the face of fire, he was not reckless. Rather, he had his own motives. Sane reasoned that if he approached the flames, he might be able to rescue those in peril, and such valor would surely earn him respect as a fisherman leader. However, as Sane drew near to the burning house, he was taken aback to see a familiar small figure moving in the glow of the flames. Ian cradled a white-haired child in one arm while dragging a bloodied, white-haired man with the other. The boy staggered, stepping through the shadows cast by the fire, desperately trying to distance himself from the groaning house that was on the verge of collapse. Ian? The fisherman stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. But soon, he regained his composure and hurried to Ian's side, lifting both Ian and the unconscious Elon with one arm while grasping the evidently unconscious Ostner with the other. Retreating swiftly to a safer area, Sane possessed the strength for such a feat. The fish he regularly hauled and outweighed the combined weight of the three. As they retreated, he inquired, "What happened? How did the fire start? Why is Ostner in this state?" Though it was but a fleeting glance, Sane could see the deep, bone-revealing wounds on Ostner's face, along with severe cuts on his arms and body. Fortunately, Osner's robust frame rendered these injuries serious but not immediately life-threatening. Yet how had he sustained such wounds? Sane's initial thought was that Osner, Erduel, had been attacking Ian and had been wounded in the struggle, though he mused that Osner seemed heavier than before. Yet this notion flickered through his mind as merely a passing thought. After all, it was absurd to believe that an 8-year-old child could engage in a physical confrontation with an adult, inflicting such grievous injuries as for Osner's weight. Perhaps he was simply the type who appeared slimmer when clothed. However, Ian's tearful response soon filled Sane with both disbelief and tremendous unease. It was the Redwood natives. Ian, cradled in Sane's arms, sobbed softly, stammering. A native crept over and tried to take my brother and me. He had smoke, but I couldn't sleep because of my headache, so I noticed. Uncle and the native fought, and accidentally knocked over the fire basin. In due course, Sane brought the two brothers and the injured Osner to safety. Piecing together the events, Ian's words were somewhat disjointed, interspersed with his sobs, yet the onlookers, despite their concern, grasped the essential details with surprising clarity. After Ian repeated his account, everyone began to comprehend the situation. The Redwood natives had infiltrated the port, intending to abduct Ian and Elon using a sleep-inducing smoke. Elon had indeed been rendered unconscious, yet Ian, afflicted by a prior head injury, had been unable to sleep and had recognized the peculiarities of the smoke. Upon Ian's urgent call to awaken Osner, the limping man had surprisingly tapped into a reservoir of strength, engaging in a fierce struggle with the native who sought to forcibly take the brothers. Though hindered, Osner's formidable physique and the confines of the small house allowed him to endure the pain and, wielding a pitchfork alongside his bare hands, he had fought off the natives, ultimately slaying several in the ensuing chaos. While grappling with the last native, Osner had inadvertently overturned the fire basin, which was typically used to keep the house dry, but had recently been placed outside due to mold on the clothing within. Sparks ignited the garments, setting ablaze the oil lamp that had tipped over, quickly spreading to the adjacent furniture and floors. What followed was the scene everyone had witnessed. Ian, unable to quell the flames, had done all he could to rescue his brother and unconscious uncle. Good lad, strong and courageous. The sequence of events unfolded seamlessly. Rationally, and Sane harbored no doubts. He affectionately ruffled Ian's hair, commending the boy's decisiveness. Had Ian hesitated even a moment, the trio would undoubtedly have perished in the inferno. Yet the keen-eyed fisherman noticed that throughout Ian's account, he clutched a small pouch tightly in his grasp. The pouch appeared primitive and rustic, unmistakably of native craftsmanship. What could it be? Among the onlookers, a perceptive herbalist also took note, regularly traversing the mountains and forests. Keen eyesight was paramount, and initially, he had not paid much attention to Ian. However, upon catching a faint floral scent, he connected it to Ian's earlier mention of sleep smoke, and, alarmed for the fire's spread, he called out, "Ian, show me that pouch." Startled, Ian instinctively recoiled, stammering, "But my uncle told me to keep it safe." This response clearly irked the herbalist, who stretched out his hand. "Let me see it." Chapter 24. The elder handed over. Though he claimed it was a request, his actions suggested a demand. How could the herbalist not recognize the value of the Sue Boer sleep powder? If that small pouch indeed contained the powder, it could represent a significant fortune, worth dozens of thalers. The thaler, also known as the large silver coin, was the primary currency issued by the empire, bearing the profile of the reigning emperor at the time of its minting. In contrast, there were smaller silver coins known as bison, which circulated in the 5 southwestern provinces of the empire. When the currency was stable, 1 thaler equated to 12 bison, making thalers a luxury few could afford. And even bison were not commonly used, leading to the existence of the Finny copper coin, 10 of which equaled 1 basin. In areas with standard pricing, a single bison could purchase a pound of mixed beef, while a Finny could buy a substantial loaf of dark bread, a lucrative opportunity indeed. As he contemplated the situation, the herbalist's breath grew heavy, sensing that the prize was within reach. The prospect of dozens of thalers, equivalent to 3 years' worth of his total income, loomed before him, an amount that would require him to abstain from food and drink, while also relying on good fortune to avoid insect stings, miasma, and illness. Although this treasure held little value for the natives, it was exceedingly rare for the people of the empire. Yet, the herbalist remained oblivious to the subtle smirk curling at Ian's lips. The plan was progressing smoothly, Everyone's attention was ensnared by the fire, and the self-inflicted wounds on his own mentor were sufficient to deceive all. Hilliard was clearly a master of combat, and the wounds he had mimicked appeared as authentic as if they had been inflicted in a real struggle, without any discernible flaw. Not to mention, the ability to control one's muscles rendered the so-called knife wounds mere superficial cuts. Next, by revealing a hint of wealth, even if this herbalist refrained from acting, Ian would still discreetly sprinkle some sleeping powder, prompting those nearby to naturally associate it with the natives. The sleeping powder he held in his hand was merely a third of the original bag. Having already used a portion against Asna and the natives, the remaining amount was sufficient for himself and Hilliard to survive without working during their recovery. After all, if this substance were not precious, it would not have ensnared Asna, transforming him into a native informant within the city. The third of the sleeping powder that might be lost or scattered merely served to rationalize everything and divert attention, ensuring that no one had the energy or focus to contemplate the fire or other inconsistencies. By the next day, the incident would be forgotten, and the most perilous moment would have passed in the scramble for the sleeping powder. However, just as Ian was prepared to allow the herbalist to seize the powder from his grasp, another figure, Sinan, became incensed. This Bryn fellow, while usually content to pilfer flowers and herbs from the natives, dared to snatch up little Ian, whom he had rescued from the inferno. Didn't he even lift a finger, and now you presume to? Though Sinan had not truly saved Ian, he certainly positioned himself as such. The herbalist's actions showed him no respect whatsoever. You scoundrel! He raised his hand, ready to strike. You little brat, retract that hand. Yet before he could react, Sinan's fist connected with the herbalist's face. A furious reprimand echoed from the street behind, a familiar voice causing the would-be thief to instinctively withdraw in fear. Elder Pude had arrived. Gasps arose from the crowd. Ian, too, looked up in surprise towards the street corner. Accompanied by hurried, heavy footsteps, several apothecaries from the port and the first to arrive. Elder Bai reached the scene. Elder Pude, unlike the typical frail old man with white hair, was a stocky 70-year-old, standing just over 1.60 meters, with heavy brows and a bushy gray beard. What is going on here? With a voice that boomed, betraying his dwarven lineage, he strode forward, pointing at the herbalist as he reprimanded. Stealing from a child? Stealing from your own kin? I merely wished to see what that was. To avoid danger, the herbalist retreated, waving his hands, panic evident as he attempted to argue. Yet it was clear that his words held no weight. Elder Pude approached the bewildered Ian, shielding the boy behind him. Then, extending his hand, he delivered a resounding slap to the still-explaining herbalist. Whoosh! The slap cut through the air with a force unexpected from an elder, knocking the herbalist to the ground, leaving him kneeling in shock. Yet even so, the slapped herbalist could only endure, suppressing his discontent and repeatedly apologizing, before hurriedly retreating, face covered, amidst the scornful or pitying gazes of the crowd. What on earth happened? How could the Asna household catch fire? Did he set his pants ablaze while roasting his legs? Seizing this opportunity, the elder widened his eyes, surveying the scene, gleaning the general situation from others. No? Elder, listen to me. It was the natives. Asna finally acted like a man. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chatter, prompting Elder Pude to roar in anger, demanding silence. Once the gathering quieted, he began to inquire about the events in an orderly fashion. This time, the responses were much more coherent. He then turned to Ian, receiving an account that matched the others. The elder's mind began to formulate a theory. Natives? So that it seems the demands for pure sacrifice have driven these damned wretches mad enough to target us. The Bai people possess an extremely strong sense of family, typically gathering in the heart of the empire's major cities as prominent clans, or forming villages led by the oldest and most authoritative elders. Managing internal affairs. The branch in Harrison Port had been stripped of its surname, territory, and all wealth decades ago due to political reasons, exiled from the capital to this coastal port located south of the Bison Mountains. In fact, the residents of all immigrant districts south of the Bison Mountains largely share a similar fate, either being disgraced officials or exiled families. Good child, you did well tonight. What is rightfully yours is indeed yours. The family may lack a surname, but it cannot lack rules, comforting Ian, who had ceased crying yet still bore some fear. Elder Pude cradled the sleeping Elon. After a thorough examination, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Ugh. The wretched! They indeed inhaled quite a bit of sleeping smoke. These savage natives had no intention of returning with a normal child. Examining Elon's eyelids and sniffing his hair, the seasoned Elder Pude could easily identify the traces and scent of super-flower sleeping powder. Confirming Ian's claims, it appeared that in pursuit of pure sacrifice, these barbaric natives had come well prepared. Next, Elder Pude glanced at the asana, whose wounds were being treated by a healer. The knife wounds spoke volumes. The natives had indeed struck with ferocity. What astonished Pude even more was the courage of asana. It was truly remarkable for this ordinarily reticent, brooding fellow to exhibit such bravery, managing to slay 4 natives despite sustaining such serious injuries. If not for his deformities, with this talent and willpower, he might very well become an ascendant, of course. It was also possible he had consumed too many mushrooms and couldn't discern reality from illusion. Elder Pude held a fair amount of bias against asana, yet since this man had fulfilled his duty in protecting his blood kin, he wouldn't harbor excessive malice. I underestimated your courage. It seems that sometimes one must be pushed to reveal their true nature. Speaking of which, has this fellow bulked up a bit? Chapter 25. Ascendant's Elder Pude pondered this question, but since he last saw asana over half a year ago, it was only natural for someone who had been eating well during such a time to grow stronger. Not to mention, the deformity on the man's leg had not changed, while despite the injuries on his face, he still bore a resemblance to Oisin. It appeared there would be no more sleep this night. The natives had become increasingly audacious, even setting fires in the port. There might be further attacks. I must visit the city hall. Casually attributing the fire to the natives, Elder Pude, as an elder of the Bai people, certainly knew how to articulate his explanations to the officials at the city hall and the local baron in a manner they would appreciate. At this moment, with a number of Bai people gathering and dousing the flames, the fire had already diminished significantly, nearing extinction. Only the smoldering wooden framework within the collapsing ruins emitted heat, distorting the air. Having assessed the situation, Elder Pude made a decision. He turned to Sinan, who stood nearby, instructing, Sinan, take Ian and the others to that building to rest. You know, the one right by the dock. Yes, the fisherman accepted without hesitation. The nearby residents having just praised his bravery and righteousness, he had gained a small measure of recognition, and while the dark-skinned fisherman outwardly displayed no emotion, he was secretly elated. Having spoken, the elder turned his gaze to Ian, his expression contemplative. This child is not crying or making a fuss. He can articulate the events clearly, quite unlike most children. Though he appears somewhat timid, there is genuine courage within him, coupled with his endearing looks. Those large, expressive eyes seemed to speak volumes. Elder Pude couldn't help but marvel. Had they still been in the capital, this child would undoubtedly attract the affections of many noble maidens as he grew. Alas, good child, go to sleep now. Asana needs to heal. You and your brother should rest well. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, the elder addressed Ian as gently as possible. Do not fear. Your uncle and your kin will protect you. The boy looked up, earnestly meeting Elder Pude's gaze. I believe in you, Elder, he declared, his sincere tone prompting the elder to stroke his beard with satisfaction. Laughing heartily, go rest now. It is the time for you to grow. Subsequently, Ian followed Sinan to a small house beside the dock. Compared to the dilapidated area where Ian had previously lived in the eastern port, the streets near the dock appeared far less worn. The coastal breakwater was made of peculiar elven sea wood, with stout trunks and black-brown roots intertwining with gray-white stones, resisting the onslaught of the cerulean waves. At this moment, it is the deep of night. Most of the residents, awakened by the fire, have returned indoors to continue their rest, leaving the streets silent and desolate. Ian follows Sinan as they traverse the layers of stairs and streets, arriving beside a small cottage by the riverbank. This cottage once belonged to the Motala family, but was destroyed in a storm 8 years ago, leaving the family lost. Even after its repairs, it remained uninhabited, making it quite suitable for their current needs. The dark-skinned fisherman gently ruffles Ian's hair, assuring him, this is the inner harbor. Rest assured, no matter how formidable the natives may be, they cannot reach this place. Thank you, Uncle Sinan. Ian seems to finally breathe a sigh of relief as he gazes at the modest seaside dwelling, murmuring, at last. After a long day filled with the grim tasks of taking 3 lives and retrieving a teacher, Ian can finally rest. He bids farewell to Sinan, settles his younger brother, and tucks him in with a blanket. This marks the last time Ian opens his precognitive vision for the day. The steady white mist swirls like clouds in the sky. Although a faint trace of blood lingers, who in this world can claim true safety and peace of mind? Due to Ian's manipulation, Eland awakens, his deep purple eyes gazing vacantly at his brother. He is well behaved, not crying, though Ian secretly wishes he would. Big brother will stay with you tonight. Closing his precognitive vision, Ian's crystalline watercolored eyes dim. Securing Eland with a cushion, Ian begins to recount some peculiar tales. Reminiscent of the stories he used to tell when he was still a child, caring for his younger sibling. Back when Ian's memories had yet to resurface, he would weave fantastical narratives to lull Eland to sleep. He would describe the fragments that appeared in his dreams, such as towering steel skyscrapers piercing the clouds, higher than the great mountains by the port. Enchanting magical webs connecting everyone, where one could know the happenings on the other end of the earth. Or colossal iron ships spewing flames in the void, setting off from a massive, water-filled sphere toward a vast, resplendent starry sky. The starry sky. Even while narrating these tales, Ian finds himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing out the window at the sparsely starry night sky of Harrison Harbor, as if the iron ship from his dreams and stories had transformed into reality, sailing toward the boundless sea of stars. Those are fragments of memory, a persistent obsession that spans 2 lifetimes. Ian stares at the starry sky, lost in contemplation for a long while. The first night isn't too bad after all. After a considerable time, Eland has fallen asleep, and Ian lowers his gaze, looking out at the surging sea, softly murmuring, if the previous situation was hellish, now at least it cannot be deemed bad. The initial life-threatening crisis he faced in this foreign world has been resolved. Yet the threat of the natives still lingers, and his life remains unprotected. Unless he can acquire power. Greater power that can ensure his survival, a strength that allows him to find peace. But that is a matter for tomorrow. Lying down, he closes his eyes, succumbing to slumber amidst the sound of the tides, a night devoid of dreams. Upon awakening the next day, it is already midday. The midday sun streams through the curtains, causing Ian's white hair to shimmer. Opening his eyes and slowly rising, Ian stretches like a cat. Through the torn neckline and fabric, one can see that the bruises on his abdomen and chest have vanished. Even the most severe ones, like the wound on his head, now merely faint red marks. After waking, Ian feels refreshed. Even the slight dizziness from overexerting his psychic energy yesterday has completely dissipated. It seems the wounds have healed. Has his self-healing ability improved so much? However, a rumble from his stomach prompts him to pat his belly and sigh. He is just easily hungry. Since awakening his psychic ability, his appetite has increased. This is a minor price to pay for gaining strength. Turning his head, Ian sees his younger brother's familiar sleeping face. This little fellow seems to have grown accustomed to sleeping, as he can still slumber soundly in the bright daylight. Raising his gaze once more, he looks towards the other side of the room. The one covered in bandages and ointments, Aocina, lies flat on a wooden bed, appearing to be sound asleep. He was brought here after the apothecary treated his wounds last night. But this is clearly a disguise. Upon sensing Ian's awakening, the disguised Ciliade opens his eyes, regarding the white-haired boy with a gaze that is quite intriguing. Good student, you played the role of a crying child quite convincingly last night. Teacher, you are quite skilled at feigning severe injuries yourself, Ian replies. They share a laugh, both recognizing that, while they remain strangers, they are infinitely more congenial than a sadistic uncle or potential pursuers. Ian needs Ciliade. And Ciliade sees potential in Ian. In comparison, familiarity or strangeness is a trivial matter. However, Ian's expression soon turns serious. Teacher, he gets off the bed, standing before Ciliade, who is also sitting up, slightly bowing. You were once a transcender, correct? At this, the man's expression becomes solemn, and he sits up straight. Indeed. Then he hears Ian earnestly inquire, then, teacher, I wish to understand the source of a transcender's power and how to become a true transcender. This time, relying on fire, traps, and ambushes to kill enemies is not a method that can be relied upon repeatedly. If the natives come seeking revenge next time, he cannot afford to be utterly defenseless. Ian desires strength, and for Terra Continent, Becoming a widely recognized transcender is perhaps the most legitimate and swiftest path that, of course, aside from that, Ian has many other questions he wishes to ask, such as about psychic energy, the history and races of this world, and the past of the land and nation beneath his feet. He wants to know. But there is no urgency, so he inquires seriously, starting from the most crucial aspects. In the face of knowledge, he remains ever sincere and unreserved. A good question, Ciliade replies, sitting up straight at the edge of the bed. Facing his student's inquiry, a smile graces his face. This is precisely what I wished to share with you last night. The essence of a transcender and the way of cultivation. Chapter 26. The extraordinary, the clamorous sound of waves drifts in from outside the window, because few take the time to clean. The small seaside wooden cottage is filled with dust. Yet neither Ciliade nor Ian pays it any mind as they sit cross-legged on the bed, facing one another. What do you know about transcenders? The old knight inquires. I only know that transcenders exist, Ian replies succinctly, and about psychic energy. At least I can spell the terms correctly. Ciliade does not expect Ian to know much, nodding slightly. Then, are you familiar with aberrations and magical beasts? I know them, Ian affirms. I have seen them. How could the immigrants living in the southern ridge be unaware of aberrant creatures? Those beings, naturally capable of wielding psychic energy, roaming through the wilds, are the stuff of legends. It is said that some of the totems revered by the natives are powerful magical beasts that are benevolent towards humans. Their protection has caused the imperial army to retreat, forcing them to acknowledge the natives' autonomy in the red cedar forest. And aberrant creatures of the sea are even more common. In Ian's memory, when he was 4 or 5 years old, he once stood at the port with his mother, gazing from afar as fishermen united to drive away a gigantic sea serpent. This serpent, dark and greenish, measured over 30 meters in length, its scales harder than steel. Its long tail could create whirlpools in the sea, aiding it in swallowing schools of fish. Neither harpoons nor crossbows could harm it. Ultimately, it was only through the sacrifice of a merchant ship under the Viscount, risking capsizing, that they managed to drive it away. All living beings share a common origin. All are offspring of the sun. Be it plants, animals, magical beasts, aberrations, or even us humans, we all bask in the sun's light. Hence, all creatures are siblings. However, as time passes, all things diverge, endowed with different talents and abilities. Ciliade tilts his head, and the sunlight filtering through the curtain and window appears serene and quiet. He extends his hand, allowing the sunlight to illuminate his palm, bathing it in a golden hue. The old knight speaks calmly. In ancient mythology, the ancestors of wise beings such as humans, elves, and dwarves obtained the fruit of wisdom, thereby gaining intelligence. Meanwhile, the progenitors of beasts, those aberrant magical beasts with formidable bodies and various psychic abilities, obtained the fruit of life, which is why they possess extraordinary might. Turning back, the knight gazes at Ian earnestly. To unify the powers of wisdom and life is to transcend. Transcenders are those who walk the path of transcendence, pursuing the ultimate elevation. Simply put, a transcender is an existence that utilizes wisdom to attain strength comparable to or even surpassing that of aberrant beasts. Mythology, sun worship, unexpected science. Ian's cultural and historical lessons have not failed him. He is well aware that what Ciliade describes is merely a fragment of a complete mythological system, intricately linked to the legacy of the transcenders. Sun worship is not uncommon. Rather, in any myth, the sun holds a position of great significance. Moreover, from the standpoint of energy transmission, the sun indeed serves as the source of all life, and all beings are siblings beneath the nurturing light of this paternal figure. As for the keywords wisdom fruit and life fruit, Ian mentally notes them for future inquiry. For now, he has another question to ask. Teacher. Ian furrowed his brow in confusion and softly inquired, how can one unify the power of wisdom and life? Hilliard succinctly replied, this is the essence of the sublimator's practice. The exotic beasts themselves harbor the strength of the fruit of life. Through wisdom, one refines their elements, extracting their quintessence, and employing alchemical methods to concoct potions and supplements from the materials of these creatures, enabling humanity to absorb the power of the fruit of life, gradually elevating one's rank along the path of sublimation. As for the results, Ian, you may feel my arm. Hilliard raised his hand to showcase his arm to Ian. I am a knight of a certain notable figure. Once a high-tier sublimator, but in past battles, I was ravaged by the source toxin, obliterating nearly all of my sublimation apparatus, even the spiritual neural system. Other higher-level sublimation structures constructed within me were completely dissolved. In other words, I have essentially become a mere mortal, no longer possessing the divine might of a high-tier sublimator. Yet, even so, he emphasized, clenching his fist and tensing his muscles, the essence of my life has undergone a transformation, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals and even some lower-tier sublimators. At this moment, Hilliard's visage had returned to its true form, no longer resembling Asna. While he could not be described as strikingly beautiful like an elf, he certainly possessed an upright and dignified appearance. His straight nose and slightly curled, grayish-brown hair exuded a steady and solemn military aura. The wrinkles did not make him appear overly aged. Rather, they etched the gravitas of time upon the night. "Very well, teacher," Ian replied readily, extending his hand without hesitation to touch Hilliard's arm. He had longed to feel the body of a sublimator in this world, undoubtedly extraordinary. However, upon actual contact, he discovered that the skin he touched merely appeared to be skin. This sensation, the boy could not help but widen his eyes. It was a layer upon layer of finely smooth scales, crystalline shells, resilient yet flexible, seemingly impervious to both water and fire, akin to a personal suit of chainmail. Beneath the skin lay not flesh in the traditional sense, but an extraordinarily soft yet potentially extremely hard non-Newtonian fluid. Ian even felt as if he were touching a humanoid crane in Hilliard's prime. He could easily lift a house with a mere exertion, if not more. Lifting his gaze, Ian locked eyes with Hilliard. The old knight's brownish eyes appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet Ian keenly perceived that the pupils continually adjusted, contracting and expanding in response to the surrounding light, akin to a high-precision reconnaissance camera, encompassing every detail within its field of vision. This power, Ian's breath quickened for a moment. This unprecedented possibility was precisely what he had always sought and explored. Noticing the boy's gaze, a mixture of anticipation and yearning, Hilliard nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, the astute boy before him had grasped the crux. The teacher's physique is indeed extraordinary. Releasing his hand and calming his mind, Ian earnestly summarized. Although it appeared to be merely ordinary skin, muscle, and eyes, each possessed capabilities beyond the mundane. Beneath what seemed like a human shell lay extraordinary power. Chapter 27. True form. Ian craved strength. In this unfamiliar world, a feudal society devoid of protection for children, relying on laws and morals was feasible, but they might arrive too late, losing their greatest significance in such a not particularly civilized society. Only strength derived from oneself could ensure one's safety. Spiritual energy and the sublimators represented such power. Ian had initially believed he needed to rely on his spiritual energy to gradually grow, only to attempt to acquire this power in a distant future. After all, disregarding spiritual energy, sublimators undoubtedly belonged to the elite, a heritage skill possessed solely by nobles and prominent families. Yet now, that was no longer the case. A teacher was presently imparting his knowledge to him, revealing the channels to acquire power. Indeed, in agreement with Ian's contemplation, Hilliard nodded. My skin's exterior originates from the luminescent armored dragon, my eyes from the silver ice dragon, my muscles from the Abaddon dragon ant. After consuming special potions and subsequently refining through corresponding training methods, humans can shape specific sublimation apparatus, gaining distinct abilities from particular exotic beasts, even fully transforming into a more powerful life form. This is the advancement method of a sublimator. Of course, the old knight raised his index finger, signaling Ian to listen attentively to the crucial points. These potions and supplements cannot be absorbed indiscriminately. The combination of each sublimation apparatus is of great significance, he hinted. You should be able to perceive the commonality of my power. They all involve dragons. Immediately responding, Ian pondered thoughtfully, slowly nodding. The sublimation apparatus must share commonalities for their powers to harmonize. Precisely, Hilliard lowered his finger, nodding in affirmation. The spine and skeletal system of a dragon can be paired with the eyes of an eagle owl. There may be no conflict, as they are both aerial predators, and the nervous systems can be compatible. However, if you were to create a respiratory system resembling that of a coastal swordfish, combined with other organs of a dragon, how could you guarantee oxygen supply in the thin air of high altitudes? Observing Ian's contemplative expression, the old knight chuckled. Consider this. The eyes of a shrimp can perceive dozens of colors of electric currents and light, without a corresponding brain region for color processing. You would surely go mad. Haphazardly consuming potions could yield the best outcome of physical distortion, akin to your uncle, or the worst, resulting in a putrid mass of flesh and blood, still alive but devoid of the capacity for thought or perception of the external world. I understand. Ian furrowed his brow, contemplating, before raising his gaze to Hilliard. But teacher, he questioned with some confusion, if the consequences of indiscriminately mixing sublimation apparatus from extraordinary creatures are so perilous, why don't sublimators entirely mimic a single extraordinary being? Haha, excellent question. The old knight merely laughed heartily in response. He stood up, gesturing for Ian to do the same. What you mentioned is precisely the most common bloodline system within the sublimator framework. As Ian rose to his feet, the elder's voice resonated. Humans are not perfect, nor are extraordinary creatures. While mimicking their powers is undoubtedly formidable, sometimes coordinating different organs to reconstruct a system can yield better results. For instance, the spine structure of the luminescent armor dragon is incredibly robust, capable of supporting a powerful and sturdy body. However, due to years of burrowing underground, its eyes and limbs have degenerated, rendering it ill-suited for combat on the surface. Thus, we can entirely forego the eyes and limbs of the luminescent armor dragon, instead opting for the keen eyesight of the silver ice dragon, capable of seeing through blizzards for over 10 kilometers, and the formidable limbs of the Abaddon dragon ant understood, sets, and loose parts. Ian raised his brow, enlightened. Utilizing solely the materials of the luminescent armor dragon for sublimation would naturally yield a humanoid version of the luminescent armor dragon, possessing formidable subterranean combat capabilities, but equally bearing the weaknesses of the luminescent armor dragon, which exemplifies the said effect. However, if one merely sought to create a sublimation system centered on the defensive capabilities and endurance of the luminescent armor dragon, one could certainly employ other loose sublimation apparatus to avoid conflicts while minimizing weaknesses. Ian conveyed his thoughts in the local dialect of Terra to Hilliard, and indeed, the old knight, astonished, once again praised Ian's keen perception. You're quite right, precisely so. The system of mimicking the powers of extraordinary beings is termed bloodline. Just like a fire dragon, it is almost entirely a sublimated creature, from its bones to its teeth, from its lungs to its stomach, even its scales and tail, all are astonishingly powerful. Its corresponding sublimation system is naturally the fire dragon bloodline, wherein all extraordinary apparatus can form a cohesive whole, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Conversely, by suitably pairing aspects and combining various bloodline sublimation apparatus to form a comprehensive system of inheritance, it can be referred to as true form. At this moment, Hilliard's voice turned solemn as he gazed at his student. The sublimation bloodline and the path of true form represent the two major advancement systems for sublimators. Only those who cultivate according to the bloodline true form can be considered true sublimators. Those who merely awaken due to chance or acquire fragmented heritage diagrams for practice can never break through the second level. The old man's voice was resolute. In response, Ian nodded slightly, fully comprehending this concept. Without strong upper and lower jaw muscles or sufficiently robust jawbones, sharp teeth cannot express their full strength. Similarly, the powerful breath of the fire dragon would be impotent without sufficiently strong lungs. A robust circulatory system capable of delivering ample energy, and unique sublimation apparatus to store dragon breath material. Acquiring the flame dragon's tooth and the flame dragon's claw individually may indeed bestow one with strength surpassing that of an ordinary individual. However, it could never rival the prowess of a transcendent being equipped with a complete system, merely a flawed fragment. This is akin to a comprehensive industrial system, composed of precisely delineated factories, departments, and research institutions. The absence of any component would hinder advancement, and even if one were to struggle through, significant deficiencies would remain. The same principle applies to the essence of bloodline. The former seeks to optimize successful examples from the natural world, whereas the latter assembles and creates an entirely new system. Thus, he attempted to summarize. Among practitioners who cultivate 10 transcendent officials, those who train according to the essence of bloodline often exhibit strength several times greater than those who merely accumulate 10 transcendent officials without such a foundation. Ian lifted his gaze to meet that of his mentor, a faint smile gracing the boy's lips. The combinations of transcendent officials required for the essence of bloodline, the specific training methods, the order of cultivation. And the nutritional regimens and magical potions are all highly coveted secrets in this regard. Hilliard exchanged a knowing smile with his student, recognizing Ian's comprehension surpassed his expectations, thus negating the need for elaborate explanations. He stated earnestly, "Every family and every school of thought treasures not gold or silver, but the progression chart of the essence of bloodline and the associated formulas for magical potions." At this moment, the old knight raised his hand, crystalline scales shimmering anew upon his arm, and gently pressed it against the center of Ian's chest. Once, he was a high-ranking transcendent of the essence lineage, with the essence known as a movable stronghold, a legacy reaching the 5th energy level, the pinnacle of essence inheritance. Chapter 28, Belief. The levels of transcendent beings stem from the ancient myths of Talera, where the Heavenly Father crafted boundless realms in 7 steps, suspending the sun, moon, and stars upon the heavenly ladder. With each ascent to a new energy level, a transcendent undergoes a qualitative transformation. Each level presents a distinctly different vista. The 5th energy level signifies a transformation that surpasses ordinary individuals 5 times over, making one a true superhuman, a legend walking upon the earth. The vast majority of legacies on the Talera continent allow transcendent beings to undergo 2 or 3 transformations. Considered exceedingly rare, let alone those that reach the 5th energy level. Such a legacy is truly a priceless secret, a treasure beyond measure. A transcendent of that caliber might indeed embody the very definition of their title. Their mere existence akin to an unshakable bastion, an impregnable fortress. When Hilliard uttered the term immovable stronghold, Ian felt as if he beheld a magnificent mountain standing resolute against raging storms, impervious to any natural disaster, tempest, or seismic upheaval. Such is the power belonging to the mightiest guardian essence. Yet, for you at this moment, it is far too early. Even if you are to cultivate, it should commence with the foundational sand armor apprentice, gradually progressing along the path of rock-forged knight and lord of stone. Nevertheless, even the most rudimentary sand armor apprentice can manipulate sand to form armor, cleave solid rock with bare hands, render most blades and axes ineffective, and even conceal themselves within the earth, stifling their life force fluctuations, enduring days without food or water without detriment to their strength. Hilliard spoke slowly, his hand resting on Ian's chest. This is the power of a transcendent, one you shall possess in the future. The boy did not flinch, acutely sensing an undeniable warmth emanating from the old knight's palm. Ian instinctively activated his foreknowledge vision. In an instant, the world transformed into a hazy realm where he beheld Hilliard's palm aglow with golden mist. Coalescing into a sphere of pale gold, it flowed and spun, radiating heat akin to flames, even resembling the sun, before surging into his body. Ian focused intently. The moment the golden sphere entered him, he felt his heart ablaze. A torrent of warmth flooding from the point of contact between them, coursing through his entire being with each heartbeat. He became acutely aware of every muscle, blood vessel, bone, and organ within him, their clarity astonishing. Yet this understanding was fleeting. His organs were unblemished, all functions normal, though his cells were evidently famished. It seemed he would need to prepare more sustenance to replenish his strength. Retracting his hand, Hilliard pondered, then raised Ian's hand, motioning for the boy to extend his palms. Ian complied without hesitation. The old knight scrutinized his student's hands, gesturing for Ian to remove his outer garment. He examined the areas where bruises once resided, applying pressure to key tendons and bones, inquiring if Ian felt pain or itchiness, emphasizing the importance of relaying any unusual sensations. Ian naturally responded with honesty. Very well. Following a thorough examination, Hilliard expressed satisfaction, patting Ian's shoulder and signaling him to don his clothing once more. There are no hidden injuries or deformities. Your body is in excellent health. Your uncle's torment has not inflicted irreversible harm upon you. However, it appears you possess neither unique bloodline nor mutations. Strange, considering your uncle's condition should have rendered your bones more resilient, as he is a failed specimen of skeletal mutation, whereas you have successfully awakened your psychic energy, which should have provided a solid foundation. Noticing the numerous tears in Ian's clothing, the old knight shook his head slightly. It is truly remarkable that you have endured in such a household without any permanent injuries. Just then, Ian spoke up. Master, what does it signify to be free from deformities and hidden injuries? It means you can conserve considerable effort in nurturing your body, thereby saving time. Upon hearing Ian's inquiry, Hilliard snapped back to reality and explained, "Not everyone can embark upon the path of transcendence. After the cataclysm, humanity's blood has been tainted with elements of mutation, and the essence of life has largely been compromised. In severe cases, like your uncle, the manifestations of mutation are evident. Even if he were to cultivate normal transcendent officials, he could still face malignant transformations. While ordinary individuals may not exhibit tumors or abnormal limbs on the surface, their internal organs may harbor some form of mutation. With the essence of life compromised, even those who embark upon the path of transcendence struggle to advance, which is why the vast majority of ordinary people, even with a legacy, cannot break through to the second or third energy levels in their lifetimes." Hilliard extended his hand, giving Ian's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Of course, you need not worry. Your ability to awaken psychic energy proves your essence of life is sufficiently intact, and you can effortlessly cultivate to the third energy level." "That's so." Ian mused, feeling the weight of his mentor's hand upon his shoulder, yet his mind was preoccupied with contemplation. Setting aside the newly introduced term cataclysm, the notion of congenital deformity, akin to genetic disorders on Earth, undoubtedly correlates to the concept of compromised essence of life in Talera. The concepts of genes and essence of life appear analogous. Those with severely damaged genes, if they were to forcefully transcend their essence, would only result in further mutations. It felt reminiscent of gene adjustments. Ian pondered. If genes are not repaired, those born with deformities, even if they undergo genetic adjustments, cannot develop proper genetic organs. His awakening of psychic energy fundamentally stems from the merging of two lifetimes' memories, differing from most psychics in Talera. In other words, his ability to awaken psychic energy may not necessarily indicate the completeness of his essence of life. Especially considering he has an uncle with severely compromised essence, this would categorize him as part of a high-risk genetic disorder population on Earth. Thus, he raised his gaze, tentatively inquiring of Hilliard, "Can the compromised essence of life be healed or restored?" Indeed. Hilliard was not surprised by Ian's question. "Most apprentices inquire about this once they learn," he replied succinctly. "However, this requires exceedingly expensive restorative procedures or extremely rare potions. It is said that certain specialized training methods may gradually repair the damaged essence of life. But those are not methods accessible to ordinary individuals, and the resources and time involved are incalculable. Since you have awakened psychic energy, it confirms your aptitude is above average. You may pursue either the path of a psychic or a transcendent." "I understand." Ian nodded decisively, raising his hand to observe his fist, clenching and unclenching it. Gazing at his small, pale, slender wrists and fists, he looked up at Hilliard. "Master, when may I commence my training as a transcendent?" Hilliard regarded his student's expression thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, he replied slowly, "Now. Being a transcendent is not merely a profession, nor a characteristic, or a lofty status. It is a way of life. There is no specific time to begin your training as a transcendent. You may commence whenever you wish." The aged knight's gaze turned solemn at this moment as he fixed his eyes upon Ian, speaking in a low voice. "Ian, I am aware of your yearning for power. And indeed, you require it. However, you are but 8 years old. You must understand that embarking on the path of the sublimator at your tender age is a futile endeavor. It is imperative to acknowledge that even the imperial royalty must wait until after puberty to officially commence their journey towards sublimation. Of course, there is no fault in starting early, yet it is undoubtedly a more arduous and challenging road ahead." This discourse holds little significance. Hilliard is acutely aware of Ian's predicament. He merely masquerades as the boy's uncle while harboring his own mission, destined to depart at an uncertain time in the future. When that moment arrives, Ian will need to fend for himself and his younger brother, not to mention the prying eyes of the Sequoia natives. The recent loss of 3 hunters and a shaman will surely not lead to a direct assassination attempt in Harrison Port, but they will undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on Ian. Seeking revenge. Ian desires strength, and he indeed requires it. Yet, beyond this justification, Hilliard harbors a flicker of hope within his heart. A young child is ill-equipped for the trials of sublimation, aside from the necessity to incessantly adapt to a new physique and newfound power. The capricious and impatient nature of childhood is of utmost importance. No one expects an 8 or 9-year-old child to persist in monotonous training and meditation daily, simply to acclimate to suffering and gain control over their thoughts. But if it were Ian, if it were this child who, in just one night, had vanquished 3 foes and still drifted into peaceful slumber, Hilliard believed he could, perhaps even achieve more. Your Majesty. As he observed Ian, who appeared to be deep in thought, the old knight found himself murmuring, "Perhaps, as you say, we can always believe." Chapter 29. The prodigy. I am aware of the arduous nature of this path. At this moment, it seemed to affirm Hilliard's thoughts. In response to his mentor's counsel, Ian replied resolutely, "But I need to know, so I shall pursue it." He exhibited no hesitation. "Very well. It appears you know what you require." Upon hearing this satisfactory reply, Hilliard ceased his superfluous words. He raised his hand once more, extending his index finger and intoning gravely, "The training of a sublimator begins with the source seed. The source seed embodies life, and the power of life is the wellspring of sublimation. Next, you must earnestly experience the power of the virtual source seed. You are far too young, and your body can endure only a few attempts. Cherish every opportunity." After seeing his pupil's signal readiness, he pointed his finger towards Ian's heart. A hum. This time, the old knight's fingertip radiated an unusual heat, foretelling that the golden specks in the realm of perception coalesced far more than before. In that instant of contact, Ian felt as though his blood was heated, coursing through his veins, with the rhythmic sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. Listening to the surging tide of his blood, Ian immersed himself completely, as his will seemed to resonate with the rhythm of his heart, swirling through his body along the veins, traversing his chest, back, face, neck, and limbs, before converging back to his heart. After just this one cycle, the boy's frame trembled slightly. He struggled to maintain his balance, beads of sweat forming all over him. His already thin garments clung to him as if he had just emerged from water. Life. Yet, Ian remained oblivious to this. He was acutely aware of every pulse. He began to comprehend that the scorching wind, akin to a furnace, emanating from Hilliard's fingertip, and the searing flow originating from his heart that enveloped his entire being, constituted the power of life. The flow of blood, the stretching of muscles, the rhythm of breath, the peristalsis of organs, everything was an expression of life's power, and the source of it all seemed to emanate from that fiery point at his heart. In that moment, a thread of power arose from his heart, entwining and spreading throughout his body, coursing ceaselessly through his bloodstream. Though his youthful heart was tender, it resembled a seed destined to grow into a resilient giant tree. Stirring a cacophony of leaves, Hilliard observed Ian's expression and was taken aback when he sensed that the boy had begun to grasp the rhythm of his heartbeat and the flow of his blood. Was it possible so swiftly? He himself had taken nearly half a month under his mentor's guidance to master the rhythm of life force and resonate with the virtual source seed. Even so, he was an unprecedented prodigy in the Empire's northwest, capable of condensing the source seed and embarking on formal training after a single experience with the virtual source seed. His disciple splendid. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hilliard's face broke into a genuine smile, his eyes burning with fervor as he gazed at the boy who was now entirely immersed in the rhythm of life. Remarkable. He fell silent. Minutes later, when Ian completed his attunement and raised his gaze to meet Hilliard's, the old knight finally spoke. A sublimator, in its truest sense, is one who elevates the essence of their own life through the source seed within, by harnessing the power of the source seed. One enhances their own life essence, thus transcending into a higher being. The condensation of the source seed is the first step for all spiritual practitioners and sublimators to elevate their life's standing. However, the process of condensing the source seed is perilous. Hasty attempts may lead to self-destruction, causing the heart to cease and the organs to fail. Thus, the pioneers sought a pathway, guiding newcomers to perceive through the virtual source seed. His voice, steady and clear, ensured that the boy could hear each word distinctly. Ian, the virtual source seed will likely last for about a month. During this time, you must gradually attune yourself to its rhythm and nuances. Then, endeavor to condense your own source seed. Should you fail within this month, I shall grant you the virtual source seed a second time, and given your tender age, you may endure a maximum of 3 offerings of the virtual source seed. If you still cannot master it after 3 attempts, you shall be unable to pursue the path of a sublimator until your body matures once more in puberty. Having delivered this serious admonition, Hilliard chuckled heartily, extending his hand to gently pat the boy's back. Do not fret, Ian, trust me. You are undoubtedly a genius in this regard. His tone was filled with unwavering conviction. After encouraging Ian, Hilly had transformed into the guise of Alazan, limping away, his body wrapped in bandages, prepared to venture outside to assess the situation and procure some food. According to his words, what Ian needed most at this moment was ample nourishment to replenish his vitality. Though the boy bore no lasting maladies, he had indeed endured hunger under his uncle's care for years. Without sufficient nutrients, his future path of sublimation would face significant hindrances. Not to mention, on an empty stomach, even the virtual source seed's movements would elude clear comprehension. Each experience of life's pulse would cause his blood to surge vigorously, exhausting his strength. If asked to describe it, Ian might say it depletes considerable blood sugar, stimulating the activation of his entire body, effectively healing most afflictions of excess and fortifying his health. The prerequisite, however, is ample blood sugar. Otherwise, he would merely exhaust himself to death. Meanwhile, Ian sat upon the bed, eyes closed. He remained attuned to the lingering resonance of life flowing within him. At the location of his heart, it felt as though a brand new organ had emerged, both existent and ethereal. Quivering gently with the heartbeat, releasing a gentle stream. That was the virtual source seed. This sensation as he earnestly tuned into the feedback provided by the virtual source seed. Ian's expression bore no trace of the initial excitement experienced upon first encountering sublimation training. Rather, it took on an odd demeanor. "Why does it feel like a second heart?" the boy murmured. "No, this is indeed a second heart. If Earth's genetic modifications represent a physical second heart, then here on Terra, it is the essence heart condensed from life essence. The challenge of condensing the source seed may stem from the difficulty Terrans face in controlling an organ that has never existed before. It is akin to how an ordinary person cannot conceive the sensation of possessing a third hand, let alone how to wield it. Thus, the virtual source seed serves as a buffer, allowing one to gradually acclimate to the sensation of this novel organ. Unlike Earthlings, who undergo modifications from the embryonic stage, Terran sublimators achieve their powers through postnatal training, rendering them ill-equipped to adapt to such an unusual feeling. Their training bears a risk and difficulty akin to undergoing heart surgery. No wonder that without the virtual source seed for prior adaptation and guidance from predecessors, the path of sublimation is nearly synonymous with certain death. If this is the case, enlightened, Ian opened his eyes and could not help but smile. Then, I am indeed a genius. Meanwhile, along the southern coast, at the bison sequoia forest, an eerie and ominous atmosphere enveloped the area, as dozens of cold eyes fixated intently on Harrison Port across the river. Chapter 30. The natives on the seaward side of the Bison Mountain Range. Countless towering giant sequoias appeared to pierce the clouds. These trees, averaging over 100 meters in height and astonishingly resilient, served as the natural keels of warships. The redwoods, aged over 150 years, whether enchanted or not, could be equated to sublimated spirit plants. A network formed by hundreds or even thousands of redwoods could create a natural spiritual domain, possessing a hazy collective consciousness among the trees. In the bygone years, when the Imperial Southern Expansion Team arrived at the coastal redwood forest region of the South Sea, they were immediately filled with elation, believing they had discovered an exceptional natural naval base, which would eventually become the precursor to Harrison Port. Whether it was the vast and boundless expanse of the redwood forest or the strategically located deepwater port along the river and by the sea, it encompassed everything a large coastal city would require. At that time, the Imperial pioneers envisioned constructing a magnificent port in the remote southern ridge, transforming the area into the largest commercial city of the southern provinces. While humanity's frontier would continue to venture into the uncharted South Sea due to their explorations. Furthermore, the untamed and primal Bison Mountains, though wild, were believed to harbor unimaginable treasures. The very energy fields would gradually condense natural essence, giving birth to more extraordinary plants with unique effects. Beneath the roots of ancient trees, which perhaps had taken root for millennia, high-purity elemental crystal blocks and even essence gems might have already solidified. Here, one could find fruits capable of curing all ailments, tree sap that could bring the dead back to life, sublimated mineral veins hidden beneath the earth, and in the profound hollows, the skeletal remains of magical beasts, more precious than gold, alongside the bounteous land. For the pioneers seeking to carve out a new homeland, This place was nothing short of perfect. Yet, they overlooked a crucial point: the indigenous people who had long settled in the redwood forest. These natives, who worshipped the consciousness of the trees and revered powerful local magical beasts, inhabited over 100 hostile cannibalistic tribes within the lush redwood woods. Though primitive, the natives possessed raw strength and exceptional hunting skills, including those known as shamans, who could manipulate the local energy fields and even control magical beasts in battle. What followed was war. The conflict and bloodshed between the natives and the imperial pioneers have yet to be fully resolved to this day. Several of the most hostile tribes surrounding Harrison Port have been annihilated. The magical beasts and primal tree spirits they worshipped were slain and burned, their corpses repurposed as materials. Meanwhile, the remaining tribes were mostly relatively mild and willing to trade with the Empire. However, the Empire could not freely enter their sacred lands and must acknowledge their autonomy. Otherwise, while the Empire may not lose, Harrison Port was destined for destruction. Thus, a clear territorial demarcation now exists, with both sides refraining from crossing the line. As evening descended upon the western riverbank of Harrison Port, near the banks of the Ivok River, a group of 15 redwood natives gathered within the dense foliage and thickets of the jungle. Most bore indifferent expressions, seemingly awaiting something. Each native's face and exposed skin were adorned with peculiar patterns, varying in length, which helped them better conceal themselves within the dense forest, while the ancient blessings contained within provided them with varying degrees of strength. The Akitis shaman, along with 3 hunters, had perished. Soon after, as the night gradually darkened, a similarly tattooed hunter silently emerged from the shadows toward Harrison Port. He communicated with his companions through simple words and gestures. The Empire had not responded, and those negotiating with us had yet to provide an explanation. There were no embellishments, nor were there any intense emotional expressions. The natives' language was straightforward, yet the underlying anger and fear conveyed through the hunters' expression spread contagiously to the faces of all the hunters. The ritual was set to commence the following day. Without sufficient pure offerings, we cannot receive the great shaman's blessing. One hunter could not help but speak up, his voice tinged with panic and anger. Akitis was one of the few shamans of our tribe. He is dead, and we. The fear stemmed from their inability to fulfill the great shaman's requirements, while the anger was directed at the Empire. This particular tribe was among the rare moderates, willing to exchange what they needed through trade. And even when offerings were genuinely required, they did not resort to raiding villages for sacrifices like other fierce tribes, but rather sought to negotiate with resources and currency. In their view, there was no doubt that the issue arose from Asna, who had previously made an agreement with them. He had promised to deliver his 2 nephews for 30 talers, but had reneged and summoned the Imperial Guards, resulting in the deaths of their shaman and several skilled hunters. What? Asna unleashed his strength and killed the Akitis shaman and his party? What nonsense! They were not unfamiliar with Asna, a pathetic fool who had become dazed from consuming black mushrooms. Any of the hunters present had the confidence to take his life in a single breath. The Empire must pay with blood for their actions. From the dim shadows, a raspy, deep voice echoed. As this voice emerged, all the natives who had been angrily denouncing and cursing fell silent. A towering hunter, adorned with a scaled crown, slowly rose from the shadows. Unlike his compatriots, who were mostly between 1.3 meters to 1.4 meters, this indigenous warrior stood an impressive height of over 2 meters. Muscles rippling, he merely stood and towered over everyone. The scaled crown hunter was evidently the leader of this group. He spoke slowly. I have prepared the offerings for the ritual, though they may not astound the great shaman. They will not delay his displeasure. As for the Empire, let the doves deliver a message to their lord. Surrender the murderer or await retribution. The one who killed Akitis must pay with blood. It was evident that the scaled crown hunter bore similar patterns across his body, in addition to being covered with a layer of fine gray scales, resembling armor. These dense and sturdy scales spread from the strange patterns coursing throughout his form. Surveying all the hunters present, he calmly stated, "Moreover, we have already purchased the offerings. Asna and his nephews are our property. Their attempts to deny this are in vain. Find them, kill them, sacrifice them." Thus, the scaled crown hunter issued his commands, and all the other hunters silently bowed their heads in obedience. Beneath the waning sunlight, a dozen shadows vanished amidst the dense aerial roots and interlacing branches, moving silently, some heading towards Harrison Port. At that very moment, as the natives stirred, Elder Pewd of the White Folk, accompanied by several attendants, hurriedly made his way toward the center of Harrison Port, toward a grand and luxurious edifice. This was theoretically the residence of the highest local official, the imperial noble Viscount Grant. The governor of Harrison Port was appointed directly by the former emperor, a matter that had once been a source of pride for the Grant family. However, since the ascension of the new emperor, circumstances had grown delicate. From the turmoil of the Dark Moon decades ago to the present, Harrison Port and the entire southern immigrant region had been forgotten, even deliberately overlooked, even 8 years prior. When Harrison Port was struck by a catastrophic storm akin to a natural disaster, neither the capital nor the southern provincial governor offered any acknowledgement. The promised aid and construction funds had been delayed indefinitely, resulting in the city walls and some peripheral streets of the port remaining unrepaired to this day. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the fact that the Viscount's residence was the most extravagant and luxurious building in the entire port. Elder Pewd walked through a garden adorned with vibrant plants. Within the marble courtyard, several sublimated plants with special functions blossomed in a dazzling array of colors, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Elder Pewd paid no heed, as this relatively short yet robust elder of the white folk, guided by his attendants, approached the inner courtyard. 18 noon. The aroma of fine wine could be detected. Viscount Grant was once again hosting a banquet. Elder Pewd could even see the flickering candlelight, with those pale yellow candles mixed with myrrh and meditation herb ash, intended to aid in sublimation practices, each worth over 17 taller silver coins. "Ah, Elder Pewd!" exclaimed the Viscount, amidst his embrace of a slender red-haired beauty, clearly already inebriated. This dark-haired noble, flushed and youthful in appearance, despite nearly reaching 60, had yet to show signs of aging, thanks to his status as a sublimator, which allowed him to maintain his prime for an extended period. He abruptly pushed aside the beauty beside him, eliciting a playful protest from her, before laughing and beckoning Elder Pewd to sit down. "Come, let us drink. I have been waiting for you." "How can I refuse?" Elder Pewd lightly bowed and then took a seat opposite him. Harrison Port had no civil officials. His role as the civil deputy was primarily due to his responsibility for the Viscount's private military and his status as a leader among the white folk, managing the white folk community while serving the Viscount. Elder Pewd surveyed the banquet table at the center of the courtyard. Aside from the usual coastal delicacies of stewed fish and seafood, there were also considerable portions of pork chops and venison, with a plate of lamb chops adorned with spiced meat sauce set before the Viscount, and the basket of bread contained only the finest whole wheat brown bread, wafting a delightful aroma. Yet, this was somewhat meager. Theoretically, a banquet for an imperial Viscount, the governor of the port, and a sublimator should include fine seafruit oil, wine, and refined white bread, with the main course centered around beef and lamb to provide adequate nourishment. But who could blame the peculiar circumstances of Harrison Port? The new immigrant district lacks imperial support for development and construction, resulting in a scarcity of resources. Besides an abundance of fish, there are no substantial pastures available to provide fat and meat. All livestock is a rare commodity. For political reasons, Viscount Grant finds it challenging to advance further in the future and, consequently, lacks the motivation to strive diligently. He merely drifts through life, enjoying a semi-retired existence. "Lamar and Yam have already met with me." The Viscount raised a cup of honey wine, diluted with a considerable amount of high-proof distilled spirits, and downed it in one gulp. Although he was already inebriated, the exalted nature of his being allowed him to swiftly regain clarity whenever he desired. He turned his head, his light blue eyes gazing at Elder Pewd, and spoke in an official tone. "It is intolerable that those lowly redwood savages have actually infiltrated the city to attack imperial citizens, violating the dignity of the empire. However, as you are aware, the situation at the port leaves much to be desired. We lack the funds to drive away pests, and the port guard is not fully staffed at present. We can only bolster our defenses to prevent further incursions into the city. If action is to be taken, it must wait until the aid arrives at year's end. Lamar serves as the port's treasurer, and Yam holds the dual roles of city defense officer and public safety officer. Originally, Harrison Port had a judge, but 8 years ago, he met an unfortunate fate during a storm when a falling ironclad shark struck him dead. His successor has awaited the imperial appointment documents for 3 years, but they have yet to be issued. 5 years ago, he left the city in frustration, his whereabouts now unknown, likely consumed by natives or beasts. leaving Viscount Grant to take on the role in a rather unorthodox manner, albeit without better alternatives. It is said that there have been changes in the imperial capital, perhaps due to the trade demands from Whalesong Cliff and Canaan Moor. The imperial center has once again turned its gaze southward. Harrison Port is set to receive imperial aid for the first time in 30 years by the end of this year. The native attacks are rooted in pure sacrificial offerings, Elder Pewd stated, also drinking a cup of honey wine mixed with high-proof distilled spirits, his dwarven lineage prompting him to appreciate the pure stimulation of the drink. After placing his cup down and exhaling the scent of alcohol, Elder Pewd's deep green eyes sparkled as he addressed the Viscount. I am well aware of Osner. He is not clean. That scoundrel often sneaks out of the city to trade with those savages, indulging in black mushrooms, and I have seen it with my own eyes. He is undoubtedly a bad seed. However, those savages have gone too far this time. They specifically infiltrated the city to demand that Osner offer his 2 children as sacrifices. We, the people of the white race, cannot tolerate this. For the sake of our kin, even a cripple would fight fiercely. This, then, is the truth behind the attack, my lord. I implore you to overlook his transgressions in light of his bravery in confronting the Redwood natives, and to grant him some incense and potions to heal his mental wounds. Young children have been affected by the native sleeping powder, and the aftereffects are quite severe, he formally requested. The people of the white race will remember your generosity. Summarizing the information of the evening, Elder Pewd was nearing the truth. He remained unaware of Osner's true intentions. However, presenting an image of unity and camaraderie among the white race in front of outsiders was his duty. The matter of Osner and the potions was straightforward. He had a deformity and was often lost in dreams, which was not surprising, and he sympathized with the child's plight. Yet, the notion of pure sacrificial offerings. Nodding in agreement, Viscount Grant casually acquiesced to the request. Having no intention of punishing Osner, after all, he himself occasionally indulged in black mushrooms, which hardly raised eyebrows in the circles of imperial nobility. As for the potions, they held little value to him, especially compared to the worth of the services Elder Pewd provided. The people of the white race comprised 1/7 of Harrison Port's population, second only to the Plains people, the primary ethnic group of the empire. Elder Pewd was not only his good friend but also a tribal elder, with whom he maintained excellent relations both in work and personal matters, thus deserving of respect. However, upon hearing the term pure sacrificial offering, Viscount Grant's brow furrowed immediately. Is it true? Is the situation that dire? Do we need to inform the bishop? His complexion swiftly shifted from red to pale as the exalted constitution metabolized the alcohol. The Viscount sighed, relieved, murmuring, thankfully, aid is on the way. Otherwise, we would be powerless against the formidable natives. Yet, he soon shook his head in frustration, muttering, the Radiant Church has not had an easy time of late. Truly troublesome. The people of the Southern Ridge are well aware that pure sacrificial offerings are one of the common grand rituals among all the natives of the Southern Ridge, requiring the blood of children and the souls of warriors for the rites, second only to the highest level of ancestral spirit offerings. Each occurrence signals significant events and anomalies. The bishop of the Radiant Church stationed at Harrison Port is a powerful second-tier exalted being. Having reached the stage of condensed radiance, a truly ascetic and virtuous individual, far stronger than the somewhat distracted Viscount Grant. However, of late, the bishop has been touring numerous coastal villages and even ventured to the northwestern colonies to expel the sea beasts that have become active during the typhoon season, often disappearing for 1 or 2 months at a time. You shall decide, the Viscount mused, knowing Elder Pewd would not naively believe he truly needed to offer an opinion. He merely emphasized one point. Before the storm 8 years ago, those savages also engaged in pure sacrificial offerings to seek the protection of the spirit of the mountain tide. Their shamans are more perceptive in this regard than we are. They would not recklessly embark on a sacrificial offering without cause. Furthermore, my lord, the number of magical beasts and exalted plants surrounding the port has been increasing. Should another abnormal storm like the one 8 years ago occur, at this juncture, Elder Pewd intensified his tone. It indicates that these phenomena are highly likely related to the labyrinth. Chapter 32. The Fish Market. The labyrinth? After a moment of contemplation, Viscount Grant swirled his wine glass. Pondering deeply, he recalled the knowledge he had previously acquired, finding Elder Pewd's assertions to be quite compelling. The labyrinth is a peculiar region that emerged across the Terra continent following the cataclysm. Over 600 years ago, alongside a violent earthquake, The first labyrinth discovered by humanity appeared in the Moro mountain range within the empire, devouring an entire village. After local exploration teams and a group led by a retired officer of the third tier suffered successive failures and annihilation, the imperial capital dispatched a fourth-tier legion commander to lead an elite team for exploration. They ultimately obtained a substantial quantity of the exceedingly rare exalted metal known as Morian steel from the core of the labyrinth, an active metal capable of reshaping itself with spiritual energy and possessing self-regenerative properties. Today, the labyrinth is regarded as a super-high-density spiritual energy domain formed from the natural changes in the world following the cataclysm, with its core invariably guarded by extremely rare treasures or formidable magical beasts. It is even said that some individuals have unearthed relics from a bygone civilization within. Allegedly, the legendary armament of the Duke of Junling Castle was crafted from such relics excavated from the labyrinth. Each appearance of a labyrinth is accompanied by significant climate anomalies in the vicinity, even celestial or geological upheavals. However, the emergence of a labyrinth also induces a phenomenon of rich magical energy, leading to the proliferation of rare exalted plants, magical potion materials, and aberrant magical beasts, all forming an ecosystem centered around the labyrinth. This aligns perfectly with the recent developments observed at Harrison Port. As for why the Viscount would believe Elder Pude's conjectures, it is simple. Others may be unaware of the origins of the white race residing in Harrison Port, but as the head of the Grant family, he is well informed. They are specialists in this area. Were it not for unspeakable transgressions leading to their loss of name and banishment to this place, the white race would undoubtedly have had a place in the study of labyrinths. An 8 to 10 year cycle of formation? This suggests a medium to large labyrinth. At this moment, Viscount Grant was fully sober, contemplating this possibility, then breaking into an excited smile. He vigorously nodded at Elder Pude, exclaiming, "The precursor to the labyrinth's emergence is the abundance of local resources. Valuable beasts and exalted plants will increase, attracting adventurers and explorers to the area. With the Empire's renewed aid and the opening of maritime trade routes to Canaan Moor and Whalesong Cliff, this is a golden opportunity for the reconstruction of Harrison Port. If we execute this well, it will surely capture the attention of His Majesty." He rose to his feet, invigorated, pacing back and forth at the table as he murmured about various preparatory measures. No longer in despair but filled with motivation, Elder Pude, unfazed, lifted his wine glass for a sip before picking up his knife and fork to enjoy the luncheon. Viscount Grant had taken over the governorship of Harrison Port from his father not long ago, only to witness the previous emperor's demise and the ensuing chaos of the Dark Moon, during which the entire southern immigrant district had been forgotten amidst great political turmoil. After languishing for 3 to 4 decades, they now finally awaited the dawn of resurgence, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. This was also their chance to reassert themselves and reclaim their name. None of them would abandon this endeavor. After a while, the luncheon concluded, and both parties engaged in lively conversation. Although the Viscount had been in a state of despondency for a considerable period, indulging in pleasures, he was far from being an ignorant wastrel. Change was imminent for Harrison Port in the near future. Within the Viscount's residence, after Elder Pude took his leave, the lingering blush on Viscount Grant's face began to fade. He gazed in the direction where the elder had departed. Returning to his seat, where a maid had quietly refilled his wine, a shaman, along with 3 hunters, did not escape unscathed. The seemingly youthful noble pondered thoughtfully, giving a slight nod as he spun the wine glass delicately between his fingers. The crimson liquid appeared to defy gravity, swirling steadily in a soft blue luminescence, not a drop spilled. The Grant family's ancestral bloodline, at the second energy level, endowed the sublimator with the ability to manipulate numerous liquids within their line of sight, marking it as a notably powerful legacy among the higher bloodlines inclined towards the water element. For the Viscount Grant, controlling the wine glass and the liquid within his own body was merely instinctual. He murmured to himself, "A deformed-legged white citizen could manage this, ha." Shaking his head gently, a smile crept across the Viscount's face, tinged with a hint of irony. "Pude still wishes to feign ignorance with me. I shall indulge him. One can only say that those indigenous folk have had the worst of luck, truly unfortunate, and why, Lord, the indigenous people have already sent a message of protest via messenger pigeons." The noblewoman with long chestnut hair's eyes flickered momentarily as the previously voluptuous red-haired beauty approached him discreetly. The once familiar and languid demeanor of the lady now turned respectful and restrained. The tribe of Architusa threatens to terminate trade unless the perpetrator is handed over. Otherwise, they will retaliate with full force. Without a shaman, to speak so boldly is something I admire in these diminutive folk. After all, it is this arrogance that allows them to bite. Taking a sip of his wine, the Viscount replied nonchalantly, "But if they dare to bite me, it would be ill-fated. If they refuse to trade, we shall simply replace the traitors to ask for handing over the culprit. It is truly absurd. I have yet to address their breach of agreement by intruding into the inner city, and they still dare to provoke me? Retaliation? Let them retaliate. I am eager to see how much more blood they can shed." Setting down his wine glass, the Viscount pulled the red-haired beauty into his embrace. "Send someone to keep watch on Osena. No, the deformed cannot awaken spiritual powers. Keep an eye on that child from the Osena family. Monitor IA and to discover such a young white citizen with spiritual abilities in my own territory was unexpected indeed." Amidst the sultry breaths of the red-haired beauty, he calmly issued his command. "Though Pude is my friend, Harrison Port is my domain. The white citizens ought to remain in their place." Meanwhile, as he was courteously escorted out by a maid, Elder Pude, carrying herbs, stepped into a sudden afternoon downpour, where fine, swift droplets elongated in the air like slender threads. Several attendants approached with umbrellas. "You go buy some fish and chicken and a bit of wheat. Deliver this box of medicine to the Osena family, and casually inform that troublesome boy that I have settled his matters. He should refrain from the black mushrooms and avoid mingling with the indigenous folk. When the time comes, I will procure medicine for Elon, and even if he is deformed, he is still a fine lad within our clan. And you, summon Captain Reed. We shall convene in the council hall tonight. I need to ask him about the guard and recent indigenous activities." The elder instructed his two attendants to run errands, but then reconsidered. Waving his hand, "Never mind, I shall personally check on the Osena brothers, Ian and Elon. After Ernesto's demise, the port has been in chaos. Indeed, I have had little time to care for the children. Our clan owes them that much. Moreover," he murmured, his expression contemplative, "it is indeed rather unusual." As if wishing to say more, the elder shook his head, sighed, and urged his attendants. "Hurry along," the attendants obliged. And Elder Pude strode into the rain towards the fish market. The bustling market was thriving, the light drizzle of rain hardly deterring the activity. Yet there, the elder spotted a white-haired boy who, by all reasoning, should not be present. Ian, who ought to have been resting at home, was now wandering the fish market with an intrigued expression. Chapter 33. The unexpected find. The Bison Mountains, bordering the eternal silent sea and the boisterous ocean, stretch nearly 1,000 kilometers from the northwest to the south, with a perilous depression at their center. A gorge torn by geological upheaval during the calamity of the heavens and the source of the Ivok River. The coastal mountain peaks are often shrouded in ominous clouds, while the gorge below is thickly forested with towering sequoias, casting shadows that obscure the sunlight, resembling wooden mountains. A somewhat dilapidated port city lies nestled here, surrounded by numerous natural defenses, simultaneously positioned at the foot of the mountains, by the sea, alongside the river, and adjacent to the gorge. Harrison Port serves as the southernmost gathering of humanity in the civilized world. It is afternoon, yet the dense clouds render the light dim, as if it were evening on the gray, stone-paved roads of the port. Dockworkers hurried about, while fishermen had long sailed out to sea before dawn. Still laboring in the distant waters, the rain had been falling for half a day. Harrison Port experiences many types of rain, from cascading waterfalls to light drizzles, from hammering downpours to gentle, silken showers. Some are suffocatingly dense, while others are refreshing and invigorating. Today's rain was rather ordinary, merely a swift July shower familiar to the southern coastal residents, appearing as countless silver strands cascading from the gray clouds, connecting with the cerulean sea below. Elder Pude stood at the side of the street, his brow slightly furrowed. For the elderly man, the fine mist of rain could not obscure his vision. He effortlessly locked onto a boy strolling leisurely through the fish market. Surveying his surroundings with curiosity, the elder wondered aloud, how could he be here? Ian strolled through the rain. Such rain posed no threat to the Terra inhabitants, unless immersed for an extended period in near-freezing water. They would not suffer from hypothermia. Even an 8-year-old boy, unfazed by the sensation of wet clothes, could venture outside in inclement weather. In the market, the boy examined the various fish, half alive in their tubs. His gaze inquisitive. Upon returning home, Hilliard brought back several fish, a bag of potatoes, and half a bag of flour. He then apologized to Ian, informing him that he had uncovered information regarding his mission on the street and must investigate further. Hence, he would be absent for a period in the afternoon and evening, returning only late at night. Ian need not wait for dinner. He could simply stew the potatoes, roast the fish, and prepare porridge with the remaining wheat for Elon. Considering that Ian needed to stockpile substantial nutrients for his ascension journey, the potatoes and roasted fish might not suffice for a balanced diet. Hilliard left behind a pouch of local silver coins, totaling $35. This was originally intended for critical negotiations with local residents, bribery, or procurement of goods. But now, with the identity of Osena, acquiring supplies and information became much easier. There was no need for these funds. It was better to use them to nourish his student. Hilliard's words were, "Buy whatever you wish to eat. Do not be stingy, O savor the joys of life is to endure the trials of cultivation." He harbored no concern for Ian's potential frivolity. In the old knight's eyes, his student was intelligent, perceptive, patient, and remarkably self-disciplined, deserving of trust. Thus, after advising caution in his practice, the old knight departed once more. Ian understood this well. Hilliard had come to Harrison Port due to a mission and was concealed here. The knight undoubtedly had his own matters to attend to, and such sudden disappearances would likely recur. He must learn to adapt, to live independently, and to cultivate himself, without relying on others for constant care. Judging by Hilliard's expression, the old knight appeared rather pleased, suggesting that the Osena identity was indeed beneficial, as he had gleaned the clues he sought in Harrison Port. Now that he had funds, he need not deprive himself. It must be said that the $35 left by Hilliard was indeed a substantial sum. Taler coins are a special silver alloy, remarkably robust, nearly impossible to replicate or tarnish through common means. They hold intrinsic value both as an inscription additive and in standard smelting and forging, making Taler exceedingly resilient to depreciation. 1 Taler silver coin could be exchanged for 12 small bison silvers, and 1 small silver coin could be traded for 10 penny coppers. A single penny copper could purchase over a pound of wheat, a solid loaf of dark bread, and 2 could buy a reasonably sized long loaf. Before his mother passed away, Ian had familiarized himself with local prices. Due to the scarcity of local ranches, beef, lamb, and pork were expensive, while fish and meat were exceedingly cheap. Thus, $1 silver coin could buy 6 pounds of prime beef or 15 pounds of lamb, and over 20 pounds of pork. If he established rapport with farmers or fishermen, he could acquire 4 lively hens and a crowing rooster, or an entire barrel of salted fish. Ordinary farmers toil throughout the year, and barring natural disasters or accidents, they might save up 1 or 2 large silver coins, enough to acquire new farming tools or raise a few more chickens, or perhaps add a small sheep every few years. It might take a lifetime to gather enough for a calf. The Osena family, not counting the value of any sleeping powder, had a total of 12.5 large silver coins, mostly small silver coins and penny coppers, with only 5 genuine Taler, one of which was secretly given to the boy by his mother before her passing, meant as a last-ditch life-saving fund. This was already an outrageous sum, considering that Osena himself was merely a clerk at the dock. While this position was decent, he earned at most $1 per month, along with some material provisions. He himself was not frugal. How could he possibly save nearly half a year's salary without eating or drinking? It was undoubtedly the result of collusion with the indigenous folk. Yet Hilliard pulled out $35, all of them pristine, gleaming coins devoid of any tarnish, a bag filled with nearly a pound of silver coins, sufficient to procure a dozen finely crafted iron swords. The blacksmith, perceiving it as a wholesale transaction, might even throw in a few wooden shields and daggers. Such a use of silver coins? Where could a noble lord possibly come from? Upon receiving the pouch, Ian felt an urge to scoff, for in the folk tales of Harrison Port, even a marquis in disguise carried merely $100 for the sake of ostentation. Albeit it was merely the emperor's gilded burden, yet it starkly illustrated the extent of exaggeration. He and his brother Elon, combined, were valued at no more than $30 in the eyes of their uncle and the native priest. It was astonishing that their teacher, a fugitive for an undetermined length of time, still retained a third of a marquis worth. Who could fathom what his original status had been? Securing enough to eat was undoubtedly not an issue. Ian shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. The coins bestowed by his teacher were too gleaming and pristine to be spent. They required to be aged in the ashes of the hearth. After cooking the porridge and ensuring Elon was well fed and fast asleep, Ian buried the silver coins in the still warm ashes, then stepped out with a single old thaler and some smaller coins. His spirits lifted as he prepared to navigate the memories in his mind to procure some nutritious seafood at the fish market. 1 thaler was ample to purchase ingredients. Anything more would not align with his current standing and identity. As for the training regarding virtual source seeds that Heliard had instructed, Ian felt quite confident that the most challenging aspect of condensing a source seed lies in the transition from non-existence to existence, creating an organ akin to a second heart that can connect the vital currents throughout one's being. Ordinary Terrans cannot even begin to conceive how to control a second heart, just as a common person cannot fathom how to manipulate a third hand. Thus, the chances of successful condensation are exceedingly low. However, the virtual source seed allows one to gradually acclimatize to the existence of a new organ that emerges postnatally, significantly reducing the failure rate. Yet, even so, those who manage to successfully condense a source seed within a few months are exceedingly rare. But Ian was different. He did not require adaptation, or rather, individuals from Earth needed no such adjustment. The contemporaries on Earth were all gene modifiers, possessing 2 hearts, 2 stomachs, and 3 lungs, let alone Ian, a scholar-type modification with numerous fragmented specialized modules. Manipulating this organ that ought not to exist was as effortless for him as breathing. After all, it was not a genuine genetic organ, but rather a source seed of a different system. Mimicking and analyzing it remained somewhat challenging. Muttering to himself, Ian softly stated, "A week should suffice for complete adaptation. But to be prudent, 2 weeks, to absorb more knowledge on the path of sublimation, before attempting." With such thoughts in mind, the silver-haired boy crossed the street in the rain, heading towards the fish market. Now, what I must do, according to Heliard's words, is to maintain a healthy routine, rise early, eat and drink well, and exercise daily. At that moment, the din of the fish market became audible. The market was situated beside a fishery dock in the northeastern district of Harrison Port. Illuminated brightly the dimming sea welcomed returning fishing boats, a bustling throng of carts, laborers, fishermen, and dockworkers engaged in lively chatter, while clerks hired by several large fishing fleets were busy tallying numbers with the fish processors. Nearby, several workers were hoisting a large wooden sign displaying the daily harvests of their respective fleets for the merchants and literate citizens to discern. Live sardines, 1 penny a plate. Delicately textured sea eels from O'Dale Reef. Exquisite in flavor, ice provided for free, 2 oysters for 1 penny, 1 basin for 1 bucket. Phosphorescent algae harvested from the coastal redwoods, 3 basins for 1 bundle, 5 thalers for 5 bundles. Algal oil, 2 basins per bottle. Even in the twilight, the fish market was abuzz with activity, filled with the cries of fishermen and vendors mingling with the scent of the SEA, the largest maritime fishery in the southern region of the empire. Harrison Port's seafood production was sufficient to supply much of the southern provinces, with caravans from various towns converging here to negotiate partnerships with the fleets in pursuit of a stable supply of fish and meat. Occasionally, some monstrous fish of magical caliber would also be caught here. For instance, amidst the cries of vendors, O'Dale Reef had once yielded several giant eels over 8 meters long, some reaching up to 15 meters. Their skeletal and muscular tissues meeting the standards for potion materials, purchased by a wealthy merchant from the provincial capital, Nauman City, for a price of $170. It was said that beyond O'Dale Reef, in deeper waters, resided 2 colossal sea eel monsters revered by the local redwood natives as the spirit of tidal surge and the spirit of waves, with the surrounding eels being their descendants, thanks to these legends and the actual yield. A pound of O'Dale eel meat commanded a price of 3 basins, surpassing even that of beef. Ian was quite familiar with this place. He had previously assisted in his family's livelihood, working as a fish processor with the help of several fishermen he knew, earning a commendable reputation. The fleet where Sinan worked even wished to employ him as their accountant at the dock once he grew older. Offering 3 pennies a day along with 2 fish, however, this time Ian came purely as a customer, and also, to seek out a bargain. Let me see. Among the crowd, Ian's figure was inconspicuous. He meandered casually to a corner between 2 stalls. Unnoticed by anyone then, he activated his foresight vision. Instantly, the hazy world of rain transformed into a more nebulous array of colorful mist. A triad of hues, gray, white, and blue, composed the shimmering cloud, reshaping the entire fish market. Remarkably, there truly existed what could be deemed rare seafood. Chapter 34. Goodwill. A bag of sleeping powder, valued at approximately $100, had allowed me to deal with Orsina and the native priest, tossing away a third, leaving me with more than half. The magical beast-grade materials sold at the fish market were also taken away for $100 or $200, indicating that the entire set of blue materials resided within this price range. Remembering the direction and general shape of the blue mist, Ian satisfactorily closed his foresight vision. Although he was uncertain if he could score a bargain, should he succeed, it would at least yield an effortless profit of $100. If all else fails, bringing back a few plump white fish would not be a loss either. Ian, at this juncture, had no intention of revealing his psychic abilities, while showcasing his talent could attract the attention of elders or even local nobility. He believed that such a revelation required a favorable moment to ensure his own benefit. The Terra continent was not Earth, and a cautious approach, along with a strategy of concealment, could only be prudent. Of course, being discovered was not necessarily a detriment. There were 3 sources of blue mist in total. The first was located within the shop of the Silver Scale Fleet, which was one of the more formidable fleets in Harrison Port, capable of confronting weaker magical beasts and venturing into deep seas for rare catches. They were also the largest producers of the local specialty, O'Dale eel. With a mere glance, Ian spotted his target. It was a freshly slaughtered eel, its flesh white and gelatinous yet surprisingly firm, encased in a solid block of ice, awaiting buyers to claim it. O'Dale eels were notoriously aggressive and large, making it difficult to keep them alive on land unless a customer placed a pre-order. Otherwise, the eel meat was sold frozen after slaughter. Upon seeing this eel, Ian instinctively felt a surge of hunger. Even amidst the fish market's pungent odors, his appetite surged from deep within. Momentarily, he subconsciously leaned toward that direction, instinctively beginning to swallow. In his foresight vision, the midsection of that eel's spine radiated an intense blue light. Merely witnessing it, Ian understood that if he consumed it, his bones would undergo a significant enhancement, endowing him with an unimaginable flexibility. Yet Ian did not take a step forward. He quickly regained his composure, lowering his head to conceal the momentary lapse. What a close call. Exhaling, the boy lifted his gaze. Still shaken. I hadn't expected my reaction to be so pronounced. It seems that consuming that eel would indeed be immensely beneficial to the body. Presently, what Ian lacked was precisely nourishment. If he could obtain sufficient sustenance to restore his health, then, leveraging his familiarity with the virtual organ, he could likely condense source matter and forge a true source seed within less than a week. For ordinary individuals, consuming high-energy foods could lead to nutritional surplus or even weight gain. However, for those who possessed source seeds or were sublimators of virtual source seeds, the majority of the nutrients would be refined into pure source matter to support future organ modifications. Moreover, foods that inherently contained a portion of source matter could only yield minimal benefits for ordinary people who might even experience digestive issues. Only sublimators could absorb the source matter contained in such foods. Thus, even if an ordinary person were fortunate enough to acquire blue-tier source foods, the returns might be minimal, and they could end up with stomachaches, attributing it to stale ingredients. Without a doubt, this eel before him contained a portion of source matter. Noting this, he reflected that, given his identity, purchasing eel seemed somewhat peculiar. A pound of eel meat costing 3 basins was a luxury, equivalent to a dockworker's wages for a fortnight. Who would buy such a delicacy without some means? Ian memorized the location and turned his attention to the other blue mist. The second blue mist was located at the Red Hook Fleet, a deep-sea fleet comparable in strength to the Silver Scale Fleet. There lay a freshly bled, now freezing tuna. Approximately 2 meters in length, it was being soaked in a stone trough roughly the size of a small boat. Beside the trough, a fisherman carefully extracted a vial containing a pale blue reagent from a box. And with utmost caution, he let a single drop fall into the trough. In the next moment, a visible white mist began to rise, accompanied by a rush of warm air, swiftly followed by an icy chill. As a bright flash of pale blue light illuminated the scene, the water within the trough, along with the tuna, was entirely frozen into a solid block resembling glass. Several boatmen on the opposite side skillfully maneuvered the trough. extracting the massive ice formation and placing it into a nearby glass display case. Wide-eyed, Ian fixated on the trough and the reagent, his mouth slightly agape, unable to resist activating his foresight to discern the color of the reagent. This was the first time he had encountered a situation in the realm of Terra that was truly akin to magic. Yet, observing the expressions of the surrounding boatmen and fishermen, it was evident that they regarded this phenomenon as entirely ordinary. No one seemed surprised. Ian turned his gaze to the fisherman, who had returned the vial of reagent to its box, muttering faintly, "Only 3 ice reagents left. What shall we do if the Platiner Workshop's caravan does not return by October? Was it an alchemical reagent? It must be related to the sublimers." Ian pondered, mentally noting terms like ice reagent and Platiner Workshop, before glancing towards the tuna. The fish shimmered with a metallic gray sheen, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. Clearly visible even in the evening glow of the algae oil lamps, exuding an extraordinary aura, even more tantalizing than the previous eel meat, Ian his foresight. The blue mist coalesced in certain areas of the skin and the brain matter connected to the eyes. Consuming it would render the skin exceptionally resilient, possibly even endowing a degree of control over water flow. This was far more valuable as a sublimation material than the eel, almost qualifying as a potion material as described by Master Hilliard. However, Ian turned away without hesitation, for the tuna was priced at a staggering $20. Clearly, the crew recognized the tuna's exceptional quality, far beyond his means to purchase. Although, in Ian's assessment, this tuna was indeed a rare material, worth far more than its price. Even at $220, it would be a bargain. If he were to find a way to procure it, he would surely seize the opportunity. But no one aside from the caravan would buy it. And the notion of him producing $20 was utterly ludicrous. The last manifestation of blue mist was found among the stalls of the White Chamber Fleet. The White Chamber Fleet, belonging to the White people, operated near the coast, maintaining 3 oyster and shellfish farms along the shore, without significant competition from other fleets. The blue mist emanated from an ordinary salmon, a migratory fish abundant in Harrison Port, with the nearby Ivok River serving as a gathering point for salmon during their migration. Now was not the time. Every few years during late autumn, countless salmon would navigate the turbulent Ivok River, eventually reaching the snowy grounds in the central region of the Bison Mountains, a locale perpetually frozen yet favored by the salmon. This particular salmon was quite impressive, weighing around 12 pounds, plump and rich in fat. Appearing delectable, its scales subtly glimmering with a hint of blue shimmer, though one might miss it without careful observation. Let me see. No other notable effects. Ian activated his foresight once more, confirming that the blue mist surrounding this salmon was slightly inferior to that of the eel and tuna. Yet dispersed throughout the flesh, its effect was easy digestion and bodily nourishment, differing from others that enhanced abilities. As this salmon seemed inclined towards healing and restoration, he felt invigorated. This was precisely the ingredient best suited to his current needs. Mere enhancement would yield little strength. As Hilliard stated, the true path of sublimation required a gradual progression in accordance with the lineage's true form. Reckless consumption would only lead to confusion. Thus, this salmon, devoid of any particular attribute but simply rich in primal essence, was of utmost value. Having made up his mind, Ian began calculating the price, preparing to purchase. Only 2 finny per pound. Such a large specimen would likely cost around 2 bison and 4 finny. Enough to last him 2 days. Its effects would likely rival that of eel meat, a profitable endeavor indeed. Ian? Just as Ian stepped forward, eagerly planning to buy the salmon, he heard a voice filled with surprise. "What are you doing here?" Ian's expression shifted as he adjusted his demeanor, turning to see a bronze-skinned fisherman from the White people striding towards him. The newcomer was Sane, the very first to assist them the previous night and who had taken Ian and Hilliard to their new dwelling. The dark-skinned fisherman seemed to have been boasting about the day's catch to friends before hastily approaching Ian. He waved his hand, speaking in a friendly tone. "Buying fish? Hello, Uncle Sane." Ian replied obediently, nodding. "Yes, my uncle is injured, and I wish to buy a fish for him." Before Ian could finish, Sane interrupted, waving his hand grandly. "Which one do you want? Consider it a gift from me." Sane was in high spirits today, having bravely rescued Ian's family from the fire and thwarted the herbalist Bruin from seizing the sleeping powder from Ian. Well, the latter was indeed crafted by Elder Pewd, but Sane had undeniably played a significant role. Throughout the day, fellow fishermen on the boat praised his courage and, upon inviting him, expressed their willingness to venture out to sea with him in the future. For having a reliable, courageous leader was certainly not a disadvantage. Thus, he had accomplished what he had long wished for over the past few years, establishing his own network. As for the fish, the port seafood was inherently inexpensive. Even the most ordinary sand diggers could enjoy fish meat every few days. As an experienced fisherman, soon to possess his own boat, he could certainly afford to be generous. How can I accept? Ian took a small step back, feeling somewhat bashful, his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly tightening around the coins in his grasp. After a brief moment, he raised his hand, revealing a few penny and a single bison coin. I have money? Haha, truly no need for formality. Casting a glance at the coins in Ian's hand and seeing the white-haired boy's understanding demeanor, Sane naturally could not accept the money. Observing the seemingly shy white-haired boy before him, he couldn't help but sigh, such a sensible and obedient child. If only my own could be so well behaved. The tall fisherman reached out, gently pushing Ian's hand back. Don't be shy. Your home was burned down? And now is the time you need money. Your uncle seems to have changed his demeanor as well, having come to thank us earlier. It appears we need not worry any longer, Sane concluded. Ultimately, we are all of the same kin. Go ahead and choose. I will also provide you with a small bucket of seaweed. Soon, Ian received the salmon, already cleaned of its entrails and scales, along with a small bucket of seaweed. Aside from Sane, the other fishermen from the white people were mostly friendly, greeting Ian one by one, and he feigned nervousness and shyness in response, eliciting hearty laughter from them. A few even reached out, attempting to pinch Ian's cheeks. They all recognized Ian's father and recalled Ian's remarkable intelligence, remembering how he could easily calculate figures that these rough men could not comprehend. This boy will surely succeed in the future. They believed it wholeheartedly. This was the essence of their goodwill. Of course, Ian's appearance was also undeniably charming. Exiting the fish market, holding the white fish and seaweed, Ian pondered thoughtfully. It seems that being good-looking perhaps counts as a form of spiritual energy. Chapter 35. Ethnicity. I never imagined that Master Hilliard would be inquiring about news from Sane and the others in the afternoon. Waving goodbye with a smile, Ian prepared to leave with unexpected joy. Inquiring with the fishermen, it appeared that the master's target was at sea, yet Ian was unaware of Hilliard's specific intentions and did not wish to ask. He knew that in due time, the master would naturally disclose the information to him. As for now, it was time to prepare dinner. This salmon, exuding blue mist, was on par with eel meat, slightly inferior to tuna. But it was not frozen. Now, returning home to cook, whether grilling with salt, sashimi, or steaming, would yield a fresh meal, and he was indeed hungry. As for the other blue mist, Ian discerned that Harrison Port daily caught some rare-grade fish. Yet their appraisal methods were not sufficiently advanced, leading many rare catches to be sold as ordinary fish, benefiting some unaware yet fortunate souls. But Ian was different. His spiritual energy seemed tailored for identifying hidden treasures. Having received a fish for free, he would remember this kindness. Accepting gifts from others, Ian felt no psychological burden. However, Sane was indeed a good man. If an opportunity arose, he would help them recognize the true value of their catches and their rarity. He could take advantage, but did not wish to do so indefinitely. However, just as Ian was leaving the fish market, he noticed a group of people standing by the roadside in the dimly lit streets, now shrouded in a fine drizzle. At the center of the crowd stood a stout, short, white-haired elder, gazing intently at him. Elder Pewd? Ian lifted his head, revealing a look of astonishment. This was no mere pretense. He was genuinely taken aback. How did you come to be here? Truly, you are the child of Ernesto. The elder Pewd did not respond to Ian's bewilderment, but rather remarked enigmatically, "What a clever ruse." He then stepped forward and handed the boy a box, meticulously sealed with lacquer of a deep reddish-brown hue. Take this. Inside are herbs that can alleviate mental disturbances. Bury a concentration grass. Upon returning home, steep it in boiling water, skim off the froth, and after allowing it to settle for an entire day, drink only the clear liquid from the top. Apply the residue to your temples and the corners of your eyes for a duration of 7 days to counteract the effects of most sleeping powders and paralyzing toxins. Since Elon is still young, you may reduce the dosage slightly. You must also partake in it once to prevent any lingering side effects. The elder spoke concisely, then patted Ian's head, advising, "For now, come along with me. Join this old man for a stroll." With that, Elder Bude extended his hand, inviting Ian to take hold. His tone was gentle, leaving no room for refusal, and Ian showed no hesitation, nodding obediently as he grasped the elder's hand. Proceeding to walk slowly alongside him down the street leading to the fishing market dock opened up to the central thoroughfare, which led directly to the official road. Almost all merchant associations had established their offices and storefronts there. And further west lay the garrison of the guard and the sheriff. Beyond that were the city walls and the Ivok River. The pedestrians on the street hurried along, among them a number of the white citizens, who upon seeing Elder Bude paused to greet the venerable man who had watched over them all. Your father, Ernesto, was once the captain of the port guard, a first-tier sublimator. While smiling and nodding at those who paused to greet him, Elder Bude quietly spoke to Ian. You may not remember him, but your mother has likely mentioned his name. The elder's hands were rough and strong, seemingly covered with a layer of stone, yet he held Ian's hand with a softness that belied his appearance. His voice was deep and clear. He once had the prospect of succeeding the sheriff after Sir Yam's retirement and was among the candidates for elder after my departure, a principled, resolute young man with a strong sense of responsibility. The elder reminisced with a touch of nostalgia and regret, adding, and your mother, Evelyn, was wise and strong, capable of raising you two brothers alone. Ian remained silent, attentively listening to every word from Elder Bude. The elder's sudden recollections of his parents' past seemed to signify something deeper, rather than a mere nostalgic reflection with an 8-year-old child. Setting aside the fact that his father had perished at sea alongside many of his comrades from the port guard long before Ian's birth, it was evident that the elder could not have been concerned with the fate of one family amidst the chaos of the storm that had enveloped the city 8 years ago, destroying countless homes. Indeed, Elder Bude continued, for many years, our clan has owed your family a debt. It was only through the recent native attack that I was awakened to this truth. Thankfully, our ancestors have blessed you, and you suffered no misfortune. Otherwise, when I rest in the earth and meet your parents, I would not know how to face them. After a brief pause, the elder stated calmly, I have already arranged for Asna to grant you the coastal house for your use, without any additional cost. The herbs are also a generous gift from the Viscount Grant, of excellent quality. Do not feel obliged to thank him. He must not know. He certainly has discerned something, despite receiving entirely favorable news. Ian's wariness reached its peak. Yet, he felt no sense of crisis. Without the need for foresight, he understood clearly that even if he revealed his awakened abilities, it would not pose any issue. Look, Elder Bude merely suspected, yet had already extended such generous offers of support. If he were to conclusively determine that Ian had awakened his powers, would he, as an elder of the white citizens, truly suppress this 8-year-old child? Such paranoid delusions would require a significantly heavy dose of delusion. Surely, he would prioritize nurturing Ian, and based on the elder's subtle implications, one could even say he would assist him in embarking on the path of sublimation, potentially preparing him for future elderhood. This was the treatment one would expect for a psychic. If Ian were not, then Elder Bude would have nothing to lose. The silent, white-haired boy and the elder traversed the bustling Central Avenue, passing by the stone edifice of the Huiguang Church, crowned with a towering spire, not far from the most opulent Viscount's residence, which overlooked much of Harrison Port from its elevated perch. Along the way, they encountered a merchant caravan from the southern provincial capital of Nauman, guided by a sheriff, the horses adorned with exorcism bells as they made their way to the eastern warehouse district, where all goods were transferred and transported. However, they did not pause, as Elder Bude led Ian through half the city until dusk fell, and the street lamps flickered to life, casting a dim, flickering glow. They arrived at the city walls in the west. Chapter 36. Eavesdropping Lord Bude. The patrolling guards recognized Elder Bude, well aware that he was an old friend of Viscount Grant and a local civil deputy. Although theoretically only an assistant to the imperial administration of the white citizens, he was undoubtedly regarded as a commander by these ordinary soldiers. Not to mention their superior, the deputy captain of the guard, Reed, was also a white citizen, a soldier clad in light armor, with a prominent red nose and a black beard. Approached with a flattering smile, "Are you planning to leave the city? The main gate is already closed for the evening. I can take you around to the other side, and no need. I have brought this little fellow along to see the world." The elder raised his hand, interrupting the soldier's eagerness. "How many flies do we have today? I suspect there are quite a few. he stated casually. "Take us to have a look." The soldier glanced sideways at Ian, seemingly recalling something, and chuckled heartily. "Is this the child who survived the natives and fought back? I was wondering why there were so many flies today." He tactfully refrained from saying more and led Elder Pewd and Ian onward. Harrisonport's city walls had suffered considerable damage from the violent storm and lightning strikes 8 years prior, with the northern and eastern walls still not fully repaired. Only the western side, adjacent to the native autonomous region, had been prioritized for restoration. Yet, even so, several sections remained unrepaired, merely encircled by wooden fences enclosing a cleared area, with a floating bridge leading to the opposite riverbank. This was the clandestine trading point between Harrisonport and the Red Cedar natives. Ian surveyed the trading post, where a bonfire crackled, emitting the scent of resin to ward off mosquitoes, while various furs, meats, and peculiar herbs hung from makeshift stands and boards, awaiting the selection of visitors. A few itinerant merchants squatted behind their goods, engaging in light banter punctuated by coarse laughter and lewd gestures. Upon entering the trading post, the red-nosed soldier caused the merchants to pause momentarily, with a few appearing ready to greet him. However, upon seeing the soldier's stern expression, they obediently resumed their seats, casting curious and anxious glances at Ian and the elder. A visit from a prominent figure? How rare indeed. Even wealthy individuals from the city usually send servants to procure native specialties. "Burn, how many flies do we have today?" The red-nosed soldier approached a limping merchant directly, stating straightforwardly, "Lord Pewd wishes to take a look." The limping merchant, clearly taken aback by the unexpected inspection from such a notable figure, hesitated for a moment before, under the soldier's impatient urging, rising to his feet and bowing awkwardly to Elder Pewd. "Your Excellency, please have a look." Behind him stood a one-wheeled cart, covered with a filthy animal hide. Even the resinous scent from the bonfire could not mask the nauseating stench emanating from it, causing the red-nosed soldier to involuntarily step back slightly. Though this, Ian felt a jolt of recognition. This extremely foul odor was all too familiar. It was the scent he had encountered after killing his Uncle Osna, as the body decayed by the lakeside and released that same odor during his dissection. The limping merchant peeled back the animal hide, smiling at Elder Pewd and Ian. "All the flies from these past few days are right here." He seemed to say more, but all of Ian's attention was fixed on the goods within the cart. Corpses. Within the cart lay several twisted bodies of the natives, their skin darkened and marred with strange patterns. The natives remained in a state of hostility towards them, periodically sending scouts to survey the city's situation, while they too dispatched scouts to glean information from the woods. Noticing Ian's gaze locked onto the pile of bodies, Elder Pewd, sensing the boy's shock, stroked his beard and calmly remarked, "These are the native scouts who were discovered. Other tribes are willing to pay a high price for the corpses of their adversaries. They are not a monolith and have their own traditions of consuming the dead. There are plenty in the city willing to engage in this trade of corpses. Ian, this is merely a discovery, and scouts are often not detected." The elder did not mention what would happen if the scouts from Harrisonport were discovered by the natives, for it is well known that the natives never waste food. At this moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the trading post. "Old Burn, 2 more have arrived. If you manage to escape being devoured by that pack of brutes this time, you must treat us to drinks upon your return." 2 soldiers clad in armor, with light crossbows slung at their waists, approached while jovially conversing, pushing a cart as they entered the trading post. They quickly noticed the red-nosed soldier and Elder Pewd. Instantly, the expressions of the 2 soldiers froze, their chatter ceasing abruptly. "Look." The white-haired elder turned his head, gesturing for Ian to witness. "Although you may not discern it, those are the scouts from the tribe that wishes to abduct you and Elon as sacrifices." "Indeed," Ian murmured, for he could certainly identify the truth. Each native tribe possessed distinct tattoos, and the patterns on the bodies in Old Burn's cart were markedly different, originating from various tribes. Yet the corpses pushed by the soldiers, slain by crossbow bolts, bore an uncanny resemblance to the shaman he had killed. "Ian, the city is not safe. The natives will seek vengeance in blood. They will undoubtedly attempt to slay you, kill all who have caused them to bleed." Elder Pewd's voice echoed, calm and indifferent. "We are the same. This blood feud has persisted for decades, even centuries. Have you seen enough? Remember it well, then let us depart." The elder tossed a thaler and several bison tokens. Earning the gratitude of the soldiers present and the limping Old Burn, He led Ian, who still appeared shaken by the sight of the corpses, away from the trading post. Do not assume that the city is entirely safe. And certainly do not venture out alone to purchase goods. Danger lurks everywhere, especially in these recent times. Do you know the way back? Leaving the watch post and heading towards the central avenue. The elder lowered his head, releasing the hand he had been holding, and gently said to Ian, "Shall I send someone to escort you home?" "I know the way," Ian replied softly. "No need, thank you." "Elder?" The elder nodded. "Then return home. Recently, do not venture out alone at night." Yes, understood, elder." Pewd observed Ian's obedient response before hesitantly departing. Halfway down the path, the boy glanced back, noticing the elder's lingering gaze, and then hurriedly continued, anxiety propelling him as he disappeared around the corner. "He certainly plays the part well, that little rascal, promising not to return alone. Yet he hastens home without a moment's hesitation, watching Ian vanish from sight." Elder Pewd squinted, shaking his head in contemplation. This young one, at his core, harbors no fear of me, nor of those natives. With such audacity and impudence, had our clan still existed in the imperial capital. What a fine lad he would be, capable of charming countless noble maidens, destined for greatness. As this thought crossed his mind, the elder could not help but smile ruefully, his spirits dampened. Ah well, if that were truly the case, this half-dwarf, white-skinned man would likely never attain the status of elder. He turned away, departing from the Xe district, unaware of the elder's musings. As he strode briskly through the dimly lit streets now cloaked in night. He returned home, closed his eyes, and exhaled. This world is indeed far more intriguing than I had imagined. Ian opened his eyes, his gaze alight with excitement, utterly devoid of the timidity he had displayed alongside Elder Pewd. The boy could not help but murmur to himself. Moreover, they have indeed noticed the inconsistencies surrounding Teacher Hilliard's slaying of those natives. If it were the original Asna, it would have been utterly impossible to kill that shaman and 3 hunters. This notion had long been in Ian's mind. As long as someone familiar with Asna pondered seriously, they would inevitably sense the discrepancies. But what of it? What he sought to conceal was not his own spiritual energy, but rather the identity of Hilliard. Spiritual practitioners were not particularly rare in this world. The white-skinned people had a relatively high number of them, the white-skinned boy awakening to spiritual energy while on the brink of death. Aiding his uncle in turning the tables on several natives was certainly more reasonable than Ian personally slaying his uncle and then colluding with an imperial fugitive to disguise himself. As long as a seemingly plausible explanation surfaced, further inquiry would cease, a common trait among humanity. Moreover, the natives would not relent, continuing their attempts on my life. I must remain vigilant, though it is also possible that Elder Pewd is deliberately trying to frighten me into revealing my identity as a practitioner seeking refuge. The city defenses had tightened considerably. Several natives attempting to sneak in had already been shot down. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the natives would likely remain quiet for the time being. Returning to the corpses of the natives in the trading post, Ian furrowed his brow and shook his head. Regardless, if I wish to venture out to gather magical herbs and resources for ascension, it will undoubtedly be more perilous than I had anticipated. Yet it was not a significant concern. At the very least, they would never suspect that I am far stronger than they imagined, until I successfully condense the source seeds and embark on the path of ascension. I certainly would not foolishly rush out of the city into danger. His spiritual energy indeed flourished more in the wild, but safety must always come first. One must be alive to reap benefits. As the wise understand, today had been exceedingly fulfilling, and Ian suddenly felt a gnawing hunger in his stomach, emitting grumbling sounds. No need to dwell on such matters. Chuckling softly, Ian picked up the salmon in his hands and headed towards the kitchen. Let us have a meal first. This pale blue salmon, nourishing for the body, must surely be delicious. Now, how shall I cook it? Moments later, he made a decision. I shall prepare salt-grilled salmon. Chapter 37. Ingredient: salmon sashimi tastes delightful, but Ian was not fond of raw food. Especially in this otherworldly realm, who could say whether the fish here was akin to that on Earth, or if it harbored unknown parasites? Grilling was certainly the safer option. Hilliard had yet to return, and Elon was still asleep. Ian tidied his clothes, noticing several holes in the legs of his pants, causing him to frown slightly. It seems I need to buy a new outfit. Summer is manageable, But regardless of how resilient the Terran physique may be, it becomes inconvenient in autumn and winter. The boy removed his drenched garments, placing them beside the fire to dry, and began processing the salmon. Picking up a filleting knife, he whetted and sharpened the blade on the whetstone, deftly slicing off the fish's head, then severing the body, and finally detaching the tail. Later, he would use the head, tail, and bones to make soup, ensuring nothing went to waste. Next, he carefully cut the fish body along the spine, extracting the bones and spines, leaving behind pure meat. This salmon was indeed of blue mist quality. The flesh appeared exceptionally tender, and even emanated a faint sweetness that made Ian swallow involuntarily, his hunger intensifying. Unfortunately, with a lack of spices and oil, otherwise, pan-searing the fish meat and bones followed by simmering them into a rich broth would have been far tastier than merely boiling the fish in salted water. Ian lamented the ingredients. He often cooked for himself on Earth and possessed quite a talent in the kitchen. But this salmon, a top-tier ingredient back on Earth, could not be fully appreciated here. Grilled fish was acceptable. After all, high-quality ingredients often required the simplest cooking methods. Yet he remained optimistic. Once he prepared the fish, Ian coated it with a layer of reddish-brown sea salt for marination, then retrieved a silver coin from the ash of the stove to kindle a fire. The silver coin gifted by Hiliad required some time to age before it could be fully utilized. But Ian was in no hurry. The savings and sleeping powder from Asna were secure funds, sufficient for a comfortable period. While preparing to grill the fish, he also intended to process the herbs gifted by Elder Pewd. Speaking of which, the beryllia concentration herb. Picking up the wooden box, the boy's eyes flickered. What level of ascension plant might that be? Ian had possessed the precognitive vision for some time now, and he believed he had yet to fully explore the potential of this ability. However, he had at least categorized many of the colors revealed in his precognitive vision, summarizing a rudimentary system. Upon activating his precognitive vision, the scenery before Ian transformed into a realm of various mists, where items could be classified into different categories and levels based on their goodness or rarity. Following a trend from ominous to auspicious, black and red represented fortune's fluctuations. Gray, white, blue, and purple indicated an item's rarity. There was also a distinct, currently unclassifiable gold. Based on Ian's instincts and the experiences he had undergone, black signified a deathly crisis, certain death without a fight. It would remain unchanged unless one strived to alter their fate. The danger level was akin to an 8-year-old child confronting his uncle, who had succumbed to mushroom-induced madness and colluded with natives. Red indicated a bloodbath, posing a threat to life, yet not necessarily fatal or inevitable. Examples might include choosing to venture northward, only to be ambushed by a pack of jungle leopards. As long as one did not go, all would be well, and even if encountered, victory was not out of reach. This represented the fluctuations of fortune. Following that, the colors indicated the rarity of an object. Gray dominated the precognitive vision, representing inferior quality, flaws, and aged materials, or unrefined common resources, such as sand and soil, decayed bricks, and wooden tables worn over a decade, among other things. The white hue is slightly less pronounced than gray, signifying the ordinary, the normal, or newly produced furniture, as well as some processed materials such as kiln-fired bricks, glass, and algal oil. The white mist varies in intensity. The faintest shade approaches gray, reminiscent of a red sandalwood chair that has seen half a year of use, while the most vivid is that of a finely crafted iron shortsword, displayed prominently at the blacksmith's door, valued at approximately $5, a proud creation of the blacksmith. As for blue, it is rare. It transcends all common and familiar materials, largely associated with sublimated substances, possessing extraordinary effects, such as the asana's aberrant bones and super sleeping powder, both belonging to this category. Lastly, purple represents the rare. Even Ian is uncertain of its significance, having glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of it while passing by the Viscount's estate. Only the Viscount's residence in the entirety of Harrison Port possesses a trace of purple light. In contrast, elsewhere, no matter how affluent or mysterious, it is merely a blue mist. Inferior gray, ordinary white, rare blue, and elusive purple. This constitutes the hierarchy of items known to Ian. Above this, there may exist superior tiers such as excellence, epic, heritage, and myth, but that belongs to another matter entirely. At least for now, Ian has yet to witness such elevated entities. As for the golden radiance enveloping his mentor, Hilliard, Ian remains uncertain as to the category of the golden light that flows around Hilliard. Does it pertain to fortune or rarity? And is gold a tier of excellence, epic, or perhaps even legend? Could it be myth? Everything remains unclear, thus he can only categorize it separately. The one certainty he possesses is that the brilliance of gold holds the power to alter his future. During his visit to the fish market, Ian confirmed that his abilities indeed allow him to discern the rare ingredients hidden among the many ordinary ones. Even the pervasive grayish-white mist cannot obscure the blue glow. Let me see to at this moment. Ian activated his prescient vision to examine the herbs within the box. The Burlia concentration herb resembles a sharp grass, yet is even more acute, its tip akin to pine needles. Cloaked in a deep green hue, adorned with a thin layer of white fuzz that feels slightly prickly to the touch and emits a scent reminiscent of faint pine resin, it typically grows alongside sharp grass. And only a skilled herbalist can distinguish it from the surrounding weeds based on its distinctive shape. The pouch contains dried concentration herb, which enhances its efficacy but acts slower, while the freshly harvested variant appears a lighter shade of green and serves as a rapid pain reliever. Lacking the concentration-enhancing properties, through Ian's eyes, all is veiled in mist in his prescient vision. The pouch appears a delicate blue, primarily due to the presence of several other supportive herbs. The concentration herb serves as the main ingredient, radiating blue, while the supplementary materials are merely ordinary white, thoughtfully portioned into 10 days' worth. Ian mused as he retrieved a packet of herbs from the box, examining it closely for a moment before unwrapping it and placing it into the boiling purified water. Just as the herbs submerged, a second breath later, steam rose, and a subtle fragrance filled the room, reminiscent of a light spring rain on a chilly day. The herbs require half an hour to brew, just in time for grilling fish. The fire blazed brightly. When cedar burns, it releases a natural woodsy aroma. Ian skewered the prepared, succulent fish onto wooden sticks and placed them beside the flames. Now, he simply had to wait, under the intense heat. The salt applied to the fish began to crystallize and flake off, the surface of the fish drying and wrinkling before bursting, revealing the tender flesh within, succulent juices oozing forth from the flames, occasionally causing the fire to flare up dramatically. Soon, the room was suffused with the herbal fragrance and the rich aroma of the fish. Ian, already famished from his earlier visit to the fish market, couldn't help but exclaim, "Such exquisite fish, even if eaten raw without slicing, must taste delightful." He removed a skewer of perfectly grilled fish fillets, which in his prescient vision appeared surrounded by a soft blue glow, shrouded in a mysterious mist, embodying a delectable allure. After having felt hunger at the fish market, Ian swallowed hard and took a bite. Instantly, the intense heat filled his mouth, the subtly salty flavor of the sea salt harmonizing beautifully with the fish's tender, fatty essence, creating a taste that was truly exceptional. Ian chewed a few times on the juicy fish fillet, distinctly feeling his teeth glide through the flesh. The unique texture of the fish combined with the essence of the sea slid down his throat, as his eagerly awaiting stomach began its digestion, and he took a second bite. With each piece of fish swallowed, the blue mist unfurled in his abdomen, a sense of satisfaction and refreshing ease spreading throughout his body, banishing fatigue, even sending a tingling sensation to the very tips of his fingers and toes, a testament to the power coursing through the bloodstream to the extremities. At that moment, Ian felt his energy rapidly restoring. As the virtual source seed, his second heart, began to operate, he sensed a new vitality surging forth from his stomach, a life force distinct from mere stamina, sweeping through every corner of his body, rejuvenating muscles and organs alike. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to returning home after a day spent in the biting cold, soaking in a warm bath. Not only that, a surge of energy welled up, his senses became sharper. Now, Ian felt far more invigorated than before, progressing towards a state of vitality unprecedented in his past. When Hilliard returned to the house, he was taken aback by the aroma. This scent, he had been puzzled outside, but upon entering, he was thoroughly convinced. The old knight exclaimed in astonishment, "The fragrance of herbs and the essence of source food. Sublimated materials? How did that boy acquire them?" With curiosity, he hastened into the room, just in time to see Ian taking down 4 pieces of fish fillets, dripping with oil and fragrance, and placing them onto a wooden platter. "Teacher, you've worked hard this evening." Seeing the old knight return, Ian, who had just finished brewing the concentration herb potion and was preparing to set it aside to steep for the day, turned his head. He greeted with a smile. "Here are the freshly made fish fillets. It's a pity there are no sauces or oil. Otherwise, the flavor might be even better." Chapter 38. Choice. The fresh aroma of the concentration herb potion was invigorating. Yet the more dominant scent was that of the fish. While many people extol the virtues of seafood for its inherent freshness, regrettably, Ian has a penchant for bold flavors. Without chili, he finds meals lacking. He prefers his fries sans ketchup, favoring a sprinkle of salt and pepper instead. Fish, too, demands at least a hint of steamed fish soy sauce. But alas, none is available. One of Ian's grievances with the Terra continent lies in the scarcity of spices and various food condiments. Even refined salt is a luxury, leaving him to rely on coarse salt for everyday cooking. Eating? There was no rush. Upon entering the house, Hilliard carefully scrutinized the fish fillets on the platter. The orange-red flesh of the fish was steaming, perfectly cooked, with the oils seeping out, the aroma enticing and appetizing, complemented by a small spoon of salt beside the plate. In the Empire's interior, refined salt commands a high price, but in Harrison Port, coarse salt is abundant, with salt flats in the nearby villages and rock salt mines in the adjacent Bison Mountains. Your culinary skills are impressive. The aroma is delightful. Feeling genuinely hungry, Hilliard turned to Ian, praising, "Moreover, your luck is quite remarkable to have found a primordial beast." "No, wait." Gazing into his disciple's azure eyes, the old knight suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. He amended his statement, slightly bewildered. "It's not luck. Is this your spiritual energy?" Ian did not respond, merely offering a subtle smile, and Hilliard did not press further. Instead, he chuckled and turned his attention back to the fish fillets. "It seems that even without me, you can thrive, and quite splendidly at that." Since Ian did not behave like an ordinary child, probing into where Hilliard had been that afternoon, the old knight chose to respect Ian's secret. Drawing from his own experience, Hilliard deduced, through Ian's demeanor, the presence of indigenous influences within the home, as well as the traits of sifting through a pile of fish to uncover the rarely seen primordial beast, allowing him to infer that Ian's spiritual energy possessed characteristics such as emotional perception, X-ray vision, high-precision observation, or source-quality observation. Overall, it was an exceedingly rare composite observational ability. This type of spiritual energy lacks direct combat prowess, but greatly aids the growth of the awakened, becoming increasingly valuable as one ascends to higher energy levels. Without this capability, it is highly unlikely that Hilliard would have considered taking Ian as his disciple, for he ultimately intended to depart. If his disciple lacked the potential to grow stronger independently, why would he bring him into the perilous world of sublimators, risking his own identity? Yet, if he did not accept Ian as a disciple, he would never have discovered the boy's talent on the path of sublimation. Your spiritual energy truly brings forth the ability to attract fortune. With a sense of nostalgia, the old knight gazed at the steaming fish fillet. Noticing Ian's smiling expression, he shook his head and remarked, "You should indulge a bit more. Such sustenance is highly beneficial for a novice like you. Yet for me, it no longer holds any effect. It's merely dinner, master." "Consider it a tuition fee," Ian insisted, observing his student's earnest gaze. Hilliard couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Very well. I'll just have a taste to appreciate your culinary skills." He approached and forked a piece of fish, taking a hearty bite. Instantly, Hilliard's eyes lit up. Ian had prepared the fish exquisitely. He had anticipated some bones or scales, yet found none. Only the tender, succulent flesh. The cooking had been executed to perfection. With a gentle press of his tongue against the roof of his mouth, the rich, flavorful juices of the fish burst forth, awakening every taste bud. The delightful texture of the enchanted salmon was a long-forgotten pleasure. Admittedly, by his discerning standards, the flavor was a tad subtle. However, one could hardly compare the palate of an 8-year-old child to that of a royal chef. It was truly astonishing. Hilliard mused inwardly, could it be that my student, apart from his training, is a natural-born chef? With proper cultivation, his discerning eye for quality ingredients alone could elevate him to the status of a royal head chef. Taking another bite, he reminisced about the past and sighed, impressive. When Hilliard turned his gaze once more, he found Ian looking at him with curiosity. "Master," the boy inquired, "what are primordial magical beasts? Are there many types of magical beasts? Can this small fish also be classified as a magical beast?" Ian was quite fascinated by this knowledge, for at his tender age, he was still unaware of many common facts that were likely taken for granted on the continent of Terra. Fortunately, his teacher appeared well-versed in such matters. Aside from general knowledge, he might possess many secret insights. More importantly, Ian yearned to understand the origins of the food he had just consumed. Primordial magical beasts are ordinary natural creatures that have been transformed into magical beasts through the influence of the energy field, commonly referred to as magic and spiritual energy by the general populace. Setting down his fork, Hilliard pondered for a few seconds, gathering his thoughts before continuing. The magical beasts that people usually refer to are scientifically known as native magical beasts, which inherit the genetic lineage of primordial magical beasts and represent an optimized breed that stabilizes the beneficial bloodline. Almost all magical beasts on the continent of Terra are native magical beasts. A small number of primordial magical beasts continue to emerge, with many of the weaker ones becoming prey, while some superior primordial magical beasts contribute to the diversity of native magical beast species through their offspring. However, there exists another type of magical beast that does not follow this lineage. They have existed since ancient times, seemingly without origin or progeny. As he spoke, Hilliard raised his hand, gazing at his palm, and said, "They are known as ancient magical beasts, the most powerful and enigmatic of all magical creatures." With this, the old knight noticed Ian's attentive expression and couldn't help but chuckle. To delve into such details would be akin to giving you a biology lesson on magical beasts. I shall elaborate further when time permits. As for now, since you are able to consume magical beast meat, it is reasonable to anticipate that your rate of energy accumulation and the condensation of your source quality will undoubtedly exceed my expectations. Nodding to indicate Ian should sit up straight, Hilliard spoke with gravity. "Ian, the upcoming question will determine the path of your future training. Which lineage do you wish to pursue? Which bloodline or true form do you aspire to cultivate?" "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Ian, who had initially adopted a serious demeanor, appeared slightly taken aback, perplexed as he queried, "Isn't it the same as you, master, inheriting the unyielding fortress and beginning my training as a sand armor apprentice?" He recalled Hilliard's expression earlier that morning when he spoke of his lineage, radiating the vigor of a man 50 years younger, clearly filled with immense pride. He had presumed his mentor would encourage him to pursue the same true form. "That true form may suit me best, but it may not necessarily be the right fit for you," Hilliard replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, while the true forms of the unyielding fortress lineage are undoubtedly powerful, the required magical potion materials and the rare components from various magical beasts are exceedingly precious. As a sand armor apprentice or an earthen knight, one might rely on ordinary magical beast materials to transition. Yet once you reach the ranks of Stone Lord or Apostle of the Mountains, the materials required will primarily consist of the organs of exceptionally powerful magical beasts, and the supplementary materials will be rare plants of great value." As he spoke of the unyielding fortress, Hilliard couldn't help but smile wryly. "The core materials require 3 incredibly formidable ancient magical beasts, sir. Rather, the materials from ancient dragons. The heart core, spinal gel, and the ethereal neural network of an ancient dragon. Back then, even I doubt." He paused, shaking his head. "Do you understand? Power comes at a cost. Some bloodline true forms can only be cultivated by ascenders from great factions. You are my disciple and thus possess a more systematic approach than ordinary wild ascenders. Yet in terms of resources, your situation will not be vastly better than that of a rural ascender. This afternoon, I also ventured out to survey the distribution of magical beasts around Harrison Port, preparing to outline a few bloodline true forms that are best suited for you, ideally relying solely on the materials from nearby magical creatures to advance to the second energy level. By then, you will likely be in your 20s, strong enough to protect yourself, and free to roam the continent in search of even greater materials, alleviating me from future concerns." Upon finishing, Hilliard offered no further commentary. Yet Ian understood. The old knight could not have anticipated that his spiritual energy would prove so accessible, easily obtaining magical beast meat as sustenance, suggesting that abundance would likely be a hallmark of his future. And the pace of his training might far surpass expectations. Consequently, subsequent considerations would need to be adjusted. After all, if it were Ian, he might indeed uncover materials that were otherwise unattainable. Yet, Hilliard could not be certain of this and would leave the choice to Ian himself, whether to pursue a path of great potential fraught with hardship or a smoother journey that may not lead to lofty heights. Indeed, objective circumstances must also be taken into account. Furrowing his brow, Ian murmured softly to himself. He raised his head, gazing at the old knight. Then, Master, aside from the sand armor apprentice, what other lineages can I choose from at this moment? He was not yet contemplating a complete shift in direction. He merely wished to explore his options. Chapter 39. Magical beasts. The environment surrounding Harrison Port is quite favorable, teeming with abundant water and earth-type magical beasts born from the land and sea. While the red cedar forest houses numerous magical creatures devoid of elemental affinities, yet brimming with vitality. Within them lie materials suitable for potion crafting. Since Ian had inquired, Hilliard proceeded to explain earnestly. At this moment, he resumed his original demeanor, no longer masquerading as Asna, and sat down to elaborate. I have only surveyed the magical beasts of the sea today, but to be frank, the terrestrial magical beasts surrounding human settlements are primarily magic wolves. Giant bears and massive wild boars, hardly worth mentioning. Only in the deep mountains can one find other varieties. The old knight retrieved a cup of water, using it as ink to illustrate his analysis of the magical beast distribution around Ian. This is Harrison Port. Located on the southeastern coast of the Bison Mountains. To the south lies the Sign Cliff, with the Odell Reef adjacent. Home to the Dinglon giant eel and whirlpool sea serpent, both quite perilous. To the northeast is the reef zone, where numerous fortress corals and reef otters dwell, as well as some rare shells and labyrinthine algae, which also pose some danger. To the east, there are tidal fish schools, with the Fish King being a fisherman's favorite. In the open sea, there are armored sharks, posing a moderate threat. Armored sharks typically do not attack humans unless you venture into the water clad in armor or bear an open wound. Hilliard's explanation was thorough and meticulous, leading Ian to recall his mentor back on Earth, who also imparted knowledge with similar dedication. Following Hilliard's elucidation, he gained a clearer understanding of the magical beast distribution around Harrison Port for the first time. The boy realized that the ability to gather such extensive information in a single afternoon indicated Hilliard's serious commitment to the matter. Finally, in the waters near the Sign Cliff, there lurked the lightning strike jellyfish, a perilous creature. These jellyfish can fly and are particularly active during thunderstorms, indiscriminately attacking any creature that encroaches upon their territory. Having concluded his explanation, the old knight set down his finger, pondering for a moment before stating, "The fish schools, giant eels, and sea serpents can lead to the sea dragon bloodline lineage, which can also advance to the 5th energy level. However, it is not the orthodox dragon blood. An additional purification ceremony is required to cleanse oneself using the blood of an ancient dragon of the same lineage, a process as complex as that of the unyielding fortress. Yet, if one does not pursue the sea dragon bloodline, the options become limited. Aside from some exceedingly rare and obscure lineages, most giant eel and sea serpent lineages only progress to the 3rd energy level, while the Fish King of the tidal fish schools can only follow the 1st energy level Wave Rider path." Hilliard's tone even carried a hint of disdain, yet the reality was not so straightforward in truth. Based on the knowledge previously imparted by Hilliard concerning Ascenders, the 3rd energy level already signifies a resounding strength on the continent of Terra, regarded as heroic figures whose deeds are celebrated by bards. Without further ado, the governor of Harrison Port is merely of the 2nd tier, sufficient to hold the title of a hereditary viscount, while the 3rd tier could even ascend to the rank of a general within the empire. The 1st tier, however, is enough to elevate one above the common folk, allowing for audiences with the local nobility and the enjoyment of numerous privileges. Possessing a lineage of the 3rd tier is considered a fortuitous gift for the ordinary aspirants of ascension, as they may spend their entire lives without breaking through to the 2nd tier and qualifying for nobility, let alone attaining high positions within the empire. Even the perfect lineage of the Wavebreaker cannot be obtained, relegating them to the status of mere fragmented aspirants. Yet, in the indifferent tone of Hilliard, this is evidently not sufficient. The reef otter possesses both aquatic and terrestrial attributes, which can serve as a potion material for sand armor apprentices, albeit somewhat reluctantly. For a stable advancement, potion materials such as the eye crystals of the salt sea sand lizard, the stone hearts of the mire bears, or the petrified venom sacs of the obsidian scorpions would be more prudent. The old knight shook his head slightly, clearly unconvinced of the quality of the reef otter. The thunder-hunting jellyfish is a primary material for the low-tier potion of the Aurora Titan, brimming with potential, yet exceedingly perilous, as for the rare shell and the labyrinth algae. One creates mirage illusions while the other confounds the mind, perfectly suitable for a fairy lineage. This is quite promising, as it could advance to the 4th tier. And a select few special branches, such as high elemental fairies, natural fairies, and silver fairies, possess the potential for the 5th tier. Regarding the final ironclad shark, if it could be paired with the Windrider swordfish and the tier of the whale, a unique water element crystal could facilitate an advancement to a high-tier true form, the Tide Messenger. Hiliad harbors high expectations for Ian, one might even say exceedingly so. He believes that without the 4th or 5th tier advancement forms, this lineage true form would be unworthy of Ian's study. However, even among those with potential for the 5th tier, there are distinctions in the difficulty and intensity of advancement. The unmoving fortress is the most challenging and formidable among them. Is that so? After listening to the old knight's exposition, Ian found himself deep in contemplation. At this moment, his resolve only strengthened. He yearned to choose the most formidable lineage. Who would not wish to become stronger? When conditions allow for the selection of the best path, if one refrains from attempting due to the difficulty of advancement, future regret is inevitable. Yet, Hiliad's words are also quite practical. The materials from the 3 ancient dragons are not easily obtainable. They belong to the most powerful factions in Terra and require utmost effort to acquire. The unmoving fortress is indeed one of the strongest lineages, correct? After pondering for a moment, Ian spoke up. Inquiring of Hiliad, what materials are required for its low-tier potions? Should I still choose to train as a sand armor apprentice? Hiliad, noticing the seriousness in Ian's expression, shook his head, truly heedless of my advice. You shall suffer in the future. However, he was not disheartened. Instead, he smiled and encouraged. There is no lineage that is the strongest. The strongest will always be the individual. As for the materials, it is quite simple. Any magical beast associated with earth elements can serve as the primary material. If you are unafraid of danger and willing to tread this path, then I have little more to say. No, Ian shook his head, explaining, according to your words, the water dragon lineage, the Aurora Titan, and even the fairy lineage are all formidable lineages. Yet, the true form of the lineage is evidently not something that can be mastered simply by knowing how to cultivate. Is it? Ian gazed at Hiliad's solemn face. As a sand armor apprentice, at least I can learn numerous practical skills and avoid unnecessary detours from you, my teacher. Whereas for the other lineages, I fear I would have to navigate them on my own. This path is more arduous than you imagine. The old knight sighed lightly, yet Ian remained unfazed. There is no need to rush concerning future matters. The future can be troubled by my future self. Teacher, you are the great master of the unmoving fortress. With your guidance, I shall at least have a solid foundation in the initial levels. Most importantly, the boy concluded, to forego the lessons of a teacher is indeed rather foolish. That is not how a teacher is meant to be utilized. Chapter 40. Guidance. A teacher is not meant to be utilized in such a manner. Waving his hand, Hiliad reproached with a hint of amusement. When I say it is difficult, it is because I am a wanted criminal. Do you think this lineage is not under surveillance? If the Empire's aspirants discern your emergence as a new practitioner of the unmoving fortress, would they not wonder who you are inheriting from? You would become the highest-ranking wanted criminal in the Empire's new generation. Really? Ian raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Besides you, teacher, are there no others in the Empire practicing this true form? They cannot learn it. Looking up at the ceiling, Hiliad spoke softly. There were some discrepancies with this lineage before, which I have corrected, yet I have yet to compile the modifications. As he trailed off, the old knight fell silent, seemingly lost in recollection. After a few seconds, he lowered his head, gazing into Ian's face. Hiliad slowly remarked, You make a valid point. With me as your teacher, not practicing the unmoving fortress would indeed be a waste. Thus, he conceived a compromise. You may use the reef otter as the primary material for the sand armor apprentice's potions. The vertebral crystals of the reef otter possess dual efficacy in both water and earth, serving as potion materials for both water and earth lineage true forms. If supplemented with additional materials for stability, it could balance the advantages of both, simultaneously qualifying as a dual-element aspirant. However, that is merely the first tier. Starting from the second tier, specialization is required, and by that time, you would likely have already discerned which path you truly wish to pursue. The choice lies between the protective true form of the unmoving fortress or the water lineage true form of the Tide Messenger. For instance, at this juncture, Hiliad furrowed his brow and emphasized. This is merely a special case within the true form lineage. Lineage inheritances exhibit a high degree of stability, yet low compatibility, rendering such operations untenable. Furthermore, this would necessitate more second-tier potions for your advancement to the second tier, to compensate for the deficiencies present now. What Hiliad articulated is a method employed by many noble and powerful factions in nurturing their heirs. They possess the conditions and capital to allow their children to embark on the path of ascension from a young age, providing numerous varied choices. Yet, even after navigating puberty and undergoing specialized training to cultivate calm meditation and guide the circulation of source matter, these children still lack rich life experiences. They cannot clearly discern their strengths and weaknesses, nor can they select the most suitable true form inheritance from their family's myriad of options. The path of ascension cannot be delayed. Yet, if the most appropriate path cannot be chosen, future growth will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Consequently, one would use the materials from hybrid attribute magical beasts that can accommodate multiple inheritances for initial advancement. After all, unlike the stringent requirements of lineage, what is required for a true form is merely function. As long as the functions align without conflict, any magical beast's materials will suffice, with only slight variations in detail. This way, the transition from the first to the second tier can provide young aspirants ample time to contemplate the future they truly desired. As for those of lineage aspirations, they are left with no choice. The descendants of established lineage aspirants naturally follow the same path as their forebears. True forms offer convenient universality and choices, while lineages can directly inherit seeds of ascension to their descendants without the need to gather potion materials, maturing alongside their growth and conserving considerable resources and time. This is the fundamental distinction between the two great lineages of inheritance. However, even so, the price of more choices entails that once the next tier of the chosen inheritance is confirmed, the potion demands for that path will double, if not more. This ought to be a serious matter, as the prices of second-tier potions are such that even nobles cannot afford too many. Yet the old knight turned his head to glance at the still warm fish fillet on the table, considering Ian's potential, and chuckled. Perhaps for you, this is not a daunting issue. Just listen to your teacher. Ian naturally had no objections. This is the benefit of having a teacher. They can always rely on their extensive life experience to find a mutually beneficial path suitable for the present. As for now, what he needed to do was still to condense the source seed. The system of aspirants in Terra requires the condensation of the source seed as the foundational entry point. Condensing a source seed with multiple ascension officials constitutes a first-tier apprentice. Forming a system of ascension officials with source matter circulating throughout the body characterizes a second-tier elite. Condensing source matter into substance, refining it into life energy, unleashing the extraordinary powers bestowed by magical beasts to their fullest extent, and even transcending limitations through wisdom to manifest the heart-light body denotes a third-tier master. Ascending further leads to the realm that surpasses human limits, where one can even have their own title, even in the myths of the past. Hiliad holds high hopes for Ian. He believes that this student he picked up off the roadside possesses potential that surpasses nearly all his previous apprentices. And to squander such a fine seedling without cultivating them into a fourth or fifth-tier high-tier aspirant would be an extreme waste. Ian, you have just consumed the flesh of a primordial magic fish. Although it is weak, the source matter within its flesh is quite abundant, and your virtual source seed should have already been refined to some extent. Gently tapping the table, Hiliad signaled for the boy to lift his spirits and listen attentively. The operation speed of the source seeds is far too slow, leading to considerable waste. Therefore, I shall teach you a breathing guidance technique that can expedite the essence extraction of life source material from the source seeds. The cultivation of a sublimator is, in essence, akin to constructing a house. The source material is an essential component for the sublimator to refine their sublimation apparatus, akin to bricks, glass, and wood. Basic building materials, food, whether it be ordinary wheat flour, pork, beef, lamb, fish, or even the flesh of magical beasts, can be distilled into source material, much like raw wood, clay, and gravel serve as raw ingredients. The quality of the source seeds determines the quality of the source material extracted from food, analogous to the strength, resilience, and adaptability of bricks. The breathing guidance technique dictates the speed at which the sublimator extracts source material from food, representing the efficiency of transforming raw materials into building supplies. Lastly, the inheritance of the true form of one's bloodline serves as the architectural blueprint. The higher the level of the inheritance, the more exquisite and grand the structure becomes, with more complete functionalities, ensuring greater stability and resilience against destruction. Food, source seeds, and breathing guidance are all indispensable. Lacking any one of these is akin to attempting to walk on a broken leg. Even with extraordinary talent, it would be difficult to keep pace with others. Furthermore, inheritance surpasses the importance of these three components, regardless of possessing perfect raw materials and the fastest construction speed. If the foundation is askew from the outset or lacks essential features such as stairs, a kitchen, a washroom, and sleeping quarters, the structure is likely to collapse, rendering it uninhabitable. In Hilliard's view, Ian's spiritual energy can ensure the acquisition of food, and his remarkable cultivation talent suggests that the quality of his source seeds is undoubtedly high. Thus, if he merely learns the guidance technique and receives his inheritance, his future achievements are bound to be exceptional. Chapter 41. Breathing, is that so? Indeed, the elders of the White Tribe are not foolish. If they truly wish to know, you may as well reveal your identity as a spiritual energy wielder. A.S. Hilliard led Ian to the outer courtyard to prepare for the practice of breathing techniques. He was already aware of Ian's encounters from the previous night and had heard Ian recount Elder Pude's actions. The old knight nodded slightly, acknowledging the boy's response. Do not worry. Spiritual energy wielders are absolutely prioritized as training subjects. You are a spiritual energy wielder, and even the local lord will divert resources your way. This is a significant achievement. Any local lord seeking rewards and elevation places great importance on the metrics of spiritual energy wielders within their domain. However, all of this depends on you. Reveal your identity whenever you deem it appropriate. As for the natives, rest assured, if anyone far beyond your capacity seeks to harm you, I will undoubtedly intervene. Implied within is the notion that if the strength is comparable, I should handle it myself, right? Ian understood this implicitly, which aligned with his impression of Hilliard. The old knight was evidently not one to coddle his disciples, but rather encourage them to challenge themselves and grow amidst crises. Precisely what Ian desired. Let us begin here with that. Hilliard and Ian sat cross-legged in the backyard. Following an afternoon rain, the evening air was cool, the sea breeze caressing gently, bringing an unexpected tranquility. Thus commenced the teaching of the breathing guidance technique. Although termed a breathing technique, it does not necessitate a conscious acceleration of breath. Ian, envision the charcoal within the furnace. Its burning is slow and serene, yet if air is blown into it, the flames will surge intensely, capable of melting iron into molten steel. The human body is no different. The food one consumes daily is akin to a type of charcoal, and is not one's breathing akin to the air that fuels the fire? The human body itself is a furnace that perpetually blows and burns, and the sublimator's furnace is even more robust and efficient. Ian, envision the operation of the source seeds harmonizing with the flow of blood. Slow and natural, much like a gentle breeze stirring a stream. Yet this is far from the limits of the source seeds. Utilizing breath to stimulate the source seeds drives them into action. Akin to the gust of a storm filling the sails of a ship or the current of a river powering a water wheel. Hilliard's voice was calm and clear as he sat cross-legged on the ground, guiding Ian, who knelt with closed eyes, to grasp a rhythm of breathing. Very good, just like that. You are picking it up swiftly, though there are still some details lacking. Next, extend your hand and pay attention to sensing my rhythm of breath, as well as the coordination of muscles, internal organs, and even blood. The old knight instructed Ian to place his hand on his chest to sense the heartbeat's frequency, the flow of blood, and the patterns of muscle and organ operation. While he spoke, adjusting your breath is merely self-suggestion. The most crucial aspect is guidance, gathering the fragments of source material dispersed throughout every blood vessel in your body, allowing this power stored deep within to be released and subsequently transformed into refined source material by the source seeds. Control your heartbeat, making it slower and stronger. Let your body become relatively still, feeling the blood circulating throughout, permeating every extremity. In doing so, you will be able to sense those fragments flowing within you. Akin to golden wheat in the light. Golden wheat in the light is a commonly used term among sublimators in the continent of Terra, referring to all powers bestowed by the sun and fruits of life. The very source of all extraordinary abilities, the golden wheat, basking in sunlight, grows sturdy, just as the source material is condensed from the essence of life. If blood is viewed as substantive flowing sunlight and source material as the wheat of life, Then the guidance technique is the process of accelerating the growth of that wheat. Ian listened intently to Hilliard's teachings, endeavoring to synchronize his breath with that of his mentor. Yet, the rapid metabolism of his 8-year-old body, still in the process of development, made it challenging to match the breathing frequency of an adult. Even he found it difficult to truly calm his mind in such a short span, gathering the fragments of source material within him. However, Ian excelled in imagination, observation, and listening. Closing his eyes, he activated his premonitory vision. Instantly, he could perceive the golden aura radiating from his teacher's body. Upon closer inspection, he could even discern the faint golden streams of heat and light swirling within, intertwining to form a complex yet remarkably orderly structure. Breathe, inhale, gaze, listen, and mimic. Ian's heart felt an unprecedented sense of ease and tranquility. Breathe, exhale, ponder, analyze, summarized. Ian's mind was ablaze with activity. He had already noticed that Hilliard's breathing was long and enduring, powerful yet unperturbed, reminiscent of a flowing river. It lacked the sudden destructive force of an explosive or a thunderous clap, yet it possessed an immense, surging power. The rhythm of Hilliard's breath blurred the distinctions. Originally attuned to the rise and fall of his lungs and the flow of blood, Ian should have easily discerned when his mentor inhaled and when he exhaled. Yet, the old knight's breathing left him somewhat bewildered, as if it were an endless long inhale or an interminable sigh. What kind of breathing is this? At this moment, Ian found himself unable to keep pace with Hilliard's rhythm, even under the old knight's guidance. He suddenly faltered, breaking into a fit of harsh coughs. Cough, 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 cough. There is no need to rush. You have done exceptionally well. Extending a hand, Hilliard gently patted Ian's back, easing the boy's discomfort while expressing considerable patience. You are on the verge of grasping that rhythm. It is simply that your physical condition still falls short, unable to match your thoughts. To be frank, Hilliard was quite pleased at this moment. The unique physical characteristics of children often hinder their ability to practice. Yet conversely, if one can overcome the limitations of childhood and operate the guidance technique under such conditions, Ian's stability and cultivation would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. The guidance technique can strengthen the lungs, accelerating the refinement of source material, but it cannot enhance muscle or temper one's willpower. Having concluded his thoughts, the old knight spoke. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange some physical training for you to strengthen your body. He emphasized, regardless of the inheritance, there are different requirements for physical qualities. The apprentice of sand armor demands exceptionally high standards, requiring extraordinary strength and constitution to meet the foundational conditions for consuming potions and condensing sublimation apparatus. It is fair to say that the more powerful the inheritance, the higher the foundational qualities required. If one believes they can relax their training simply because they possess a strong inheritance, they will undoubtedly suffer greatly. Not to mention, the drastic changes and stimuli from potions can easily kill an unprepared sublimator apprentice. Just as earlier, you merely became slightly distracted, and your body could not keep up with the demands of the breathing technique. I understand, teacher. Once he regained his breath, Ian comprehended Hilliard's emphasis on physical quality thoroughly. It's merely a requirement based on the transition attributes. I understand. The stronger the profession, the more foundational requirements it necessitates. This is entirely normal. On Earth, I have encountered enough of such settings. He had initially contemplated enhancing his physical strength, for the physical condition of the Terra people is truly exceptional. Without proper training, he would not fully grasp the limits of his own body. Let us try once more, but this time, let us proceed more slowly. Hilliard noted Ian's unwavering interest, recognizing that he had not retreated due to previous discomfort, and thus continued with the instruction. Remember the rhythm. It is not solely about the lungs. Your body, muscles, organs, and blood must all align with the rhythm of your breath. Under the guidance of Hilliard, Ian breathed rhythmically. All sounds were drowned out by the clamorous July tides, and the initially rapid pace gradually transformed into a serene and prolonged cadence. With each breath, the latent power deep within his body slowly began to awaken. Awakening. Before long, Ian succumbed to slumber. Chapter 42. Exercising it was hardly surprising. After all, slowing one's breathing and calming the body is fundamentally akin to sleeping. Or rather, the so-called guidance technique is essentially a controllable form of deep sleep, capable of swiftly restoring vitality and unleashing the energy that lies dormant within the body. Only when one can grasp this dreamlike tranquility, maintaining control over the body while mastering the rhythm of breathing, can one truly claim to have perfected the art of guidance. The progress was indeed remarkable. Upon realizing that Ian was genuinely asleep and in a deep slumber, Hilliard felt not annoyance, but rather a sense of comfort and satisfaction. Only with a tranquil heart can one slip into sleep in an instant. A child's mind is often chaotic, thoughts flitting about. How could one simply fall asleep at will? To be able to do so signifies a preliminary mastery over one's own body, and learning the guidance technique and mastering the rhythm of breathing would merely be a natural progression from there. Although a child's mind may seem pure, it is, in truth, merely ignorance. Their thoughts are often disordered, and at times they themselves are unaware of what they wish to do. Their sense of self is quite tenuous, even to the point of being oblivious to dangers and the fear of death. This accounts for why children may overlook carriages in the street or even dart out from the roadside without heed. Thus, serious ascension practice typically commences only after puberty, when thoughts stabilize and hormonal influences wane. Only families with exceptional legacies and sufficient mentors can afford to initiate training at an earlier age. Hilliard reminisced about his own past. He had embarked on the path of ascension at the age of 14, mastering the guidance technique in just 10 days, astonishing his mentors, father, and the entire family. Now, it seemed that 8-year-old Ian might grasp it in less than a week. Yet Hilliard discerned that Ian's awakening of spiritual energy played a significant role. Practitioners of the guidance technique often find it yields extraordinary results, as their powers stem from the mind, and the guidance technique is a skill born of the same essence. Nevertheless, Ian's talent was at least comparable. Perhaps he lagged somewhat in physical prowess, but he had also not awakened his spiritual energy at 8, which made the difference negligible. Hilliard lifted the slumbering Ian and carried him back indoors, at that moment noticing the stark contrast between the children of the southern immigrant district and those of the imperial capital. The latter weighed at least 3/5 more than the former. He could not help but sigh. The empire still has children who go hungry. The empire still has people who cannot fill their bellies. Our endeavor. Hilliard shook his head and fell silent. He placed Ian gently on the bed, tucking him in with a blanket before the old knight stepped outside, disappearing into the night. A dreamless night ensued. When Ian awoke, he felt invigorated and at ease. A refreshing coolness washed over his mind. It seemed even the flow of spiritual energy felt considerably smoother. The boy could not suppress his astonishment. The sleep he had experienced the previous night was unprecedentedly restful, perhaps the most comfortable he had ever known. Activating his precognitive vision, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that the speed of the shifting mist was indeed quicker than before. He attempted to recall the events of the previous night. Even in slumber, Ian had sensed a warm current surging from his heart, circulating throughout his body, as though permeating every cell, bone, tendon, and organ. His head felt as if it were submerged in soothing warm water. Yet there was no sensation of suffocation. Rather, it was an experience of utter relaxation and comfort. Regrettably, this sensation did not last long before he awoke. So this is deep sleep. Recognizing the disparity between subjective and objective time, Ian pondered. This guidance technique has scarcely begun, yet it can grant such restorative slumber. Setting aside its ability to accelerate the condensation of source essence, this alone merits my diligent study. A good night's sleep sounds simple. Yet how many people yearn for it? Nevertheless, it was evident that this slumber came at a cost. As soon as Ian uncovered the blanket, he was beset by a wave of hunger, as if he had not eaten in 2 days. His stomach pressing against his back. Clearly, the rhythm of breathing in the guidance technique, coupled with the subsequent deep sleep state, consumed a significant amount of nutrients while nourishing the body. Just then, he caught a whiff of fish soup wafting from the hall. Awake? Get up and stretch. It's still too hot. He rose and ventured into the hall, where he encountered Hilliard carrying a pot of freshly simmered fish soup. Observing the just awoken Ian, Hilliard advised, "The porridge is ready as well. Take some fish soup to feed your brother. He absolutely refuses to let me do it." "Understood," Ian replied, already enticed by the rich aroma, his stomach growling audibly. He gritted his teeth in agreement before turning to head outside for some stretching exercises. Hilliard followed him out, intending to observe how Ian would exercise on his own, offering guidance on proper warm-up and exercise techniques, gradually instilling in him a habit of training. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Ian's warm-up and exercises were quite methodical. Though lacking a foundation in various combat techniques and with insufficient training intensity, his movements were entirely adequate for stretching the body and invigorating the muscles. It is often said that wisdom is a gift of the heavens. True chosen ones require no instruction from others. They naturally develop martial skills and legacies suited to themselves. He found himself murmuring in quiet admiration. I had not believed it, as I myself could not achieve such things. Yet here I am, encountering one who truly can. If Ian were to hear Hilliard's musings, he would surely chuckle to himself. Although genetic modification has become the norm on Earth, biological machines require regular maintenance to function properly, particularly in the weightless environment of space, where exercise is essential to avoid space sickness. This set of fitness routines, while simple, encompasses the most critical movements for the body and represents the most advanced training methodology. Since Ian had already devised his own exercise regimen, Hilliard felt no urgency on that front. At this moment, he was observing Ian's training habits, noting the gaps in his routine, preparing to refine and enhance it, and subsequently derive a follow-up training plan from there. Let us return to eat. 20 minutes later, Hilliard finally called a halt to the session. When the slightly breathless Ian re-entered the hall, the old knight had already set before him a large bowl of fish soup, crafted from last night's leftover ingredients, with not a morsel wasted. Ian curiously examined the contents, noting the vibrant green wild vegetables, likely foraged by Hilliard from the forest, imparting a unique fragrance and bitterness that perfectly complemented the dish. Evidently, Hilliard was quite the culinary adept, as Ian consumed the soup without a word, appearing not to devour it ravenously, yet finishing it with remarkable speed. This must have simmered for a long while. And these wild vegetables. Once he had finished, contentedly placing the bowl down, Ian looked up, puzzled, at Hilliard. "Teacher, didn't you sleep?" "I do not require sleep. I am asleep and awake at every moment." Hilliard tapped his temple with a finger. "Half of my brain sleeps while the other half remains alert. The second level of consciousness allows for this." Without paying heed to Ian's contemplative expression, he inquired, "How is the progress with the source essence?" "I have begun to establish some connections," Ian nodded, having grasped the internal structure of the virtual source essence. Ultimately, it was not complex, resembling a simplified turbine engine. The driving force was blood, or rather, the fragments of source essence contained within it. When a person consumes food, a portion of the energy contained within becomes fragments of source essence, dispersing throughout the bloodstream. As the heart beats, it propels blood, while the source essence absorbs the fragments that flow into the heart, compressing them into high-density, high-pressure source essence, storing it for later release to enhance physical strength, or in other words, to refine and elevate the organs. Thus, the breathing guidance technique can stimulate the source essence, this turbocharged engine, to accelerate its operation. And a truly functioning turbo engine is one that inhales endlessly and exhales without cessation, is it not? Even though Ian had completely deciphered the structure of the source essence and only required a sufficient accumulation of source essence to convert the virtual into the real, he had no intention of making haste or striving for rapidity. Instead, he wished to continue sensing, familiarizing himself, and ensuring he could achieve perfection before condensing it. After all, cultivating is akin to repairing a spacecraft. It cannot be rushed. Should you encounter areas of uncertainty, feel free to ask me. When you plan to attempt something, inform me a day in advance. I will assist you in observing during your condensation process. Hilliard held no doubt that the source essence would pose a challenge for Ian. He nodded, patting Ian's shoulder, encouraging him, exercise in the morning, practice the guidance technique in the evening, and you have the freedom to decide the rest of your time. I trust your self-discipline. As for the potions, there is no need to rush. That is the final step. Understood. I am well aware that haste serves no purpose. Though awakening his spiritual powers seemingly endowed him with greater physical strength, it was, in essence, merely a gradual depletion of his body's latent potential spurred by the activation of those powers. His physique remained quite frail, still the body of an 8-year-old child, long subjected to abuse and rarely well fed. After condensing his source seed, he would require a period of training to enhance his physical capabilities, thus enabling him to gradually withstand the burdens of guiding techniques and the intense transformations wrought by future potions on his body. Following breakfast, Ian continued to exercise at home while Hilliard disguised himself as Orsna and ventured outside. To the casual observer, Orsna appeared to be quite severely injured. However, he was inherently disabled, employed as a port clerk. and a few injuries would not hinder his ability to put pen to paper. Moreover, the physical constitution of the Terrans was astonishingly robust. What Ian perceived as grave injuries might, to the locals, be scarcely worse than a lifted fingernail, stabbed twice. Is it not merely a matter of applying some saliva? This was no jest. Ian harbored doubts about whether the bodily fluids of the Terrans truly possessed antiseptic properties. At this moment, within the confines of his home, Ian endeavored to master his spiritual ability of precognitive vision. After numerous attempts and validations, 2 hours later, he attained a deeper understanding of precognitive vision. Chapter 43. Fixated. Activating precognitive vision required approximately 1/3 of a second, expending physical energy akin to delivering a full-force punch. Even with his enhanced stamina, Ian found himself unable to activate and deactivate it more than 20 times consecutively. It was not a matter of lacking the stamina. Rather, it was the mental strain induced by the activation of precognitive vision that proved overwhelming. Much like an ordinary person, could they not execute 20 punches in succession? They simply lacked the technique, misapplied their force, and thus their elbows and arms ached after repeated strikes. Ian posited that through extensive practice, he could progressively bolster both the speed of activating precognitive vision and his capacity to endure its strain. Mastering a more scientific and rational method of activation, maintaining precognitive vision also necessitated a measure of physical exertion. This expenditure was minimal. Provided he was well fed, Ian could sustain it for over a minute before feeling fatigued, akin to briskly running, and would recover after a few minutes of respite. Furthermore, Ian discovered that the range of precognitive vision expanded with each activation. The world shrouded in the mist of precognitive vision formed a circle with a diameter of approximately 100 meters centered around Ian. Only within this range could he promptly detect crises and opportunities. However, as Ian was still human, his field of vision was conical, thus individuals like Hilliard, skilled in their own right, could evade the scrutiny of precognitive vision by utilizing his blind spots when Ian was inattentive. As he continued to maintain precognitive vision, the radius of this circle expanded at a rate exceeding 1 meter per second, and the physical toll of maintaining it escalated rapidly. When Ian sustained precognitive vision for a minute, and the radius of the precognitive circle reached 110 meters, he found himself utterly unable to endure the intense physical drain. Ian speculated that if he could control the radius of this precognitive circle, keeping it within certain limits and preventing it from expanding indiscriminately, he could extend the duration of precognitive vision. In fact, he envisioned the possibility of maintaining the precognitive circle's existence around the clock in the future. This way, no matter who it was, attempting to ambush him would become exceedingly difficult. While he was not yet capable of this, Ian believed that precognitive vision was indeed controllable, requiring only prolonged practice. This notion was duly noted in his mental preparatory work notebook as a component of his daily training regimen. There were numerous training items to address. Continuing his exercises until midday, Ian, feeling fatigued, heated a pot of water to prepare some wheat porridge. As he ignited the flame, he mused, spiritual energy and physicality are interdependent. Neglecting either would be ill-advised. Based on this training regimen, I must consume at least 2 portions of food to ensure growth rather than deplete my body. According to Hilliard and his own observations, Ian discerned that the physical limits of the Terrans were exceedingly remarkable. Even ordinary individuals who had not embarked on the path of elevation, if they consistently trained and honed their bodies to their limits, could contend with an adult bull in unarmed combat, perhaps even emerge victorious. This bull was not akin to those on Earth. The Terran bulls averaged over 2 tons in weight, their bodies encased in cartilaginous plating. Truly biological tanks. While cattle were one thing, the bulls bred for riding were even more robust than their counterparts, capable of easily demolishing a small cottage in a rampage. Even knights regarded taming a riding bull as an honor. Bull riders were celebrated as renowned strongmen. However, rather than becoming someone who could wrestle with bulls, Ian was more intrigued by the anatomical structure of Terran bulls and the reasons behind their immense size. Regrettably, much like Earth, bulls on the Terran continent were also pivotal in agriculture and the source of various strategic resources. A single bull could cultivate land 100 times that of an ordinary farmer, and its tendons could be fashioned into large bows, with its hides and bones serving as sources for natural armor. The price was equally staggering. A well-developed adult bull commanded a terrifying price of $250, even more at Harrison Port, equivalent to decades of labor for a farmer without food or rest. Thus, The plan to dissect a bull would have to be regrettably postponed. Even while simmering porridge and allowing his thoughts to wander, Ian did not neglect to intermittently activate his precognitive vision for training in spiritual energy. Should anyone be present within the house, they would observe the boy with white hair as his eyes occasionally glimmered with a crystalline azure light, only to swiftly dissipate, akin to the flicker of fireflies. Yet, during one unintentional glance, Ian suddenly sensed something amiss. Lifting his gaze, he peered out the window. There appeared to be something suspicious. Rising from his crouched position before the hearth, Ian straightened, his expression grave, and the luminescence in his eyes ignited. Locking onto a dubious figure beyond the wall, outside the cottage. Is someone watching me? In his precognitive vision, a wisp of pale, human-like mist traversed the street. This was unremarkable, unlike the place where Ian previously resided. The new house chosen for Ian and Hilliard by Elder Pewd was situated in a seaside district, bustling with pedestrians during the day. Yet this mist had traversed the streets several times, totaling over 10 minutes of continuous motion. No matter how one considered it, it was exceedingly suspicious. Who could it be? Why? Surely, it could not be a native. Who would be so brazen? The boy pondered for several seconds before edging closer to the window. Calmly peering through the gap to observe outside, he spotted a man passing by on the street, crossing to the other side before disappearing around the corner, only to re-emerge moments later, again passing by the door. Feigning to be an ordinary passerby while surreptitiously scrutinizing the windows and door of the house, Ian focused intently and realized the individual was a familiar face. Blinn, the herbalist who sought to pilfer his sleep powder? Raising an eyebrow, Ian recalled the previous evening's performance with his teacher before the onlookers, the scene of the fire. A neighbor had noticed the bag in his hand contained a considerable amount of precious sleep powder and had attempted to seize it, only to be thwarted and reprimanded by Elder Pewd, leaving in a huff. The figure loitering outside was none other than the herbalist named Blinn. He now feigned passing by, yet intermittently observed and assessed the situation of Ian's home. His eyes fixated on the windows and doors, mumbling to himself, his words indistinct. It appeared he had set his sights on Ian. Slightly shaking his head, Ian understood. After all, it was no secret that the apothecary in Harrison Port consistently purchased this natural substance, which could serve as a painless anesthetic at exorbitant prices. The guards were equally in need of such materials capable of capturing high-value prey, even magical creatures, without harm. Blades are indiscriminate. Slaying magical creatures could hardly guarantee the integrity of their bodies. Whether by arrows, blade marks, or traps, the premium hides, flesh, and bones of magical creatures would certainly incur damage, rendering them unsellable at top prices. However, with sleep powder, they could be captured alive, thus changing the narrative. Intact hides and entrails would command a different price. The materials from these hides, along with various unique sublimation plant products, formed the crux of trade between the imperial immigrants and the Sequoia natives. As long as they existed, there would be no concern over selling them. What a clumsy reconnaissance effort! Who would engage in such activities during the day? Did he not have a job? Or perhaps he harbored ulterior motives beyond merely coveting the sleep powder, muttering a low complaint. Observing the bustling crowd around him, Ian decisively opened the window. Taking a deep breath, he called out loudly to the man still passing by, "Blinn, why do you linger around my doorstep so often?" Chapter 44. The sacrifice. The boy's voice was far from quiet, especially given its abruptness. Consequently, passers-by on the street turned their heads in astonishment towards Ian's direction before shifting their gaze to the white-skinned man frozen in place. You. The crowd, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the scene with thoughtful expressions, and within mere seconds, they could witness Blinn's pallid face flush crimson. Caught off guard, he raised a trembling finger to point at the beaming Ian. But in the end, he could not utter a single word. This herbalist, having been directly exposed, could only flee at a brisk pace, while the onlookers exchanged glances, clearly having grasped something of the situation. It remained uncertain whether this was an act of boldness or cowardice. Watching Blinn disappear around the corner, Ian shook his head and closed the window, sighing, "The security in Harrison Port is truly lacking. Should I prepare some traps at home? Indeed, it is worth considering." He resolved to wait for Hilliard's return in the evening to inform the teacher of the situation. When time permitted, he would also seek out Elder Pewd to report on Bruin's actions. While coveting wealth may not be alarming, The presence of children at home is a matter of grave concern. Should the adversary remain undeterred and take advantage of their absence to intrude, it could result in harm to Elon, which would be most unfortunate. Yet, there is no such thing as foolproof vigilance. Shaking his head, Ian turned back and continued to prepare the porridge. He extended his ladle and stirred the bottom of the pot, redistributing the grains that had settled there. Meanwhile, within the Redwood indigenous tribe, great shaman Animu of the deep marsh stirred the bottom of his own pot with a bone staff, mixing the medicinal residue that had settled. At this moment, he too was preparing porridge. The marsh nestled at the base of Elephant Bone Mountain, once a coastal area near a lake, had undergone a drastic geological transformation due to a cataclysmic earthquake over 400 years ago. The river that used to flow here had changed its course, becoming the Ivok River that now encircles Harrison Port, while the lake had dried up, losing its water source. However, due to the relentless tropical coastal rains, it gradually transformed into the shallow marsh we see today. The ancestral land of the Redwood tribe lies at the foot of Elephant Bone Mountain. According to ancient texts, they once possessed the skills to tame and communicate with elephants, working and fighting alongside them. Yet, as the environment changed, the redwood elephant herds dwindled to extinction, and these skills were gradually lost over hundreds of years, evolving instead into the art of training ordinary beasts as companions and hunting partners. Great shaman Animu of the deep marsh now stood at the entrance of the shamanic tent on the mountainside, methodically stirring the pale purple medicinal paste in the large pot before him. On either side of the entrance, surrounded by 16 totem poles, 32 diminutive yet fierce-looking indigenous hunters knelt respectfully, heads bowed, with their bows and short guns placed beside them, awaiting the shaman's summons. Animu lifted his gaze, observing a hazy white mist forming at the horizon of the South Sea, obscuring the distant scenery. Though imperceptible to ordinary folks, it was an ominous sign of an impending tempest. The air was thick with a tumultuous and damp scent, and at the base of Elephant Bone Mountain, the gnarled wooden roots, vibrant mosses, vines, and shrubs intertwined with the dense branches seemed to form a singular entity, teeming with life from the numerous water snakes, toads, centipedes, mudfish, and living eels that resided within. The entire jungle resembled a living organism, breathing and whispering, imparting warnings that only the great shaman could hear. The totem poles trembled slightly. Both the spirits of the mountains and tides were offering their warnings, as was the spirit of the forest. Animu closed his eyes and murmured, "Blood." The two hunters closest to the great shaman slowly rose, their movements delicate, as if fearful of disturbing the omnipresent spirits. They retrieved ancient, greenish-brown inscribed pottery jars from their bosoms and cautiously approached either side of the cauldron, presenting the jars before the great shaman. They did not dare lift their heads, and though these esteemed hunters bore markings of deep blue-black tattoos and scars, testaments to their valor and honor, they appeared submissive as children before the great shaman. Animu grasped the jars. He had grown old, his nose no longer able to discern the myriad scents of the world, yet he could detect that the contents were filled with blood, pungent and rich, containing the fragments of an adult man's furious spirit. The scent of the other jar, however, was pure and innocent, as pristine as mountain spring water, imbued with a sweet fragrance, reminiscent of a child untouched by the harshness of life. It is not yet perfect, but it will suffice. Animu inhaled deeply, pouring the two jars of blood into the cauldron and stirring. The boiling medicinal paste absorbed the disparate bloods, the subtle purple tinged with hints of red, as unseen glimmers flickered and coalesced, vibrating the air with the sounds of a man's desperate roar and a child's terrified cry. This soft ringing summoned a silent breeze that swirled around the shaman's frail figure. Bone. The initial two hunters had stepped back, and as Animu spoke again, the next pair of hunters rose. They presented a large and a small wooden box to the great shaman with utmost reverence. Within the boxes lay two skulls, one belonging to an adult human, the other to a child under 2 years of age. "This is better." Glancing at the two skulls, which had been meticulously stripped of flesh, Animu nodded in approval, eliciting smiles of joy from the hunters, who then withdrew slowly. Without uttering a word, the elderly shaman, his hair white and skin a deep brown, took hold of one skull. Although his frail hand appeared weak, with a breath as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, he merely squeezed lightly, and the skull crumbled into smooth bone powder, dissipating into the cauldron with a whisper of a breeze. The wind surrounding the great shaman intensified. Fleshed. As the summons continued, another pair of hunters rose, offering their carefully gathered offerings: blood, bone, flesh, sinew, the essence of life, brain, eyes, tongue, skin, the senses of life, lungs, liver, kidneys, spleen, the endurance of life, intestines, stomach, gallbladder, heart, the vitality of life, beginning with blood and concluding with the heart, the 16 most tender and the 16 most robust, 32 distinct offerings, brimming with the quintessence and power of life, constituted the pure sacrificial requirements. What of Aceto? At last, as the two hunters presented the child's heart and the warrior's heart, the great shaman suddenly inquired, "Is he dead?" "Yes, indeed, great shaman." The two hunters, taken aback for a moment, then spoke with trepidation. Shaman Aceto infiltrated Harrison Port and failed, meeting his demise at the hands of the Empire. Viscount Grant paid no heed to this. Thus, it fell upon us to substitute and present this most crucial offering. I understand. However, Animu did not wait for them to finish. He waved his hand, signaling the hunters to retreat, shaking his head slightly. They indeed had noticed the signs. Aceto had acted too recklessly as he stirred the cauldron, mixing the essence of blood, flesh, and viscera. The great shaman Animu of the deep marsh remained impassive, but those imperialists must also pay a price. The price of life. Chapter 45. The Turbine. The blood of one warrior must be repaid with the lives of 100 Imperials. Speaking thus, his hands did not cease. The great shaman gently lifted the two hearts from the box, still pulsating red, and placed them delicately into the cauldron, where they melded with the crimson, resembling lava or boiling blood. Turning the medicinal paste to a vivid red, the hearts sank into the mixture. The ritual was complete. Holding his breath, a visible aura flickered. The murky medicinal paste within the cauldron transformed instantaneously into a deep, pure essence, the red blood congealing into a substance akin to ink within mere breaths. A clear and pure blood incade. The moment of its formation, a sudden tempest arose, and the mountainside outside the shaman's tent echoed with ancestral calls. As if the ancient forebears were roaring, causing the totem poles to tremble. The calls spread down to the marsh at the mountain's base, where the gust swept through every branch and leaf, creating a cacophony within the jungle, while the mists above the marsh billowed, dispersing vibrant colors. This moment, the 32 hunters knelt, prostrating themselves on either side of the tent, as Animu raised the medicinal pot. He plunged his hand into the mixture, oblivious to the fact that the blood ink was several times hotter than boiling water. Then, using his hand as a brush, he dipped into the blood ink, signaling the hunters to raise their foreheads, and slowly began to draw blood-red patterns upon their brows. Each hunter could not help but display joy, which soon turned to pain. Yet they gritted their teeth and endured. The vivid red patterns spread inward, permeating muscle and organ, rendering their breaths deep and robust. Among a few hunters exceptionally attuned to the blood ink, fine scales began to emerge. The air was heavy with the earthy scent mingled with the sea breeze, a harbinger of the awakening of the spirits of the mountains and tides. Animu continued to inscribe the blood ink patterns upon each of the 32 valiant hunters, yet he did not halt his progress. Instead, he moved toward the redwood marsh. In his ears, the tremors of the totems and the call of the spirits coalesced into a crescendo, surging like the tide. As time passed, this howling crescendo gradually clarified, ultimately transforming into a deep murmur resonating from the depths of the marsh. Life. Allowing this vague yet soul-stirring voice to echo in his ears, Animu's expression grew solemn, as the blood ink in the cauldron had dried. The residue completely caked and pale. Only the two hearts, one large, one small, remained, vibrant red and pulsating fiercely, brimming with immense life force. Master of the mountains, son of the sea, the pulse of the tides, the call of the earth. This is your exclusive offering, a tribute to your life. Chanting ancient sacrificial verses, the old shaman stepped into the heart of the marsh. He placed the medicinal pot atop the murky waters and turned to depart. The redwood marsh quivered slightly, and all the trees within the forest swayed. In the center of the marsh, the mire began to swirl, drawing the pot into its depths, as an invisible spirit voice let out a resonant roar, followed by the greedy sound of sucking. If one gazes down from the mountainside, a vast shadow can be discerned, thrumming and pulsating deep within the marsh, a place revered as sacred by the redwood tribe. Its form coils and twists, 6 crimson orbs of light igniting beneath the mire, it writhes at the bottom of the bog, emitting a resonance and wails that elude human hearing. The pure sacrifice occurring in the ancestral land of the redwood natives has, for the moment, not induced any visible anomaly. Yet, undoubtedly, something has transpired. After a time, the heavens shroud themselves and Harrison Port succumbs to dusk. As evening approaches, Ian ignites the hearth within the abode, stirring the charcoal with a fire poker, causing a flurry of golden-red sparks to leap from the crevice between the stove and pot, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The flames grow more robust, and after adding more kindling, the boy, preparing porridge for dinner, rises to retrieve the previously steeped herbal concoction from the cabinet, a blend of calming herbs that has been resting for a day. Suddenly, boom! A flash of white light cleaves through the darkened sky. Thunder reverberates, and a torrential downpour descends upon Harrison Port once more. Holding the herbal tincture, Ian turns to the window, where fine raindrops blanket the earth, and the roiling storm clouds above harbor the muffled rumblings of unformed thunder, occasionally unleashing genuine lightning that illuminates the entire port and coastline. Such severe tropical weather is unusual. With a slight shake of his head, after hearing 5 peals of thunder in 3 minutes, Ian is well aware that the weather in this otherworldly realm possesses far more variables than his homeland. Nonetheless, the frequent summer thunderstorms in Harrison Port, where even the nearby Seine Cliffs attract swarms of thunder jellyfish, clearly fall outside the realm of normalcy. The lightning that flickers and fades within the clouds carries an unsettling aura that instinctively disturbs Ian. He harbors a vague premonition that his teacher's mission is somehow entwined with the true cause of this bizarre weather. Yet, now is not the time for such contemplation. The herbal tincture, having steeped for a day, emanates a distinctive fragrance. If Ian were to describe it, he would say it resembles a blend of peppermint-scented floral water mixed with the aroma of menthol. And merely inhaling it brings a refreshing coolness from the tip of his nose down to his lungs. Upon closer inspection, Ian notices that the upper layer of the liquid possesses a quality distinct from ordinary water. Activating his foresight, he observes the cerulean halo radiating from the upper half of the jar. Validating his hypothesis, it appears that the active components of the calming herb, along with the other botanicals, are substances lighter than water, rising to the surface after brewing and resting overnight, thus constituting the simplest yet most effective purification process. While his mind contemplates these findings, Ian's hands remain busy. Upon entering the room of his younger brother, Elon, he efficiently follows Elder Pude's instructions, using a clean wooden spoon to scoop a spoonful of the tincture and administer it to his drowsy sibling. He then retrieves the now pale green residue from the bottom of the jar, applying it to Elon's temples and forehead. Elon, still enmeshed in slumber, opens his eyes at the tincture's stimulus. The young child gazes at Ian, locking eyes with his brother for several seconds before breaking into a contented expression and sinking back into deep sleep. The effect is quite promising. Elon's eyes are noticeably more alert. Ian is not surprised by this, for prior to administering the tincture, he had already utilized his foresight to predict that it posed no danger and would indeed be beneficial. Soon, following the elder's guidance, he partakes of a small quantity of the remaining calming herbal tincture himself. The initial taste brings no discernible sensation, but swiftly, Ian experiences a slight tremor throughout his body. A chilling sensation spreads down his throat, through his stomach, and along his entire digestive tract, radiating outwards. This feeling abruptly awakens Ian, who had been fatigued and slightly dizzy from an afternoon of practicing spiritual energy. Akin to the revitalizing jolt of a cold shower after a stupor, temporarily invigorating him. Even after a hearty meal and feeling replenished, prolonged use of spiritual energy can induce a sense of exhaustion akin to the toll of sleepless nights filled with mental strain. At his most fatigued in the afternoon, Ian had felt as though his brain was a heated, throbbing iron block, swollen as if inflamed. After a period of rest, that discomfort had lessened considerably, yet upon consuming the calming tincture, Ian instantly perceives that his previously heated mind and body are rapidly cooling down, continuously releasing a wave of soothing freshness. If he were to liken it, he would say the sensation is akin to returning home to an air-conditioned room and savoring ice cream after running outside in the sweltering 42-degree heat for an entire morning. The tincture is truly remarkable. Ian cannot help but commend it, though he is acutely aware that the calming herbal tincture holds considerable value. A mere small package could fetch $7 or $8 without question, and several bags combined would equal the annual salary of his uncle. The elder's decision to bestow an entire box of these medicinal packages upon him cannot simply be deemed generous. It borders on the absurd, akin to tossing money into water for the sake of a sound. It is evident that this resource, precious to the common folk, is likely deemed a mere trial consumable by the nobility and powerful figures. After all, it is harmless, so why not take advantage of it? With Hilliard yet to return, Ian does not wait for him and finishes his porridge, addressing his dinner alone. Sated and refreshed, he sits quietly by the window, closing his eyes and, while the effects of the calming tincture still linger, attempts to sense the source seed. Guided by his teacher Hilliard and bolstered by a recent meal of a monster-grade salmon rich in source essence, Ian soon perceives the source essence within himself, as well as the presence of a virtual source seed. For a moment, he hears a faint swoosh, reminiscent of surging tides. Ian understands that this sound is the flow of source essence fragments coursing through his bloodstream, permeating every corner of his body and subtly enhancing his physical capabilities. Today, the flow of source essence is notably swifter. The afternoon's practice has indeed proven beneficial. The source essence travels through his circulatory system, ebbing and flowing around Ian's body and heart as every muscle, organ, and cell greedily absorbs the life energy. However, the true bulk resides within the virtual source seed situated in his heart. A torrent of source essence fragments floods into it, being absorbed and compressed by the autonomously functioning seed, coalescing into properly organized source essence. Ian concentrates, and the once indistinct details of the virtual source seed now stand revealed in exquisite clarity. Drawing upon his past professional experience, the practice and observation of these last few days have granted him substantial insight into the source seed structure, stripping away all superfluous descriptors and cultural connotations. The source seed, in essence, is a storage and conversion device. Its structure resembles that of a turbocharger, operating through the force generated by the heartbeat and respiration. The source essence produced from digested food enters the bloodstream, subsequently collected, refined, and stored by the source seed, ready to be released when needed. Source essence is a unique form of life energy. Even a small amount of fragments flowing through the circulatory system can enhance physical attributes. When high-purity source essence is released by the seed into the body's organs, it can dramatically augment physical capabilities in a short span. This includes absolute strength, neural reflexes, endurance, regenerative abilities, and overall resilience, all elevated across the board. In the world of Terra, an ordinary person with a regular routine and diet, when pushed to the brink of death, may unleash the instinctively preserved source essence within, momentarily exhibiting powers far beyond their natural limits. A mother, in a moment of crisis, may single-handedly push aside a cart or kick away a boulder to protect her child. Such occurrences are not extraordinary in Terra but rather commonplace. One might even argue that it would be strange if they did not happen. If ordinary individuals can achieve this, how much more so those exalted beings, the Ascenders, who possess source seeds? Take Ian himself as an example. After consuming a monster-grade salmon, even though his body remains frail and he is merely an 8-year-old child, should he fully unleash the accumulated source essence within his seed, he could summon strength comparable to that of an adult man within mere minutes. Naturally, the true utility of source essence extends beyond being a mere consumable. As the essence of life itself, Ascenders accumulate source essence to forge ascension organs. If source essence merely served to temporarily enhance physical attributes, depleting it would return one to their base state, or even exhaust all energy reserves, then the ascension organs would inherently possess strength akin to that of a source essence explosion in their normal state, often exceeding it. Therefore, barring genuine life-threatening situations, Ian believes that no Ascender would recklessly utilize their stored source essence. The initiation of forming ascension organs marks the first step for an Ascender apprentice on the path to genuine bloodline manifestation. Ian shakes his head slightly. That is still far off. What I need now is to condense a high-quality source seed and rely on it to rapidly accumulate source essence and restore my body. Although, in his past life as a mechanical engineer, Ian possesses profound knowledge of turbocharger structures. Given the materials and tools, he could even fashion one from scratch. Source seeds, while similar, are not identical. Even if he believes that there are aspects within the virtual source seed that could be modified to significantly enhance the efficiency and quality of source essence extraction without disrupting its overall function. These remain mere speculations. Who would dare to experiment with their own body and life? The vast majority of people, even geniuses, would prioritize stability over perfection when it comes to condensing source seeds. After all, efficiency can be compensated for with resources, but life is singular and irreplaceable. Yet, Ian is somewhat exceptional in this regard. Let me see, he murmurs softly, a light laugh escaping him as he activates his foresight. The cerulean eyes fluttered open, and in an instant, everything around transformed into ethereal clumps woven from mist, intertwined in shades of gray, white, and blue, forming this peculiar realm. Ian opened his eyes and gazed at himself. As had been the case on every previous occasion, he could not perceive the hue of his own essence or the nature of the mist that enveloped him. In truth, he had only glimpsed his own color once during the awakening of his psychic abilities. At that moment, he beheld the colors of the child Ian, or perhaps his own hue. This remains to be determined. The seer cannot foresee his own destiny. Only at a point that could be likened to the heart was the boy able to detect a flicker of golden brilliance. A virtual source seed, composed of the essence of Zilliard, was currently spinning within an expanse shrouded in mist, its golden form resembling a star, absorbing countless minute white specks of light, which then coalesced into particles akin to pale blue dust. Accumulating within, the minute specks represented fragments of essence, while the crystalline dust constituted the essence itself. The essence fragments were of the white grade, while the essence was of the blue grade. Since the virtual source seed was a gift from his mentors and elders, Ian could observe it through his prophetic vision. Intriguingly, essence also possesses levels of quality. As he contemplated the process of essence coalescing within himself, Ian could not help but ponder. He gazed at the golden virtual source seed and formed a conjecture in his mind. Indeed, the quality of essence varies. Relying solely on the color of the essence, I could discern the strength of the sublimator, and most importantly, raising his gaze, Ian looked towards the direction where his younger brother Elon resided. The white-haired child, having consumed the potion and applied the medicinal paste, was now sleeping peacefully. The aftereffects of the sleeping powder were evidently not something that could be alleviated with a single treatment. Perhaps it would require several months of recuperation for Elon to return to normalcy. The mist surrounding Elon was a pale gray, tinged with hints of blue and white, likely a result of the concentration potion. Not only that, Elon's fate is intertwined with mine. My actions will inevitably alter the mist surrounding Elon. Ian observed the shifting colors enveloping his brother, recalling the warning he received from Elon's mist when he chose the site to dispose of the body. Without a doubt, that warning and omen had altered his fate, allowing him to encounter Zilliard, a debt of gratitude owed to Elon. This time, Ian entertained a bold notion. Could he, by contemplating alterations to the structure of the source seed within his mind, assist in the transformation of the colors in Elon's mist, thereby determining whether his adjustments to the source seed structure were successful or beneficial? In simpler terms, could he indirectly predict the success or failure of his source seed modification through Elon? The feasibility appeared promising. Though the principle remained unknown, after all, his ability allowed him to foresee the trajectory of the future within certain limits. Such an application was entirely reasonable. The better my coalescing source seed, the brighter my brother's future will be. Conversely, the opposite holds true. Thus, he resolved to act. With a thought, Ian promptly closed his eyes and delved into contemplation. In his first attempt, Ian did not choose optimization. On the contrary, he carelessly allowed the structure of the source seed within his mind to deteriorate, simplifying it further, albeit with significantly reduced efficiency. Upon reopening his eyes, he gazed at Elon, his eyes widening slightly. Crimson! The dense blood-like mist enveloping the child caused Ian to momentarily freeze. Is it truly this dire? Would it be tantamount to certain death? Although he had anticipated that carelessly condensing a subpar source seed could lead to exceedingly grim outcomes, the severity of the situation left Ian perplexed. If the source seed I condensed is of such poor quality, there is a considerable chance that Master Zilliard would abandon me, for if I possess no potential, remaining in his company would hasten my demise. Yet, even so, in the short term, I should not be in grave danger. Such a thick, blood-red mist undeniably indicates that something significant is about to transpire. Enough to threaten the lives of both my brother and me. Though bewildered, Ian recognized that such musings were futile. He closed his eyes once more and commenced a second attempt. This time, Ian still refrained from optimization, instead adhering strictly to Zilliard's guidance and attempting to condense the source seed normally. Upon reopening his eyes, Ian looked at Elon again. This time, the mist surrounding his brother remained a vivid crimson, though it had slightly diminished in density compared to the first attempt. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly classified as certain death-level danger. Such a puzzling phenomenon. Rising to his feet, Ian furrowed his brow, shutting off his prophetic vision to rest for a moment and regain his strength. He then took a deep breath, turned to gaze out the window. According to Master S instructions, I am fully confident in achieving a flawless source seed. Thus, everything should be secure, and my strength would be augmented under his tutelage. Yet the mist remains blood-red. This indicates that the crisis does not stem from my master, nor even from myself. A thought struck Ian, and he formed another hypothesis. Without uttering a word, he closed his eyes and activated his prophetic vision for the second time. This time, he contemplated the optimized structural template for the source seed, which had been meticulously crafted after careful consideration. Ian then summoned the essence and attempted once more to condense the source seed. He looked towards Elon a third time. The scarlet mist persisted, though its intensity seemed to have lessened somewhat. The mist, originally resembling a blood cloud enveloping Elon, now exhibited hints of pale pink at the edges. Yet its core remained a sanguine haloed. I understand, in this manner. Ian found clarity, furrowing his brow slightly. Am I being targeted by the indigenous people? Have they infiltrated Harrison Port? Regardless of how I condensed the source seed, the outcome remains perilously unchanged. This can only imply that there exists a character or force far superior to Ian, actively seeking to undermine him, hence the unyielding danger he faces regardless of his progress. Nevertheless, Ian's efforts might still yield some measure of defying fate. Evidently, Ian's optimization succeeded. Through his adjustments, the quality of his version of the source seed surpassed that of Zilliard's, albeit at the cost of stability. Yet, the efficiency was indeed heightened. Consequently, with each observation of the mist surrounding Elon, its color and the associated peril would diminish slightly. The progress may be minimal, but it is indeed progress. Wait. Although I have largely grasped the situation, before Ian could revel in the satisfaction of his successful optimization, another thought emerged, one that filled him with a sense of crisis and even fear. Realizing this, Ian furrowed his brow. I am not so arrogant or presumptuous. Who am I? Do I deserve to be targeted in such a manner by the indigenous people? Is there truly such an urgency to eliminate me? The aftermath of a disaster could easily claim the lives of a few children. Regardless of how talented I may be, of course, there is one critical point. An assassination targeting a child like Ian could never possibly ensnare someone whose strength has long since surpassed that of a mere child into a blood-red realm of certain death. It cannot be that simple, as he mused. A sudden chill crept down Ian's spine. Perhaps I am not the primary target. Then who is, Master? Or could it be? He swiftly rose, making his way to the window, and activated his prophetic vision, gazing out at the rain-soaked streets of Harrison Port. Outside, beneath the darkened sky, the port was ablaze with light at its center, while the dimly lit residential areas surrounding it cast flickering shadows from countless homes, where figures could be discerned moving behind the curtains, laughing and conversing in warmth and harmony. Children were frolicking, playing games with their parents, their shadows elongated by the light. Elders were chattering, breezes wafting through half-open windows, causing the lights to dance slightly. There was also silence. The flickering lights within hinted at the scent of food wafting through the wind and rain. Ian's azure gaze swept across the city, his eyes shimmering with a faint cerulean glow. Yet, within his gaze, only red reflected back, scarlet, blood red. The color of death. This moment, the crimson mist swirling around each individual seemed to coalesce into a river, transforming into a sea of blood, and then it surged throughout the entirety of Harrison Port. Chapter 47. Awareness buzz. Just as Ian beheld the crimson scenes unfolding in the streets, he suddenly felt an inexplicable pain deep within his brain, almost as if it were an organ independent of his body, yet undeniably a part of him. This intense agony struck him without warning, akin to having a sea urchin, soaked in seawater and toxins, thrust into his mind and shaken violently, rendering Ian breathless in an instant, causing him to collapse to the ground without uttering a sound. The pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. As Ian regained control of his body, he immediately began gasping for air, resembling one who had just emerged from the depths of water, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and temples, dampening his collar. Ian was certainly not a stoic warrior who wished to stifle his cries of pain when alone. Rather, he refrained from vocalizing his suffering simply because he was utterly exhausted and his brother was nearby. Trembling as he leaned against the wall, Ian gradually stood upright, having extricated himself from the prophetic vision, his heart still racing as he lifted his gaze towards the window. It seems why psychic ability cannot be employed to observe targets that are excessively vast or numerous. Just moments ago, while observing the street, he felt his strength drain away as if a dam had burst, nearly leading him to the brink of collapse and unconsciousness. The shortcomings of prophetic vision had finally revealed themselves. It is indeed capable of foreseeing the future within a limited scope, determining the value of objects, and even guiding Ian to make better choices to a certain extent. However, excess in anything can be detrimental. He can observe the destinies and future trends of only a handful of individuals. As the number increases, he risks exhausting himself. Yet, this merely indicates a physical strain, not an impossibility. Should Ian possess sufficient stamina? He speculates that he might transcend this limitation, allowing him to observe the future trends of a group of people, a street, a city, or even an entire port. What has just transpired? Slowly rising to his feet, Ian wore a perplexed expression. What calamity awaits the port shrouded in bloodlust? Harrison Port. Although there is no tangible evidence, his psychic premonitions suggest that all, or at least the vast majority, of the inhabitants of Harrison Port are ensnared in a certain death crisis. The streets are engulfed in crimson mist, which seems to transform into a surging tsunami, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Ian immediately heightened his vigilance, yet he remained unaware of the precise timing of the impending crisis. Is it a storm? A tsunami? Or perhaps a thunderstorm? An earthquake? The nearby Bison Mountains could also give rise to landslides and mudflows due to torrential rains. Rushing to the backyard, Ian gazed up at the sky over Harrison Port and examined the surrounding terrain, murmuring, "The only occurrences capable of causing simultaneous deaths on such a scale are these. Of course, there exists another possibility. A massive invasion by the natives. The most dire scenario would be the simultaneous occurrence of several of the aforementioned events. Though tranquility reigns at present, Ian is acutely aware that in recent times, the natives have indeed initiated a pure sacrifice, a grand ritual known even to the Empire, requiring dozens of living souls and numerous rare materials. The Red Cedar natives, with nearly 100 tribes of varying sizes, lay down their disputes during the pure sacrifice, each presenting their finest offerings to the nominal leader of the Red Cedar tribes, the Great Shaman. Ian himself narrowly escaped being offered as a sacrifice. Generally, a pure sacrifice occurs once every decade or so, with each event yielding potions capable of creating several first-level sublimators, which is the most common and straightforward method of producing sublimators among the tribes. However, these manufactured sublimators carry significant flaws. Additionally, when foreseeing a grave danger, the Red Cedar natives also conduct pure sacrifices to seek the protection of various spirits, temporarily enhancing their tribal strength. The last pure sacrifice by the natives occurred 8 years ago, during a super typhoon that swept through the southern coastal territories of the Empire. Ian gazed at the dark, roiling clouds above, and the persistent downpour accompanied by rumbling thunder did not instill fear in him. Rather, it ignited contemplation. My father met his demise in that storm, a calamity from which even sublimators struggled to survive. The natives' renewed sacrifice indicates a high likelihood of yet another tempest of equal or greater intensity approaching. Furthermore, the arrival of Master Hilliard in Harrison Port seems to be connected to this anomaly. All clues are converging. Ian turned his gaze towards the coastline. The surging waves crashed violently against the rocks, the sandy shores and the stone foundations of the port, producing a deep, thunderous sound reminiscent of distant thunder, in the sea. He murmured to himself, staring into the profound shadows beneath the water. At this moment, Ian found it nearly impossible to resist the urge to activate his foresight and gaze into the ocean. He felt a strong premonition that doing so would undoubtedly reveal some signs and clues. However, an equally potent, if not more intense, intuition warned him. Attempt it, and you shall perish. If observing a street nearly exhausts you, how dare you gaze at the ocean? This is not merely audacity. It is sheer madness. Having a premonition is better than having none at all. It at least confirms that the ocean harbors entities far beyond his current capacity to perceive. Closing his eyes, suppressing the urge to observe, Ian shook his head slightly. I must wait until the teacher returns to share my discoveries. The lives of the entire city hinge upon this matter. It is not something that can be concealed. Returning indoors, Ian took a deep breath to calm his mind. Then he approached his younger brother, Elon, and resumed his previous training. He continued to condense the source seeds, regardless of what the future holds or what omens may arise. Condensing the source seeds and enhancing his own power is the least he can do to alter the futures of himself and his brother. His prior foresight proved that his course of action was indeed correct, and he could rely on the mists surrounding Elon to gauge the validity of his decisions. Thus, with minor adjustments, he could begin accumulating source essence. And once sufficient, he would achieve the source seed in one fell swoop. Although Ian himself could not fathom why mere thoughts within his mind could manifest as changes in reality's future. Perhaps this is the peculiar nature of the foresight realm. Questions without answers require no excessive contemplation. With a tranquil mind, Ian closed his eyes, amidst the storm and thunder, as lightning cleaved the sky outside. He resumed his training. Meanwhile, at the Elder Hall of the White People, located near the heart of the town's energy furnace and adjacent to a tributary of the Ivok River that winds through the city, a white stone building entwined with vines stood in serene solitude. Behind it lay a small courtyard where common herbs were cultivated for the healers of the Elder Hall to provide free treatment to the White People. This location served as a meeting place for the upper echelons of the White People, where Elder Pewd frequently worked and rested. However, unless necessary, no one would trouble the Elder, rendering the place quite tranquil. Yet today, a stealthy figure braved the torrential rain, hastening to the hall. Elder, the herb gatherer, Bryn, who had previously appeared at Ian's doorstep with dubious intentions, now bore a frantic expression as he urgently addressed the Elder's guards. I possess crucial intelligence to report to the Elder. The two guards flanking Bryn seized his shoulders, preparing to toss him out, but they heard a weary, aged voice from upstairs. Let him come up. The guards complied, releasing Bryn, who exhaled in relief as he composed himself and nervously ascended the stairs. So, did your investigation yield results? In the study on the second floor, Elder Pewd set aside the documents in his hands and regarded Bryn, who was bowing respectfully before him, with a detached gaze. By your expression, it seems I was correct. That boy Ian has indeed discovered you, hasn't he? Yes, Elder. You see clearly. Bryn, still somewhat shaken, half kneeled before Elder Pewd's desk and reported. I merely circled outside the Osna residence, contemplating how to enter and observe the situation. When he directly opened the window and told me to stay away. Recalling the scene where he was surrounded by onlookers, Bryn felt his face flush with embarrassment. He was naturally vain. Being exposed as a voyeur left him feeling utterly humiliated. Yet he had been momentarily greedy, attempting to seize the sleep powder from Ian. Subsequently, he was approached by Elder Pewd to investigate intelligence regarding Ian. This was both a punishment and a chance for atonement. After hearing Bryn's report, Elder Pewd fell into contemplation. Could you truly be spotted from within the house and the street? While I instructed you to be somewhat conspicuous, it is also possible that he was merely gazing out the window and noticed you right away. No, Bryn eagerly contested. I was specifically observing the window. You know my keen eyesight. I can even spot the Indar herb nestled among the bushes. Ian was definitely not by the window. He must have sensed my presence and come straight over to reprimand me. Oh? Elder Pewd regarded Bryn with a bemused expression, and after Bryn nervously lowered his head once more, he slowly spoke. You should have already deduced why I asked you to undertake this task. I thought that having offended Ian, you would not wish to acknowledge him as a psychic. Elder, I was merely momentarily greedy. I am not truly foolish. Bryn half kneeled before the Elder's desk, pleading. If Ian is indeed a psychic, what purpose would it serve for me to deny it? Would I be deceiving myself, deceiving others? I only hope that you can speak favorably of me in the future, and that Ian will not hold a grudge, nor seek revenge against me. I also hope you can forgive me, for I was truly foolish. Had I known Ian might be a psychic, I would never have entertained such thoughts. The Elder responded softly. And Bryn, who had been holding his breath, finally relaxed, exhaling in relief. Elder Pewd rarely made promises lightly, But now that he had agreed, he would surely aid Bryn in mending relations in the future. Bryn recalled some rare herbs he had stored at home. Although expensive, they paled in comparison to the potential wrath of a psychic in the future. Indeed, it dawned on him how foolish he had been. As a neighbor, how could he not be aware of who Asna was? Even if it were merely a momentary outburst, killing one or two indigenous hunters would be the utmost limit. How could one possibly slay four? He undoubtedly had assistance, and that individual must possess the ability to pierce through the stealthy techniques that the natives conceal in the shadows. Bruin, a seasoned herbalist, frequently interacted with the natives and even engaged in combat. Well aware of the capabilities of the Redwood tribesmen in the woods, while others might perceive nothing amiss, he could easily discern the peculiarities that Ian spoke of. All these oddities could be explained by the notion that Ian has awakened his psychic abilities. A mere 8-year-old psychic. Even among the white people, this age is astonishingly youthful, continued to observe Ian. Just as Bruin felt a mix of frustration and dread, Elder Pewter's voice echoed once more. Do not disclose this. Remember, everyone is aware of your attempts to forcibly seize Ian's sleep powder, and that you have been loitering around his home with ulterior motives. Should others learn that Ian is a psychic, how might they retaliate against you to curry favor with him? Collaborate with my guards to continue observing. Since Ian has not yet confided in me, we shall wait until he is willing to speak. I believe that, given the child's intelligence, this period will not be lengthy. Before that, I require someone to report Ian's actions to me, ensuring his safety. Narrowing his eyes, Elder Pewter regarded Bruin, who had already bowed his head. He spoke softly. Now, depart, Bruin. I hope this time you remember your lesson. We are all kin of the same bloodline, and to spy on family inevitably invites retribution and punishment. When Ian is ready to publicly reveal his identity as a psychic, I shall explain all of this to him. I trust that the child will be willing to forgive you. Depart now. Yes, Elder. The thought of the potential consequences he might face upon Ian's revelation as a psychic made Bruin tremble involuntarily. And he dared not speak further. He offered a deep bow, wiping the sweat from his brow as he left. Yet, after Bruin stumbled out of the Elderess Hall, Elder Pewter did not pick up the documents to continue his paperwork. He turned his gaze toward the window. The night had grown deep, with torrential rain pouring down, yet the heart of Harrison Port remained brilliantly illuminated. The white people of Harrison Port trace their lineage to two sources. One is a prominent family of white people who were exiled from the imperial capital to this place, and the other is a scattered gathering of white people wandering from the southern realms. The scattered ones need not be elaborated upon, as they have now been unified. The entirety of the white people in Harrison Port now constitutes a singular clan. Pewter himself was once merely a high-ranking offspring of that prominent family and, albeit primarily inheriting the white people's legacy, still bore the traits and some heritage from his dwarven father. When that family was still in its prime, he was just an unremarkable and overlooked descendant. However, due to a significant blunder in a crucial plan, the entire family was exiled to this remote southern territory by the former emperor. Now known as the Black Tyrant, stripped of their history, surname, and all inheritance. All ascendants were executed or imprisoned in distant frontiers, utterly losing all their foundations. Conversely, he, due to the legacy from his dwarven father, did not belong to the white people and thus escaped calamity. Not being stripped away. With this identity as an ascendant, he unexpectedly became the sole authority and elder in the southern region after the family's migration to Harrison Port. Alas, so many years have passed. With his thoughts returning, the elderly man wearily raised his hand to massage the bridge of his nose, recalling scenes from many years past. Pewter, promise me, do not harbor resentment toward his majesty. Indeed, we have committed grave errors and must face the consequences. But the child is innocent. I beg you, do not leave. You are the only ascendant among us. Lead the children to root themselves in the southern region. Only you. This is something only you can accomplish. The frail woman, now too aged to rise from her sickbed, beseeched him in a tone of vulnerability that she had never shown before. Possibly making this the only request she had ever uttered in her life, he could not refuse, nor did he wish to. Eagerly, he longed to demonstrate his capabilities to her, prove that he was not inferior to anyone, perhaps even surpassing the other white people. Decades have passed, mother. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the torrential downpour in the dark night. The short yet sturdy and imposing elder sighed. revealing rare vulnerability. At last, I have awaited an opportunity, a glimmer of hope. Generations have passed, and all our kin have begun to forget our past. Though it may seem somewhat unfair to that child, we truly require it. We need a hope to reclaim our glory. Meanwhile, outside the Elderess Hall, on the western side of Harrison Port, a steep cliff extending southward, where countless lightning strikes converge, is known to the locals as the Cliff of Sighs. A tall man, resembling an iron tower with gray hair, stood at the edge of the cliff. He stepped onto a massive boulder, his gaze solemnly fixed on the distant, tumultuous sea. Chapter 49. The Tyrant. The torrential rain poured from the heavens, crashing against the rocks with a cacophonous sound, as water cascaded like a waterfall down the cliff, collecting into thick streams on the rugged surface of the Cliff of Sighs. The muffled thunder rumbled like the beating of drums, intertwining with the howling wind, as if aiming to tear the sky apart. Hilliard Lessey gazed at the undulating sea in the distance, where a vast, towering, yet profoundly dark shadow lay deep within the ocean. His mood fluctuating like the waves. The air was saturated with an oddly scented vapor, as bolts of lightning descended from the swirling clouds above, striking the cliff top that had endured countless thunderstorms. Its rocky surface long stripped away, revealing a delicate metallic skeleton of gold and iron. However, astonishingly, this dark metallic framework remained unaffected by any lightning. Regardless of how immense the current, it would quietly absorb it entirely. Boom! A brilliantly bright bolt of lightning illuminated everything atop the cliff, leaving only a purplish-blue radiance within and outside the Cliff of Sighs. Hilliard raised his head. He saw a cloud collapsing and descending, gray rain clouds pressing down heavily, accompanied by dazzling lightning, carrying a momentum that seemed to crush all beneath. The old knight, unfazed, allowed his body to be enveloped by the rain clouds, which were infused with a multitude of psychic fields and charges. Through the brilliance of the lightning, he seemed to discern the ancient script that had lain hidden beneath the rocky exterior for countless ages, now finally revealing a glimpse of its true form. The ladder to heaven. The Heavenly Father strides across the realms in 7 steps, suspending the stars. The imprints of his steps form what is known as the ladder to heaven, the very ascent for us ascendants to elevate ourselves. He murmured, "The labyrinth is coming into shape. Once the labyrinth that relies upon it is fully constructed." Hilliard shook his head. He had come to this place precisely to prevent such an occurrence. The thunder-hunting jellyfish, at this moment, Hilliard noticed, as the thunderbolts continued to strike the Cliff of Sighs, tiny specks of azure light began to undulate in the nearby sea, akin to glowing fireflies scattered across a black canvas. Following this, accompanied by deep, resonant hums, hundreds, if not thousands, of jellyfish with azure umbrellas slowly rose from the ocean amidst the crackling electromagnetic sparks in the atmosphere. Within their translucent, soft gelatinous layers, brilliant blue cores spun rapidly. As the jellyfish emitted currents, intertwining as if communicating, and after a brief conversation, they gathered in groups, transforming into a swirling cloud of blue light dancing around the thunder at the Cliff of Sighs. From a distance, the thunderclouds in the sky and those on the sea reflected each other, with terrifying arcs of electricity and lightning weaving an electric lattice. Any single arc that struck down could incinerate an entire ship to cinders. As the swarm of thunder-hunting jellyfish emerged, Hilliard quietly withdrew. The most perilous aspect of a swarm of magical beasts lies here. Their defensive capabilities increase exponentially with their numbers. What may be feeble lower-tier magical beasts individually can unite into absolute dominators in the vicinity of the Cliff of Sighs. Spanning 100 miles, the current number of thunder-hunting jellyfish far exceeds the quantities Hilliard observed during his previous visits 8 and 15 years ago, increasing by 7 to 8, even dozens of times. And 55 years ago, this place had not even witnessed the presence of such magical beasts. Even the labyrinth, this rate of increase is exceedingly abnormal. There must be unexpected factors contributing to the rapid rise in their numbers over the past decade or so. This factor is also the reason for the significant increase in the number of magical beasts in the waters surrounding Harrison Port in recent decades, which have gradually become more ferocious. With such thoughts in mind, Hilliard transformed back into Asna and returned to the city. It was already the latter half of the second night. Yet he was astonished to find the lights still lit within his home. "What is this, Ian? Why are you not asleep?" Upon entering the house, Hilliard looked curiously at the white-haired boy seated at the table, who appeared quite fatigued. He shook his head and remarked, "A regular sleep schedule is part of cultivation, especially at your age. Only with sufficient rest can you possess the energy and space for growth." "I understand, master." Finally, having awaited Hilliard's return, Ian stood up to greet him in response to the old knight's gentle admonition. He merely shook his head and responded solemnly, "As for today, it is an exceptional circumstance. My psychic abilities inform me that the entire city is on the brink of annihilation. This premonition has rendered me unable to sleep." He exchanged a gaze with the astonished Hilliard and calmly stated, "Master, I seek an answer. Even a vague and dismissive one will suffice." Ian's psychic ability. What exactly does it entail? This is a matter even Ian himself finds difficult to articulate. His foresight allows him not only to predict the future trends within a certain time frame, but also to identify objects and detect the essence of spiritual energy, encompassing a comprehensive range of observational abilities. Such psychic powers are rather rare on the Terra continent. Perhaps the prophets of the major churches possess abilities akin to Ian's, but that remains mere speculation. After all, even when accounting for the nebulous history of the pre-epoch, few psychics have been definitively proven to possess the ability to accurately and truly foresee the future. Even Ian cannot assert with absolute certainty whether his abilities filter out the most probable possibilities or merely glimpse the developments of a parallel world. However, if it were merely the ability to foresee danger, then most psychics might experience a fleeting moment of insight regarding a specific crisis concerning themselves. Is that so? You can actively perceive that the entire Harrison port is about to encounter an exceptionally terrifying crisis, affecting everyone without exception. To avoid drawing attention from neighbors, Hilliard extinguished the light in the enveloping darkness. The old knight furrowed his brow, contemplating Ian's prior revelations. He softly remarked, "You feel an immense drain on your stamina after such foresight. This is quite normal. Whether consciously or unconsciously, psychic foresight is generally a precursor found only in those who have transcended to the third energy level or higher. Even they find it taxing. Let alone you, rather. The fact that you can still converse is already astonishing. It attests to the remarkable quality of your spiritual essence. Perhaps you may even possess a soul." A soft exclamation escaped Ian's lips, for he was taken aback. Soul? He had assumed that in this magical world, where everyone possessed psychic abilities and pathways to transcendence, everyone had a soul. Not to mention his own transmigration into this alternate world, awakening memories from his past life, which led him to believe that souls might indeed exist back home. Why does it sound as though souls are not universally possessed, and are in fact rather rare? Is it surprising? Observing Ian's expression, Hilliard couldn't help but chuckle softly. He patiently explained, "Wisdom can exist without a soul. It is a human's inherent gift, a blessing from the fruits of wisdom. Conversely, magical beasts are born with the power to transcend. Yet they lack innate wisdom and must reach the second energy level, condensed radiance, to initially nurture a soul, thus giving rise to wisdom." I understand that you little ones often hear tales about souls, as if everyone possesses one, but such entities are exceedingly rare. Even those born with psychic powers may not awaken to them with a soul, at most perceiving only a vague shadow. Yet, you may be an exception. After gently patting Ian's head, Hilliard's brow furrowed in contemplation. Your psychic ability is the exceedingly rare foresight of the future, enabling you to actively sense the trends of what is to come. If you are not jesting, it is no wonder you were able to find me back then. At this moment, the old knight wore an expression of concern. This is almost akin to being a prophet. The path best suited for you should be the psychic inheritance hidden within the major churches. However, acquiring such inheritance is quite challenging. That may not necessarily be the best fit for me. Sensing that his mentor was seriously contemplating how to obtain the prophetic inheritance held by the churches, Ian shook his head, saying, "It is merely the inheritance best suited to my psychic abilities." He interrupted the topic, "Master, what exactly is about to transpire in Harrison Port? Why is such a grave danger imminent?" "It is a long story," Hilliard sighed. Since Ian had already sensed the danger, there was no need to conceal it from him. He gestured for the boy to sit down before slowly continuing. "This matter is even connected to the establishment of Harrison Port, one of the furthest frontiers of the human world. Harrison Port in the south was able to stand firm amidst assaults from numerous Redwood natives due to the covert and substantial support of the late emperor, Inayaga II. Upon hearing the name Inayaga II, Ian couldn't help but recall some rumors he had once heard. The reputation of this emperor, whispered in clandestine discussions, the Black King, he muttered under his breath, uttering the title bestowed upon the emperor after his death. Of course, this was a relatively mild nickname. For those who held little respect for the imperial family, the true name of Inayaga II was the Black Tyrant, Chapter 50. The teaching, a broad exaction of labor, yearly conscription, grand constructions, and indulgent extravagance, is said that during the emperor's lifetime, all men over the age of 16 were conscripted for service, and he erected an unprecedented, colossal palace within the imperial capital. In addition to this, he waged war, amassing over 1 million troops at Juling Fortress, Fian, the Ushadaraf Mountains, and the Kalan Mountains, forcing the Eastern Celestial Court to retreat to the Zhuxing Plain. This not only instilled fear in his own citizens, but also made the enemy nations tremble, casting a shadow over an era like a black sun. Hearing this title, Hilliard fell silent for a moment before he sighed softly. He is neither the Black King nor a tyrant, but that is of little significance. The old knight moved past this point and calmly continued. In any case, the Imperial exploration team discovered remnants of pre-epic civilization in the South Sea. Harrison Port's original mission was to serve as a forward base for the development of these ruins. However, due to the discovery of ruins in other regions, development became more convenient, while the Southridge province remained too primitive and difficult to develop, with the local natives proving to be troublesome. Thus, the initially constructed Harrison Port developed slowly. Thankfully, the Empire never forgot about it and continually provided resources to stabilize the situation. At this juncture, Hilliard's expression even turned somewhat bitter. Had it not been for Ian's vision awakening his psychic abilities, he might not have noticed amidst the dim light of the rainy night. He spoke softly, however. Subsequently, the Dark Moon Rebellion occurred, the late emperor passed away, and the designated heir perished due to conspiracy, leaving 3 princes and 1 princess vying for the throne, plunging the empire to the brink of internal strife. After considerable effort to stabilize, once the new emperor ascended, the empire was severely weakened, and all expansion territories were contracted, including the cessation of support resources for all frontier cities, Harrison Port included. Only recently has the empire begun to restore its support, but not for the purpose of developing the ruins. Rather, it is to engage in trade with Canaan Moor and Whalesong Cliff, with Harrison Port serving as a relay point to establish new trade routes. Upon hearing this, Ian began to comprehend. It seems that Master Hilliard was perhaps on the losing side during the Dark Moon coup. Yet, this was not particularly significant. His attention was fully captured by another keyword, pre-epic. Ian repeated the term earnestly, gazing intently at the old knight. Pre-epic ruins? Master, what are they? How so? Yet Hilliard appeared surprised. You haven't read history books? But soon he relaxed. Cultural dissemination only lasted for 30 years before being abolished after the Dark Moon Rebellion. You missed a remarkable era. Extending his hand, he sympathetically patted the boy's shoulder, and Hilliard briefly explained. This world once faced an unimaginable natural disaster. Scholars generally believe it was caused by a colossal meteorite falling from the sky. That catastrophe obliterated the entire pre-epic, utterly annihilating all ancient civilizations, leading to the demise of that legendary era. We are all descendants of the surviving ancestors, progeny born anew on the land after the disaster, and throughout the world, remnants of the pre-epic can still be found. The larger and more intact ones are known as ruins. Ruins are predominantly extremely perilous and are highly likely to transform into labyrinths, ecosystems that accumulate vast amounts of psychic energy, surrounded by hordes of magical beasts in colossal nests. Raising his head to gaze out the window, Hilliard stared at the thunderous sky. These phenomena, storms, thunder, and sudden downpours, are all omens heralding the imminent birth of a large labyrinth. We are still in the sedimentation period. It will take 7 to 8 years, perhaps even a decade or more, for it to fully take shape. Yet even in this sedimentation phase, it will trigger a significant surge in magical beast populations and abrupt climatic changes. I suspect that the crisis about to befall Harrison Port is related to that still-forming labyrinth. The core that is on the verge of formation will attract numerous beasts, magical creatures, and aberrations from all directions, both from the seas and the lands. This is actually quite manageable, for the beasts possess intellect and a deep instinct for self-preservation, as long as they remain sane. They will undoubtedly refrain from launching attacks on human cities. However, should there be indigenous individuals seeking to harness the power of the gathered beasts, or even contemplating the forces of the labyrinth, then Harrison Port would indeed be in peril. With a slight shake of his head, Hilliard's gaze reflected his concern. He did not divulge the entirety of the truth, yet the external circumstances spoke volumes. That relic is not something to be trifled with. It is time to rest. Rising to his feet, Hilliard spoke calmly. I have returned merely to check on your well-being. Later, I must venture out to sea. And I shall return before dawn. Regardless of how events unfold, ensuring that one is physically invigorated and that one's training progresses smoothly is of utmost importance. Hilliard's admonitions were always heeded by Ian. Yet this time, the boy shook his head slightly. I may not be able to sleep, he said. Hilliard looked at the boy with confusion. He certainly did not believe that Ian would suffer from insomnia, nor that fear could keep him awake. After all, how could a child learn the breathing technique in a single night, yet be so fragile? The old knight scrutinized the boy's condition seriously, then widened his eyes in astonishment. Wait, your virtual source seed is exceptionally active. He contemplated a possibility, his astonishment palpable. Have you already grasped the structure of the source seed and can now operate it normally? To be able to operate a virtual source seed signifies that the aspirant has entered the realm of proficiency and may begin to attempt the condensation of a genuine source seed. Generally speaking, those with talent can achieve this within a month, while geniuses may attempt it within a week or two. Yet now, it has only been 3 days since Ian embarked on the path of sublimation. Hilliard observed with solemnity, yet an understanding dawned within him. No wonder Ian struggled to find slumber. The energy provided by the activated source seed is beyond what a mere child could expend. Even a grown man could go 3 days and nights without sleep and still be unperturbed. As Hilliard grappled with his incredulity, Ian nodded earnestly. Yes, I comprehend the structure of the source seed. Although I lack sufficient source material to condense a true source seed, I have modified part of the virtual source seed's structure to enhance its operational efficiency. Nonsense. Without allowing Ian to finish, Hilliard raised his voice, sternly rebuking. Altering the structure of the source seed in secret? That is far too perilous. How could you act so recklessly? The source seed is the very essence of an aspirant's life. What is required is not efficiency, but safety and tranquility. The structure of the source seed I selected for you, while perhaps not the most efficient, is the safest and most stable in comparison. To modify it at will, before he could finish his thought, Hilliard strode forward, raising his right hand, imbued with a surge of fervent energy, and pressed it against Ian's chest. He was certainly capable of creating an efficient source seed structure. Yet for an 8-year-old child, speed is of little value. Provided that no mistakes occur, Ian's training would be accelerated by 6 or 7 years, granting him a significant advantage. Moreover, the structure of the source seed could always be modified later. Each time an aspirant ascends the ladder of sublimation and advances in level, there is an opportunity to optimize their source seed structure. With Ian's aptitude, it would not be too late to make changes then. The cleverness of students can be a double-edged sword. At least, students who are somewhat less intelligent are easier to manage, avoiding such dangerous maneuvers. With a sigh in his heart, Hilliard attempted to utilize his spiritual energy to sense the operation of Ian's virtual source seed. He had resolved that, should there be even the slightest error, he would immediately disassemble Ian's virtual source seed and, after a month of rest, bestow it upon him anew. He had no other students or disciples. The old knight would not permit his final successor to face any mishap due to such a rudimentary oversight, however. Upon probing Ian's virtual source seed, Hilliard's brow furrowed, and his expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. How is this possible? He was astonished to discover that, at this very moment, the operation of Ian's virtual source seed was remarkably flawless, its speed astonishing, and the overall structure had been optimized to reveal a certain elegant mechanical beauty. It seemed that what resided within Ian was not merely a virtual heart, but rather a virtual engine, tirelessly drawing upon the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath to swiftly absorb the scattered source material within him, condensing it into high-quality source material chips, ready to be shaped and unleashed in the future. A prodigy. The old knight murmured to himself, a chosen one. Is this what it means to be chosen? For an apprentice who has yet to truly embark on the path of sublimation, this represented the highest level, a flawless source seed structure. No, even those born with innate knowledge could not possibly achieve this. Teacher, this is wonderful news. Is it not? Hearing Ian's voice filled with mirth, Hilliard turned to gaze upon his disciple's visage. The silver-haired boy smiled gently, resembling an elf who had stepped from the pages of a fairy tale, momentarily causing Hilliard to feel disoriented, unsure if he was ensnared in a dream. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, and Hilliard gazed deeply at Ian. "Hope," he whispered within his heart. "After so many years, I finally witnessed this." After a brief silence, a smile broke across the gray-haired knight's face, his expression shifting from complex to sharp. Raising his head slightly, Hilliard fixed his gaze upon Ian, causing the boy to shudder involuntarily, and spoke solemnly. "I have truly underestimated you, my disciple." His tone was unprecedentedly serious, even revealing a note of unwavering determination. "Since you can achieve far beyond my expectations, I can no longer train you according to my previous methods, nor can I adhere to the customary training of typical talents. You are no longer confined to your limits. Wait, little Ian. Do not think that this level signifies an end." The old knight withdrew his right hand, clasping his hands behind his back, and declared sternly, "Now, you shall go to sleep. Starting tomorrow, we shall suspend the process of source seed condensation, and the training volume shall be doubled. Your cultural studies shall commence as well. I will personally guide you through the curriculum, covering everything from sublimation knowledge to historical facts, from experiential insights to practical applications. I will impart all my accumulated wisdom to you. Only when you possess knowledge of sublimation on par with that of a typical knight shall you be permitted to condense your source seed under my supervision. Trust me, you can certainly do even better." "Ah?" The smile on Ian's face suddenly faltered. Faced with Hilliard's serious and solemn demeanor, as well as the faint pressure emanating from him, he suddenly realized that appearing excessively talented might not entirely be a good thing. Am I displaying too much? Chapter 51. The tidal harvest in the year 766 of the Terra calendar, in the 7th month of the flowing flames, late in the month. It was the 7th day since Ian awakened his past life's memories. For the common folk in the border regions, apart from the nobility, nearly everyone was oblivious to the exact date, relying instead on notifications and proclamations from the church and city hall to ascertain whether it was the first half or the latter half of the month. After all, they had no holidays or statutory days off. Every day was a struggle for survival, rendering specific dates and days meaningless. Ian disliked this ambiguity. He preferred to plan his time with precision. Unfortunately, during these days, he had not discerned the exact date. He could only estimate that it was likely the latter half of July, one of the months with the most significant tides, for someone with an obsessive need for order. This sensation felt akin to drinking yogurt without thoroughly licking the cream off the top, or having wet sleeves while washing hands. Quite uncomfortable, however. Ian had no time to dwell on such trivialities, for he had been in class the entire time. Since 4 days prior, when Ian revealed a portion of his true abilities in spiritual energy and demonstrated his talent for source seed condensation, Hilliard had resolutely decided to hold Ian to the highest standards. He began to instruct the boy meticulously on all matters pertaining to aspirants, encompassing knowledge of history, geography, and even cultural arts, the history of the empire, the history of the Terra continent, the laws of the empire, the topography of the southern ridge province, the empire's sphere of influence, and the distribution of powers among various nations, the ancient myths of Terra, the customs of the empire, the categories of indigenous peoples in the southern ridge, and the peculiar customs and sensitive points of various ethnic groups, proper etiquette, the secret language of aspirants, foundational information about various magical beasts and their weaknesses, and finally, numerous tips regarding training. To say nothing of it, Hilliard was quite adept at the art of cramming. Over these 4 days, he had imparted a wealth of invaluable knowledge to Ian daily, endeavoring to ensure that Ian would acquire a comprehensive understanding of the path of sublimation and other areas in a short period. Becoming a fully fledged aspirant. These were essential pieces of knowledge that I had distilled while teaching those noble brats, knowledge that must not be omitted. Once mastered, you would possess a level of knowledge comparable to that of those bloodline aristocrats, if not superior. The old knight's own words reflected this, and he was thoroughly pleased with Ian's dedicated study. Few of his past students were willing to engage earnestly with what they deemed boring material. Those unruly and impatient youngsters could hardly wait to embark on their sublimation training, always complaining about the tedium of cultural lessons. It is rather Ian, who, despite being a commoner, can fully comprehend the significance of this seemingly mundane knowledge. Absorbing all information like a sponge, he even feels a tinge of regret that this knowledge is overly concise and lacks detail. Which teacher wouldn't cherish such an eager student? Hilliard naturally delights in gradually imparting his decades of experience into the curriculum, striving to ensure that the boy can avoid unnecessary detours in the future. Yet, Ian remains devoid of any sense of pride in this. For someone who has lived two lives and was a professional engineer in his previous one, subjected to annual examinations for 3 certifications, merely attending classes feels trivial, indeed, quite effortless. Furthermore, who claims it is dull and tedious? This pertains to knowledge of another world. For Ian, who is driven by the pursuit of the unknown and possesses an extraordinary curiosity, merely listening to these commonalities of a foreign realm is sufficiently exhilarating, causing him to clench his fists in anticipation and listen intently during each lesson. It is akin to a dedicated enthusiast acquiring a long-awaited collection of settings. How could one possibly disdain its contents as mundane? He yearns to memorize every word spoken by Hilliard. Moreover, this knowledge, in a society where the structure is not yet advanced, is evidently a privilege exclusive to the nobility, inaccessible to commoners. Only the great families and powerful factions possess the means to learn such secrets. If he can master this knowledge, then he will not be at a decisive disadvantage compared to those nobles who are a step ahead of him. Apart from their resources, 4 days are far from sufficient for Ian to catch up with the genuine ascenders and nobles who have been studying since childhood. Even the foundational advantage of consuming quality sustenance cannot be overlooked. However, at the very least, the present Ian is no longer the boy who was once bewildered by the path of ascension, nearly ignorant of it. Around Harrison Port, along the coastal mudflats, a warm, humid breeze sweeps over the beach from the sea, carrying the scent of an impending downpour. For the vast majority of the inhabitants of Terra, the month of flowing flames marks the onset of the hottest season of summer. Residents of the towns surrounding the flying flame often retreat into their underground tunnels to escape the scorching sun and searing winds. Yet, for those living along the southern coast, the name of this month may seem somewhat misleading, for from July through the deep autumn following midsummer, abundant rainfall and frequent typhoons will repeatedly scour this land. With only the most resilient of giant trees and homes constructed from rock able to withstand such trials, beneath the overcast sky, the sea breeze howls as a white-haired boy jogs along the tidal boundary of the beach, holding a small bucket. His movements are fluid and natural, his breathing rhythmic, and his steps are so light that it appears as though he barely touches the ground, gliding forward effortlessly, his body akin to a spring, sturdy yet flexible. Ian is engaged in his daily practical training, and after he has initially grasped the breathing techniques required for sitting in stillness, Hilliard has instructed him to employ these methods of guidance during any physical activity, adjusting the flow of essence within his body. After all, during exercise, the circulation of blood quickens. If he can harness that energy, maintaining an active body while cultivating a tranquil mind, he can significantly accelerate the condensation of essence. This is also a fundamental quality required for ascenders in battle. Those who can maintain a stable flow of essence amidst vigorous movement will secure an advantage in combat. According to the old knight, once Ian formally becomes an ascender and possesses his first essence organ, he will impart a specialized training technique and accompanying unique guidance methods. By following such a regimen, an ascender can rapidly replenish their essence reserves. However, the physical toll is considerable, making it detrimental for ordinary individuals, as it could deplete their life potential, potentially leading to peril. Compared to that remarkable method of refining, the training techniques on Earth, while detailed and comprehensive, are not entirely applicable to the extraordinary forces of Terra. As Ian jogs, his breathing remains steady, and he appears remarkably refreshed, the pallor of his skin now imbued with a hint of color. This is a testament to the results of his recent diet of fish and meat, complemented by medicinal herbs and vegetables, alongside diligent exercise, which has activated Terra's innate physical prowess through spiritual energy. He has been maintaining this gentle jog for 3 hours, yet he feels no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, he finds himself increasingly invigorated, the flow of blood coursing through him more freely, and he can even hear the subtle sound of blood circulating in his ears. For ascenders, ordinary food struggles to swiftly replenish the essence consumed. However, its efficiency is not as low as Ian had imagined. Perhaps it is due to the superior efficiency of sunlight utilization by Terra's flora. Even the most commonplace berries contain far more nutrients than their counterparts on Earth, while staple foods are plump, of high quality, and possess an extraordinarily rich aroma, qualities that seem almost out of place in this era. For high-tier ascenders, ordinary food has lost its nutritional value, necessitating meals of extraordinary ingredients infused with blue mist to replenish combat-related depletion. Yet for Ian, who is still in the process of nurturing his body as a nascent essence-based ascender, consuming more is entirely sufficient. Maintaining an uninterrupted rhythm of breath, Ian still possesses the energy to intermittently activate his foreseeing vision. A radius of 100 meters around him manifests various white and gray mists, revealing the presence of creatures in the tidal flats. There's a bamboo clam. With a sweep of his azure eyes, a gentle smile graces Ian's face as he identifies his target, slowing his pace. Ian approaches a shallow area exposed by the receding tide, his gaze traversing the breathing holes in the sand, directly spotting a clam nestled within the seafloor, a mollusk resembling a bamboo tube. This bivalve is rich in nutrients, delectable in flavor, and resides in the soft coastal mudflats, where it burrows into the sand, swiftly escaping at the slightest disturbance. Though it is said that sprinkling salt into its hole will lure out the bamboo clam. In this age of Terra, high-purity salt is significantly more precious than the seafood readily available. The bamboo clam, which Ian has set his sights on, is enveloped in a dense white mist, categorically one of the finest among non-ascendant materials. Exceeding 30 centimeters in length and remarkably plump, producing a small shovel he carries, Ian promptly digs towards the location of the clam. The clam senses danger, but Ian's shovel strikes with such swiftness and precision that within a breath, he extracts it from the sand, even managing to keep its siphon intact. He casually tosses the bamboo clam into his small bucket, which already contains a fair amount of shells, crabs, and smaller clams. Though seafood lacks significant fat content, it is abundant in high-quality protein, making it an excellent source of nutrition when paired with meat. Each time Ian ventures out for training, he habitually brings back a bucket of seafood. For with his spiritual energy, locating ascendant materials is a breeze, especially when foraging by the sea. While utilizing his foreseeing vision to perceive the objects beneath the waves, Ian has several times discerned blue mists, indicative of rare ascendant materials darting through the sea, often leaving him with a sense of longing. If only he were a bit older and could swim into the ocean to chase after the fish. These materials would serve as further resources for his advancement. Yet, there is no rush. Raising his head, Ian spots a sea fish composed of deep blue mist gliding through the coastal waters. After Hilliard's recent intensive supplementary lessons, he can now roughly distinguish that this sizable fish, measuring about half a meter in length, is the tidal fish king, required for the advancement to the low-level true form-breaker of waves. The tidal fish king is the leader of the tidal fish school, a mutated beast-level sardine. While the school is not a collection of beasts, every tidal fish school invariably contains one beast-level fish king. If one can consume the fish king's brain and bones after grinding them into a paste and digesting them in the ocean's tides, they can attain the simplest entry-level true form of ascension, breaker of waves. Stepping into the realm of ascenders, an ordinary fisherman would subsequently become the captain of a grand vessel, earning the respect and hospitality of every port and voyager. Given the simplicity of this advancement method, the strength of the fish king is not much different from that of a large herring. Thus, capturing a fish king is not an inconceivable feat, but rather a coveted quarry for every fisherman. The tide is about to rise. The appearance of the tidal fish king heralds the incoming tide, prompting Ian to lift his bucket in preparation to return home. Counting the haul in his bucket, he nods in satisfaction. Today's catch is commendable, perfect for brewing a pot of clam soup. Speaking of seafood, Ian feels a sense of nostalgia in contemporary Terra. Various seafood items are rather awkwardly positioned as they lack fat and fail to provide the necessary caloric intake for laborers like fishermen and farmers. Thus, they are somewhat of a conundrum. Only fatty fish, such as salmon, are relatively popular. Despite being nutritionally rich and favored by the upper echelons, the high costs of preservation render them only available as dried goods for sale. Stopping his steps, Ian becomes acutely aware that he is drenched in sweat and the moisture from the sea breeze. The effects of this training session have been remarkably successful. He can feel a slight tingling sensation coursing through his entire body, from muscles to limbs, while his chest, back, legs, and arms exhibit a gentle warmth. A stream of strength arises from within, interwoven and ceaseless, sustaining the boy through hours of vigorous activity. Ian senses the virtual essence seed operating at his heart, transporting an unending supply of refined essence, flowing with the blood's rhythm and permeating every corner of his being, healing injuries and fortifying his physique. Although Ian's physique had not changed significantly, he was acutely aware that the density of his body was increasing. At this moment, he believed he had met Master Hilliard's requirements. Ian arrived at the shore and gazed towards Harrison Port in the distance. Adjacent to it was the oyster farm of the white people. With patrols from the guard ensuring safety, his physical condition had now improved to the point where he could perform a complete breath-guiding technique. This would enable him to perfectly shape the source seed. After numerous validations by Hilliard, Ian's improved source seed structure was remarkably excellent, with only a few minor details that could be optimized for greater fluidity. However, the complexity of this source seed meant that the process of condensation required considerable time. And the act of condensing the source seed itself was extremely intense. Mobilizing the circulation of blood and source material throughout his body, given Ian's previous physical condition, success was not impossible, yet the likelihood of collapsing midway was substantial. Naturally, Hilliard was unwilling to let Ian take such risks, which was why he had undergone training in recent days. Feeling a significant improvement in his stamina, Ian was in high spirits. He spotted a palm tree growing by the coast and, with a sudden impulse, climbed it, even managing to reach the top effortlessly while holding a bucket in one hand. As he stood atop the tree, watching the sun gradually descend, a genuine smile spread across Ian's face. Although his previous body had undergone genetic modification and was far superior to that of a mere child, he had spent years in space, surrounded by colossal machinery and massive spaceship engines. Where any movement would cause the earth to tremble, in contrast, he felt diminutive and fragile compared to such might, lacking the current connection to nature. However, just as Ian was about to rest atop the tree and enjoy the sight of the rising tides, he sensed an unsettling aura in the nearby coastal woods. There appeared to be an unusual disturbance. While an ordinary person, even a seasoned hunter, might struggle to discern whether it was merely the sea breeze or a lurking beast, Ian's suspicions led him to activate his precognitive vision. Instantly, a familiar silhouette enveloped in white mist materialized before him. Bryn? Why is it him again? Ian felt a sense of unease. He did not perceive Bryn as particularly dangerous, but rather found the situation somewhat absurd. If he truly sought sleeping powder, he ought to go home and fetch it. Did he think I would carry sleeping powder on me? Of course. In reality, he did have a pouch of sleeping powder as a means of protection, but who would ever suspect that? Ian was momentarily perplexed, unable to ascertain whether Bryn was on the second level or the basement. Since Bryn did not exhibit any intent to reveal himself, Ian was disinclined to concern himself with him. Given his current physical condition, even if Bryn was a robust adult, he might not be able to overpower or outrun him. Ever since he had sensed Bryn observing him, he had sought out Elder Pewd to share this information, subtly hinting at the feeling of impending danger he perceived. Elder Pewd listened attentively and promised to caution Bryn to temper his thoughts. However, the latter merely smiled, indicating that they had long anticipated the indigenous people would soon make significant moves, advising Ian to remain vigilant as they were prepared. Ian harbored serious doubts about this. He believed that Elder Pewd and the local governor had undoubtedly devised measures to handle the indigenous threat, but what they were prepared for and what they would soon face were entirely different matters. Alas, he was merely an 8-year-old child. Even if he proved himself to be a psychic, where could one find a true seer of the future? Sigh. The trouble seemed never ending. As his thoughts raced, Ian lost interest in the ocean view, shook his head, and prepared to descend the tree and return home. Yet at that very moment, in his line of sight, the white mist surrounding Bryn was suddenly enveloped in a layer of urgent crimson. Not only that, but as his psychic ability remained activated for several more seconds, the range of his precognitive vision expanded, revealing 3 grayish-red figures lurking in the jungle, silently closing in on Bryn and himself. Indigenous people? Sensing the impending danger, Ian's heart tightened. When did they arrive, and who were they targeting? He had no time to ponder how the indigenous people managed to infiltrate so close to Harrison Port without being detected by the guard. Ian acted decisively, shouting, "Bryn, there are indigenous people 20 meters behind you." In the thicket, concealed among the tree trunks and shrubs, Bryn froze upon hearing Ian's voice, astonished that he could be seen from such a distance. It seemed Ian's psychic abilities were even stronger than he had imagined. But quickly grasping the implications, a chill surged down Bryn's spine, his scalp prickling. Indigenous people? Behind me. Without a moment's hesitation, Bryn spun around, immediately spotting a shadow darting towards him with a swift rush. Realizing that his ambush had been uncovered, the indigenous man silently advanced with a knife, closing the distance in an instant. In that moment, Bryn could even see the stains of fresh blood still clinging to the rusted blade in the man's hand. The stench of decay and blood assaulted his senses. Chapter 53. The hunting team herbalists are those who seize sustenance from the indigenous people. Due to the humid climate and dense jungle terrain, the natives of the southern region are not adept at farming. Even when they discover a highly beneficial herb, finding a suitable place to transplant it proves challenging. And even if they do transplant it, survival is not guaranteed. Thus, they have grown accustomed to scattering seeds at random. After paying homage to the spirit of the tree seed, the southern folk scatter seeds wherever they deem appropriate, allowing nature to determine whether the seeds will sprout and thrive. For nearly a millennium, this has been their practice. In other words, in a certain sense, all the herbs and sublimated plants within the coastal redwood forests are the fruits of the indigenous people sowing. Ranging from the unremarkable red nuts, which are hardly more than sustenance, to the exceedingly rare foreseeing twin leaves, capable of enhancing psychic perception, all of which are products of their labor. Consequently, the empire's herbalists are, in essence, despicable thieves who rob these natives of their hard-earned bounty. Bryn found the logic of these indigenous people quite fascinating, and he also believed they were correct. After all, if the natives had not persistently sown seeds for centuries, the vast array of sublimated plants and herbs in the south would not exist in such quantities. But so what? He would take them. The speed of the indigenous hunters far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. While they were not yet sublimated beings, their small and agile frames allowed them to move fluidly through the jungle. In this moment of ambush, to Bryn, they appeared as shadows gliding silently among the trees, drawing near before striking like venomous snakes. Clang! A resounding clash of metal rang out as Bryn, in a heartbeat, drew his short harvesting knife from behind him, firmly parrying the attacker's strike. Moreover, he still had the strength to let out a furious roar, pushing forward to force the assailant back, while simultaneously rolling to the side to evade a second indigenous hunter's blow dart. In the midst of this tumult, thanks to Ian's warning, Bryn, despite appearing somewhat disheveled and covered in decaying leaves and mud, managed to escape the encroaching trap of the indigenous people, narrowly preserving his life. However, Bryn, well acquainted with the ways of the indigenous people, recognized that this was far from over. After all, there were 3 of them. Ian, run! Drawing upon his extensive experience, Bryn had barely completed his role when he swiftly dodged to the side, just as a faint glimmer of light passed by him, accompanied by the scent of wood, an indigenous blow dart, laced with poison. Although it would not be as lethal to a terrestrial of his size as it would be to smaller creatures like the mountain goose or grass rabbit, being struck by such a dart at this moment could very well seal his fate. Bryn's agile evasion momentarily stunned the hunter who had expected a certain hit. In the blink of an eye, after calling out, the herbalist had already darted behind a palm tree, finding refuge in a blind spot. Even Ian, who was far off and had been watching intently, found himself astonished by Bryn's agility upon realizing what had unfolded. This was hardly surprising. To become a herbalist robber, a certain level of skill was required, especially when it came to snatching herbs and sublimated plants from the indigenous stronghold. Otherwise, one would not be a herbalist but merely meat to be fed to the natives. Perhaps this was the earliest form of courier service on Terra. Despite being knocked down by Elder Pewd with a single strike, who was among the top 3 sublimated beings in all of Harrisonport, with the lineage of buried rock bear lizard capable of reaching the 3rd tier, Bryn dared not hide. It seemed today would be his last. In just a few breaths, as he evaded the indigenous assault, he barely had time to break a sweat before realizing he could handle 1 indigenous hunter. Perhaps even 2 in a life-or-death struggle, but 3. There was no chance of escape. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Run, Ian, go to the nearby farm and call for help. The 2 brothers from the Aubrey family should still be there. Tell them to bring bows and shields to avenge me." The marshland around them was managed by the white people, with the oyster and shellfish farm nearby. If Bryn recalled correctly, there were usually 7 or 8 people stationed there, including several capable fighters. However, Ian needed no prompting. He had already resolved to seek help from the farm even before warning Bryn of the impending ambush. Yet the situation was clearly awry, because the farm was ablaze. At this moment, dusk has descended, and the sun gradually sinks into the sea, casting a faint orange-red halo. Yet, near the shoreline, a brilliant conflagration of golden-red flames spreads, the radiant blaze conjuring a towering column of heat and smoke, scattering countless fiery embers skyward, illuminating the surrounding waters with an ethereal glow. The source of this inferno is the wooden huts inhabited by the personnel stationed at the aquaculture facility. The flickering flames cast Ian's shadow long behind him. However, the boy does not linger on the situation at the facility. Instead, he turns his gaze toward a more distant expanse of sea. The crimson light distorts the air, while the black smoke billows upwards. Further afield, a fishing village has also succumbed to flames. Centered around Harrison Port, the Empire's immigrants have established numerous small villages, remnants of outposts, fortifications, and indigenous settlements built during past conflicts. Now, these have transformed into clusters of hamlets and towns. Presently, scattered fires ignite in various locations. In the span of a breath, Ian can count 5. The indigenous people are not merely attacking them. They are assaulting all the peripheral settlements of Harrison Port. Have the natives launched an offensive? Far quicker than I anticipated, a heaviness settles in Ian's heart. Although he has remained vigilant since 7 days ago, making the natives' attack unsurprising, he still wonders. How could they possibly breach the port's defenses without alerting them? There is no time for contemplation, as Bryn has just issued a second warning, urging Ian to seek help, yet he has no intention of fleeing. The aquaculture facility is likely already lost. His only option is to return to Harrison Port. But how could he evade the natives' pursuit in the open coastal land or dense forest? Would he merely serve as a target? Thus, his course of action becomes exceedingly clear. I am but an engineer. Turning his head, Ian observes Bryn, who is encircled and intent on neutralizing the threatening herbalist before dealing with the 3 indigenous hunters pursuing him. No combat skills to speak of, he squints. Activating his precognitive vision to pinpoint their locations, his breathing becoming slow and steady, his heart beating powerfully. They do not possess the formidable strength of Gene warriors. Hence, he must resort to a more cunning approach. At this moment, Bryn is struggling to hold his ground, rolling and climbing through the jungle, darting left and right, occasionally wielding his small knife, not to fend off enemies, but to cleave through vines and roots to escape. A counterattack? If he could truly turn the tables on 3 opponents, why not take on the role of a squad leader for the city's defense instead of merely a herbalist? Bryn has a modicum of talent, yet not enough to rise above his station. He is unwilling to settle as a farmer, but his fighting prowess is lacking, leaving him trapped in this predicament. Forced to scrape by as a herbalist. Nevertheless, in the midst of his frantic flight, he realizes that the 3 indigenous hunters pursuing him consist of one armed with a knife and a short gun, another with a blowgun, and the last with both a blowgun and a bow, a well-coordinated team for hunting medium to large game. Their collaboration is remarkably adept. They must be the backbone of their tribe. But why? The number of skilled indigenous hunters is limited. In a tribe of 1,000, only a handful exist. Why have 3 come here to attack him? Bryn is bewildered and reluctant to engage in combat. Yet his tall stature makes it impossible for him to move faster than the natives through the jungle. A wave of rancid wind, mixed with the excited shrieks of the indigenous people, surges from behind. He knows without looking back that the most agile knife-wielding native has caught up to him, likely already swinging a blade toward his back. The sensation is akin to a prickling dread. He even begins to envision the knife piercing his flesh, a death wish. In that perilous instant, however, Bryn suddenly pivots, gritting his teeth as he halts, arms outstretched, and lunges toward the approaching knife-wielding native. Chapter 54. The answer is psychic energy. Everything unfolds too suddenly. Even the seasoned hunter is caught off guard, colliding solidly with Bryn, while the short knife initially aimed at Bryn's heart instead plunges into the lower left side of his lung, halted by the rib cage and the robust muscles of the white folk. What force accompanies a collision from a tall, sturdy man? The diminutive knife-wielder, no more than 4'5", gasps, nearly fainting as his grip on the knife slackens. Yet, Bryn cannot rely solely on this impact to subdue an enemy. As the herbalist brings his hands together, attempting to strangle the indigenous man, the skilled hunter swiftly raises his knee, striking Bryn's lower body. and seizes the moment to slip away from Bryn's grasp while he recoils in pain. At this juncture, the other two indigenous hunters have caught up. Barely escaping a counterattack, the knife-wielder curses in his native tongue as he retrieves his short gun, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the kneeling Bryn, whose pained expression contorts. Just then, a water barrel hurtles through the air, aimed squarely at the knife-wielder poised to strike. This sudden assault, something the knife-wielder could typically evade 100 times over, catches him off guard. In his state of heightened anger and excitement, he is already committed to the attack, and as he notices the barrel, it is too late to react, forcing him to instinctively raise his hand to block. Seeing only a barrel approaching, he relaxes slightly, dismissing the notion that it could pose any threat. However, the knife-wielder, lacking knowledge of physics, fails to consider what might be inside the barrel or the force behind its trajectory, which travels in a perfectly straight line without tumbling. Bang! In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of the archer and the blowgunner, the knife-wielder is sent flying, suspended in mid-air, as the crisp sound of breaking bones echoes. His blocking arm contorts at an unnatural angle, and he plummets headfirst toward the ground, the short gun slipping from his grasp and spinning in the air. Before the fallen gun strikes the earth, the barrel explodes upon impact, scattering water and mud infused with a briny scent everywhere, drenching the archer and blowgunner. A myriad of skills. This is the coastal version of lime powder. Kneeling on the ground, Bryn recognizes the barrel that saved his life. It was Ian's container for marine produce. But how did he manage to aim so accurately in the darkness of the jungle? Is it psychic energy? Moreover, how does that boy possess such strength? There is no time for further contemplation. At this moment, Bryn sees a boy's figure swiftly traversing the moss-covered roots and vines, charging toward the indigenous hunters struggling to shake off the mud. Having narrowly escaped death, he is too agitated to pause and feel the pain of the knife wound in his chest. He is filled with urgency. "What are you doing, you fool? Get out of here." To be honest, Bryn is nearly on the verge of panic. If Ian dies, his return will be far from pleasant. Elder Pewd may not openly blame him, but he will certainly not enjoy good fortune in the future. Just think about it. That old man has unified all the white folk in the Southern Ridge immigrant area, maintaining his position as elder for decades, and has watched Bryn grow up. His methods are ruthless. Bryn would rather die than face his wrath. Conversely, if he were to perish while protecting Ian, his wife and children would receive proper care, and Ian would owe him a debt of gratitude, allowing them to move past their earlier conflicts. Surely, he would also look after Bryn's family in the future. But herein lies the issue. How can an 8 or 9-year-old child muster the courage to charge headlong at seasoned indigenous hunters? As expected, Bryn, struggling painfully to rise, witnesses the previously mud-smeared archer drawing back his short bow, his expression fierce. He has not been blinded by the mucked, at such close range. The indigenous man is unlikely to miss. Yet, before the archer can release his arrow, a damp clod of mud hurtles toward his face. Within 7 paces, the projectile is both swift and precise. Ian, poised for action, is naturally quicker than the ambushed native. And in an instant, mud flies, mixing into the archer's eyes and mouth, while the briny seawater and the viscous secretions of various marine creatures provoke tears to stream down his face. The impact of the mud clod causes him to stagger, causing his arrow to veer off course. Nonetheless, he remains undaunted, discarding his short bow and drawing a rusted dagger from his waist, charging toward Ian. The rusty blade, laced with poison, is even more lethal, still stained with the blood of their previous victims, indicating that this band of hunters has already slain other unfortunate targets. However, this time, they are destined to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, fueled by fear, rage, and adrenaline, Bryn forces himself to his feet, roaring as he draws the knife that had previously been thrust into him, hurling it with all his might at the blowgunner, who, though alert to Ian's sudden appearance, does not let his guard down against Bryn. He deftly evades the attack. Indeed, in this moment, he cannot coordinate with the archer to deal with Ian. But how could a mere 8 or 9-year-old child pose a significant threat? Before he can finish that thought, he is stunned to hear his old partner emit a blood-curdling scream, sounding as if his lower half had been shattered by a powerful kick. A glance reveals the indigenous man approaching Ian has collapsed, bloodied and broken, clearly rendered incapacitated. Thanks to the height of the indigenous people, Ian need not leap to strike a vital point. A myriad of skills. This is human biomechanics. How is it possible for such a child to possess such immense strength? Struggling to contain the bewilderment within, the blowgunner pondered the absurdity of the situation. His role in the team had always been one of reconnaissance and ambush. Emphasizing agility over brute strength, he considered it inconceivable that he could elicit such a wretched scream from his partner, nor could he fathom hurling a water bucket capable of incapacitating a knife-wielding adversary. Thus, he found it difficult to comprehend the current predicament. Yet, as events unfolded, with Ian having already crushed the archer's throat underfoot and poised to deliver a second blow to his lower body to ensure the opponent's demise, the blowgunner realized escape was futile. He witnessed Ian's arms and fists emanating a faint blue glow, a manifestation of the momentous force that had shattered the archer. Such phenomena he had only observed in the most ferocious of beasts, as well as among the elite warriors and chieftains of the tribe. There was no time to ponder. As Ian advanced towards him, the blowgunner swiftly drew a sharp, poisoned wooden knife from his cloak, intending to use this perilous weapon to fend off his opponent, perhaps even to slay him. The valiant hunter, undeterred by the ferocious assault of a clawed beast, wielded his blade with unwavering resolve, offering hope of victory to his kin no matter how formidable the foe. How could they possibly rival? Suddenly, a pouch of sleeping powder struck his face. The fragrant floral aroma enveloped him, clouding his senses. In the next instant, a gust of wind swept past, knocking the poisoned knife from his grasp, while a hand reached for his face, thrusting fingers into his eye sockets, with a forceful inward twist. Everything transpired in a mere heartbeat. He was dead. The battle had concluded. What foolishness! Ian, his hands stained with blood, relinquished the lifeless body of the blowgunner, exhaling deeply. These natives truly lack intelligence. Thankfully, Uncle Bryn, your assistance was invaluable. Without your distraction, I would have struggled to eliminate them. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by the fact that he had just snuffed out a life with his own hands. Ian even flexed his right hand, contemplatively reflecting. The eyeball was tougher than I had anticipated. Though the natives appeared diminutive, like other inhabitants of Terra, their physical resilience was surprisingly commendable. Regrettably, the previous encounter had left insufficient time. And now was not the moment for dissection. Just then, Bryn, who had just regained his footing, stared wide-eyed at Ian, his expression a blend of astonishment and dread, as if beholding a remarkably strong fool. Did you just throw an entire pouch of sleeping powder as a projectile? He couldn't even process the shocking reality that a mere child of 8 or 9 could so easily dispatch 2 native hunters. The agonizing pain rendered him breathless. That was dozens of thalers, dozens of thalers. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The wounds inflicted by the natives had begun to take their toll. Calm down, Uncle Bryn. Dispelling the concentrated essence from his arms and fists, Ian approached Bryn, assisting him to lean against the roots of a tree. Your lungs are injured. You must refrain from strenuous activity. Rest for a moment. We shall return to the port shortly. The ribcage of the Terrans provided structural protection for their lungs and heart. If the blade hadn't penetrated deeply, it would merely have pierced the rib plate, sparing the internal organs from damage. Even with lung injuries, as long as they weren't severe, reaching the city would pose no issue for Elder Pude's skilled hands to save Bryn's life. It's nothing that the blade didn't penetrate too deeply. It didn't fully breach my ribcage. Accepting Ian's aid, Bryn took a moment to stabilize his breathing, finally regaining the energy to observe Ian, who appeared lost in thought. The herbalist incredulously remarked, "Am I dreaming? Ian, how could you possess such immense strength?" The answer is psychic energy. Ian had no intention of concealing his capabilities any longer. With the breeding facility and surrounding villages under siege, the natives were undoubtedly plotting something perilous that everyone remained oblivious to. Rather than hiding his talents, it would be prudent to showcase his potential, which might yield resources as a safeguard before danger struck. Indeed, you awakened your psychic abilities at that moment. Bryn, having observed Ian over recent days, was not particularly surprised at this revelation, as he had already surmised Ian was a psychic. What truly astonished him was how effortlessly Ian had used the rare and poorly collected soporific powder as a projectile. Without a hint of hesitation. Such a waste. If one wishes to utilize sleeping powder as a projectile, one could easily incorporate some powdered insect repellent plant seeds and shavings of incense wood. The effect would be equally effective at merely a tenth of the cost. While that pouch, capable of inducing confusion for 5 or 6 seconds, still required several thalers, its cost-effectiveness as a projectile was far superior. But that was a matter for another time. Survival took precedence. After ensuring Bryn was settled and could rest for a while, Ian ventured into the woods, retrieving a barely conscious, contorted figure, the native knife-wielder he had previously incapacitated with a water bucket. Although Ian was not taller than this native hunter and possessed a slender frame, his handsome visage belied the strength he demonstrated, effortlessly lifting the native, who likely outweighed him, and tossing him before Bryn. What? Bryn, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was startled. Yet upon opening his eyes to see the native foaming at the mouth, understanding dawned within him. You intend to bring a live captive back for interrogation? That will be challenging. We won't be able to move swiftly with this fellow in tow, and if we are pursued by other native hunter squads. No, Ian's response was succinct, his tone resolute. A.S. Bryn contemplated Ian's ability to easily locate both himself and the native in the darkness. He refrained from voicing further objections. Very well, but I need to rest a bit longer until the bleeding stops. That quickly? Ian inquired, surprised as he lifted his gaze. He no longer concealed his abilities. The azure luminescence in his eyes swirled as he examined Bryn's wounds. In his precognitive vision, Bryn appeared as a stark white figure, enveloped in a faint crimson hue, as though shedding a more vibrant color. The most intense blood color resided at the site of the knife wound in his lower lung. However, upon Ian's return with the knife-wielder, Bryn had administered a healing salve, and now the crimson at the wound was visibly lightening, gradually transforming into a slightly deeper red than the surrounding flesh. All set, Bryn unsteadily rose to his feet, his towering figure speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Blood is still seeping, but it won't hinder our movement until tomorrow at least. I'll handle this knife-wielder. With that, he gripped the contorted body of the native, tucking it under his arm. The resilience of Terrans truly was astonishing, as was that of the natives. Despite sustaining multiple fractures from Ian's water bucket, the native remained tenaciously alive. Witnessing this, Ian couldn't help but reflect. Although he had encountered the extraordinary damage resistance and self-healing capabilities of Terrans before, it never ceased to astound him. Were it not for my prior dissections, I might genuinely believe they were merely human in appearance. Let us not rush. Setting aside his contemplations, Ian gestured for Bryn to continue resting. I shall search the bodies of those natives for anything of significance. Perhaps there are clues regarding their ambush or even some spoils. Whatever you say, Bryn nodded. Having witnessed the recent battle, he fully understood that Ian was far stronger, smarter, and even more mature than he had initially envisioned. Ian's plans and insights would undoubtedly surpass his own. Turning away, Ian kept his precognitive vision active, directing his gaze toward the remains of the other two natives, in order to swiftly overcome the natives. He had utilized the essence stored within his virtual source seed to enhance his physical capabilities. The pale blue aura surrounding him was a manifestation of the source essence crystal within him coursing through his bloodstream, animating the capillaries and muscles. Given the swiftness of the battle, his essence expenditure had been minimal. For survival, notions of loss or gain were irrelevant, yet he felt it prudent to reclaim some of what he had expended from his foes. To his astonishment, he noticed that the corpses emanated wisps of blue mist. Indeed, there were rewards to be found. Approaching, Ian discovered the blue mist emanated from a small pouch attached to the waist of the native hunter, which he promptly opened to reveal large, light brown seeds. The seeds resembled almonds, exuding a rich aroma, their surface adorned with a regular pattern of whorls, about the size of his thumb. The seeds radiated an intense vitality, yet also conveyed a sense of danger. Merely inhaling their scent sent a thrill through him, like perfume that was delightful yet overpowering, its intensity rendering it unpleasant, much like the adage that too much sweetness can turn sour. Crisis and reward coexisted. Subsequently, Bryn's astonished exclamation confirmed Ian's instincts. The seeds of the soma tree? Thank goodness they didn't have time to consume this. Otherwise, we might not have made it out alive. The soma tree? Ah, the liquor tree. Initially taken aback by the scientific name, Ian quickly recalled the wondrous and transformative plants he had studied in the past few days under Hiliad's tutelage, particularly the so-called liquor tree among the myriad of extraordinary flora found in the Bison Mountains. As the name suggests, the sap of the soma tree is a naturally occurring wood liquor rich in alcohol, and its fruit is a prized ingredient for brewing fruit wines, containing naturally absorbable essence that can even serve as a stimulant without adverse effects. Within Harrison Port, there exists a high-end distillery specializing in Soma wine, catering to affluent merchants and nobles, for it is said that Soma wine possesses invigorating properties, leading to a persistent high demand. In stark contrast, the fruit pits of the Soma tree are laden with excessive stimulatory substances and impurities to the point of toxicity. Should one chew and swallow them, they could meet a drunken demise within mere minutes. An abundance of essence and stimulants would seep through the mucous membranes into the bloodstream, causing the brain to suffocate and perish. Yet, during this brief interlude, the consumer would unleash their physical limits, undeterred by pain. Even if a substantial portion of their head were to be severed, these drunkenly dead individuals would continue to defy death once more. Nevertheless, the refined extract of the Soma fruit pits remains a crucial ingredient in the legacy of the selfless warrior, representing a tradition where one can willingly sacrifice their own life for a slow demise while swiftly annihilating their foes. What a crude method of self-destructive potion! Ian, upon retrieving these fruit pits, furrowed his brow. How could the natives allow the hunter squad to carry such a desperate and potentially fatal substance? What could they possibly be planning? Although the native tribes are numerous, the hunters are not to be squandered casually, especially since these core hunters are the backbone of their tribe. The only entity capable of pushing them to such extremes could only be the revered great shaman of the Redwood Forest tribes. Shaking his head, Ian ceased his contemplations. Aside from the Soma fruit pits, the natives possessed little of value, save for a blowgun smeared with the venom of the arrow poison tree, which was too perilous for the untrained and could lead to self-poisoning. Ian had no intention of utilizing it and thus smashed it with a stone to destroy it. The 3 native hunters yielded a total of 9 Soma fruit pits, and Ian handed 3 to Bruin. After all, without Bruin to attract attention and restrain the enemies, Ian could not easily dispatch all the hunters. In the spirit of face and momentum, the herbalist wished to refuse. After all, his life had been saved by Ian. How could he possibly accept? Furthermore, taking spoils from a child seemed rather odd to him, and he could not bring himself to do so. Yet, Ian's offer was simply too generous. Chapter 56. Blood of the Father. These fruit pits were still relatively fresh. They should not be sold to the apothecary on Central Avenue. Bruin, who had always been inclined to seize items from children, reluctantly accepted the Soma fruit pits with a thick face before clearing his throat and informing Ian of an insider's tip. Sell them to the Gill family distillery. They are attempting to cultivate Soma trees. Selling them as medicine or poison, where is the profit in selling them as seeds? Of course, saplings are ideal, but the natives have always guarded the Soma trees closely. Even seeds are often used for desperate measures and are difficult to recover, hence each is worth $7 or $8. Indeed, a straightforward principle that Ian nodded to in understanding to it was about time to depart. At that moment, noticing Bruin's strength had significantly recovered, Ian decided to set off under the cover of night while the latter's injuries had not yet worsened. You can see. Lead the way, Ian instructed. Bruin nodded, hoisting the still unconscious native knife-wielder and following closely behind Ian. The journey was peaceful. The forests along the northeastern coast of Harrison Port had long been stripped bare, leaving only a patch of land deliberately doused with saline alkali to prevent the natives from communicating with the spirits of the tree sea and summoning living tree totems for an assault. The port's farmland primarily lies around the northern official road, flanking both banks of the Ivok River. Beginning from this saline alkali land, a stone path leads directly to the nearby BR village. The guard patrols routinely traverse this route, inspecting various villages and farms, with watchtowers lit by torches lining the roadside, illuminating the dark earth. Ian and Bruin walked along the path illuminated by the watchtower's light, remaining vigilant despite not encountering any native squads throughout their journey. Upon reaching the bright watchtower's base and catching sight of Harrison Port's towering walls, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Relaxing somewhat. Simultaneously, they noticed numerous individuals, either alone or in groups, hurrying from all directions to gather beneath the city gate tower. Most of these individuals appeared anxious, their attire disheveled, and some bore severe injuries. Their bodies stained with blood. Ian immediately recognized them as lumberjacks or fishermen from the surrounding villages who had survived native attacks against all odds. Do not panic. Form a line, present your identities, and enter the city in order. A small contingent of city defense troops was maintaining order, and these typically lax soldiers had donned half armor and helmets, brandishing light crossbows and entering a state of readiness. The captain's deep, solemn voice echoed from within his helmet. Lord Viscount Grant has established a free porridge distribution point. Upon entering the city, everyone will receive porridge to eat, and there will be a place to settle, however. Do not raise your voices, lest you incite chaos. Those stirring up disturbances will be treated as native spies and detained. Resistance will result in death. Hearing this succinct yet forceful admonition, the frightened crowd gradually calmed. Yet Ian and Bruin did not join the throng. We have captured a prisoner. Due to Bruin's lung injury, Ian spoke on his behalf. The boy's clear voice caught the captain's attention. Upon seeing the contorted body of the native still clinging to life due to the resilience of the Terra people, the captain's eyes lit up. What, Bruin? You are quite fortunate. He appeared to recognize the herbalist, but before this captain of the city defense could lead the way forward to escort Ian and Bruin into the city, another astonished voice rang out, Ian? The heavy footsteps echoed like rocks falling to the ground. An elder Pude's figure appeared at the city gate. His presence immediately prompted the city guard captain to take a small step back in respect. Yet the elder paid no heed to this gesture of reverence and swiftly approached, examining Ian's condition with delight. Well, you are uninjured. The elder of the white people shook his beard, scrutinizing Ian's current state, while also glancing at the injured and sheepish Bruin, and laughed heartily. Excellent, Bruin, you have done well. No, it was not me. Bruin dared not take credit, but before he could finish speaking, Elder Pude shifted his gaze back to Ian, locking eyes with him. Of course, I know it was not you. Given your character, if you had truly saved Ian's life and captured a prisoner, you would have been eager to boast about it. Ian, was it you? His inquiry was concise yet powerful, with a fervent gaze fixed upon the young boy. I suppose so. Ian did not deny it, as he keenly sensed that beneath the elder's loose robe lay a layer of chainmail, and at his waist hung a warhammer, indicating a state of readiness for battle. Moreover, behind the city gate, he observed several of Elder Pude's usual guards donned in leather armor, fully armed and awaiting orders. He intends to venture outside the city. Ian realized this, and he understood clearly that aside from himself, Elder Pude had no need to risk venturing outside the city, regardless of the destruction of the white people's farm. The potential benefit was far too insignificant compared to the risk. The Elder seeks to rescue him, so it seems. My identity as a psychic perhaps holds more significance than I had imagined. Nevertheless, Ian felt a sense of gratitude. For despite everything, the close-knit relationships within the white people's community were evidently commendable. Please summon a physician. Bruin requires healing. Patting Ian's back, Elder Pude nodded to the captain of the city guard and then led the two into the city. He addressed his nearby guards. I just received a message via carrier pigeon. The farm has been attacked, and the Aubrey brothers could not withstand it, fleeing to sea with the remaining survivors for refuge. You too, summon Sinan and Davin. Go to the labyrinth algae sea to assist them. And I regret that we overlooked your premonition. Come with me and explain what transpired outside the city. Not now, Elder. Yet, contrary to Elder Pude's expectations, the seemingly obedient Ian declined his request. However, the Elder did not appear angered. Rather, he awaited the reasoning with keen interest. Why? The prisoner is right there, Elder. If you truly have questions, you certainly have ways to make him speak. Turning aside, the boy smiled at the native knife-wielder, now surrounded and restrained on a stretcher by 3 physicians. And my little brother has yet to eat. Originally, I intended to bring back some food, but now that plan has fallen through. Moreover, turning back to face Elder Pude, Ian chuckled lightly. Elder, have I not already answered the question you truly wish to ask me? His azure eyes glimmered with a gentle, crystalline light, reminiscent of faintly flickering fireflies. This inner luminescence, though it lasted but a few seconds before fading like an illusion, was undeniably a tangible truth. This. Narrowing his eyes, Elder Pude gazed intently into Ian's eyes. Clearly witnessing that halo, truly, a very good response, he spoke softly, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone imbued with an uncommon hint of nostalgia, yet predominantly laced with reassurance. So be it, Ian. Take care. By now, you must surely comprehend the perils that lie beyond the city walls. After a brief pause, the elder reached out, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair, his voice taking on a reproachful weight. Moreover, you promised me you would not venture out alone, To pledge and then neglect one's word is unbecoming of a good child. Ian attempted to charm his way out of the reprimand. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might have softened at his countenance, even feeling a surge of protectiveness. Yet, it was evident that Elder Bude was not swayed by such tactics. He gently patted the boy's shoulder. "Return now. You have successfully captured a prisoner, a notable achievement that the Viscount Grant shall not overlook. Await good news at home." Shortly thereafter, Elder Bude departed with Bryn and the indigenous captive. Their mission, aside from locating Ian, was to lead a patrol beyond the city to attempt capturing a few tongues, seeking to understand the madness that had driven the natives to shatter years of tacit agreement and launch a large-scale assault on the opposing civilians. Thanks to Ian, they already had a captive in hand, but inspecting several key entrances and watchtowers remained imperative. Ian watched their retreating figures, his previously carefree expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. What could have provoked the natives to such frenzy? He turned back to the city gates, where villagers, bloodied and terrified, either wept or trembled as they entered under the dim glow of the algae oil lamps. Silent guards poured large buckets of water over them, drenching them and washing away the grime, blood, and the potential contagion that the natives might have sought to smuggle into the city through them. After cleansing, some families reunited, albeit bewildered, yet maintaining a semblance of composure as they were guided into the makeshift tent area. Others, having fled in a panic, only realized in their newfound safety that they might have lost several of their most cherished loved ones. Collapsing to the ground in despair, wailing and beating the earth in grief. "No, don't wash it away. That's my father's blood." Ian heard a young boy crying out loudly, a scene that would typically invite reprimand. But ultimately, only a familiar face forced a smile, covering the child's mouth as they departed. The guards remained silent observers. After over a decade of peace, everyone was reminded of the bloodshed and terror from the days of war with the natives. Witnessing this heart-wrenching tableau, Ian murmured to himself, "Is all of this connected to what the teacher spoke of? If not, then why? And what of Professor Hilliard? What is he doing now?" Silently contemplating the myriad of scenes beyond the city gates, Ian shook his head slightly and began his journey homeward. The same moment, outside the Viscount Grant's estate, a gray sparrow descended quietly from the wind, landing before the waiting guards. Finally, the target had arrived, and the guard captain heaved a sigh of relief, hastily removing the note tied to the bird's leg. He hurried back into the estate, delivering the missive from the depths of the redwood forest to the butler. A venerable man with white hair who had served the Grant family for 45 years, slightly hunched with a "My lord, the message has arrived from there." After a knock and a rather irritated response, the old butler slowly entered the study, presenting the correspondence to Viscount Grant, who wore an expression of agitation, nearly grinding his teeth. The Viscount was currently signing a series of authorizations to mobilize resources from the various merchant guilds in Harrison Port to assist with the refugees caused by the native assaults and prepare a report for wartime readiness, regardless of whether the imperial capital cared or not. As a nominal royal direct jurisdiction, the governor of Harrison Port was required to maintain a report for any actions taken, let alone mobilizing military reserves for potential conflict. Upon hearing the butler's words, the enraged Viscount raised his head and with a sharp crack crushed the pen in his hand. "Incompetence! The natives have come upon us, shattering our teeth, and only now do I receive this news? What use are these lurking spies to me? They have wasted so much of my money. Alert, alert, alert! I have believed their nonsense. Just days ago, Bude came to warn me about the natives' sudden actions, and I reassured him that I was well aware, telling him not to worry, and yet, what is the outcome?" After a tirade, the Viscount took a deep breath, managing to regain his composure, his face expressionless as he unfolded the note, his brow furrowed, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. "The pure sacrifice is neither to increase the number of transcended ones within the tribe, nor for the tree sea to shelter them during a great storm," he exclaimed in astonishment. "This pure sacrifice is the most unadulterated blood sacrifice." Realizing a possibility, the Viscount raised his gaze, and indeed, the butler's countenance had turned grave, for this elderly man, who had witnessed the entirety of Harrison Port's history since its inception, clearly shared the same apprehension. The Viscount stood, incredulously muttering, "Their raid on the villages is not a prelude to besieging the city, but rather to secure enough blood offerings. They intend to awaken the Mountain Master?" Chapter 57. The meeting. Although the municipal hall, centrally located on the main avenue and facing the Church of Radiance, served as the nominal military and political center of Harrisonport. In truth, the estate of Viscount Grant was the true heart of the city. A stern-looking middle-aged man arrived at the Viscount's estate, surrendering his twin swords and a pistol before being guided by a servant to the meeting room on the second floor. This man, with his graying hair and clad in light leather armor, bore an imposing presence. However, his face was marked by the trials of time, a subtle scar traversing his right eye down to his mouth. Sir Yam, the city's defense and security officer, had once been an apprentice knight under the late Lord Grant. During a battle with the natives, his mentor was struck down by the poisonous sting of a totem spirit while protecting the elder Grant, leaving Yam to grow alongside the current Viscount, honing his martial skills with his support, ultimately becoming transcended. They were not only master and servant but also childhood friends and comrades who had fought side by side. Upon entering the meeting room, Yam discovered he was the last to arrive. Viscount Grant himself, along with his aides and treasurer Lamar, were already seated, engaged in discussions regarding disaster relief and the consolidation of surrounding villagers in the aftermath of the native assault. Meanwhile, Elder Pewd of the White Folk and Amur, the head of the Harrisonport Merchant Alliance, were pointing at the map of the southern ridge hanging on the wall, engrossed in their conversation. The spacious hall was filled with the invigorating scent of a rare fragrance, intended not merely to energize but to repel insects and suppress contagion, effectively dispelling the various shamanic spells of the natives, as well as the curses wielded by their spiritual entities. Including himself, these 5 individuals represented the pinnacle of power in Harrisonport, with the true core being the Viscount. Yam, you've arrived? Spotting his capable aide and friend, Grant's expression softened slightly. He stood and beckoned the knight to sit. What is the matter? Speak plainly. It pertains to the pure sacrifice. Yam did not take a seat. While Grant might disregard formalities, as a man of honor, he would not relax until he had reported the intelligence. Approaching the conference table, he delivered his report with precision. Thanks to the living captive captured by Elder Pewd, the information he provided corroborates our informant's reports. This native attack was primarily aimed at the abduction of people, with a significant number of women and children taken into the marsh beside the redwoods near Elephant Bone Mountain. Typically, the natives require only a dozen individuals for a pure sacrifice, with a large-scale one necessitating merely 32. Their internal conflicts suffice to gather that many. Yet this time, the scale of the pure sacrifice is exceptionally vast, with rough estimates indicating that over 150 individuals have been abducted, particularly from Onpu village near the Brown Elm Forest, with 110 taken, half killed and half captured, resulting in the village's annihilation. These individuals cannot be rescued. Our informant reported that the natives have already slain them all, their remains discarded into the marsh. Yam's tone was devoid of emotion, yet all present, including Viscount Grant, visibly shifted in demeanor, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, beyond anger, there was a tinge of shame. While Grant was no paragon of benevolence, he possessed a fundamental sense of honor and disgrace, feeling as though he had been struck a resounding blow by the natives. Incredulously exclaiming, "But they need not kill so many to awaken the mountain master. Do they not realize that by slaying so many imperial subjects, even if I wish to avoid conflict, I must retaliate in kind?" "They do not wish for war," Sir Yam replied, producing a rather thick brown elm leaf from his breast pocket and handing it to Viscount Grant. 12 of the tribes that lean in our favor indicated that prior to the great shaman's summons, they were entirely unaware of this plan. The natives themselves were taken aback by this action, finding it utterly astonishing and even quite distasteful, as they had grown accustomed to the various goods, tools, and refined salt we trade, and can hardly tolerate the disruption of commerce. "Why does that old fool still cling to life?" Grant muttered under his breath, taking the native's leaf paper missive and reading its contents, causing his brows to knit together in concern. "All the shamans are gathering at Elephant Bone Mountain? The Tree Sea is in turmoil. They intend to initiate a full-scale war. That is not correct. It is merely a gathering of shamans, and the various chieftains have yet to be summoned. It appears to be a ritual." The Viscount raised his head and, with a look of confusion, remarked, "That ancient creature has been slumbering for over 40 years and is indeed nearing the recovery of its injuries. But 8 years ago, did it not awaken briefly to protect those indigenous people during a storm? Its wounds must have worsened again. Perhaps this is why the number required for this pure sacrifice is particularly large." Yam proposed a possibility, while the Viscount fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the old immortal wishes to awaken the Mountain Lord while simultaneously advancing further? The Mountain Lord, also known as the Spirit of the Mountain Tide. Alongside the Spirit of the Rising Tide, the Spirit of the Roaring Waves, and the Spirit of the Forest Sea, is one of the primary totem spirits worshipped by the Redwood natives, of course. From the perspective of the imperial people, these totem spirits are merely rare intelligent magical beasts. The weaker ones are only of the first tier, while the stronger ones barely reach the second tier. Not particularly remarkable. They are only troublesome because they possess intelligence and can communicate with humans. However, unlike ordinary totem spirits, those totemic master magical beasts with titles like Mountain Lord possess strength far exceeding that of their peers. They are not only cunning and difficult to deal with, but they also enjoy long lifespans, robust vitality, and even immense potential to advance to the third tier, becoming aberrant magical entities and lords of lairs that wreak havoc in their domains, which even armies struggle to eradicate. The reason Viscount Grant fell into deep thought was to ponder this perilous possibility. The Mountain Lord and several other totem spirits had been defeated by his father. The old Viscount who led the imperial colonists in establishing Harrison Port, along with a cohort of knights, and even managed to slay one of them in a fierce battle. The Spirit of the Mountain Tide had also nearly been slain. Had it not been for the natives desperately sacrificing their lives to shield it, that creature from the mire would not have had the chance to escape back into the swamp to slumber. Yet this does not imply that the opponent is weak. Both the old Viscount and Sir Yam's mentor were severely injured in that battle. The former, as a peak second-tier elite knight, passed away 5 years after the war, while the latter succumbed to severe poisoning shortly after returning to the city. To think one could pile lives to reach the third tier? A fanciful notion. Recalling the aged visage of his father when he entrusted Harrison Port to him, Viscount Grant let out a cold laugh and addressed the knight. Yam, prepare the guard and the alchemical cannons for tomorrow, and ensure those cooperating tribes keep their distance. Be the day after tomorrow. I want to see all the outer tribes of the natives reduced to ashes, blasting all the way to the foot of Elephant Bone Mountain. After Yam nodded, Viscount Grant turned to the financial officer. Lamar, on the other side. What of the port's finances? Can they support this? The salaries and compensations are within the budget. The young financial officer with crimson, shoulder-length hair and a gentle demeanor, holding documents, lowered his head and spoke softly, seemingly a bit shy. However, the consumption of the alchemical cannons, there is quite a significant shortfall. The strategic materials, such as crystal sand and gunpowder dust, are heavily regulated by the imperial capital. We won't be able to last many days before the capital's assistance arrives. His crimson eyes exuded a peculiar warmth, and he was exceptionally gentle, yet no one underestimated him. All listened attentively to his words. Leave the shortfall to me, Amur, a robustly built, slightly portly man with a bald head and a bushy beard, stood up with practiced ease upon hearing Lamar's words and thumped his chest, taking on the expenses. Striking the natives is essential for unimpeded trade routes. They dared to annihilate villages this time. What will they dare to do next? I can hardly imagine. Leave the maintenance to me, Elder Pute added adeptly. It is currently the rainy season. We must ensure the shells remain dry. And we can add a bit more combustive agent to the loading mixture, so the forest can ignite even in the rain. The alchemical cannons were modified by Elder Pute using dwarven craftsmanship, capable of exhibiting various effects depending on the alchemical agents loaded, which was the primary task of the people of White in Harrison Port. That will suffice. Viscount Grant was quite pleased. Among those present, with the exception of Lamar, who had only joined as a newcomer in the last decade, everyone were longtime partners who had collaborated for over 30 years. Although they were not entirely unified, they all wore the same trousers when facing the natives. Subsequently, they discussed specific details, ensuring the allocation of resources and the supply lines for the upcoming battle were confirmed in advance. This time, they were not conducting a surprise raid but rather a full frontal assault against a prepared indigenous force, necessitating thorough preparations. Once the relevant processes were established, the meeting concluded, and everyone departed in succession to prepare for their respective tasks. However, just as Elder Pute was about to leave, he was called back by Viscount Grant. Chapter 58. Ominous signs that child named Ian has awakened his psychic abilities. Has he? Although phrased as a question, the Viscount's tone conveyed certainty. Old Pute, this is my city. You cannot conceal anything from me. My lord, the elder furrowed his brow slightly, turning to explain. That child merely mentioned it. I have yet to confirm. Enough, Pewd. Viscount Grant raised a hand, signaling him to cease. We both know that is an excuse. After so many years of cooperation, why engage in such verbal games? I have asked you to stay only to convey one matter. Returning to his seat, the man shook his head slightly. Whether you, the people of White, or Lamar and the Red Sand folk, or we, the Black Iron and Gold folk, at our core, we are all of the same lineage. We are all people of the plains, the people of the hills. Raising a finger, the Viscount calmly stated. We are all subjects of the Empire. Assistance from the imperial capital will arrive around this autumn, and this indigenous attack presents both a crisis and an opportunity. If we can significantly strike against the indigenous forces of the southern ridge with the support of the capital, it would undeniably be a tremendous success. We must seize this opportunity. The implication in Viscount Grant's words was evident, and the elder understood. Elder Pewd gazed deeply at the Viscount and respectfully lowered his head. I understand, my lord. The people of White will spare no effort to support all your endeavors. I will teach the craftsmen in the city how to maintain the dwarven alchemical cannons, and not just the people of White. Excellent, Viscount Grant replied with satisfaction. This is indeed for me, but it is also for your own benefit. With his hands clasped over his abdomen, he spoke leisurely. According to imperial law, a self-awakened psychic must receive an elevation inheritance from the local lord or officer to guide their advancement. You are well aware that this is the Empire's way of conscripting, ensuring that no civilian psychic or ascendant grows freely, but rather that all wild ascendants belong to the Empire. And this time, I will not compete with you for it. Of course, I have no time to instruct a child. He can be taught by you. Whatever you see fit, he is yours. But Pewd, remember at that moment, this nobleman, who appeared much younger than Elder Pewd despite being nearly the same age, emphasized every word. Both you and that child are subjects of the Empire. My subjects, I have already granted you considerable leeway. So do not make it difficult for me. Upon finishing, he closed his eyes, signaling for dismissal. Go now. Next time you come, remember to bring that child along. I wish to see what sort of fine material my territory's first self-awakened psychic is made of. Nodding in silence, Elder Pewd bowed and turned to leave the Viscount's mansion. Initially, the elder wore a solemn expression, but after departing the street where the Viscount's mansion stood, his brow relaxed. Unexpectedly accommodating. As for the price of granting legitimate inheritance, I had feared that in addition to handing over the maintenance methods for the alchemical cannons, I would lose even the nominal teaching authority over Ian. Having prepared for worse, he murmured to himself, it seems the natives' actions are not so simple. They have struck at this nobleman's sore spot. He no longer has the energy to engage in intrigue with us old partners. Yet he also spoke the truth. This was indeed an opportunity. If we could achieve merit. Shaking his head slightly, Pewd did not intend to dwell further on this matter, for it was meaningless. Forget it. Compared to that, it is better to think about how to teach Ian. How did my mother enlighten me on the path of ascendance back then? Contemplating this question, the white-haired elder vanished into the street's end amidst the company of guards, within the Viscount's mansion. Standing by the window and gazing at the distant sea, the previously relaxed expression of the man gradually turned grave. The natives alone. He mumbled this word, closing his eyes and then opening them again. His pale blue eyes flickered with intensity, his tone grave. Indeed, those savages have discovered the existence of the underwater ruins in the southern sea. But they are destined to return empty-handed, for they lack the key. After a long silence, Viscount Grant stared out at the distant sea and let out a gentle sigh. The Duke of Mount Ridge gained independence from the Empire by obtaining the National Treasure Apocalypse armament from the ruins of the former era. My ruins of the maze, meanwhile, in the deep of night, south of Harrison Port, at the juncture of near and far seas. A shadow cleaved through the waves, racing across the dark waters, cutting through the surging tides. Hilliard, wielding a long sword at his waist and gripping the reins, stood atop a native wooden canoe. The vessel, devoid of oars or sails, moved with astonishing swiftness, traversing 100 meters in mere breaths, racing towards the depths of the ocean. The source of this canoe's propulsion was, of course, unrelated to him. The reins in the hands of the gray-haired knight plunged into the sea, where a colossal shadow darted rapidly through the water. Judging by the formidable dorsal fin and the armored scales that resembled iron plating, The shadow was none other than a large predator of these waters, a mature ironclad shark, commanding the ironclad shark, which pulled the canoe with the ease of a dog sled. Hilliard soon arrived at his destination, directly above a deep, shadowy abyss in the ocean. "Good, stop," he whispered, his gentle summons. The ironclad shark obediently ceased its movement, its entire body sinking like a stone into the depths, prompting Hilliard to chuckle. "Such a thick-headed creature, just roam around for a bit. I'll call you back in a moment." With clear instructions, the shadow in the water twisted slightly before dutifully departing, leaving the old knight and his canoe alone in the stillness. After the ironclad shark had temporarily vacated, Hilliard focused intently on the undulating surface of the sea. Extending his hand palm down, radiant golden light of source essence coalesced in his palm, its searing brilliance transforming into a diminutive sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness. This concentrated light penetrated the depths of the ocean, aiming to illuminate the ancient, colossal, and profound entity hidden below. In an instant, the schools of fish, drifting jellyfish, and various bizarre creatures in the water were drawn to the luminescence, instinctively yearning to approach. Yet an invisible force of authority compelled these mindless beings to hesitate. Lingering in place, gazing up in awe and trepidation at the brilliance above the waves, however, the light had its limits. Hilliard's source essence could reach nearly 1,000 meters deep but still failed to illuminate the ocean floor. Yet, that was not his intent. "Here it comes," he murmured. Sensing a response from his source essence, he quickly retracted the radiant light, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the movements of the shadow lurking in the ocean's depths. In the next moment, as the golden light of source essence withdrew, brilliant golden-red flames erupted from the massive, square-shaped shadow on the ocean floor, releasing terrifying heat and radiance. These flames blazed with such intensity that they flickered across the surrounding waters like stars igniting in the dark abyss. The fish and other marine creatures, startled by the sudden illumination, fled in panic, desperate to escape the impending doom, while even the previous ironclad shark hastily retreated, only daring to glance back from a safe distance. Trembling as it observed the waters beginning to boil, some sea beasts, unable to escape in time, were silently stripped of flesh under the glow, their innards thoroughly boiled away, leaving only their brittle bones to slowly descend to the ocean depths. Above the sea, vast banks of white mist began to rise, and faint flashes of lightning could be seen weaving through the fog. The flames of coastal villages and watchtowers blazed fiercely, while deep within the dark mountains of the sea, a conflagration was also surging upwards. "Indeed," Hilliard murmured, his voice heavy as he beheld the fiery turmoil erupting from the ocean, surrounded by the massive bubbles and clouds of white steam. "The ruins are undergoing a transformation. If this continues, unimaginable calamities will sweep across the entire South Ridge, even threatening the coastal regions of the southern seas of Terra." More crucially, he pondered, lifting his gaze, he turned to observe the coastal cities and villages. Watching as the flames along the shore gradually extinguished, he murmured to himself, "Where are the keys? The 4 keys to unlock the labyrinth and reset the ruins. Who holds them?" At this moment, within Harrison Port, Ian, having returned home, sat on his bed, breathing slowly. He adjusted the flow of source essence within his body, gradually gathering it at his heart, intertwining with the virtual seed of source, giving rise to various structures. The flames within the boy were also ablaze. Chapter 59. Activated source essence in the deep of night. Ian practiced in his room, repeatedly using breath and self-suggestion to regulate the rhythm of blood flow within him. Gathering source essence. Initially clumsy with the breathing technique, Ian now executed it with remarkable skill and fluidity. With each breath, he was astonished to sense his internal organs, deep within, synchronizing with the rhythm of his breath, releasing the dormant source essence that had previously eluded utilization, flowing into his bloodstream. It was akin to soaking in a hot spring. His body, previously aching from vigorous exertion, quickly rejuvenated, regaining vitality in the warm currents. Truth be told, Ian could not fathom why the breathing technique, which had only recently become somewhat proficient, now felt so effortless. However, upon reflection, he discerned the reason: utilization. Today marked the first time he had officially harnessed source essence to augment his body. Using enhanced strength to vanquish and slay foes, it was his inaugural extraction of source essence from the seed, releasing it into his arms for reinforcement. Source essence, it seemed, was meant to be utilized. With this realization, Ian experienced a moment of clarity. Coalescing was merely a part of the true efficacy of source essence. Its genuine effect lay in extracting stored essence to enhance and elevate one's being. To refine source essence and elevate oneself, this constituted a complete practice. Simply coalescing without application would never lead to transcendence. How enlightening! He had previously been overly cautious, possessing a hamster-like mentality. Having acquired source essence, he had been reluctant to expend it, a mindset that was decidedly flawed. Opening his eyes, Ian felt a surge of understanding. The current utilization of source essence to fortify his physique was but temporary, yielding no permanent effects. Yet, his body had become increasingly attuned to the essence. Should he choose to further enhance the strength of his arms next time, the required amount of source essence would be lesser, and the process would be swifter. This method of application constituted a profound and comprehensive form of training, and no matter how one exercises, they merely engage a portion of their musculature. Only with scientific training methods can one ensure a balanced physique. However, utilizing source essence penetrates deep into every cell for reinforcement. Although the body would revert to its original state once the essence dissipated, it would retain a memory of the sensation, significantly increasing proficiency. Nobles and affluent transcenders could continuously expend source essence to adapt and reinforce their bodies, gaining an advantage in future training and combat. In contrast, ordinary transcenders often found themselves stretched thin, barely managing the essence required to coalesce transcendent organs. A stark contrast to those nobles who could consume essence as readily as meals. This highlighted the significance of financial resources. Yet, Ian fortuitously possessed methods to rapidly acquire various resources, as long as he successfully coalesced the seed. He could leverage his precognitive vision to continuously obtain rare resources, allowing him to subtly enhance his physique while preparing to coalesce the source essence for transcendent organs. Now, he merely awaited the return of his mentor, Hilliard, to commence the coalescing of the seed. Upon returning home, Ian prepared dinner and brewed the mental concentration potion for the following day. Although most of the seafood he had gathered earlier was left behind during the skirmish, he had still managed to bring back a razor clam and several large clams, sufficient for a pot of soup. Halfway through the treatment, his younger brother Elon's eyes had brightened considerably, clearly signifying a marked improvement from the side effects of the sleeping powder. Upon seeing Ian, he would babble happily, even managing to vaguely repeat a few words Ian had said. Were it not for the indigenous attack, life would have been quite serene. With no worries for sustenance, daily progress, and the guidance of a mentor to unveil the myriad secrets of this unfamiliar world, as well as witnessing his brother's recovery, it felt like paradise. Yet, alas, Harrisonport was a city besieged by natives. Closing his eyes, Ian recalled the cries and despair of those attacked by the natives. He vividly remembered the blood, tears, and soiled clothing, the grotesque wounds, and the cries of a child at the city gate, as well as the father whose blood had splattered onto his child, mingling with the cold water. Ian was not benevolent. His compassion was limited, and he was far from what one might consider a conventional good person. He even tended to think in a contrarian manner, pondering that if the Empire had not intruded upon the natives' territory, none of this would have transpired. Yet, to be fair, the natives had once charged outward on elephant back to seize land, feeling invincible until repelled by the Southern Legion of that time, in any case. This unfamiliar world of Terra did not allow Ian to feel much empathy. He did not perceive himself as an imperial citizen or a member of the white race. He was simply curious about this world imbued with psychic powers and the path of transcendence, which had never existed in his previous life, pondering what secrets lay hidden within. Of course, he would never consider himself a native, nor would he ever find any justification for the blood rituals of cannibalism. What did it matter? He was not foolish. Opening his eyes, Ian lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering as his expression remained indifferent. At the very least, it was the natives who had sought to kill him first. And not just once. This group was indeed dangerous. For the sake of his safety, they must perish. That was the answer. 40 minutes later, as Ian completed the third cycle of internal essence, Hilliard returned home. The old knight was holding a box in his hand and immediately noticed that Ian was still awake, without a single injury, and in a remarkably vibrant state. It seemed all was well. Having returned to the city for a while, he was already aware of the actions of the natives and solemnly praised Ian, saying, You have done exceptionally well, although I was already aware that the typical natives could not possibly be your match. Your response surpassed my expectations. Nevertheless, the old knight remained puzzled. But why are the Redwood natives so aggressive? Even Hilliard could not predict the natives' behavior, and when he heard the news of Ian's attack upon returning to the city, he was indeed startled. Having confidence in one student is one thing. Actual concern is another. Soon after, he learned of Ian's safe return, prompting the old knight to reflect. No wonder he is the child bold enough to confront his bullying uncle. He handles the natives with equal deftness. It is a testament to the solid foundation laid by a good teacher. Ian did not rise from his position, but breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Hilliard's return. I was wondering what would happen if you didn't come back tonight. It would be a pity to waste this rare opportunity while the internal essence is so active. Are you considering condensing the essence now? Hilliard placed the supplies on the table, squinted his eyes, scrutinizing them for a moment before understanding. He commended. It seems you have fully grasped the essence of essence operation. Condensation and utilization mark a complete cultivation. Today is indeed your day to condense the essence. Noticing Ian's gaze shifting to the box on the table, the old knight explained, I encountered the Elder's Guard on the way back, and they said it was resources for you. Although I didn't look, the scent resembles that of mountain ox jerky. It isn't from a magical beast, but its price and efficacy are not to be underestimated. It is quite rare. He turned his gaze back to Ian and smiled. Did they mention anything? Yes, Ian nodded in response. The Elder is already aware of my spiritual energy. Chapter 60. The void it is time. Hilliard nodded slightly, fully aware that this was inevitable. Next, you will formally embark on the path of the sublimator. There will undoubtedly be numerous dangers and challenges ahead, even life and death crises. Yet, in this vast land, becoming a sublimator is far preferable to remaining an ordinary person. Indeed, Ian fell silent for a moment, recalling the hesitant inquiries, the laughter of survival, and the cries of children. The silver-haired boy turned his head to gaze out the window, eye in the starless dark night. Only the moonlight shone brilliantly, rendering the sky deep and dark. As if it could swallow everything, he stared at the heavens and murmured, I must possess strength to fulfill my desires. The old knight nodded slowly, speaking softly, Have you chosen the first organ to enhance? Bowing his head, Ian gazed at his own body and replied, I have made my choice. I choose the liver. The divide between ordinary people and sublimator apprentices lies in the virtual essence and the true essence. Transitioning from an apprentice to a true sublimator is not an instantaneous process. Before consuming various magical potions and undergoing specific training and targeted guidance, one must endure a lengthy period of sedimentation and tempering as a foundational preparation. For instance, enhancing an organ within oneself from non-existence to a state far more powerful than that of an ordinary person, even to the extraordinary sublimated organ. Upon condensing the essence, the sublimator apprentice must determine which organ they will first enhance. Naturally, the first organ to be sublimated will dictate the future path of the sublimator. Although it is true that regardless of which organ is chosen as the initial target, the overall effect will be quite similar after all organs have been sublimated. However, the organ chosen for initial cultivation will represent the field that the sublimator is most familiar with and adept in. After all, even with the same bloodline inheritance, such as the sea dragon bloodline, different sublimators specializing in tail, claw, and breath organ will inevitably have distinct paths of specialization and preferred combat styles. Now, Ian's choice of liver represents the domain of vitality. For the average human, the liver's primary functions include metabolism, the production of various vitamins, the storage of sugars, and the creation of bile to aid in fat digestion. The liver is also responsible for detoxifying the body. Various toxins ingested or encountered by humans are predominantly transported to the liver for detoxification before being expelled from the body. In simple terms, Ian's choice specializes in detoxification, enhancement of sugar reserves, boosting metabolic activity, and caloric absorption, which collectively contribute to what is known as stamina. This is a well-considered choice. In the South Ridge, the natives adeptly wield poison and frequently employ it. Various insect venoms, plant toxins, and biological poisons are their weapons. Not to mention, the sleep powder Ian uses was also a common hunting tool among the natives. Furthermore, even outside of the South Ridge, traversing the Land of Terror requires vigilance against ambushes and traps set by other adventurers, bandits, and unscrupulous vendors, often necessitating countermeasures against a myriad of peculiar toxins. Additionally, many emergency food sources in the wild contain a degree of toxin, albeit varying in severity, as for the other benefits, such as liver sugar reserves, enhanced metabolism, and physical fortification. These are merely supplementary to why spiritual energy foresight will also mobilize blood to deliver nutrients. While I'm uncertain whether retinol relates to my spiritual energy, enhancing the liver is always a prudent decision. Ian felt quite satisfied with his choice, and Hilliard expressed his approval as well, a commendable choice. The old knight nodded in agreement. Within the structure of the unyielding fortress, the liver is responsible for secreting rock liquid, a sublimated substance that circulates through the bloodstream and settles at the capillary network's extremities. During the sand armor apprentice stage, your skin will become more resilient, and once you complete the sublimation of the heart, whole blood circulation system, and skin, you will gain an exceptionally powerful sublimation ability known as rock armor, rendering you impervious to blades and arrows alike. This is also the core ability of the Rockcast Knight at the second energy level. The earlier you undergo sublimation, the quicker you will grasp it during your advancement. At this point, he seemed to recall fragments of the past. Feeling a tinge of nostalgia, the liver is the foundation of the physiological circulation system. Before puberty, it is more suitable to enhance than the heart and lungs, not to mention the muscles, bones, and skin that are best left for adulthood. Strengthening muscles, bones, and skin at too young an age may hinder physical growth, stunting one's form to that of a child. Although some inheritances intentionally do this to conserve resources and expedite advancement time, once one reaches the third energy level, they can freely manipulate their physique. Altering height or size is merely a matter of time. However, such paths have now been discarded, as those who can truly challenge the third energy level do not lack for resources. Let us begin. After Hilliard's inspection, Ian was set to condense the essence in the most optimal state. The 5 energy levels of a sublimator are said to originate from the 7-tiered ladder of ancient Terra mythology, with the first level known as initiation, meaning to activate the primordial spirit or essence, enabling one to gradually sublime. After reaching a certain level of sublimation, when one's entire being has become a sublimated organ, even the brain will ascend, beginning to consolidate the brilliance of spirit within the mind and body, at which point one may attempt to advance to the second level, radiance. At this stage, humans will begin to possess a nascent soul and strive to refine it, condensing their own brilliance. The existence of the soul is the core of the later stages of the sublimation path and is the key to awakening one's spiritual energy for those who are not born with it. The realm known as Heartlight, the third energy level, represents the fusion of spirit and flesh, marking a crucial sublimation in the exaltation of the self. Currently, Ian is merely taking the first step on this ladder. Yet, it is the most critical first step. Ian had rehearsed countless times in his mind, thoroughly familiar with both the mobilization of essence and the structure of the essence itself, if not for the sake of precaution. To avoid becoming too weak after advancing the essence and fainting due to lack of energy, he would not require Hilliard's assistance. He could complete this sublimation alone. However, he evidently overlooked the significance of a good teacher. As emphasized in ancient legacies, the rhythmic heartbeat produced a subtle humming accompaniment. The essence within the virtual source was extracted and circulated throughout his body, ultimately converging once more in his heart. The silver-haired boy's form was illuminated by faint blue light patterns. These intricate and orderly lines intertwined, eventually weaving into a ring that coalesced at his heart, forming a complex and exquisite design. The finely arranged essence crystals constructed a unique structure within Ian's circulatory system, and one could vaguely discern that this intricate pattern significantly overlapped with the distribution of the human vascular system. The light flickered in the darkness of the room, and as Hilliard's golden virtual essence structure gradually disassembled, a brand new, uniquely Ian's light blue essence began to take shape. Though pale blue, from the perspective of his foresight, it still retained a certain essence of Hilliard's power, surrounded by a mist of his own cerulean hue. Ian, you must remember what I am about to say next. As Ian gradually found his rhythm in the arduous process of condensing the source seed, Hilliard unexpectedly interjected, saying, "Continue your condensation without pause, but at the same time, heed my words." Even while engaged in the intricate task, Ian possessed enough focus to respond. He had first-hand experience of Hilliard's vast knowledge and strength, and he was well aware of the elder's succinct and powerful manner of speaking. He was an unexpectedly excellent teacher. Within a few days, The old knight had gently unfurled Ian's understanding of the entire continent of Terra, emphasizing points of knowledge that he naturally needed to remember. However, even with this mental preparation, the words that Hilliard uttered next left Ian in a state of shock. He even questioned whether he might be hallucinating. In truth, the source seed does not exist. Chapter 61. Borrowing illusions for true cultivation. The moment he spoke, the old knight's words astonished the boy. Hilliard gazed deeply into Ian, who was in the process of condensing the source seed, and calmly declared, "It is a fabrication. An illusion existing solely within the confines of our imagination. Fabrication. But, Master, did you not emphasize repeatedly that the foundation of sublimation is the source seed? Am I not in the midst of condensing it now?" Confusion washed over Ian, prompting him to inquire, his brow furrowed in disbelief. "How is this to be explained? Ian, look at my face." In response to the boy's bewilderment, the elder merely raised his hand. Pointing to his own visage, as Ian focused, he observed the muscles and skin on Hilliard's face shift, soon transforming back into the likeness of Osena. This is both real and unreal. Why skin, muscles, and blood can manifest 1,000 different appearances. If others believe this to be the truth, they will never discover the genuine me. The old knight spoke with a calm demeanor before gesturing towards the waves and moonlight outside the window. "Do you see those waves and that moonlight?" Ian lifted his gaze, witnessing the dark blue waves frothing beneath the silver glow of the moon, and he began to comprehend. "I see them," Hilliard smiled. "Those are real, yet equally illusory. Living by the sea, you understand that the color of the water depends on sunlight, the suspended sand, and the quantity of algae. Extracting the seawater or distilling pure water results in a colorless substance. That is the truest essence. The sky reflects the color of the sea, and the light of the sun and twin moons is composed of dozens, if not hundreds, of spectral varieties. The rainbow stands as testament. Yet, on the surface, it appears merely as golden or red, silver or white light." Turning his head to gaze at the ocean, the elder sighed. "Consider the whirlpools in the sea. Do they truly exist in essence? They are merely a manifestation of the flowing water, a dynamic form of the sea, a clash of currents that fortuitously ensnares schools of fish and vessels, causing the ocean to roil incessantly. Just as the source seed is but a manifestation of the flowing source essence, must it really be anchored in the heart, akin to how a whirlpool must reside in the heart of the sea?" The answer is, of course, negative. Ian's eyes widened. After a brief moment of astonishment, clarity dawned upon him. "I understand," he murmured, his tone shifting to one of exuberance. "Indeed, if I can manipulate the source essence freely, is it truly necessary to anchor the source seed in my heart? While this may be the most convenient overall, could it not be far more efficient to relocate the source seed to my stomach after eating? Precisely, the source seed is not an organ that must always exist in a singular location. The initial condensation may be challenging, but with practice, I can easily recondense it in a single breath." Moreover, Ian quickly grasped the deeper secret Hilliard aimed to impart. The most crucial aspect lies in the dialectic between reality and illusion. The source seed is illusory, yet it undeniably exists. It is merely the flowing source essence, yet it possesses an effect akin to a second heart. "Yes, child. Just so." Hilliard looked on with satisfaction at Ian, whose face now bore the unmistakable expression of understanding. He gently articulated the age-old secrets passed down through generations of sublimators. Whether in spiritual energy or sublimators, the first step in cultivation is to observe the world, summarize its laws, and seek the truth. But is the world we observe truly real? Not at all. What we perceive is akin to our appearances, the colors of the sea and sky, whirlpools in the ocean, and the brilliance of the sun and moon. These are merely superficial phenomena. Without delving into the internal principles, merely observing these appearances will not lead to progress. The old knight met Ian's gaze. Smiling upon this possibly most astute student he had ever taught, he calmly stated, "Just as you once dissected your uncle, how can one approach the truth without analyzing it? We humans are not species that can directly perceive the truth. Our sight is like viewing through a mirror, shrouded in illusion. Therefore," he continued, "let us begin with the false imagination. Dare to imagine boldly, yet substantiate with caution. From the false to the true, starting with the imagined source seed, ultimately elevating the essence of one's life to its authentic state. This is the essence of a sublimator. Ian, you are still young. I do not expect you to comprehend it all right now. But this is the true secret shared across all lineages of sublimators, whether by bloodline or true form. Borrowing the false to achieve the true, from illusion to reality. Ian listened intently to all of this. He absorbed the knowledge with a heart full of respect and curiosity, eager to learn everything he had yet to understand. The wisdom of a single phrase could be more profound than a multitude of texts. Hilliard's words, though simple, shattered the boy's preconceived notions about the path of sublimation. It was not an ancient, decaying system shrouded in esoteric riddles and peculiar terminology that obscured understanding, but rather an acknowledgement of one's ignorance of the truth, thus embarking on the pursuit of truth and elevation. This world of cultivation may not be as simple as I once imagined. Ian mused within his mind, yet his heart ignited with a fervent flame. The world of Terra possesses its own philosophy and logic to explain their realm, elucidating the relationship between spiritual energy, reality, and the self, culminating in an extraordinarily scientific system. I understand. I still need to study diligently. Gently closing his eyes, Ian contemplated earnestly, borrowing the false to achieve the true. From illusion to reality. There is no need to confine myself to a single location. My body is a sea of source essence, and the source seed is the whirlpool that pervades this ocean. At that moment, the faint blue patterns adorning the boy's body began to blur, while the circular geometric shapes entwined at his heart melted away like snowflakes. Yet, the gentle blue light of the source essence did not dissipate. Gradually, it transformed from clearly etched lines into flowing water, into mist, into fluid and indistinct patterns. Where is the ring? The water vapor dances, the clouds swirled. The ring is everywhere. Time flowed onward. Under Hilliard's watchful gaze, as the light of source essence emanating from Ian's body was drawn back within, returning to the circulation of his blood, everything began to reach a conclusion. At the center of his chest, a faint azure light flickered, visible only to sublimators. Success. The boy had seamlessly completed the condensation, replacing the virtual source seed crafted by Hilliard with his own. Raising his head, Ian looked towards the old knight. As Hilliard lifted his hand, intending to applaud, Ian merely smiled slightly at Ian the next moment. Accompanied by a gentle radiance, the source seed within Ian dispersed completely, leaving no trace of its previous structure. Oh? Hilliard's eyes widened. Initially astonished, his expression soon transformed into one of immense delight. Moments later, another wave of source essence flowed, and Ian successfully condensed the source seed once more. This time, the speed, proficiency, and even the structure of the source seed exhibited remarkable improvement compared to the first attempt. The source essence requires both condensation and utilization. Rising to his feet, Ian felt no trace of weakness from expending too much physical strength and source essence. Instead, he felt an exhilarating lightness, filled with an invisible power. Lowering his gaze, he examined his hands. The delicate, fair palms of a child, seemingly fragile, now possessed the strength to deliver a punch that even an adult would struggle to match. The same principle held true for the source seed. He lifted his head and gazed at his teacher, smiling as he declared, "The source seed requires both condensation and dissipation." With a thought, he once again caused the source seed within him to disperse. Then, within 5 breaths, he recondensed it not in his heart but rather in another location. The liver in that instant, Ian activated his precognitive vision. He could no longer see his source seed. After several cycles of dissipation and recondensation, the golden source essence belonging to Hilliard had been entirely assimilated by him. It had not become an obstacle to his condensation. Rather, it replenished his physical strength, leaving him still brimming with energy. Yet, even so, the boy could perceive that as the source seed recondensed in his liver, fragments of source essence began to coalesce around him. Ultimately, under the ethereal processing of the source seed, it transformed into delicate, pale blue shards of source essence, remarkably refined. This was in the realm of precognition, the source essence enveloped in golden light mist point, one of the highest grades of source essence. The intertwining of blue essence with a golden halo infused the liver, causing this unremarkable organ to begin radiating a layer of brilliance from within. The sublimation had commenced. Ian raised his head and beheld the comforting gaze of Hilliard. "Congratulations," the teacher exclaimed, clapping his hands with heartfelt joy, his eyes brimming with delight and anticipation. It couldn't be better, Ian. From this day forth, you have officially embarked on the path of sublimation. Chapter 62. Surprise. On the following morning, Ian awoke and proceeded to the backyard to chop firewood, preparing for the morning's cooking. After consolidating the source seed the previous night, Hilliard had urged Ian to seize the moment, employing the breath guidance technique to stabilize the excessively active source essence within him, while also familiarizing him with the true power of the source seed. This task proved quite challenging. The boy discerned that calming the source essence was far more difficult than activating it. A vehicle may accelerate within seconds, perhaps relying on the engine, the quality of the source seed. However, bringing a fully operational vehicle to a halt in mere seconds necessitates something unrelated to the engine. The source essence is the essence of life, while the source seed is the vortex of life. It undoubtedly bestows power upon the sublimator, yet running at full throttle accelerates the consumption of life. This is a simple truth, which the old knight did not elaborate on. Let alone the fact that you cannot halt the pulsation of source essence. Do not expect to sleep this week, for it would greatly harm your body. Indeed, depriving an 8-year-old child of sleep for a week is akin to murder. After spending half the night, Ian finally managed to calm the source essence within him and fell into a tranquil slumber. This sensation was truly delightful. Awakening from a dreamless, deep sleep, Ian felt invigorated and full of energy. Though he had only slept for approximately 3 hours, he felt more refreshed than after a whole night's rest. Not only that, but in the stillness, he could distinctly sense the changes within his body. At this moment, Ian could effortlessly perceive his own respiratory rate, heart rate, pulse, and even the subtle tremors of his muscles and the involuntary movements of his internal organs. This awareness, akin to internal vision, allowed him to easily identify any disharmony within himself. It may seem trivial, but the wonder of possessing such perception was profound. Ian had a premonition that if he were injured, he could directly control the affected area, even managing blood flow to avoid internal bleeding and worsening the injury, as in the case of Bryn, who had been stabbed in the lung by a native. I have indeed grown stronger. With a hammer in hand, everything appears to be a nail. Riding the wave of enthusiasm, Ian, upon awakening, headed to the yard to chop wood. He lifted the axe, gauged its weight, then raised it, aimed, and swung his arm down decisively. Crack! With a clean and swift stroke, he split the upright log in two, effortlessly and smoothly, as if he were severing not a sturdy log, but mere weeds by the roadside. Crack, crack! After a series of consecutive strikes, Ian skillfully reduced the log to a pile of firewood. Pausing, he was astonished, murmuring to himself, "How could this be? My strength hasn't increased significantly, yet the sensation is entirely different from just a few days ago. Fluid, effortless." The virtual source seed and the actual source seed bore no substantial difference. There were even instances where an apprentice, having condensed a poor quality source seed, found their physical strength diminished after leaving the teacher's bestowed virtual source seed. Yet the source seed Ian had condensed was the finest he could achieve at his age and level, even shining brightly compared to the virtual source seed provided by Hilliard, surpassing it by a considerable margin. Of course, this superiority in physical strength was only a slight enhancement. After all, it had been barely a few hours, and no matter how remarkable the source seed, it couldn't amplify strength significantly. Yet this slight enhancement manifested astonishingly in reality. For it was his source seed, one he could fully control and operate with fluidity. Hilliard appeared behind Ian. Having been out to investigate matters, he returned with a stern expression. However, upon witnessing Ian's prowess in chopping wood, the old man smiled. You can clearly see the grain of the wood, accurately gauge the angle of the axe's descent, and make timely adjustments to the force, making chopping wood a naturally effortless endeavor. He approached his student, adjusting Ian's grip on the axe and his stance, signaling him to continue. Crack, crack, the sound of wood being chopped became even more fluid and natural. Very good, the old knight objectively assessed Ian's movements. Your physical strength, while still not on par with an adult male of the Empire, holds a certain advantage over the natives. As a sublimation apprentice, you possess a strong command over your own body. Ordinary adults will find it difficult to pose a threat to you. Coupled with your psychic abilities and the short-term explosive power of the source essence, you can defeat the vast majority of native squads and wild beasts in the southern ridge, granting you a measure of self-protection. But at this rate, it will be hard for me to remain inconspicuous. Without pausing, Ian continued chopping wood. After Hilliard's adjustments, his technique became even more natural and fluid, enhancing his efficiency by an additional 20%. Amidst the continuous cracking of wood, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. The psychic ability is one thing, but if I were to exhibit extraordinary physical strength in the future, anyone would notice that something is amiss with me. He did not say hide. Concealing physical ability is a highly challenging endeavor. Many details can reveal a person's physical quality. Ian believed that without counter-surveillance training, no matter how meticulous his thoughts, it would be impossible to leave no trace, no need to hide. Yet Hilliard shook his head, taking the chopping axe from Ian's hands and gesturing for him to gather the already chopped firewood for cooking. While he began to chop wood himself, the old man swung the axe with casual ease. His speed was not particularly swift, yet Ian found it challenging to discern the trajectory of the axe blade, while the wood being chopped remained utterly unyielding. Were it not for the continual splintering of wood, Ian might not even have realized that the wood was being chopped at all, if it were not wood that the teacher was chopping, but flesh. Ian shook his head, refocusing his mind. Hilliard, noticing his student's distraction, smiled as he continued chopping wood, saying, "From what I know of the current situation in the Empire, whether it be that elder of the white folk or the local lord, upon learning you are a psychic, they will undoubtedly seek to win you over at the earliest opportunity, offering you the inheritance and training of true bloodline forms. Although it may only be a fraction, perhaps merely the first level, they will dangle subsequent advancement before you to ensure your loyalty. Nevertheless, they will be eager to cultivate you. This is one of the few good traditions preserved by the Empire." Stopping his chopping, Hilliard pointed to Ian's chest, addressing the still doubtful boy. "Rest assured, the Empire may not be gentle, but it is also not harsh. They act swiftly towards those with value. The very existence of a psychic is in itself valuable. You have already proven your worth, and they will surely grant you a legacy. Will it truly be that swift?" Ian did not doubt the authenticity of Hilliard's words, yet he questioned whether such efficiency could exist within a non-modernized aristocratic system. He felt a twinge of skepticism. "Do not underestimate others." Hilliard shook his head, offering a reminder. "Grant is a second-level sublimator. He does not require sleep. Oh, right." As if recalling something, the old knight turned to Ian, who had already turned away, saying, "Go check your room. There's a surprise." Chapter 63. Gift. Very well. Ian's ears perked up. He turned to see Hilliard's deliberately mysterious expression, momentarily perplexed by what surprise his teacher might be concealing. With a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, he returned to his room, only to discover a pile of black fabric on his bed. A black shirt. "This is..." Surprised, Ian stepped closer to examine it. "Is this made for me?" This black shirt was not entirely new. It was crafted from a previously worn set of his garments, which had sustained considerable damage, augmented with materials and leather that he could not discern. Yet, frankly speaking, this so-called repair bore little difference from a completely new garment. Nearly all critical areas, damaged spots, and seams had been sewn with fresh leather, although it appeared patched and resembled the typical clothing of a child. Its texture was remarkably resilient. Ian felt that even a knife would struggle to pierce it. Yet, it was also incredibly lightweight, soft as cashmere. Is this the material from the teacher's cloak? Ian had an excellent memory. Within seconds, he recalled where he had seen such fabric, specifically from the black cloak that Hilliard had worn during their first meeting. Yes, he had not seen the man wear it since disguising himself as Asna. To think he had actually taken it apart to mend my clothes. A flicker of emotion crossed Ian's face as he silently regarded the black shirt in his hands. The shirt was slightly oversized, even a bit loose. This was not due to Hilliard's lack of skill, but rather because when Asna had given him clothes, it had merely been a casual cut from his own old garments. After the modifications, although the fit remained somewhat lacking, the binding rolled up without any issue. It was evident that the tailor had put considerable thought into the repairs. The teacher murmured the words softly, prompting a faint smile from Ian. "Indeed, it is quite surprising." He paused for a moment, setting aside the myriad emotions within him. The boy turned and stepped outside, sincerely expressing his gratitude, and with a serious demeanor, vowed to hone his culinary skills and prepare several delightful meals in return. "What delicacies have I not tasted? I am eager to see what you can create." Hilliard chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. Yet he did not decline, merely offering a few words of advice. Today, make sure to eat well. I assure you, someone from the nobility or the white folk will seek you out later. Maintain your spirits. Just wait and see. Hilliard's words proved prophetic. His understanding of the empire was indeed profound. That afternoon, clad in his new attire, Ian simmered a pot of beef porridge using the mountain beef jerky he had acquired the previous day. Enjoying a hearty bowl with Hilliard, just as he prepared to seize the moment, striving to enhance his control over his powers and his grasp of the essence, the guards of Elder Bude arrived at his door. These two guards were there to invite Ian to the Viscount's residence to accompany Elder Bude in visiting Viscount Grant. Most of Elder Bude's guards were young men in their early 20s. In a sense, all young individuals among the white folk with martial talents had served as guards for Elder Bude, receiving his guidance. The exceptional ones would be recommended by the elder to the port guard of Harrison Harbor or the city defense forces. Ian's father, Ernesto, had walked this path, ultimately becoming the captain of the guard. Those less impressive, like Blinn, became mercenaries, scraping by as gatherers in the indigenous lands, which was a common fate for many white folk hunters. As for those even less capable, they were simply unsuited for the martial life, destined to become fishermen, farmers, or laborers. However, the two guards who came to invite Ian were both in their 30s, robust men at the peak of their strength. Clad in sturdy antler leather armor, they stood resolute at the door, their expressions firm, their gazes toward Ian tinged with curiosity. Please, follow us, young Ian. I was once comrades in arms with your father. We took down several dens of deep marsh wolves together. They were true confidants of Elder Bude, well aware of Ian's identity as a psychic, and thus their tone was exceedingly gentle, their eyes filled with admiration as they regarded the boy. The standing of the white folk in Harrison Harbor relied entirely on Elder Bude. He was a transcendent, proficient in the alchemical and artisan skills of the dwarves, and due to his noble lineage and bloodline from his earlier years, he had mastered the art of inscriptions. Such a multi-talented transcendent could easily become a guest of honor in the grand halls of the nobility. Indeed, Viscount Grant treated Elder Bude in just such a manner, and thus the white folk became a significant component of Harrison Harbor, no longer merely the expendable exiles they once were. Yet, should Elder Bude pass away, where would the white folk turn? Without a second transcendent as gifted and well-connected with the local nobility, they would inevitably struggle to maintain their current influence. The Viscount's residence might not continue to support the white folk, deemed to have lost their value. Of course, it was premature to ponder such matters. Elder Bude still had at least 20 or 30 years ahead of him. Given the current pace of development for the white folk in Harrison Harbor, that time frame was ample for them to cultivate another transcendent. However, the potential of the future could not compare to the present reality of Ian. A young psychic standing before them. Almost shielded by the two guards, Ian was escorted to the Viscount's residence, where he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As he extricated himself from their protective grasp. He looked up to find Elder Bude waiting for him at the entrance. It was somewhat sudden, but there was no cause for concern. The elder, with his lush beard, was dressed quite formally today. Even his previously tousled beard had been neatly arranged. Clad in a pure white robe with pale red trim, he took Ian's hand and, guided by attendants, they entered the Viscount's estate. Viscount Grant wishes to see you and, according to custom, to grant you the qualification for the training of your bloodline's true form. Elder Bude's voice was soft yet clear. This was typically a formal procedure, yet due to yesterday's indigenous attack, everything had been simplified. Oh, not be nervous. Essentially, it is merely to inquire your name, familiarize with your face, and register your name in the psychic roster of Harrison Harbor. Ian was naturally not anxious. Yet he feigned a degree of restraint and caution. They approached the door of the Viscount's study on the second floor, only to hear raised voices from within. The outpost on the east coast was attacked. And you claim you did not see the distress signal? The Viscount's voice was low and evidently filled with anger. The entire watchtower has been reduced to ashes. The flames could be seen from 5 miles away. And yet you tell me you saw no distress signal? The reprimand continued for a while longer until a dark-skinned, red-haired man, expressionless, exited the study with his head bowed. He exchanged a brief glance with Ian and Elder Bude, revealing only the depths of his green-hued eyes. Unfortunate. After greeting Elder Bude, the red-haired man, who was rather decent-looking, fell silent again, led away by a maid, Elbeek, the mercenary leader. Elder Pewd seemed to be speaking to himself softly. He is a mountain dweller from the northern part of the southern ridge. His tribe only pledged allegiance to the Empire 20 years ago, making him half an indigenous person. Over a decade ago, his child was taken by the natives on this side of the Red Cedar as a sacrifice, and he has been seeking revenge in Harrison Harbor for 15 years. Strange, as he spoke. Elder Pewd furrowed his brow. How could Beak make such a basic error? He is one of the best. There are hardly 5 in Harrison Harbor stronger than him. Ian, however, keenly noted the signs of battle on both the man's expression and his armor. He clearly had fought the night before, and was not merely avoiding combat. This mercenary leader concealed his actions from the previous night. If Ian could perceive this, so too could the Viscount and Elder Pewd. Explaining why Viscount Grant was so enraged, because the man had lied without even a semblance of seriousness, a blatant display of negligence. It was also possible that Beak was simply not very astute. But the outcome remained the same. This was not a grave matter. Soon, with the now calm Viscount Grant summoning them, Ian followed Elder Pewd into the study. Chapter 64. Viscount Grant. Ian's gaze immediately focused on Viscount Grant. Seated at the center of the study, this nobleman, with deep brown hair, was 58 years old, yet his skin was smooth, his eyes bright, devoid of any wrinkles or signs of aging. The pale blue of his eyes rippled like water. An embodiment of the Grant family's hereditary bloodline, the abyssal lizard whale, which allowed the Viscount to manipulate the moisture within and around him, thus delaying aging and utilizing it in combat. You are Ian? Are you not? Meeting Elder Pewd's gaze, the Viscount nodded slightly. Now composed, he regarded Ian with keen interest, revealing an appreciative expression. Indeed, a very handsome boy. Show me your psychic abilities. Ian spoke little. He activated his foresight, his eyes glowing with a faint cyan luminescence. Noticing this, Viscount Grant's expression shifted. So quick. Your control is quite impressive. Did you truly awaken just a few days ago? As they locked eyes, Ian had been psychologically prepared, and he felt a subtle sense of scrutiny directed toward him, prompting him to nod. Indeed, it is observation-type psychic energy, quite commendable. Since it was not a combat-type psychic ability, it could not pose any threat to his authority at this early stage, especially given the constraints on advancement materials and inheritance. Conversely, observation-type psychics were the most beloved allies among all strong individuals. Their premonitions and alerts could greatly benefit any team. Alas, he was too young. It was not prudent for him to commence training just yet. Turning to Elder Pewd, Viscount Grant remarked, Pewd, I entrust the inheritance to you. You shall decide the timing of the teaching. He then looked at Ian with a smile. Ian, do not forget that you are a citizen of the Empire. Should Elder Pewd be unable to continue your instruction in the future, feel free to seek me out. With that, he casually picked up a brass pocket watch that had been prepared beside him, a small gift. In celebration of Harrison Harbor's first naturally awakened psychic, I in the future, contribute to the Empire, so as not to squander the blessings of nurture and protection. The brass pocket watch bore the emblem of a great beast, resembling a massive whale, yet with a sturdy, scaled exterior and protruding crystals, adorned with colorful quartz. Goodness, this is a power play. Seizing control. Ian caught a glimpse of Elder Pewd's peculiar expression from the corner of his eye and instantly understood the situation. The rest were mere trivialities, emphasizing the Empire's neglect of the white folk. The crux was that this Viscount had only provided the initial steps of the training process while firmly retaining the subsequent inheritance for himself. Generally speaking, ordinary individuals must wait until after puberty to begin their transcendent training, and it would take at least until their late teens to achieve initial success, condensing the essence and starting to refine the true form of their bloodline. At that time, should Ian wish to advance further, he must seek out Viscount Grant to request an inquiry. Ian, around the age of 20, witnessed Elder Pewd's decline. As a vigorous psychic, he would gradually become the new core of the white people of Harrison Port. Unlike Elder Pewd, however, he must closely attach himself to Viscount Grant in order to progress on the path of sublimation and gain power. In this manner, in a decade or so, the white people of Harrison Port would entirely transform into the Viscount's private force. This situation is neither entirely good nor bad. In the Empire, how many aspire to be incorporated yet are deemed unworthy? The crux of the matter lies in Ian's realization that the peculiar expression on Elder Pewd's face did not stem from the helplessness of swallowing bitter fruit under duress, but rather bore an unexpected glimmer of joy. Initially perplexed, Ian's understanding crystallized when he graciously expressed his gratitude and took the brass pocket watch from Viscount Grant's hands. Had the Viscount bestowed the legacy upon the white people? A flicker of surprise coursed through Ian as he comprehended the nature of the transaction between the two old men. The white people of Harrison Port were exiles, stripped of all legacies of sublimation. Left with nothing, Elder Bude was an exception, yet he could not impart his bloodline legacy to other white people lacking the corresponding lineage. But this time was different, it's the cost of my future and the allegiance of the white people. Elder Bude had once again secured a legacy for them from Viscount Grant. Although it was merely the most rudimentary of legacies, it was nonetheless the root of sublimation and extraordinary power. The Viscount entrusted the legacy to Elder Bude, who, in theory, could only teach it to Ian. But how could that be? Whenever a suitable candidate emerged, whether it be Bude or Ian, they would surely endeavor to enable the other to learn, thereby augmenting the strength of their KI and I. In this feudal and archaic era, discussions of ideology were superfluous. Shared blood was the greatest unifying force, a truth that persisted even in the advanced future. Compared to the legacy, allegiance to a noble was hardly a cost. It was, in fact, a benefit. Goodness, it seemed that the white people had indeed come out ahead. Viscount Grant could be deemed quite generous. Having unraveled the intricacies, Ian maintained a facade of utmost politeness. He feigned immense gratitude, expressing thanks for the Viscount's gift, while extolling Grant's authority and capabilities, as well as the swift orders issued last night that ensured no chaos occurred as the panicked refugees entered the city. He reminisced about the orderly scene upon his return, the well-trained knights, offering praise that was half pretense and half sincere. Indeed, the Viscount possessed genuine merit. Perhaps he exaggerated. The heartfelt compliments of an 8-year-old boy were, even to Viscount Grant, quite gratifying. He had long considered himself capable and resourceful, only hindered by the neglect from the imperial capital and political reasons that rendered his abilities seemingly meaningless. Now, with an opportunity to showcase his prowess, and amidst the flattery, he naturally felt a sense of satisfaction. Go ahead. With a pleased nod, Viscount Grant inscribed Ian's name on the roster of legitimate sublimators of Harrison Port, a list that would soon be dispatched to the capital of the Southern Ridge Province, ultimately contributing to the Empire's strategic data. From this moment forth, Ian would be recognized as an officially registered legitimate sublimator. Though still young, he would later enjoy privileges as he honed his skills, alleviating many of the tribulations associated with travel permits and attracting numerous merchant caravans eager to affiliate themselves with his name. Viscount Grant, busy with matters of registration, soon resumed discussions with Elder Bude regarding the coordination and preparation of artillery units before ushering guests out. As they departed the estate under the guidance of a maid, Elder Bude, clearly relieved and smiling, placed a hand on Ian's shoulder. So, what do you think of Viscount Grant? He inquired softly. Ian pondered for a moment, then frowned earnestly, stating, if I were a bit older, he would undoubtedly find a way to exploit me. That old lecher's gaze is far too direct. It makes me somewhat uncomfortable. The elder halted, displaying a look of astonishment, hesitating to respond. After a while, he chuckled and shook his head, saying, indeed, Viscount Grant is rather indiscriminate when it comes to matters of gender. But you, young Ian, are thinking far too ahead. He even squeezed my hand when I took the pocket watch. Ian replied half-jokingly, noting that it was clear the Viscount appreciated his looks, albeit not in such an overt manner. If one were to insist, even if the Viscount had genuine desires, they likely stemmed from an appreciation for his psychic abilities. This was a man whose ambitions for power and influence far exceeded any carnal desires, a quintessential model of an imperial noble. Viscount Grant may not be a good man, nor a virtuous noble, but he certainly possessed lofty ambitions, along with the courage and decisiveness to pursue them. As they made their way home, Elder Bude spoke slowly. What he entrusted to you is the true form of Waverunner, a lower-tier water-based legacy. Its power is not great, and its potential is limited. Nevertheless, it is extraordinarily precious. It is something we can no longer possess. Elder Bude fell silent for a moment, and Ian too remained quiet, enveloped in a contemplative stillness. After a while, the elder sighed softly. We, the white people, are descendants of those who committed grave errors and were exiled here. Stripped of legacies, power, and protectors, we are a people destined to fade away. It is only because I retain some skills unrelated to the white people. derived from my dwarven bloodline, that I have been able to continue safeguarding my kin in exile. Although Ian had long suspected the reason for Elder Pude's sublimation among the exiled white people, and understood their unique status in Harrison Port was due to his exceptional skills, he observed the Elder's hands, finding no signs of calluses akin to a blacksmith's, leaving him puzzled. It doesn't seem so. Dwarves are not solely blacksmiths. It is now the year 766 of Terra. Such archaic prejudices should not persist. Noticing Ian's gaze, Elder Pude smiled. What I excel in is alchemy and runes, the ancient dwarven script, which is also why I have been able to assist the Viscount. You are quite astute, Ian, far more perceptive than I had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, the elder shook his beard and resolutely declared, "Thus, starting tomorrow, every afternoon, I shall hold classes for the blacksmiths and alchemists of Harrison Port, selecting those with potential to impart rune skills. You should attend as well, learn as much as you can. After all, we are all starting from scratch. You should be able to keep up." Elder Pude's words bore no hint of refusal, nor did Ian intend to decline. The prospect of studying alchemy and runes from the Terra continent was undeniably enticing, filling him with excitement. Yet, as Ian recalled his nightly cultural lessons with Hilliard, as well as the upcoming afternoon rune classes, a familiar sense of doubt crept in. Must I really study and take exams every day in this otherworldly reincarnation? Chapter 65. The Fires of Conflict on July 23,766 of Terra. A full-scale clash erupted unexpectedly between the indigenous people of the Red Cedar Forest and Harrison Port. The Red Cedar side mobilized over 150 core hunters, launching surprise attacks on more than 17 fishing villages along the coast, incinerating fisheries and shellfish farms in excess of 20 establishments. Led by 7 shamans and a great shaman, they thoroughly obliterated 2 border villages located in the Brown Elm Forest and Rain Creek Forest, resulting in the deaths of over 200 innocent villagers. Harrison Port launched a counteroffensive the same day. The port's guard units, utilizing each watchtower as a node, captured and killed 21 hunters. The following day, they deployed alchemical artillery to bombard all indigenous settlements along the western banks of the Iwak River, causing significant casualties while employing the rare incendiary agents to ignite numerous forest fires in retaliation. In a short span, all hunting and herbal gathering activities around Harrison Port were halted, and surrounding villages assumed defensive postures. Conversely, all indigenous tribes migrated to the northwest near the Bison Mountains, engaging in sporadic yet intense skirmishes over the upstream strongholds and villages along the Iwak River. With both sides suffering losses, without deploying their totem masters, Harrison Port's naval forces maintained absolute superiority, rendering the indigenous unable to disrupt the fisheries, thus ensuring relative stability within the city, where residents had long grown accustomed to this massive conflict that occurred every decade or so. Historically, clashes between the indigenous people and Harrison Port often arose from the coveted possession of rare magical potions or disputes over the rights to unique monster materials, and occasionally due to the accidental deaths of key figures on either side that triggered hostilities. In summary, past conflicts had clear motivations. Yet this time, no one understood why the indigenous had suddenly launched their assault. Rumors abound within the city, suggesting that the sacred tree of the indigenous people is on the verge of bearing fruit, necessitating the nourishment of blood. Others claim that the natives have indulged excessively in recent years, leading to an overpopulation that the redwood forests can no longer sustain, thus making war inevitable to cull their numbers. Even more assert that the indigenous shaman has prophesied an impending disaster, and that the current conflicts and fatalities are merely a means to avert this calamity. Such topics captivate the interest of many, particularly those idly wandering the city without work, hunters and herbalists who frequently interact with the natives. Even among those conscripted into the guard to fight against the indigenous, a considerable number remain behind, passing their time discussing these rumors. Ian, however, is quite different. He is far from idle. In fact, he has been exceedingly busy of late. Aside from the daily chores of grocery shopping and cooking, Ian dedicates his mornings to physical training, followed by further exercises to enhance his fitness and flexibility after breakfast. He then attends to lunch and the refinement of source materials. Typically, the average Terran consumes only 2 meals a day, with 3 meals being a luxury afforded to those with substantial disposable income. However, thanks to the funds left by Osener and the generous support from elders Hilliard and Pude, Ian enjoys ample provisions. Nevertheless, his learning intensity matches the abundance of his nourishment. Once he has extracted the source materials from his food, Around 3 in the afternoon, Ian heads to a building affiliated with the town hall, where he attends classes in alchemy and runes alongside local blacksmiths, alchemists, and some of the white populace. As the youngest pupil, Ian initially attracts considerable attention. Yet, no one dares to ridicule him with taunts of what could a child possibly understand? As his identity as a psychic has been publicly acknowledged by Viscount Grant and Elder Bude. Quite a few believe that this class is tailored specifically for Ian, with the others merely benefiting from his presence. Thus, rather than mockery, he receives a warm reception from all. Subsequently, Ian's pace of learning deepens the impression that this class is solely for this prodigy. While the others are still memorizing the numerous foundational principles of alchemical substrates and runes, Ian, under Elder Bude's guidance, has already begun utilizing instruments for simple substrate extraction, a mere elementary chemistry experiment. Alchemy may be straightforward, yet runes demand dexterity, requiring the etching of intricate patterns onto wood, stone, and metal. Ian does possess some shortcomings in practical application. However, thanks to his mastery of source condensation and breath guidance techniques, he is at least not the least skilled among his peers. By the time the alchemy class concludes around 6 or 7 in the evening. Upon returning home, he must care for his younger brother, prepare dinner, and continue his physical training. Feeling fatigued, Ian promptly engages in breath guidance to calm the source materials within him. Then, after 9 o'clock, when Hilliard returns, he studies various advanced courses on sublimation until bedtime. At the end of each day, Ian feels more fulfilled than he did when he was preparing for the engineering certification. This intensity of life equates to at least 3 times the pressure of graduate school entrance exams. Even with his mental fortitude, he finds little opportunity to ponder other matters. Yet, he does not perceive this as burdensome. Ian became an engineer out of a desire to reach the stars, and all the knowledge he has acquired serves to bring him closer to that dream. Now, in this otherworldly realm, every bit of knowledge, be it alchemy, runes, or sublimation principles, fills him with delight, presenting him with an array of unknowns he had never encountered on Earth. Simply knowing is sufficient joy. Let alone delving deeper into these subjects he inherently cherishes, it is nothing short of a pleasure. Most importantly, these courses pose no challenge for him. Basic alchemy is fundamentally chemistry, albeit with additional catalytic and synthetic elements not found on Earth. Once one accepts this premise, the difficulty levels out to elementary school level, at most middle school. Runes are slightly more complex, akin to integrated circuits, as they require a high degree of skill and hand-eye coordination. Without these, one cannot etch intricate circuit designs onto materials. As for sublimation knowledge, memorization suffices, rendering it the simplest aspect for him. Perhaps due to his rebirth or the inherent capabilities of his current body, Ian's cognitive abilities surpass those of his peers who have yet to coalesce their souls. Nevertheless, he refrains from displaying impatience or requesting Elder Bude for expedited learning. For what he lacks is not time, but rather stability. Ian is acutely aware that the more potential he exhibits, the greater the treatment he receives. Upon recognizing his aptitude in alchemy and runes, Viscount Grant even visited the class to inquire about his recent foundational knowledge. After receiving clear responses, the noble's gaze towards Ian bore not only admiration but also a hint of caution, a nuance perceptible to Ian due to his psychic abilities, capable of sensing the faintest of contemplations. Following this encounter, Ian deliberately chose not to exhibit any further brilliance. After all, moderation is key in Harrison Port, being an ordinary genius suffices. Exceeding that could prove perilous. Rather than striving for excellence, it is wiser to maintain a semblance of mediocrity for the sake of comfort. Meanwhile, while Ian diligently engrosses himself in his studies, the conflict between the Empire and the natives intensifies beyond the city, though neither side threatens the core of the other. The rear of the Redwood natives remains undisturbed, continuously supplied with resources and manpower, while the main roads leading to Harrison Port are heavily guarded, with aid from the provincial capital and even the imperial center steadily arriving. Rumors circulate that a fresh shipment of supplies from the imperial capital will arrive in early autumn. According to the Viscount's proclamations, when the merchant convoy arrives, it will mark the moment Harrison Port breaks the stalemate and vanquishes the natives. In summary, Ian possesses ample time to acclimate to the unfamiliar yet increasingly familiar Terra continent. Everything is falling into place as he embarks on a month-long intensive learning journey amidst the flames of conflict. Throughout this period, many students, having merely grasped the basics of gunpowder crystal dust production and the maintenance of alchemical artillery runes, are hastily dispatched to the front lines precisely the outcome Viscount Grant desires. Only Ian, from beginning to end, completes this accelerated course in its entirety. As tides ebb and flow, time swiftly passes. It is now the 19th of September in the year 766 of the Terra calendar. Chapter 67. Runes and Inscriptions. In the midst of the autumn leaf season, the afternoon finds the lecture building nearly deserted. All students have departed, and even Elder Pewd has recently assessed Ian on several knowledge points. Receiving satisfactory answers before heading out to the front lines to discuss the distribution of supplies from the imperial capital with the Viscount. Yet, Ian remains behind, unwilling to disrupt his train of thought while pondering a question regarding runes. Runes, also known as inscriptions, originated from the dwarves and eventually spread across the various races of Terra. At their core, runes, as their name implies, are founded upon letters. To master them, one must first learn to read and write, which is often the most challenging obstacle for novice rune scholars. Across the continent of Terra, aside from various dialects among the races and nations, a singular language prevails, commonly referred to as the common tongue. It is said that this language was already in use during the pre-epic civilizations, allowing ancestors from disparate regions to communicate seamlessly upon meeting. Even the indigenous dialects are fundamentally distorted, highly colloquial, and abbreviated forms of the common tongue. At least a few words remain intelligible. The characters of the common tongue comprise diverse geometric shapes. Rather than symbols, they resemble drawings, and instead of a natural script, they function more like a specialized code. Given that this language has been utilized since the pre-epic civilizations, Ian formulates a bold hypothesis. The civilizations of Terra's pre-epic were highly advanced and unified, having eradicated primitive natural languages, with the common tongue serving as their world language. The foundation of runes lies upon this universal tongue. Specific etchings, raised line structures, and various orderly yet intricate geometric patterns can evoke fluctuations in the natural psychic energy field, a phenomenon already substantiated by numerous scholars. The unique anatomical structures and skeletal patterns of magical beasts that can trigger extraordinary phenomena further corroborate this. Runes serve to replicate these patterns through study, artificially reproducing natural phenomena and the extraordinary powers found in magical creatures across various materials. Rune artisans and scholars represent a high-level profession that requires both skilled craftsmanship and extensive knowledge for mastery. Coincidentally, the characters of the common tongue bear striking similarities to the overall structure of runes, or rather, the common tongue itself is a drastically simplified version of runes. True runes demand rigorous precision in both depth and width of the lines. Recessed and raised lines represent two distinct fields of study, and some advanced runes even take the form of three-dimensional structures, necessitating intricate hollowing and micro-etching. Those lacking spatial imagination may falter even when following diagrams. Moreover, special runes require unique luminescent inks to function. Ian closes his notebook, lost in contemplation. To replicate, utilize, and learn the diverse extraordinary constructs is the very essence of inscriptions. Only those with exceptional memory can establish a foundation for learning these inscriptions. Fortuitously, Ian possesses an impressive memory. Over the past month, he has adeptly mastered the reading and writing of the Terra vernacular, thanks in part to his mother in this life, a woman of remarkable intelligence and literacy, who laid a slight groundwork during his early years, allowing him to learn with relative ease and without the need for a lengthy adjustment period. The 103 fundamental styles of inscriptions are firmly etched in his mind, never to be forgotten. However, mastering the reading and writing of the vernacular, along with grasping several inscription structures, is akin to having just learned to write the numbers 1 to 10 and being tasked with composing a poem in 7 steps, or having merely learned basic arithmetic, only to be confronted with the Riemann hypothesis. Setting aside other matters, luminous ink presents a formidable challenge. If inscriptions are likened to an engine, then luminous ink is the fuel. While inscriptions can indeed evoke changes in the natural energy field, they inherently lack power and require luminous ink to produce genuine effects. The primal luminous ink is derived from the blood of various magical beasts, a liquid infused with elemental power, yet, just as kindling may suffice for cooking, it is certainly inadequate for propelling a rocket ship. Understanding merely the effects of inscriptions and being able to replicate and depict them qualifies one only as a craftsman of inscriptions. It is only by mastering the foundational structures of inscriptions learning how to reorganize them to create entirely new effects, and even equipping oneself with specific luminous ink that one may be deemed a true scholar of inscriptions. Yet, Harrison Port boasts only craftsmen and no scholars. After more than a month of study, Ian has grasped some basic inscription constructs, and with extensive practical training, he too could join his fellow former blacksmith classmates at the front lines, maintaining alchemical cannons and various inscribed machinery. This can only be considered an intra-level achievement, barely qualifying him as an apprentice. Even Elder Pewd, his instructor, merely possesses a greater familiarity with more inscriptions, rendering him more adept at engraving and maintenance. But fundamentally, there is little distinction. They are simply apprentices and skilled workers, yet sufficient to earn the favor of the nobility. With the course nearing its conclusion, only 2 weeks remain, yet Ian feels he has little more to learn. Nodding slightly, he rises, preparing to depart the small building. While only the most rudimentary aspects were covered, Elder Pewd's teachings have indeed laid a solid foundation for him. At the very least, he no longer finds himself entirely ignorant of alchemy and inscriptions, enabling him to self-study should he encounter relevant literature and materials in the future. The accumulation of source elements is a laborious endeavor, and both inscriptions and alchemy require prolonged accumulation. He has reached a bottleneck. Since completing the condensation of source elements, Ian's previous physical deficiencies have been swiftly remedied, and with the nourishment from source-infused sustenance, he enjoys a level of health unprecedented. After over a month of training, he feels as though his body has undergone a complete transformation. His pores have refined, his skin appears fair and delicate yet possesses remarkable resilience, and his internal organs have been strengthened, significantly enhancing his digestive capabilities. Many previously unattainable complex movements have become effortless, and an ordinary person attempting to bind him with ropes or shackles would find themselves easily thwarted. Due to his youth, he cannot recklessly enhance his muscles. But even so, thanks to ample nutrition, Ian's strength and endurance have been considerably augmented. If he were to encounter the 3 indigenous hunters who once attacked him in Bryn, he would no longer require Bryn's distraction to launch a surprise assault. He could confront them directly, capable of subduing or even eliminating 1 or 2. Yet, at this level, he has reached his limit. The enhancement of his liver is progressing steadily, yet it will not be fully completed until the year's end. Only then will Ian be eligible to consume even the most basic potions. Otherwise, many potion components could prove lethal to ordinary individuals and novices like himself upon mere contact. It is worth noting that typical practitioners, for the sake of caution, often dedicate several years to enhancing their internal organs before contemplating the consumption of potions for their ultimate transformation. Ian's ability to advance so rapidly is entirely due to the meticulous planning of Ziliade on his behalf. It is time to prepare for a hunt, or perhaps to scavenge some monster materials in anticipation of the future. Chapter 68. The Apocalypse Prophecy. As Ian exited the small building, he looked up to see the sky darkening, with ominous clouds swirling, indicating the likelihood of an impending thunderstorm. Recently, the winds and rains of Harrison Port have been surprisingly mild, even somewhat weaker than in previous years, leaving many fishermen perplexed yet feeling it to be a blessing from the heavens. After all, with conflict raging outside, a storm rendering them unable to venture out for fishing could lead to serious food supply issues. Gazing at the dusk sky transforming into a purplish-black tapestry, Ian murmured, "But with the natives and the port still at war, even the mindless beasts must have fled long ago. Where would I find a place to hunt?" The true form inheritance song of the wave-walker bestowed by the Viscount's estate is a power that enables one to manipulate seawater, allowing for easy breathing and movement within the ocean. It is a composite of the mid-tier bloodline inheritances Sea Siren and Fairy, yet it lacks the Siren's ability to hypnotize with sound waves, luring others into illusions, and the Fairy's proficiency in elemental manipulation and shape-shifting. Conversely, it specializes in liquid control, able to generate waves without wind, propelling small vessels through the sea. Merely through the vibrations of sound, it incites the ocean to ripple, which is the essence of the wave-walker power. According to Ziliade's evaluation, this inheritance is essentially meant for menial labor aboard ships. When navigating through windless zones, ocean vessels often require several wave-walkers to take turns singing throughout the day, exhausting their voices. And if sung poorly, it can be exceedingly torturous for fellow crew members. Even if one could eventually transform into a sea siren or a fairy through the wave-walker lineage, the resultant power would remain modest. serving only as a supplementary capability. It is merely slightly superior to the breaker of waves, who can swim faster. However, it matters little. The potion for the wave walker, whether the boy mentions it or not, Elder Pewd will certainly prepare. Yet, disguises aside, what he truly wishes to cultivate remains the supreme true form-immovable fortress imparted by Ziliate. The potion materials required for this inheritance can only be gathered by him alone. The designated hunting target, the reef-devouring otter, has had its den located. Had it not been for the sudden outbreak of war, he might have already secured it. Patience is required. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this standoff should conclude before winter sets in. Theoretically, Ian does not possess an urgent need for power in Harrison Port. He is shielded by the strength of Elder Pewd and Viscount Grant, with Ziliade serving as a final safeguard. As long as he remains within the city, his personal safety is assured. Nevertheless, he vividly recalls the blood-red mist that engulfed all of Harrison Port 2 months prior. The conflict between the natives and the port may indeed align with foretold omens. Yet it scarcely warrants a scenario where the entire port is suffused with blood. Ian remains uncertain of how the future will unfold, whether the currently relatively calm situation within the city can be maintained. Yet, a persistent sense of crisis warns him. A greater threat has yet to emerge. The true crisis has not yet commenced. It is merely the calm before the storm. With such anxieties, Ian traverses the streets. Gradually approaching his coastal home, at that moment, a sudden clamor erupts ahead, prompting him to lift his gaze. At first glance, he perceives a brilliant white lightning bolt cleaving through the dark clouds, splitting the sky in two. Boom! Rumble. Following the instant of blinding light, an even more deafening thunderclap reverberates. What has transpired? Narrowing his eyes, accustomed to the coastal weather's capriciousness, Ian is not startled. Instead, he listens intently, discerning that the uproar emanates from the port. Accompanied by the thunderous roars from above, the frantic shouts of fishermen and dockworkers wash over Ian, carried by the damp sea breeze. Sea beasts. Multitudes of sea beasts. An anomaly arises in the distant ocean. Who knows how many creatures seek refuge, and they are coming. Quick, alert the guard. We must defend the docks. Boats of all sizes hastily return from every direction, and in their wake, vast shadows stir within the waters. The black clouds churn, torrential rain descends, and after a moment of stunned silence, Ian tucks his notebook into his cloak and swiftly makes his way to a higher vantage point to survey the docks. The notebook serves merely as a means to present his findings to the elder and others. All content is firmly etched in his mind, yet this is not the time to masquerade as a diligent student. He can endure the dampness. Harrison Port is not level. More accurately, the entire southern coast resembles a portion of the Bison Mountains that has subsided due to geological movements, with a layer of loose earth covering the uneven remnants of former peaks. Ian quickly reaches the elevated platform and gazes out. Instinctively holding his breath, he beholds a tumultuous sea in the distance. From the central area of Harrison Port, looking out towards the horizon, he sees plumes of pure white smoke abruptly rising. Their bases glowing a fiery crimson, resembling the relentless churn of molten lava beneath the ocean floor. The scorching heat causing the seawater to vaporize and ascend into the clouds, immense in scale. Akin to volcanic clouds birthed from an eruption. Yet, this is not a prelude to a volcanic eruption, for there is no scent of sulfur. It is merely sheer heat accumulating beneath the sea. Boiling the azure ocean. Above the boiling sea, dozens, even hundreds of columns of smoke converged, transforming into a terrifying wall of clouds stretching across several dozen kilometers. A violent hot wind propelled an immense volume of water vapor into the sky. As the billowing clouds continuously spread in all directions, forming concentric circles of cloud waves, the very pinnacle, the last vestiges of a purplish-red sunset shimmered. Lightning flickered between the cloud columns, causing them to expand and diffuse in a dance of light and shadow. Amidst the incessant rumbling of thunder, the convective gales generated more than a dozen tornadoes around them, wreaking havoc with their ferocious power. All of this transpired within a mere 5 seconds, heralding an apocalyptic scene akin to the end of days. My heavens! In the torrential rain, Ian found himself momentarily dazed. Rarely shocked, he could not help but gasp in awe, his heart racing in response. What calamity is this? The tempest has arrived. The terrified cries of passers-by echoed Ian's thoughts. As the crowd on the street began to sprint frantically, seeking refuge in their homes at the utmost speed. After the dreadful tempest 8 years ago, every resident of Harrison Port had fortified their homes against disasters. If all else failed, they had already excavated waterproof basements. Meanwhile, those who lived farther from home rushed toward the Central Chamber of Commerce and City Hall, which could serve as temporary shelters, and no matter where they went. It was certainly safer than remaining outside. However, that was not all. The sky above, like a tide, rapidly spread with rain clouds that soon enveloped the entire southern sea on the ocean to escape the ravaging cloud columns and tornadoes. Countless sea creatures and schools of fish fled in all directions for safety. Among them were some landable sea beasts, hastening towards Harrison Port and the nearby coastline. Chapter 68. The tempest is this. A reoccurrence of that tempest, the one that coincided with his birth, annihilated the entire garrison of Harrison Port 8 years ago, shattered the port's walls, and blew half of the ancestral altar of Elephant Bone Mountain away, leaving both the natives and the imperialists in a state of disarray that they have yet to recover from. Ian steadied his racing heart, holding his breath as he observed the direction of the sea beasts, and felt a flicker of relief. It is not a serious threat. In recent years, wave barriers had been constructed on both sides of Harrison Port, preventing ordinary schools of fish and sea beasts from breaching them, thus posing no danger to the port. It seemed the lessons of the past had been heeded. Moreover, the sea beasts were not foolish. Human fishing boats and large ships were monstrous threats to them, which accounted for the rarity of sea beasts directly assaulting the port. Even the predators among the fish had no time to seize the easily caught prey around them, merely lingering in the shallow waters, trembling in fear. Strangely enough, there were surprisingly few sea beasts this time, at least far fewer than the salmon runs in the Iwak River during March and April that Ian remembered. At this moment, it was exceedingly perilous. Gazing into the distance at the storm, Ian was acutely aware of the situation. Though the cause remained unknown, the terrifying heat capable of boiling the entire sea might very well originate from the ruins labyrinth spoken of by Master Hilliard. Its power was so immense that even the residual forces inciting the storm surpassed a force 16 times that of a gale, not to mention the dangerously rattling lightning that accompanied it. Yet just as the storm, thunder, and sudden rain loomed over the city, Ian felt his heart racing. It was not merely fear, nor simply tension. More than that, it was excitement and a genuine yearning. Ian adored this scene. He held his breath, gazing at the roaring, surging winds in the distance, fixating on the intense golden-red glimmers beneath the sea. He greedily absorbed the sight of the lightning crisscrossing through the clouds and columns, his heart pounding fiercely. A rare spectacle, a perilous situation that most would encounter but once in a lifetime. He relished such things. Ian would become entranced by the deadly beauty of a volcanic eruption, marvel at the grandeur of a forming typhoon, and feel exhilarated by the solar flares erupting from the sun in the cosmos. He was not a disaster enthusiast, merely curious about the natural phenomena and scenes seldom witnessed on Earth. He yearned to witness the incredible, the sights that ordinary individuals rarely encountered. Thus, he had always looked up to the starry sky, longing for everything that had occurred, was occurring, and would occur among the infinite stars of the universe. Yet, indeed, life is paramount. Shaking his head, Ian was not foolish. He exhaled. It was time to return home. Passion is one thing, but without life, how could he continue to witness the future and the wonders to come? He had merely been momentarily lost in thought, a reflection of a less mature side of his character. Fortunately, he had been well prepared. He needed to return home to ensure his brother's safety. For the past 2 months, Hilliard had been reinforcing their home and setting up shelters, and Ian had helped considerably. Despite the seemingly terrifying storm in the open sea, it would not directly strike Harrison Port, after all. The Bison Mountains lay nearby. The storm's trajectory would likely follow the mountains, continuing southwest, skirting past the Sighing Cliff, and then surging into the Sea of Hesitation. This was also why the Sea of Hesitation bore its name. It was the final resting place for most typhoons in the southwestern seas, a realm where nature took a breath and ordinary vessels, once entered, would never return. This tempest, birthed from the ruins of the pre-epoch in the distant sea, would be no exception. However, even so, merely the aftermath of such a storm was sufficient to shake houses and hurl living beings into the air. Both Harrison Port and the Redwood natives would have to endure the impact, and the conflict between them would undoubtedly reach a temporary cessation, leaving matters unresolved. After the storm, peace would likely be restored, and many magical beasts would surely be injured. It would then become a prime opportunity for my hunting. With such thoughts in mind, Ian no longer lingered, but, like the other passers-by, sprinted towards home. Yet, as he ran, a twinge of doubt surfaced in his mind. Something is amiss, Ian murmured to himself, whether natives or the Viscount Grant. They must have long known of the impending tempest, at most uncertain of the precise timing. Yet they still resolutely launched their war, seemingly without any consideration for preemptive disaster preparedness. The Viscount Grant and Elder Bude were currently on the front lines, while the main forces of the natives were confronting them. Coincidentally, due to the storm, their swift return would be hindered, leaving the defenses of Harrison Port exceedingly vulnerable. If the natives were already prepared. Without hesitation, Ian activated his foresight. It was as though the boiling sea mist from afar had drawn near the port, a thin layer of rain fog enveloping Harrison Port's solid stone houses and streets, impervious to the rain's cleansing, while the fierce wind merely caused it to ripple slightly. This bluish-white rain fog was an anomaly manifested by the violent fluctuations within the psychic field, representing nature's wrath and the omens of calamity. Yet now, all the anomalies dissolved in the mist that rose before Ian. Discarding all characteristics, the foresight could only discern the future through color and the density of the fog, revealing the fortunes and misfortunes of all things. In an instant, the rain-soaked Harrison Port transformed into a gray-white mass of clouds and mist, while several crimson fog masses approached rapidly in Ian's direction. Indeed, one was swiftly heading toward him. It is a native. Coming towards me? No, just passing by. The mist surrounding the figure was all too familiar. Having dealt with the natives several times, Ian easily discerned the identity of those crimson masses. He instinctively felt that they might be heading for him. But upon further reflection, he immediately dismissed this possibility. Harrison Port was, in essence, a fortress naval base on the frontier, and directly ahead of his current position stood a watchtower manned by city guards, typically occupied by 2 to 4 crossbow-wielding sentinels. It was evident that this time, the natives were well prepared for their incursion into the city, much like how Harrison Port had informants among the natives. Undoubtedly, the natives also had insiders akin to his chief uncle within the port, fully aware of the watchtower's location and specifics. Thus, they had promptly dispatched their elite forces to eliminate those strongholds. With a clear mind, Ian made a swift decision. The natives' invasion plan was remarkably thorough, and with the Harrison Port garrison unprepared, they would likely suffer heavy losses amidst the storm. Without the watchtower's suppression, whatever subsequent plans the natives had would surely proceed with great ease. Moreover, that watchtower was responsible for the defense surrounding his home. Aiding them would be akin to aiding himself. However, he still lacked a full understanding of the Terra world. The crimson fog masses raced through the storm, evidently employing some method to ignore the resistance posed by the gale. These elite hunters hastened towards the watchtower situated within the inner port, their objective to destroy Harrison Port's internal defense forces at all costs, even if only temporarily. Along the way, they had no qualms about slaughtering innocents. Sizzle, sizzle, the sounds of rapid whistling erupted. Some were the vibrations of bowstrings, others the swift strikes of blow darts, and perhaps some were flying blades or stones. Regardless of their nature, the inhabitants of Harrison Port in the path of these elite hunters fell like straw. Amidst the cries of anguish and splatters of blood, only a small black shadow could be seen darting through the gaps between buildings and the upper floors, reaping lives. The elite hunters heading towards the eastern coastal watchtower of the port discarded their blow darts. Gliding past the imperial citizens who lay fallen beside them, grasping at their necks in shock as their bodies stiffened from the poison, he felt in excellent condition, having yet to miss a single shot. The blessing of the wind spirit, bestowed by the great shaman, enables one to disregard the influence of all external winds. Though its duration is limited to less than an hour, it suffices to accomplish the task at hand and deliver a severe blow to this arrogant and detestable group of outsiders. He is nearing his destination, but as he passes an intersection, the hunter spots a child of the white people trembling in a corner by the roadside, perhaps caught in the storm, unable to return home and find refuge. He does not ponder such matters. The hunter's instincts compel him to swiftly raise his blowgun, calculating the wind's force. Then, he releases a poison dart towards the child. Chapter 69. Turmoil amidst wind and rain whoosh. At such a close range, the wooden dart, soaked in a sinister green venom, reaches its target in an instant. Were this a surprise attack, even an elite knight would find it challenging to withstand the dart that has already arrived, let alone a mere child. Yet, an unexpected occurrence transpires. The trembling child seems to have been aware of the hunter all along. At the moment the dart hurtles towards him, he raises his left hand. A pale azure glow flickering briefly, and the dart, aimed precisely at his eye, is deflected by an unseen force, caught between two delicate fingers. Not even sparing the child by the roadside, Ian, who is not well acquainted with the ways of the indigenous people, is filled with confusion. He was taken aback by the earlier strike. After all, the prepared ambush had led him to believe he would strike first. He rises to his feet. Although he has thwarted the enemy's attack, a direct confrontation now looms. 2 months prior, had Ian found himself unable to ambush, he would have simply fled, waiting for an opportunity to strike while relying on his precognitive vision. After all, there was no urgency in battle. Even if the enemy pursued him, it would pose no concern. Within the intricate streets of Harrison Port, his ability to see through obstacles would leave the indigenous people utterly bewildered. But now, he sees no need to squander time. Discarding the dart held captive in his left hand, he notices a faint green mark spreading across his fingers. However, the toxin of the poisoned dart poses no threat to Ian, who has already begun to transcend his liver. In his right hand, he clutches a shard of stone pried from the side of a nearby building. Weapons are hardly meant to be cumbersome. Do not underestimate the act of throwing stones. It is a human's essential tool for overcoming ferocious beasts, and all weapons, past and future, are fundamentally an evolution of this act. With his mind racing, Ian's gaze locks onto the indigenous hunter, whose pace falters in shock. In the next instant, the faint azure light of the source material flickers from his right hand. He leans forward, nearly kneeling, and with all his might, he hurls the half-kilogram stone shard in an instant. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, the spinning stone slices through the rain-soaked air, unaffected by the wind, and heads straight for the indigenous hunter. What a monster! The elite hunter exclaims in alarm. His battle instincts, honed to perfection, prompt him to instinctively sidestep. Yet, the high-velocity stone still grazes his left cheek, tearing away flesh and revealing the stark whiteness of bone and teeth. Time is too short. He has no opportunity to register the pain or to bleed and diminish his fighting prowess. However, he lacks the time to be astonished either, for the white figure is already charging towards him, swiftly closing the distance against the wind and rain. In that moment, he cannot even catch a glimpse of his opponent. When he finally locks on, focusing his eyes, the hunter could almost swear he is facing a juvenile razor-claw tiger. Innocent, petite, yet swift and ferocious. Ian will not grant the hunter a moment to react. He perceives that this opponent possesses a strength surpassing that of the hunters he had previously encountered alongside Bruin. This is a true elite of the indigenous people. Thus, he must not allow the enemy a moment to call for reinforcements. Channeling the source material, he shatters the stone in his hand. In less than a breath, Ian, propelled by the adrenaline of the moment, leaps forward, casting the fragments of stone like a torrential downpour toward his enemy. The hunter, in a hurried response, can only lift the rain cloak draped over him. Crafted from the leaves of the brown elm tree and soaked in shamanic potions, this leaf garment is flexible and thick, comparable to fine leather armor, sufficient to withstand a typical sword or axe. Yet, confronted with the barrage of stones, it cannot absorb all the blows. The hunter is struck on his right leg and forehead. The pain and numbness accompanied by the force of impact causes him to stagger back, entirely losing the initiative. But he is a true elite. In an instant, he suppresses all astonishment and disbelief. Perceiving the white boy as a smaller adult razor-claw tiger, engaging closely with the beast, he must fight for his life. He lets out a shriek, raises his elbow, and instead of retreating, he charges forward to meet Ian head-on. Although he has not formally trained in martial techniques, the combat skills of the Redwood indigenous people have been honed through years of hunting magical beasts and skirmishes with the Empire's men. The hunter bends slightly, steps forward, his right fist pressed against his chest, and with his elbow raised, that jutting joint transforms into a short spear, aimed directly at Ian's head as he lunges forward. This is a desperate maneuver in the face of a monstrous foe, risking injury to one arm, concentrating all his strength into that strike. If he lands it, Even a hulking swamp bear could be temporarily repelled. Let alone a human. If he can by himself sometime, he can summon reinforcements. However, Ian may not possess extensive combat experience, yet he has systematically learned combat techniques from a skilled teacher. As the indigenous hunter's elbow thrust approaches, Ian, with no strength left to change his move, simply pushes off with his foot, evading to the left and avoiding the blow. This is not a retreat prompted by the hunter. As he sidesteps, Ian's right fist, which was initially aimed at the hunter's head, naturally loosens, and with a downward tug, his fingers instinctively grasp something, the very cloak the hunter uses to shield himself from the storm. Oh no! The hunter's heart sinks, sensing impending doom, yet at this moment, he has exhausted all his strength and cannot immediately free himself from the cloak. Thus, before losing consciousness, he can only watch as Ian calls out lightly, and then exerts his strength. Following his teacher's teachings, the white-haired boy rotates his wrist, twisting his waist and arms simultaneously, using the cloak as a fulcrum to forcefully fling the hunter into the air. The world begins to spin in an instant. The hunter's view shifts rapidly from the streets of Harrison Port to a canopy of dark, torrential rain. Then, amid the whirl, he is thrust back into the inverted streets. The earth is plummeting towards me. This is the last thought that flashes through his mind. Then, darkness descends, followed by the sound of his skull shattering. Crack, gripped by his clothing, the hunter is executed with raw strength. Slammed shoulder first to the ground, his skull crushed upon impact. The once formidable indigenous elite is now irrevocably dead. Almost thrown off balance, this indigenous man was remarkably steady on his feet. Exhaling a breath, Ian, feeling the fatigue in his arm after the explosive exertion, brushes his palms together, using the rainwater to wash away the blood that has splattered onto him and his hands. He swiftly begins to search the corpse. Earlier, he had been puzzled. Even as an apprentice transcendent, he found it challenging to move freely in the current dire weather. Yet all the indigenous people seemed to flit about the rooftops, treating the 16-level gale as if it were nothing. This was clearly abnormal. One must understand. When the fierce winds blow, they do not discriminate based on weight or strength. Though his punch might fell an average adult, if caught by the gale, one could easily be swept away. The indigenous people, only slightly larger than him, why could they move with such ease? In that moment of seizing the hunter's cloak, Ian understands. The secret lies within this dark green leaf garment. Indeed, quickly unfastening the cloak, Ian squints his eyes. Within his precognitive vision, the cloak appears a rich white, indicating its quality, yet it does not reach the level of the extraordinary. However, on the inner side of the cloak, a faint blue ancient inscription flickers. This inscription, though dim and waning, as long as it continues to emit light, allows the one wrapped in it to disregard the wind's force. It is the totem of the indigenous people, an ancient art of inscription. Now, Ian is no stranger to the Terra continent. After 2 months of intensive study, he is well versed in nearly all the knowledge of transmuters surrounding the southern ridge. Not overly complex, yet still a first-level inscription, dozens of such temporary windproof cloaks would surely cost the indigenous people dearly. Without a moment's hesitation, he dons the cloak, still stained with the hunter's blood and brain matter, and strides swiftly towards his home. Just how grand are this fellow's ambitions? It is utterly impossible to seize Harrison Port with merely this number of men. What is their true objective? Encased in the windproof totem, the torrential rain loses its ferocity, and Ian even feels his steps become considerably lighter, as if he could leap into the air, covering 7 or 8 meters in an instant. At this moment, the city is filled with a cacophony of sounds. Indigenous people. There are indigenous people. Amid the storm, fragmented cries and screams of despair echo continuously. Those still racing through the streets have no chance of escape. Merely a few breaths later, Ian hears the death throes of more than 5 individuals. Though he feels sympathy, he cannot extend help, setting aside the question of whether he can arrive in time. What matters most now is to return home and ensure the safety of his brother, Elon. Then, he must acquire weapons. With a sharp instrument in hand, he could have dispatched the indigenous people with ease. Teacher Hilliard has been absent since early on, and he likely cannot return now. The outline of home becomes visible. Although his heart races, Ian's thoughts grow increasingly clear. The only weapons available at home are the firewood axe and knife sharpened by his teacher. Next, he must decide whether to remain indoors for self-protection or venture out to assist others. Depending on how the situation unfolds, if the indigenous people are indeed driven by the intent to commit massacre, unconditionally slaughtering civilians as a sacrificial rite, then it is inevitable that they cannot remain passive observers. For when the indigenous strike, there will be no one left to assist him. Furthermore, what powers the successful indigenous sacrificers might attain remains an enigma. However, it is evident that their plans are far grander than Ian had envisioned. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, causing the earth to tremble slightly, more alarming than the sound of thunder itself, prompting even Ian to instinctively turn his head towards the source of the explosion. He widened his eyes, fixated on a column of black smoke rapidly ascending, only to be violently torn apart by the fierce winds, rising from the heart of the city. That is the Viscount's residence? Ian gasped in shock. They have blown up the Viscount's residence? Chapter 70. Intertwined at the horizon's end, a pure white column of smoke shot skyward. The rain clouds, like mountains turned upside down, pressed down the sky, spreading out in all directions. Dark purple lightning flickered amidst the clouds, while deep within the waves, a golden-red glow surged, intertwining the two colors in midair, transforming the distant storm into a vessel of fire and thunder. With torrential rain pouring down upon the southern coastal regions of Bison. Meanwhile, within the city, the dark explosion smoke dispersed with the gale, allowing even Ian, situated on the eastern coastal streets, to catch a whiff of gunpowder. It seems the true target lies over there. After a brief moment of surprise, Ian quickly regained his composure. The indigenous people's target is the Viscount's residence, which is not difficult to comprehend. Whether they aim to undermine Viscount Grant's prestige, humiliate him, or seize treasures and resources, all of it is quite normal. After all, the Viscount's residence is the only place in Harrisonport where Ian can witness the purple mist. Yet, the defenses of the Viscount's residence are formidable. He had roughly memorized the structure when he visited with Elder Pewd. Although it may appear to be an ordinary noble mansion, it is actually very suitable for defense, constructed with solid materials. Even if Viscount Grant himself is leading troops at the front, it would be exceedingly challenging for the indigenous to breach the residence. Despite how terrifying the previous explosion appeared, it would at most cause a segment of the outer wall to collapse. Destroying the small fortress entirely, composed of solid stone, is utterly impossible. The determination of the indigenous must be re-evaluated. Shaking his head, Ian noticed the winds had intensified, and handcarts were rolling uncontrollably down the streets. Various debris of stones and wood flying through the air. Though the storm had shifted southward, its residual force was about to sweep across the entirety of Harrisonport. I must return home. He resolved. At the same moment, they commenced their actions. Harrisonport, on the northeastern side of the city. This was the place where Asna and Ian once resided, an area not yet fully repaired from the devastation wrought by the storm 8 years prior. Now, alongside the ruins left by the past storm, another fire-ravaged ruin had taken form in a seemingly half-destroyed house, which had actually been reinforced internally. The red-haired mercenary leader lowered the mangled corpse of an indigenous hunter. He spoke calmly to his fully armed subordinates clad in light armor. Just as we uncovered from our previous interrogations, these indigenous will assault the Viscount's residence when the storm arrives. The mercenary leader, Lubeck, had dark skin and a somewhat sickly slender frame. However, his pair of eerie green eyes exuded a ruthless indifference, embodying the dangerous and bloodthirsty man everyone perceived him to be. The blood dripping from his hands and the mangled body of the elite hunter served as undeniable proof. Yet, to his battle-hardened subordinates, Lubeck's tone remained remarkably calm. Today presents a rare opportunity. You will go to the Viscount's residence to assist the Lord in defending his garden. Do not follow me. As long as you hold back these redwoods, Lord Grant will reward you handsomely. Enough to secure a prosperous life in Harrisonport. Fully equipped, the mercenaries, who had been aware of the indigenous impending raid for days, exchanged glances, and one bold member could not restrain himself. Boss, what about you? Where are you going? The red-haired mercenary did not respond immediately to his subordinate's inquiry. Instead, he gazed distractedly at the distant storm and the dissipating black smoke in the city center. After a moment, he finally replied calmly, "That is none of your concern." His green eyes fixated on the dimly illuminated streets amidst the storm, the man murmured to himself, "What follows will be a matter of personal vendetta. What treasures does that fellow Grant possess, after all?" In the city center, merely a few streets away from the Viscount's residence, the Chamber of Commerce stood. The chamber president, Emir, leaned cautiously against the window, exposing only half of his head as he warily observed the movements outside. The entire redwood forest has emptied its ranks. Drawing a wind totem requires a cup of wing-tailed monkey's blood. To create dozens in a short time, we would need to slay at least 7 or 8 of them, he lamented. Such a waste. The guards stationed at the window, armed with bows and crossbows, exchanged glances and shrugged. They had long grown accustomed to their superiors' distress over matters that did not belong to him. This middle-aged man, with a smooth head and a rotund physique, held a hefty alchemical firearm that resembled a metal cylinder with a handle, as thick as a person's arm, with a slowly rotating base inscribed with intricate runic circuits. The alchemical firearm boasted tremendous power, capable of collapsing stone walls with a single shot, perhaps rightly termed a small cannon. However, unlike artillery with ample energy components, it was challenging to power and lacked sustainability, making continuous firing difficult. While the knowledge capital had long since developed simpler gunpowder firearms and shells capable of firing dozens of rounds, the compact revolvers were particularly favored by the elderly and noble ladies. The sheer force of gunpowder alone was insufficient for hunting colossal beasts or monsters. Alchemical modules were essential for delivering considerable damage. Forget it. It's likely one of the fine items that old Grant snatched from the indigenous. After much contemplation, Emir could not fathom what treasure Viscount Grant possessed that would prompt the Redwood indigenous to act so brazenly. He shook his head. We must safeguard our own interests. This is a commendable political accomplishment, protecting the chamber from losses amidst the large-scale invasion of the Southern Ridge indigenous. Gentlemen, our promotions and year-end bonuses this year depend on this battle. Oh! Upon hearing of the year-end bonuses, all the guards erupted in cheers, in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere at the chamber. The situation at the Viscount's residence was far more perilous. Retreat, enter the residence. Ascend. At the site of the Viscount's residence, where the outer wall had been shattered by explosives, the treasurer, Lamar, was currently issuing commands loudly, instructing the disarrayed guards to retreat into the residence and hold their ground. A hunter charged forward swiftly, intent on delivering a lethal blow, but the elegant red-haired civil servant's gaze sharpened as he wielded his longsword, executing a decisive horizontal slash, sacrificing his right shoulder to the enemy's poisoned blade. Severing the assailant in half, instantly, blood mixed with the foul odor of internal organs splattered all over him, and Lamar spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. In his retreat, he noticed several hunters attempting to coordinate an assault, at least aiming to pursue him, but they were driven back by the crossbow bolts volleyed by the guards behind him. Well done. Upon returning to the Viscount's residence, his expression lightened slightly, praising the tense guards. Rest assured. The Viscount's residence was designed as a small fortress, with its outer walls and load-bearing columns reinforced by inscriptions. The indigenous cannot possibly amass enough explosives to breach it. Although he had just decisively slain a hunter, Lamar's physique was rather frail, appearing even smaller compared to the tall guards surrounding him. His soft, long red hair hung over his shoulders, and had it not been for the flickering murderous intent in his crimson eyes, he would have seemed like a delicate beauty, which explained why the indigenous had targeted this seemingly weak commander for decapitation. First, tend to the Lord's wounds. The guards, familiar with the treasurer, quickly sought out bandages upon seeing Lamar's shoulder injury. But the red-haired beauty shook his head. No need. Have you forgotten I am of the Crimson Folk? He glanced at his wounded shoulder, and inexplicably, the place that had been cut was already healing. Only the toxin had seeped in, forming a purplish abscess. Purple thorn corruption? Lamar furrowed his brow, retrieving a knife from his waist to cut open the swollen blood sac, allowing the foul, toxic blood to flow out. Then, visibly, the cut began to close rapidly, healing itself within mere breaths, returning to its original state without a trace of a scar. The surrounding guards gasped in astonishment. Purple thorn toxin is a potent poison that can erode the blood and flesh of ordinary individuals. Even if healed, the affected area would typically be sunken, leaving horrific scars that were nearly impossible to remedy. Many guards who had clashed with the indigenous elite had been forced into retirement due to this poison. Although they could still live normally, they had lost their ability to fight. But this is the self-healing prowess of the Crimson Folk. Chalk, crimson blood, black iron, gold. These are the 4 distinct human races devoid of physical traits. Yet each harbors unique potential. The chalk excels in psychic abilities, crimson blood possesses formidable regenerative capabilities, black iron boasts robust physiques, while the gold folk exhibit remarkable adaptability in theory, despite the redwood people being labeled as barbaric. They are merely the gold folk who have fully adapted to the jungle environment. Scholars have conducted experiments in which a member of a jungle tribe was brought to live in the plains, resulting in no intermarriage or mixed offspring. Within merely 3 generations, the descendants of the indigenous people bore an uncanny resemblance to the typical inhabitants of the plains, to the extent that distinctions became virtually indistinguishable. Similarly, the mountain dwellers and coastal folk can be essentially categorized as the people of gold or a subset of the people of iron, wherein the people of iron and the people of gold represent the commonplace understanding of ordinary humans in the world of Terra. However, even the red people exhibit a somewhat extraordinary capacity for self-healing and detoxification. As we ascend the staircase, it will take some time for the esteemed lord to return. Let us proceed to the terrace on the 2nd floor. You, follow me as we fortify the uppermost level, determined to safeguard our residents at all costs. After tending to his wound, Lamar continued to direct operations. Most of the guards complied with his orders, though those assigned to the 2nd floor terrace wore expressions of reluctance, for that terrace houses the lord's most cherished flowers, as well as the sublimated plants. Pay no mind to it. I cultivated them myself. Without hesitation, Lamar asserted, at all costs, do you understand? Feel free to tread upon them. If you believe that consuming a few of those calming herbs will bolster your defense, then go ahead and partake. Without further ado, he led the team to the top floor, where he took the telescope from another guard. The wind and rain were fierce. Had they not been clad in iron armor, they likely would have been swept away. The distant view was obscured, yet they could still make out the situation surrounding the nearby streets. Had the surrounding towers been conquered? Observing the dimming lights of the surrounding towers, the red-haired treasurer couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although he had anticipated this, he had not expected the indigenous peoples to act so recklessly, even resorting to the use of crystalline gunpowder. Those ruffians had been warned countless times against smuggling strategic materials. Next time, anyone caught will surely be hanged. It was a sound decision, but now was not the time to contemplate a future list of executions. Through the telescope, alongside the howling tempest, several figures clad in cloaks appeared atop the surrounding buildings, standing defiantly against the raging storm. Meanwhile, clad in armor, the Viscount Grant stared blankly toward the southern sea. A storm? At such a time? Chapter 71. All tactical conversions. The western riverbank's jungle was damp and intricate, with its internal passages fragmented and sporadic. Only the indigenous peoples and beasts knew how to navigate such a narrow and shadowy environment. However, as the army from Harrison Port advanced, all jungles along the way were felled and scorched. Within a mere 2 months, not a trace of timber remained within a 10-mile stretch along both banks of the Ivok River. Even the stumps were corroded by alchemical agents. Soil erosion would be a concern for later. Amidst the wartime chaos, Viscount Grant, even in a fit of madness, would never allow the indigenous peoples the opportunity to utilize the jungle's terrain for ambushes against him. It was precisely this open vista that allowed the Viscount, still stationed at the front lines, to detect the sudden emergence of a tempest in the distance. How could it be at this moment? Gazing upward at the rain that had begun to pour, the astonished Viscount Grant, although aware from coastal reports that a great storm was expected to occur sometime in September or October, theorized that there should have been some forewarning prior to the storm's arrival, such as towering rain clouds, excessively vivid sunsets, or abnormal monsoons. Natural disasters were frequent on Terra, and such signs had long been compiled into manuals, which the Viscount, as a lord of the land, could recite by heart. Yet recently, none of these signs had manifested, which emboldened him to lead an offensive to intercept a major indigenous force disrupting the official roads. The entire South Ridge province was not merely comprised of Harrison Port. On the northern side lay the grand cities of Sanha City and the provincial capital, Nauman City, while the northwestern mountainous region housed several indigenous tribes and mountain folk aligned with the empire. The mercenary leader Elbeck from the port was a warrior of the mountain folk's autonomous region. Harrison Port, as the front line against the indigenous peoples of the South Ridge redwood forest, absorbed the brunt of the pressure. Thus, upon the commencement of hostilities, a steady stream of support convoys had been arriving along the empire's official roads to provide supplies. Even the imperial capital was aware of this. and the originally departing support caravan had been augmented with additional combat materials and sublimated resources. Relying on the entire empire, even if a significant portion of these supplies were embezzled along the way, it was still preferable to having no supplies at all, as was the plight of the indigenous peoples. The latter were not oblivious to this reality, hence in the past half-month, they had persistently harassed the official roads, either attacking scattered small merchant convoys or directly sabotaging the roadbed, rolling large boulders to block passage, essentially ensuring that supplies from Harrison Port would not arrive unimpeded. On this very day, they even audaciously attempted to blow up a cliff to completely seal off a pass. Fortunately, Viscount Grant had anticipated this and personally led a team to intercept the indigenous squad armed with a significant cache of crystalline explosives. Yet this was merely a feint, according to the intelligence gathered from recent interrogations. The main body of the indigenous forces had already crossed the pass and was heading toward a supply transfer town situated between Sanha City and Harrison Port in the north. Their objective was to utterly obliterate that transfer town and sever all support to Harrison Port. "Shall we retreat now?" On the other side, Elder Pewd, clad in armor, inquired, his voice resonating through the helmet and rein. Sounding somewhat muffled, encountering a natural disaster, those indigenous peoples would surely be unable to continue their assault. Observing the speed at which the rain clouds spread, if we do not turn back now, we must establish camp to weather the storm, and of course we must withdraw. Even if that band of indigenous peoples were to conquer Anmore Town, it would only delay our supplies for about a month. Regardless, we would still prevail. Viscount Grant gazed at the towering, cliff-like white clouds above the distant sea, his tone calming yet tinged with suspicion. But their luck is indeed remarkable, launching an assault today. Had it not been for the impending tempest, our forces along with the militia from Anmore Town would have surely inflicted significant damage upon the indigenous main force, ensuring several years of relative peace. At this point, the brown-haired noble felt a tinge of regret. They had missed the opportunity to thoroughly vanquish these savages. With Viscount Grant having made his decision, the forces primarily composed of the port's guard began to gradually withdraw, methodically dismantling the alchemical artillery on their position and packing it away. The blacksmiths and alchemists trained by Elder Pewd might lack in some regards, but their foundational skills were undeniably solid. However, just as the troops had readied themselves and prepared to retreat in tight formation through the storm, Elder Pewd, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke. "Is it truly mere coincidence?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Viscount Grant turned his head to listen to the other's insight. The elder used a single term that caused the Viscount's eyes to widen. The precursor of the twin leaves, the sacred tree of the redwood tribes, said to possess the ability to momentarily foresee future events, enhancing one's spiritual sight and powers. The armored elder and the noble locked gazes, Elder Pewd's tone grave. "Though we have never acquired it and have always regarded it as merely a legend among the indigenous peoples, what if it truly exists? What if it genuinely allows one to foresee the future, even if just for a fleeting moment? What if that ancient shaman employed such an artifact to foresee the arrival of this great storm, thus orchestrating this entire series of events?" The Viscount was taken aback. Indeed, no one can ascertain the trajectory of the future with absolute certainty. Even the seers of the various sects only glimpse fragmented pieces or omens. Yet merely predicting the timing of a storm's arrival was not entirely implausible. "Stand down. Cease all operations." Drawing in a sharp breath, Viscount Grant decisively commanded the troops to halt their march. Immediately, this middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, a second-tier sublimator, radiated brilliant azure streams of light that swirled around him like 3 rings of stars, absorbing the moisture from the torrential downpour surrounding them. The 3 layers of water rings formed a spinning disk beneath Viscount Grant, the rapid friction of the water rings generating vast amounts of superheated steam, which surged downward as the steam propelled him upward. Grant gazed down at the rain-drenched jungle ahead of his troops. He then drew his sword, striking downwards in mid-air. The moisture in the atmosphere coalesced with the motion of the Viscount's blade, forming a translucent water blade that shot forth like a shimmering stream toward the jungle below. Instantly, accompanied by a cacophony, the towering trees, vines, shrubs, and weeds in the jungle all fell in the wake of the water blade's passage, while droplets flung into the air were lethally sharp, piercing through the resilient leaves of the elm trees. Simultaneously, Various traps and stratagems concealed within the jungle were revealed under the impact of this strike. Thud, thud, thud. The deep thumping sounds echoed continuously, and in an instant, vibrant clouds of toxic miasma surged from the jungle, only to be scattered by the tempest. Traps? When did they appear, and why were there traps along our route back? All soldiers and guards were seized by a chilling dread. As seasoned warriors familiar with indigenous tactics, they understood well the terror of such miasma, a toxin so horrific that even a single inhalation or mere contact with the skin could result in decay and pulmonary edema. The path ahead was no longer passable. The entirety of my family's wealth has truly been at stake. Merely the exposed toxic traps, if collected personally by an official shaman, would require at least half a month to gather even with great effort. Surrounded by flickering azure essence, vaguely coalescing into a shape reminiscent of rippling water, Viscount Grant wore an expression of utmost seriousness. The advanced bloodline, abyssal lizard whale, endowed him with the ability to manipulate both water and steam. Just as the lizard whale exhales mist, obscuring an island with its breath, he had already mastered the art of propelling himself through the air with scalding steam blades capable of severing massive timbers at the second level of ascension. Yet, even he could not guard against every trap along the way, nor did he possess sufficient essence to continuously perform ascendant techniques to forge a safe path. Boom! In that moment, another explosion rang out. Viscount Grant initially perceived it as thunder, but soon realized it was something far graver. He looked up from mid-air towards the distant Harrison port, momentarily stunned. Why residents? A pillar of dark smoke rose, swiftly dissipating, yet the keen eyes of an ascendant could easily discern that the source of the violent explosion was right around his home. The natives have invaded my estate. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Viscount Grant descended from the skies, succinctly conveying to Elder Pewd, "The natives have launched a surprise attack while we are unable to return to the city quickly. You guessed correctly, they must have foreseen the approaching storm. Or else they would not dare to take such a risk. Shall we return?" The elder simply inquired. "No, we shall not return." The nobleman's expression turned somewhat grim. "If they intend to raid us, then I shall raid them in turn. Order, turn back, march towards Anmer Town." Grant nearly ground his teeth as he turned his gaze towards Anmer Town. It is too late to go back now. There might be ambushes waiting. Since the natives wish to plunder our wealth, we shall seize theirs in kind. We must pursue those scoundrels and annihilate the native forces in Anmer Town amidst this great storm. Chapter 71. The spirit of the mountain tide. All tactical transformations are an unassailable truth. Viscount Grant's voice echoed through the torrential rain, and no one questioned how the heavily armored imperial troops, burdened with considerable supplies, could catch up to the nimble natives. For before them stood a second-level ascendant, demonstrating their formidable influence not only through personal strength but also on the strategic level. With a solemn expression, Viscount Grant raised his hands, accompanied by the rapid thumping of his heart. He felt something hard emerging from his shoulders, elbows, and forehead. They were crystalline stones radiating a deep azure glow. Their shape and distribution mirrored the elemental crystals that adorned the abyssal lizard whale, granting him the power to manipulate water and steam. A low, resonant hum arose, akin to a whale's song. Layer upon layer of translucent ripples emanated from these crystals, as a powerful energy field began to extend into the atmosphere, influencing the surrounding rain and air currents, incorporating them into his domain. Centered on the Viscount, a semicircular water dome with a diameter of several hundred meters was taking shape, enveloping all the guards and supplies within its protective embrace. This is the power of advanced inheritance. Although he had yet to reach the third level, he could temporarily wield the ability to control a certain degree of energy field through various means. Each third-level ascendant is a potent energy wielder forged through rigorous training. Outside the water dome, the wind and rain continued to rage violently, but within, the rain became sparse and the wind softened, reminiscent of the gentle drizzle that all southern ridge inhabitants had long since grown accustomed to. The might of the abyssal leviathan, capable of conjuring fog or even storms with a mere breath, was now displayed before all as a conduit of the ascendant's will. The wind remains too strong. Is it impossible to completely mitigate? The elemental crystals on his forehead and arms shimmered, as Viscount Grant calculated his own energy expenditure, then succinctly commanded, "Forward, pursue them, tear them apart, annihilate them." amidst the chorus of confident affirmations. The troops reversed their direction and began marching once more. Yet, unlike the soldiers who had nearly erupted into cheers upon witnessing their leader's formidable ascendant prowess, filled with a sense of inevitable victory, Viscount Grant's heart was tinged with unease. They speak of exchanging homes, but is it truly that simple? What if the great shaman has foreseen even this exchange? Should the main force at Amhertown not be entirely composed of their strongest, but rather a mere fraction, with the natives' true elite pouring into the city, then this exchange may lead to catastrophic losses for me, unless I can turn back to head towards Xianggu Mountain after eliminating the natives at Amhertown. Perhaps that would ensure I do not suffer losses. Though aware that these speculations were meaningless, entirely self-inflicted worries, Viscount Grant still could not shake the feeling of anxiety. Yet this anxiety was not overwhelming, for he possessed a trump card capable of reversing the situation. Even if the great shaman anticipated everything, there was nothing that could prevent it, that which has been passed down from ancestors to the present. The clan's sacred relic, as long as the city defense forces and Lamar can hold out for a while. They need not even hold their ground. Simply enduring for a time without defeat would suffice for me not to lose. Shaking his head slightly, the Viscount exhaled, casting aside these distractions. It should not be difficult, the moment when the main force of the port's guard was heading northward, preparing to exchange homes with the natives. Harrison Port, west of the city. On the southern side of Harrison Port facing the sea, there are 5 city gates on the east, west, and north sides, among which 2 face north and 2 face west. With a mixed garrison of military and civilians, each stationed with a considerable number of troops. Prepare for battle. The natives have infiltrated the city. Beware of ambushes from behind. At the northwest city gate, the squad leader with a red nose and black beard bellowed, ordering the soldiers to get ready. Although he usually sheltered the smugglers who traded with the natives at designated locations, when it truly came to battle, he was the first to raise the original trading posts and rebuild the fortifications. Truth be told, when the black-bearded leader saw the black smoke rising from the city center, his soul nearly fled in terror. Though he had never permitted any military supplies to be smuggled, the true allowance of smuggling came from the Viscount himself. Yet the incident of the natives using crystal sand gunpowder to bomb the Viscount's estate meant he would undoubtedly bear the blame. Now, the only path to survival lay in fighting valiantly, accumulating military merit, so that even if he faced the consequences and perished, at the very least, his family might receive some compensation. Captain, the enemy is coming. Fewer than 30 in number. Could it be a probe? The lookout atop the tower briefly reported the enemy situation, then expressed confusion. Oddly, they are not wearing leaf armor, nor do they carry bows or crossbows. Only totems hanging from their belts. Captain, they are beginning to approach. What? At first, the black-bearded leader did not pay much heed. Unarmored and bowless natives seemed like a death wish, but as he heard they were drawing closer, the squad leader began to sense something was amiss. He swiftly reached the city wall, peering down at the native squad not far away. Indeed, the opposing force consisted of fewer than 30 individuals, not clad in armor and barely dressed at all, appearing in the storm like plucked chickens, comical and absurd. Yet curiously, each of these nearly naked native warriors was extraordinarily tall, even among the Empire's populace. Standing over 6 feet tall, their bodies adorned with black tattoos and war paint that overshadowed their natural skin tones. This is unexpected. The black-bearded captain felt puzzled. Such robust natives should only belong to the bloodline of various tribal chieftains. Although exceptionally gifted natives nurtured by shamans with special foods could also attain such physiques. However, each of them served as guardians of their ancestral lands, rarely venturing out from Xianggu Mountain. How could they possibly come to attack a city, exhausting themselves under a barrage of bows and arrows, and their weapons, short blades and grappling hooks? Are they preparing for a physical assault on the city? As they drew nearer, the black-bearded leader finally discerned what they held in their hands. It was none other than the most unremarkable climbing hooks. To attack the 10-meter-high walls of Harrison Port with such tools was not merely laughable, but rather pitiable, yet for some unknown reason. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and an exceedingly strong sense of unease compelled him to issue an order. Draw bows. Shoot them down. Thud, thud, thud. The city guards, already prepared, swiftly drew their bows and unleashed a volley. Due to the heavy wind and rain, most of the arrows missed their targets, yet the few that found their mark pierced the chests, shoulders, and thighs of the leading native warriors. They should have perished. However, a horrifying phenomenon unfolded. The injured natives showed no signs of slowing. On the contrary, they emitted various roars and accelerated their charge. Though wounded, their speed increased. The blood of our ancestors flows through our veins. Battle is our destiny. Destiny is death. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the faces of these natives. The black-bearded leader could see that their eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, their pupils spinning erratically, and their bodies were taut with muscle, veins, and tendons pulsing violently. These native warriors, rather than appearing merely strong, seemed as though a terrifying demon within them sought to break free. The foremost among the wounded natives even began to sing, their voices ancient and primal, imbued with an inexplicable desolation and grandeur. Death is blood. Blood is life. It is the core of the Soma fruit. They are already dead. In Blackbeard's mind, the terrifying legends that circulated among all the inhabitants of the Southern Ridge Empire flickered like shadows. The fearless savages, who fought with fists when their blades shattered and with teeth when their hands were severed, instinctively began to tremble, gasping in horror. They are the native berserkers, he groaned in despair. We are doomed. Regardless of the circumstances, whenever the natives unleash these inevitable death warriors, the final outcome is certain: mutual destruction. Life is fury. Fury is combat. Having long since ingested the Soma tree's fruit pit, which sent a potent concoction of exhilaration and toxins coursing through every corner of his body, the berserker's mind was nearly obliterated, nearly devoid of all cognitive function. Yet, due to his childhood training and specially adapted diet, he managed to retain a sliver of combat logic. They instinctively chanted battle songs, oblivious to the arrows piercing their flesh. The foremost among them had already cast grappling hooks, and in an instant, they soared over the city walls, wielding their daggers as they plunged into the ranks of the city guard. The berserkers, already towering figures, now liberated from all physical constraints due to their intoxicated state, crushed the city guards beneath their weight. They needed no knives. Mere fists and brute force sufficed to shatter and tear through the Imperial soldiers, carving out a secure zone at the wall within mere breaths, allowing waves of berserkers to ascend the battlements. Faced with these monsters, even the shield-bearing city defenders wielding long spears found their efforts futile. The frenzied native warriors, even when impaled by spears, remained undeterred. They roared in defiance, clenching the spearheads that pierced their bodies, then seizing the spear shafts to hurl the unsuspecting city guards aside, crushing skulls beneath their feet. In his moment of despair, Captain Blackbeard raised his spear, aiming to pierce the head of the berserker before him, the only means to slay them instantly. Yet the berserker merely laughed maniacally, then lunged at him, biting down on the spear's tip. Even as Blackbeard's spear pierced the berserker's mouth, penetrating the skull and causing blood to gush from the newly created orifice, the intoxicated warrior's body remained animated. He clenched his jaw, teeth shattering as he fiercely bit through the spear shaft. Finally, he extended a massive, muscular hand, veins bulging ominously, and seized Blackbeard by the throat. Crack! The sound of crushed bones echoed at the city gate. In less than 10 breaths, the northwestern gate fell, and the defenders were annihilated. Meanwhile, at the southwestern gate, facing the Ivok River and the towering redwood forest, the defenses of Harrison Port were most formidable. Enemy attack! The soldiers stationed here faintly heard the battle songs and the dying wails carried by the wind, yet they had no energy to spare for their comrades. Where are the cannons? Alchemical artillery, fire quickly! The commanding officer rasped desperately, but all fell silent in a deathly hush, save for the chattering of teeth, trembling in fear. For the monsters they faced were even more terrifying than the berserkers. Night had completely fallen, and even the last vestiges of twilight above the rain clouds had vanished, while storms and lightning intertwined in the darkness, filling the world with the tumult of thunderous rain. Yet, amidst this darkness, a far more profound and colossal shadow drew near, its heavy footsteps reverberating like an earthquake. Thud, thud, thud. 3 pairs of scarlet eyes glimmered ominously in the stormy night, streaking through the air and leaving trails of crimson light in their wake. Boom, thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the true form of the shadow. What a magnificent and fearsome beast it was! With 6 eyes and 6 limbs, its armored body was encrusted with sharp, resilient stone thorns, and its long tail struck the earth, causing the surrounding rocks and soil to tremble. Its elongated crocodilian snout unveiled its true identity, the totem worshipped by the natives for 150 years. The spirit of the mountain tide, a nightmare in the hearts of the first inhabitants of Harrison Port, a colossal beast said to be but a step away from the demonic entity. The mountain lord, the marsh crocodile dragon, with blood-red eyes coldly fixated on the low city gate, stood before it, towering even higher than the gate itself. Then, the giant crocodile opened its massive maw full of fangs. And a viscous drool, reeking of decay, surged forth in the midst of the terrified wails of the garrison at the southwestern gate. Despair spread like wildfire. For the crocodile opened its mouth, only to slowly close it again. Crack! The sound of shattering rock resonated, followed by the thunderous crash of the collapsing city walls. It bit through the gate's archway, toppling it, as the magnificent beast raised its head, its 6 eyes gazing down upon the prosperous city amidst the storm. As if it could see the lush jungles of a century past, a low growl emerged, and after decades, the spirit of the mountain tide had finally returned to its long-lost homeland. The master of the mountain marsh once again set foot upon this land it had ruled for a century. Chapter 72. The Key of the Sea. Hush, this is no longer your territory. Oh, mountain lord, do not act rashly in your fury. Just as the colossal crocodile pushed through the city gate, gazing into the city with rising anger. A feeble voice echoed from above. Between the 2 protruding bony spines upon the crocodile's forehead, a blurred figure breathed weakly, seemingly seated upon the throne of flesh formed by the beast. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the seat of flesh was, in fact, a person's distorted and indistinct lower half. Beneath this seat, red, twisted tendrils of flesh extended, roots fashioned from blood vessels and nerves emanating from the indistinct figure, burrowing into the crocodile's head, exchanging deep violet luminescent fluid. The native shaman, Animu Deepmarsh, breathed gently. His lower half had transformed into a grotesque base of flesh, embedding himself atop the spirit of the mountain tide. Nestled among the many hardened thorn crowns, half of his body leaned against a thick stone thorn, his eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, only deep hollows remaining. Yet, in contrast, as the shaman spoke, the crocodile's eyes twinkled with life. And the beast, which had been gathering rage, preparing to roar and proclaim its return to its homeland, stilled, suppressing its destructive urge. It merely let out a low growl, an invisible field of spiritual energy rippling outward, causing the nearby city walls to tremble and gradually collapse, like a sandcastle melting in the tides. Simultaneously, the earth beneath began to move against gravity, gravel and mud coalescing under the will of the colossal beast, forming a solid earthen path while the muddied water washed away all debris above. Forward, the shaman gently commanded, and the giant beast stepped onto the path it had forged, closely followed by a few young shamans and warriors leading a small number of natives into the city. Animu was very old, having been one of the most esteemed shamans among the various tribes of the Great Redwood Forest for decades, even before the first generation of imperial settlers, escorted by the knights of the old Viscount Grant, arrived at the southern Ridge Bay to establish Harrison Port, while other esteemed shamans fell in battle against the imperialists, perishing under the crystalline swords and air blades of Viscount Grant's knights. He had miraculously survived, gradually becoming the sole Grand Shaman. Thus, he bore the heavy burden alone, continuously battling, slaughtering, and sacrificing against the imperialists, and ultimately negotiating for peace. To be frank, Animu harbored no particular hatred for the imperialists. To him, the empire was merely an enormous tribe on the continent of Terra, with its own chieftains, warriors, shamans, and hunters. Their invasion was no different from the internecine strife and sacrificial raids among the natives themselves. He even envied the imperialists for their ability to possess their own transcendent power without needing to worship the numerous mountain lords and sea spirits. At least, they would not starve, nor need to consume humans. Was that not a good thing? If possible, he too would wish to be an imperialist, like those mountain dwellers further north, who, after defeat, received invitations and gladly joined the empire, forsaking their ancestors' teachings to learn farming, herding, and settling. The once valiant hunters had even become the backbone of the Southern Legion. Alas, we are not them. The Redwoods have their own mission and secrets. Animu lifted his gaze. his hollow eye sockets fixed upon the storm-ravaged lands to the south. At that moment, the crocodile beneath the Grand Shaman also turned its head, its 6 scarlet eyes, akin to gemstones, gazing into the distance. There lies the sacred ground of the Redwood people, along with the legacy bequeathed by their ancestors. For that legacy and sacred relic, the progenitors of the Redwood people had splintered into various tribes, engaging in mutual slaughter and sacrifice, losing countless traditions and mysteries. This led to the absurdity that, when faced with the imperial settlers, the Redwood people, who had once held the advantage, were driven back under the onslaught of a knightly order, losing the entire Misty Bay and marshland, allowing them to establish the present-day Harrison Port. This was not necessarily a misfortune. For if humanity wishes to unite, it must have a common enemy, as it stands. The 4 major native tribes have already united, while numerous smaller factions have long since coalesced. Under the threat posed by the imperialists, the Redwood people stand united once more, just as they had 1,000 years ago. Had it not been for the great storm 8 years ago, which caused the loss of one of the keys to their heritage, perhaps the keys would have long been gathered. Retracting his gaze with a sigh, the great shaman's attention returned to Harrison Port, firmly locking onto the direction of the Viscount's residence. Yet these were mere trifles. It lay there. A colossal crocodile dragon let out a roar, sensing the conflicting emotions of excitement and calmness emanating from the human above, causing it great discomfort, a desire to wreak havoc and unleash its fury. However, the great beast found itself utterly incapable of escaping the mental control exerted by the human above, forced to obediently heed the commands given. Stepping forward, the crimson blood-like tendrils that spread beneath the great shaman bore an uncanny resemblance to the sanguine ink he had offered in the pure sacrifice 2 months prior. These tendrils, a tangled web of blood vessels and nerves, extended deep into the crocodile dragon's brain, capable of seizing control over its thoughts and actions when necessary. These tendrils were the pure essence of life, a confluence of the lifeblood of dozens, if not hundreds of individuals. It was this very power that allowed the ancient great shaman to root himself atop the spirit of the mountain tide and manipulate its every move. The mountain lord desires a sacrifice of life, then let it have life. Yet, the price is this. Your life is my life. Whispering softly, the great shaman keenly sensed a mysterious resonance guiding him from within the Viscount's estate. It was the fluctuation of one of the 4 sacred relics of the Red Cedar people, the Key of the Sea. The sacred ground was in turmoil, unleashing towering waves and storms, and the key too was in upheaval, vile imperialists. You cannot conceal the ancestral relics seized from our sacred Red Cedar land. With the target identified, the elder let out a cold chuckle. This was why he had not hesitated to expend over a decade's worth of the tree sea spirit's essence, consuming the foresight of the twin leaves to predict the date of the South Sea storm and the actions of Viscount Grant. Only during anomalies in the sacred ground would the key likewise manifest changes, and such occurrences could only be sensed by the Red Cedar people, who possessed the primal essence key within their blood. Those imperialists lacking the same bloodline could never know. Move forth. The great shaman issued the order. Thus, the mountain lord advanced. The tremors emanated from beneath the crocodile dragon's feet. Typical swamp crocodiles were primarily of the first level, with a minority at the second, standing about 1.5 meters tall and not exceeding 8 meters in length. A first-level crocodile dragon could contend with a formal knight. Even the smallest second-level swamp crocodile measured over 15 meters in length, towering above the average person, with normal specimens growing up to 5 or 6 meters high and exceeding 20 meters long over eons, requiring a skilled leader to have any chance of victory. However, the swamp crocodile, revered as a totem spirit and worshipped alongside the mountain lord, living over 150 years, possessing a foundational spiritual energy field, was approaching the third level. It could not be judged solely by its species. This behemoth, standing over 10 meters tall, towering above city walls and 5-story towers, and measuring over 70 meters in length, was infinitely close to being a high-level magical beast, lacking only the wisdom and skills akin to or surpassing those of humans. Yet now, it was not the crocodile dragon that dominated this formidable body, but the great shaman Animu of the Red Cedar. As the crocodile dragon stepped forward, the violent tremors caused nearby buildings to shake violently, glass shattered, doors and windows twisted, and the more fragile structures collapsed outright. The fierce winds swept debris into the air, hurling rocks and splintered wood at perilous speeds, shattering the windows and doors of surrounding houses. Fortunately, no pedestrians graced the streets, otherwise it would have surely been a massacre. Even the sturdy bluestone roads could not withstand the weight of the giant beast, beginning to sink, but with the will of the great shaman, the surrounding earth surged forth as if alive, supporting its master's massive form. Yet this process utterly ravaged the streets of Harrison Port, leaving a jagged, muddy path in the wake of the crocodile dragon, resembling a scarred, at this moment. All remaining defensive towers in Harrison Port had detected this magnificent creature. After a brief moment of shock, they all launched their assaults. Boom! Blinding light erupted, unleashing a 2-meter-long electric flame, while a sonic boom disrupted the air, which was filled with torrential rain and fierce winds. Creating a cylindrical void, a relentless barrage of alchemical artillery erupted, echoing like continuous thunder across the land, each projectile racing toward the crocodile dragon's body at a speed that defied sound. Yet, the crocodile dragon merely closed its eyelids. Even before its advance, its powers had already been activated. Mud of a yellow-brown hue, seemingly alive, crawled from the earth, clinging to the surface of the colossal beast and slowly undulating. One could faintly discern tiny yellow-brown crystals shimmering at the center of the crocodile dragon's scales and the tips of its spines. And this dense glow interconnected, forming an extraordinarily complex network of light patterns. It was a magnetic field, but not merely a magnetic field. The invisible domain spread forth, a viscous layer of non-Newtonian liquid armor, measuring in meters, met the alchemical cannonballs capable of shattering city walls. Then came the explosions, boom, boom, boom. The powerful shockwaves rippled like translucent rings, driving away the surrounding rainwater while lifting clouds of dust and steam, causing the nearest rows of houses to collapse. Yet as the dust settled, all gunners atop the towers were astonished to discover that while the layers of mud shields enveloping the crocodile dragon had indeed been shattered, the semi-metallic scales beneath had oozed blood. They had indeed wounded the enemy, yet such injuries for a second-level magical beast were akin to having a thorn prick the fingertip, painful, yet not detrimental to combat.